A reluctant traveler, desiring nothing more than to cultivate in obscurity, finds himself persistently confronted by an array of oblivious challengers. Consequently, he is compelled to retaliate with fervor. On the surface, he appears to be a celestial swordsman, however. In truth, he is merely a cheat. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 1. I want to go back. In the year 88 of the Age of Light, within the Northern Sea Empire of the Eastern Dao True Continent, lies the Fengyu Province, in the city of Yunmeng. It is a splendid day, with gentle breezes and flourishing life. The early summer season brings the most pleasant temperatures of the year to Yunmeng City. Golden sunlight streams through the glass of the classroom, illuminating the spacious interior. In the second year, 9th class classroom, Lin Beichen sits in the front row, basking in this delightful sunlight. At the tender age of 14, he possesses striking features, sharp brows and starry eyes, handsome yet imbued with a certain vigor. His thick black hair frames a plump visage, as he cradles his hands before his eyes, fully engrossed in the palms of his hands, occasionally moving his fingers as if they were blossoming flowers. Since the commencement of the lesson, he has maintained this peculiar posture, nearly motionless. Seated in the most conspicuous position of the classroom, he brazenly drifts off during class. Such audacity would ordinarily warrant immediate reprimand from the seasoned swordsmanship instructor, Ding Sanshur, who is known for his fiery temper. Yet, in the case of Lin Beichen, do not be angry, do not be angry. He is the one with a problem, not me. I cannot stoop to the level of a spoiled scion. Repeatedly muttering these phrases to himself, Ding Sanshur endeavored to ignore the most notorious wastrel in the city and continued his lecture. The other students, witnessing the usually tempestuous instructor's unusual restraint, could hardly suppress their amusement, though they dared not laugh aloud. Unbeknownst to the teacher and his classmates, Lin Beichen was not lost in thought, rather, he was engrossed in his smartphone, an invisible device to all but himself. How absurd! Lin Beichen lamented inwardly. What have I done to deserve this? It all began when he intervened to save a lunatic who had nearly been struck by a truck while jaywalking, only to be coerced by this self-proclaimed Grim Reaper into accepting a smartphone devoid of any branding. Subsequently, he found himself transported to this strange world known as Eastern Dao True Continent. He became the legitimate son of Lin Jinan, one of the 10 renowned generals of the Northern Sea Empire, notorious prodigal son in Yunmeng City. Who could he possibly turn to for redress? It has been 3 days since his transmigration, and Lin Beichen remains unable to accept this reality. He longs to return. Despite the flourishing martial arts culture and astonishing feats of legendary warriors who can traverse mountains and seas, soar through the skies, and possess lifespans akin to deities, none of this holds any significance for Lin Beichen. Setting aside the question of innate talent for cultivation, even if he possessed it, he, an ordinary gaming enthusiast in his past life, lacked the perseverance required for rigorous training. Enduring relentless sessions of practice, bloodshed, and survival to become a formidable warrior pales in comparison to the comforts of air conditioning, Wi-Fi, takeout, and leisurely gaming. Only a masochist would aspire to endure such hardship to attain strength. Ordinary individuals simply wish to remain at home, enjoying the comforts of life with family and friends. Thus, he curses this transmigration. He desires to return to Earth. After contemplating the circumstances surrounding his arrival, Lin Beichen surmised that the only theoretical means of returning may lie within this peculiar smartphone. It brought him to this world, so surely it could also take him back. He clung to this hope as he fervently explored the smartphone's features. To date, he has uncovered several peculiarities. The first anomaly is that the phone can be absorbed into his body. Whenever Lin Beichen desires it, the phone materializes in his hand, and when he does not, it vanishes. How absurd! What legitimate phone possesses such a capability? The second peculiarity is that, aside from himself, no one else can perceive the existence of this phone in any circumstance. For instance, while he holds and examines the phone, to the eyes of his teacher and classmates, he appears to be a simpleton, staring vacantly at his empty hands. The device is a silver, all-screen smartphone, currently at 21 battery. The signal resembles 4G, but only 1 bar is available. As for the balance, Lin Beichen has attempted to dial emergency numbers and all the contacts he could recall, yet each time he is met with a message stating, "The number you have dialed is not in service." The main screen displays only 3 icons: contacts, messages, and an app store. With no calls going through, naturally, he cannot send messages either. His only hope lies within the app store. However, despite clicking on the icon repeatedly, he finds it utterly devoid of any applications. How can this be called a store? In his frustration, he feels an overwhelming urge to destroy this wretched phone. Just then, the bell signaling the break rings. All right, I have just explained the complete version of the elementary chi cultivation technique. We will take a 10-minute break before resuming class, the instructor Ding Sancher announces, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat. As you all know, in 3 days, our academy will hold the mid-year competition, and I need not emphasize its significance, right? Let me give you a heads up in the next class. I have prepared a special lesson featuring my exclusive technique, the basic swordsmanship close-range combo. As Ding Sancher speaks, his gaze lands on Lin Beichen again. Noticing the young scion still seemingly lost in thought, he shakes his head in disappointment. Lin Beichen, you must pay attention in the next class. This basic swordsmanship close-range combo is ideally suited for students like you with a weak foundation. Ding Sancher cannot help but emphasize this point. Yet, Lin Beichen remains unresponsive, as if turned to stone. Alas, a rotting wood cannot be carved. The instructor, exasperated, exits the classroom. Lin Beichen pays no mind to the instructor's grievances. He feels no connection to this world or his new identity. His singular focus is on how to return to his original world. Therefore, matters such as the mid-year competition, promotions, or the elementary chi cultivation technique, and the basic swordsmanship close-range combo are of no concern to him. He continues to silently investigate his smartphone. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword Chapter 2. The Greatest Scourge of Yunmeng City. In stark contrast to Lin Beichen's indifference, his classmates are buzzing with excitement over the impending mid-year competition. A group of them eagerly engages in spirited discussions. What a great opportunity, my fellow students. This time, I shall surely break into the top 30 of first-year students in the mid-year competition. My basic sword technique has already reached the 6th level. I am on the verge of becoming a third-tier warrior. As long as I master Ding's exclusive technique, the basic swordsmanship close-range combo, I will undoubtedly stand out and represent our academy in the Sunshine Battle of Yunmeng City. Naive. What does entering the Sunshine Battle even matter? Indeed, without even mentioning the National Royal Junior Academy, which gathers all the top geniuses of Yunmeng City, just considering the 6 provincial junior academies and various private schools, there are over 500 suitable candidates, each one a prodigy among prodigies. Even if you have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of basic swordsmanship and are a peak-level Tier 3 warrior, the moment you enter the glory of the sun competition, you will merely be fodder in the presence of those geniuses. You are but a younger brother. Ma Qianjun, your words are truly venomous. My aspirations have been ruthlessly shattered by your sharp tongue. Alas, it seems our 3rd academy has failed to advance in the preliminary rounds of the glory of the sun competition for 3 consecutive years. Indeed, such a heartbreaking and despairing record. What does that even signify? Just think about it. Our academy has not produced a single student qualified for the provincial glory of the sun competition in 10 years. That thought is even more disheartening. Speaking of which, Wu Xiaofang from Class 1, Si Xinlin from Class 5, Mu Xinyue from Class 6, and Wu Shi from Class 9 are all hailed as the onsen 20 years geniuses of our 3rd academy. Perhaps they might have a chance? The students engaged in spirited discussions, a cluster of 12-year-olds laughing and chatting, filling the dormitory with an atmosphere of camaraderie and youthful exuberance. Yet, within a 3-meter radius of Lin Beichen, there existed a void, an expanse of emptiness. Not a soul dared to approach him. To be precise, they did not dare. His reputation had long since become notorious. The body he occupied was that of Lin Jinan, the esteemed war god, and one of the 10 renowned generals of the Beihai Empire. Lin Jinan, having lost his wife in middle age, raised a daughter and a son. His eldest daughter, Lin Tingchan, was an extraordinary talent, a living legend who emerged from Yunmeng City. She became a Tier 1 warrior at the age of 3, a Tier 3 warrior at 6, and reached the pinnacle of her level at 10, advancing to the warrior rank. Now at 16, she was the youngest freshman in the history of the Royal War Academy. From the very first day Lin Tingchan entered school, she had consistently claimed victory in every major competition at the city, provincial, and national levels, shining as brightly as a rising sun, regarded as a peerless talent awaited by the entire empire to mature. In stark contrast, her younger brother Lin Beichen, now 14, was an utter disappointment. Playful, indolent, lecherous, arrogant, and tyrannical, every epithet describing a second-generation wastrel fit him perfectly. To make matters worse, Lin Beichen had suffered from a mental affliction from a young age, more directly described as insanity. During episodes, he often engaged in inexplicable behaviors. In any other noble family within the empire, such a slothful failure would have been met with harsh discipline or even discarded in favor of a more promising heir. Yet, the resolute Lin Jinan was utterly indulgent towards this disappointing son, unable to chastise or reprimand him, cradling him as if he were made of glass, fulfilling every reasonable and unreasonable whim. Even when Lin Beichen had been expelled from the 1st and 2nd provincial junior academies in Yunmeng City, the old general could not bring himself to scold him, instead lowering his pride to enroll him in the 3rd provincial junior academy. 1 year prior, the Beihai Empire engaged in border warfare with the Aurora Empire. Lin Jinan led his forces to the front lines, while Lin Tingchan graduated from the National Royal Intermediate Academy and pursued further studies at the Royal Advanced War Academy. Thus, Lin Beichen, left to his own devices, transformed into a wild dog unleashed, wreaking havoc within the once magnificent war god's mansion, reducing it to a mere shell of its former glory. Not only did he disturb the 3rd Junior Academy, but he also caused chaos throughout all of Yunmeng City. To exaggerate, merely uttering Lin Beichen is here in any bustling street would instantly clear it of all life, leaving it desolate. Thus, he earned the moniker Street Cleaner. This was Lin Beichen's identity after his reincarnation. Every student in the class, regardless of gender, had experienced his torment and bullying. Who would dare approach such a menace? All his classmates avoided him as if he were a plague. However, Lin Beichen reveled in this situation. Having no friends was indeed preferable. The less he interacted with the world, the lower the chance of exposing his identity. During his 3 days since reincarnation, he had managed to grasp some basic information about this world. For instance, this world not only harbored numerous powerful beings with extraordinary abilities, but was also rumored to be home to all-powerful deities. Should his soul's occupancy be revealed, the only fate awaiting him would be the branding of evil deity and being dragged to the central temple of the Sword Lord for purification by fire. In simpler terms, that meant being burned alive. Thus, a cautious approach was advisable. A quarter of an hour later, the bell tolled, signaling the end of the break. Classes resumed as the old instructor Ding Sanshur entered the classroom and ascended the podium. Let us continue. Students, as mentioned in the previous lesson, I will now teach you the 3 consecutive strikes of basic swordsmanship. Let me emphasize once more. Although these strikes remain within the realm of basic swordsmanship, they are my unique secret technique, the pinnacle of basic swordsmanship. They are quick to master, immensely powerful, and can expedite your progress. Once fully comprehended, they will allow you to excel against any opponent below Tier 3 in competitions, enhancing your success rate. All students listened attentively, except for Lin Beichen, who sat in the center of the front row, predictably disinterested in the lesson. He remained engrossed in his futile attempts to decipher his phone. Unfortunately, after yet another class, not only had he failed to uncover any new features or clues for returning home, but his phone's battery had dwindled from 21 to 19, entering a state of urgent warning. Lin Beichen felt akin to a hapless husky. In his early days, he sought votes, collections, and reviews, desperately trying to gain attention. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 3. Young Master, trouble awaits. As time slipped away, anxiety crept upon him. The battery of his phone was draining rapidly, and the prospect of being cut off from the path back to Earth loomed ominously. Soon, the bell signaling the end of class chimed, marking the conclusion of the day's lessons. All right, that concludes today's lesson, declared the seasoned instructor, Ding Sanshur, as he took a sip of water to clear his throat. The basic swordsmanship, 3 consecutive strikes, has been thoroughly explained and demonstrated. I urge you all to practice diligently over the next 3 days. Strive to excel in the upcoming mid-year competition, as it is the sole criterion for our Academy's selection for the Battle of the Elite. If you shine in this contest, you may have the honor of representing the Academy in the highest echelons of combat for the young warriors of Yunmeng City. The students were stirred by the instructor's fervent words. The Battle of the Elite represented the aspirations of every youth in Yunmeng City, and indeed, countless young men and women across the Beihai Empire, symbolizing the pinnacle of glory for the new generation of martial artists. Ding Sanshur nodded with satisfaction, but his gaze fell upon Lin Beichen, who remained lost in thought. This was intolerable. The instructor felt a surge of frustration, nearly losing his temper, and was tempted to drag the oblivious youth across the floor. However, recalling the words of General Jiantian before his departure, Ding Sanshur stifled his rage, clearing his throat. He forced a smile and said, Lin Beichen, since your transfer to our school a year ago, you have repeatedly scored 0 in theoretical exams and have shown dismal results in practical classes. You are the oldest in the class, yet remain merely a level 1 warrior, lacking both academic and martial prowess. Do you not feel ashamed? Not at all, Lin Beichen replied, engrossed in his phone, his head never lifting, as he spoke absently. Ding Sanshur was taken aback. This insolent boy? Frustration boiled within him, and he raised his voice. Your father, General Jiantian, is one of the 10 renowned generals of the empire, defending our borders with blood and sweat. Your sister, Lin Tingchan, is a legendary swordswoman of our province's younger generation. Yet you, as the direct heir of a noble house, have established such a disgraceful record and remain indifferent? And what should I do? Lin Beichen retorted impatiently. Am I supposed to take pride in this record? I do not. Ding Sanshur was again left speechless. Listen, does this make any sense? Lin Beichen, do not forget that you have already been expelled from both the Provincial 1st Junior Academy and the Provincial 2nd Junior Academy. If you are expelled from our 3rd Academy, according to imperial law, you will be barred from studying at any academy henceforth, he bellowed, his fury palpable. The sound of his clenched fists echoed in the room as he feared he might lose control and strike this spoiled brat. At that moment, Lin Beichen finally set down his phone, rose to his feet, and declared with conviction, expelled? So what? Who am I? The son of General Jiantian. Do you understand what it means to be a noble heir? I, Lin Beichen, am destined to inherit the title of Duke of Jiantian, and when that day comes, I shall need not labor, living in comfort and luxury, surrounded by servants, waking at my leisure, counting riches until my hands cramp. Why should I toil and study in training? Training is an impossibility. I shall never engage in it. Even if I were to starve or leap from here, I would never live like you, toiling daily in training. His impassioned proclamation reverberated through the classroom. Thus, beneath the splendid early summer sunlight, within the solemn and sacred confines of the second-year classroom, the seasoned instructor, Ding Sanshur, with 15 years of teaching experience, found himself utterly defeated by the notorious scion of Yunmeng City. The classroom echoed with Lin Beichen's fervent declaration. Ding Sanshur clutched his heart, leaning against the podium. Just then, the door burst open. Young master, trouble has arrived, cried a frazzled old man with shifty eyes and a gaunt frame, rushing in. Housekeeper Wang, Lin Beichen exclaimed, recognizing the head steward of the Jiantian estate. Young master, calamity has struck. The sky has fallen. Housekeeper Wang rushed over, clinging to Lin Beichen's leg and weeping. Get off. You miserable creature. You're smearing your snot on my uniform. Lin Beichen kicked him away, his expression one of disgust. What do you mean the sky has fallen? Speak clearly, or I shall break your legs. He acted ferociously, for he must maintain the persona of a brazen and spoiled young lord. If he did not stay true to his character, he would be suspected, risking being taken to the temple square for execution. You must listen. Something has happened to the lord. Just now, an imperial envoy arrived at the estate with a large entourage, proclaiming a decree that the lord, while at the front lines, disobeyed orders and acted recklessly, falling into an ambush. 50,000 elite troops have perished, and the lord has fled in fear of punishment. The estate has been sealed, and all servants have been dismissed. The duke's title has been revoked. Housekeeper Wang howled in despair. What? Lin Beichen gasped in shock. Wait, you wretched creature. Do not mourn just yet. Did the decree mention me? He hurriedly inquired, fearing that as the son of a condemned traitor, he might be apprehended and executed by the emperor. If that were the case, he must flee at once. Housekeeper Wang wailed. It mentioned you. It stated that due to your being a fool, you are demoted to commoner status and will not be pursued, left to fend for yourself in Yunmeng City. Lin Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the emperor had a sliver of humanity. Remarkably, his previous affliction had, at a critical moment, saved his life. There was no need for fear now. What shall we do, young master? The Lin family is doomed. Housekeeper Wang lamented, still clinging to Lin Beichen's leg. Calm yourself. I still have my sister, Lin Beichen replied coolly. When it did not concern him, he remained composed. That fierce 16-year-old girl, a once-in-a-century genius, is rumored to be the empire's most anticipated prodigy. Not only is she powerful, but she is also known for her ruthlessness. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword Chapter 4. Instructor, I wish to train. The most direct example lies before him. This transmigration was partly the result of the actions of Miss Lin. 3 days prior, upon hearing of her wayward brother's transgressions, Miss Lin returned from the Royal War Academy in the imperial capital. In a fit of rage, she hung him from the rafters and beat him soundly, inadvertently inflicting grave injuries. Though later healed by the temple's priest, the soul could not be restored, leading to Lin Beichen from earth occupying the body. With such a formidable figure in Yunmeng City, none dared to provoke Lin Beichen. Butler Wang seemed to have just recalled something, hesitantly stating, I forgot to inform the young master. This afternoon, during the hour of shun, news arrived that the young lady encountered a horde of ferocious beasts on her way back to the Royal War Academy, and she is now missing, likely in grave danger. Lin Beichen's expression momentarily froze. Moreover, young master, the news has spread throughout the city. When I came to notify you, I noticed many of your adversaries armed with swords and knives, heading towards the 3rd Academy, blocking the entrance, declaring that should you dare step out, they would kill you. Butler Wong added. Lin Beichen's lips twitched slightly. What followed was a scene that left all the students in the class utterly astounded. Under the bright summer sunlight, Lin Beichen kicked away the butler clinging to his leg, meticulously adjusted his uniform, calmly tidied his hair, rubbed his stiff face, forced a smile, and walked out to respectfully bow before the venerable instructor Ding Sanshi. Instructor, I wish to practice. His eyes, filled with innocent purity, and his expression, brimming with eagerness, made Lin Beichen appear as a devout scholar obsessed with cultivation. Instructor Ding Sanshi was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such shamelessness in the world? Who had just passionately declared that they would rather starve to death outside than cultivate? Could one be any more brazen? At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the teaching building. Amidst the noise, one could vaguely hear students shouting that the wartime marquis's residence had been sealed, that Lin Beichen had lost his backing, and that everyone had grievances to settle. Now was the time for vengeance. A wave of footsteps surged toward the teaching building of Year 2, Class 9. Lin Beichen shuddered. Could it be true? Was the tide of misfortune crashing down so swiftly? Instructor Ding Sanshi's expression changed as he rushed outside, preparing to block the gathering students. After all, Lin Beichen had accumulated too many enemies, and without intervention, he could very well be besieged and beaten to death by the enraged students. Soon, Ding Sanshi's urgent voice rang out, but it seemed to have little effect. The students roared with anger, their voices rising like an inferno. Lin Beichen, get out here. We will kill you. You must pay for your past misdeeds. Your father, Lin Jinan, committed heinous crimes, and you dare to hide in fear? Your family is a scourge to the empire. Instructor Ding, do not obstruct us, otherwise, we shall not be courteous to you either. Drag that wastrel out and burn him. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, the situation spiraled out of control. Instructor Ding Sanshi struggled to contain the fury of the students outside the classroom. Inside, Butler Wong trembled, his gaze darting nervously at Lin Beichen, weighing whether to push the culprit out to quell the crowd's fury, reasoning that it was better for Lin Beichen to face the wrath than for them both to perish together. To everyone's surprise, Lin Beichen took the initiative to step outside. Upon reaching the door, he cast a glance back at Butler Wong. Their eyes met, and in unison, they cursed each other silently in their minds. Fool. Is this brainless fool actually going out to meet his end? Butler Wong thought. This dimwit should stay inside. If he gets trapped, there would be no escape. Lin Beichen stepped outside, where a dark mass of people had gathered, their gazes fixed on him like flames ready to ignite. The surging crowd, after a brief moment of silence, erupted with renewed ferocity, their eyes burning with rage as they charged toward Lin Beichen, as if he were the embodiment of their sworn enemy. Instructor Ding Sanshi's attempts to intervene were as futile as a giant facing a swarm of ants. Lin Beichen's head seemed on the verge of being crushed. Just then, an ethereal voice rang out from the crowd. Wait. Instantly, as if under a spell, the crowd fell silent. The fists poised to strike Lin Beichen halted midair. Let me speak for a moment. A girl clad in a blue Academy swordsman uniform stepped forward. Her words, akin to a decree, compelled all the students, no matter how furious, to obediently part the crowd, creating a clear space. Lin Beichen's gaze was drawn to this girl, and a single thought surged in his mind. She is undeniably beautiful. A beauty so exquisite it seemed almost unreal. The ordinary blue swordsman outfit on her transformed into the season's most fashionable attire, making her appear as a princess walking among mortals, radiating such brilliance that Lin Beichen felt an impulse to shield his eyes from the sunset's glow. Her brows were like delicate paintings, her skin as smooth as refined jade. Her lively ponytail added an uncommon vigor that elevated her beauty beyond compare. Lin Beichen couldn't help but marvel at her splendor. Then, a pang of heartache struck him, for a flood of memories surged forth, overwhelming his mind. This astonishingly beautiful girl was named Mu Xinyue, ranked first on the provincial 3rd Academy's beauty list and second on the talent list, possessing immense popularity and affection. Revered as the people's princess, a dream girl for countless young scholars. Her influence extended beyond the academy, radiating throughout Yunmeng City. Yet she bore another title, his former girlfriend. If the previous owner of Lin Beichen's body had ever genuinely cherished someone, it was undoubtedly the commoner princess, Mu Xinyue. Over the course of a year, he had committed innumerable misdeeds to win her favor, offending many and squandering vast sums of money. Most of his absurd, bizarre, and foolish actions were done in silence for her sake. In just a year, he had nearly drained the wealth of the wartime marquis's residence, converting it into various cultivation resources for Mu Xinyue, elevating her from an ordinary girl to the center of everyone's attention. However, just 3 days prior, She had chosen to break up with him, citing his tarnished reputation as the reason after failing to obtain a 500 gold coin potion. The blow to Lin Beichen was profound. Upon seeing Mu Xinyue now, the unintegrated memories surged forth like a torrent, and sorrow flooded through him, nearly drowning him. Alas, I never anticipated that our reunion would occur under such circumstances, Mu Xinyue sighed. Her gentle exhalation shattered the hearts of many surrounding male students. The goddess's sigh. Countless male students gazed at her, their eyes filled with infatuation and adoration. Your father, Lin Jinan, was once the pride of Yunmeng City and a hero of the empire. However, he committed grave errors that led to the deaths of countless innocent soldiers, transforming from a hero into a sinner. Consequently, both you and Lin Tingshan will forever reside in the depths of guilt, unable to absolve yourselves of this burden. Mu Xinyue gazed at Lin Beichen, her tone imbued with profound regret, and said, "Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of your misfortunes, for you have once rendered me assistance. Today, I shall extend my help to you." With this, she turned to her fellow students and softly declared, "Dear classmates, I hope you will not trouble Lin Beichen today, as he has shown me kindness. I cannot repay his favor with ingratitude. Consider this as me owing you all a favor. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. However, after today, I shall no longer intervene in matters concerning him." "Ah, the goddess Mu is too modest," came the murmurs. "Xinyue, your kindness is boundless. How could you help such a scoundrel, who once tormented you?" Everyone disperse. "Anyone who disrespects the goddess Xinyue disrespects me," another chimed in. "Very well. Let him be for tonight. Tomorrow morning, we shall deal with that little brat Lin Beichen." Countless male students departed, their faces adorned with adoring and flattering smiles. Glancing back as they left, the aging instructor Ding Sanshur stood in stunned silence, wishing to bash his head against a wall. As a seasoned educator with 15 years of experience, he had been unable to control the students' uproar, only to see a mere girl of tender age effortlessly diffuse the situation with a few light remarks. It was utterly humiliating. He cast a despondent glance at the silent Lin Beichen, sighed, shook his head, and turned to leave. "You need not thank me, Lin Beichen. From this moment forth, we are even. I offer you a piece of advice. Strive to be an ordinary person, forget all that transpired between us, guard your tongue, and leave behind your former life of nobility. Perhaps this will be a stroke of fortune for you." With that, Mu Xinyue flicked her ponytail with grace and departed. Lin Beichen watched his ex-girlfriend's retreating figure and suddenly erupted into laughter. Remarkable. Such an adept maneuver. With just a few words, she has completely severed ties with my former self and acquired a reputation for gratitude. Moreover, she has clearly stated that after today, she will not concern herself with how the students choose to treat me. The sacrifices made by his predecessor, which had led to disgrace and ruin, had only resulted in a temporary reprieve from violence. It seemed he had encountered a masterful manipulator. Lin Beichen sighed, then at the stroke of midnight, dismissed the matter from his mind. He felt no sorrow. What good was a beautiful girlfriend? Could she provide sustenance? No. Then she could leave. His thoughts were consumed with how to return to Earth. Time slipped away, and suddenly he realized the pressing danger of remaining at the academy. Tomorrow, many would seek to confront him. He needed to escape. Lin Beichen jolted to attention, muttering to himself. At that moment, Butler Wang appeared like a specter. He leaned in and said, "Young master, you may be overthinking this. The outside world is far more perilous. Just look." Lin Beichen stiffly turned his neck and gazed toward the school gate. What he saw sent chills down his spine, a sea of drawn blades and glinting swords. The entrance to the provincial 3rd Junior Swordsman Academy was teeming with people, their menacing presence palpable. "Lin Beichen, you little wretch. Come out," shouted Zhang Jinmei. "Even if I must blockade the gate for 10 years, I will feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. Lin Beichen, do you remember me, Xiang Kuan? Come forth and face your demise. Come out if you dare, you spoiled scion." A cacophony of taunts and threats filled the air as a motley crew surrounded the gates, effectively sealing off any escape routes. Not even a fly could slip through. Terrified, Lin Beichen and the old butler dashed deeper into the campus. In the heart of the academy, at the entrance of the teaching block, Lin Beichen squatted on the steps, a look of despair etched on his face. Beside him, Butler Wang mirrored his expression of woe. "What troubles you, young master?" asked the butler. "Leave me be. Young master, you truly are remarkable, able to adapt and display wit, softening the old instructor's heart and successfully remaining at the academy. Even Mu Xinyue has taken notice of your charms and spoken on your behalf. Those adversaries outside dare not enter the academy. They cannot touch you tonight." Silence. "However, young master, you must prepare yourself. I have an unsettling premonition when word spreads." Many of your former adversaries may line up at the teaching block's door to confront you when classes resume. Do you not know when to be quiet? Lin Beichen could no longer contain his irritation and kicked the old man. This time, it was not for the sake of maintaining an image. It was purely impulsive. Oh, how difficult my life is, he lamented. He longed to return to Earth, yet before he could do so, he had to survive. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the North Sea Empire's profound commitment to nurturing future talents. Since the founding of the empire, strict laws had been established to safeguard the sanctity of campuses, prohibiting the intrusion of anyone aside from faculty and students. Violators faced severe punishment. In other words, as long as he remained on campus, Lin Beichen was safe. However, once he stepped beyond its walls, his fate would be uncertain. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 6. An unbelievable function. It was all the fault of his predecessor. Yet he, the innocent scapegoat, bore the brunt of the consequences. Such injustice. In 3 days, the Academy's mid-year competition would commence. Should he fail to achieve passing marks, he would face expulsion. Without the shelter of the Academy, his future appeared bleak. He could not allow himself to become a lost soul in this foreign world. Lin Beichen pondered deeply. There was but one solution. He must strive to secure a passing score in the upcoming competition to extend his stay at the Academy. With the school's protection, he could diligently investigate that wretched phone and uncover the means to return to Earth. Speaking of the phone, Lin Beichen instinctively pulled it out to check, only to find his expression darken. A mere 18 battery remained. Oh no, he nearly shrieked, on the verge of losing his composure. How could this be? There was no shutdown button. He couldn't even conserve energy. He had to find a way back before the battery depleted. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared as he opened the app store on his phone, revealing a surprising change. A new app icon had materialized in the once barren store. Is there something available? Lin Beichen exclaimed in delight. Upon closer inspection, however, his expression turned peculiar. The app was titled Basic Swordsmanship, Close Range Triple Strike. Was this the sword technique the old instructor Ding Sancher had discussed in class? However, how did it transform into a mobile application, appearing within the App Store? Lin Beichen felt a mix of joy and surprise in his heart. The joy stemmed from the fact that, after 3 days, this wretched phone had finally displayed a new change, a positive omen indicating that its functions could indeed establish some connection with this world. The surprise arose from the realization that he had yet to fully discover and master the means to manipulate such functions. Alas, if only this phone had a user manual akin to Huawei's, detailing tricks for usage. Should he download this basic swordsmanship, close-range triple strike, or not? Lin Beichen found himself in a quandary. After much contemplation, he decided to download it, hoping for new revelations. He tapped the icon, and a prompt appeared on the screen. Downloading this program requires 250 units of data. Your current maximum data allowance is 254. Do you wish to proceed with the download? This wretched phone still had data? Lin Beichen chose yes. In the next moment, he was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation. Following that, he felt a strange energy within him awaken and surge forth. It was the Xuanqi. In this world, warriors grew powerful through the cultivation of Xuanqi. His former self had already developed Xuanqi as a level 1 warrior. However, upon Lin Beichen's arrival, he had been utterly disinterested in cultivation, thus remaining oblivious to the faint Xuanqi within him, letting it fluctuate freely for 3 days. Yet at this moment, he distinctly felt the weak Xuanqi belonging to a level 1 warrior coursing through his meridians, traveling a full circuit before rushing through his arm and into the phone. A download progress bar appeared on the screen. I understand now. The so-called data of the phone is actually the Xuanqi value within a warrior? Lin Beichen experienced a moment of profound realization. How fortunate! The Xuanqi of his former self was just sufficient for the download. The feeling of dizziness intensified. The sensation of Xuanqi being forcibly extracted felt akin to the nausea one experiences from excessive consumption of poor-quality liquor. After about 5 minutes, just as Lin Beichen's meager Xuanqi was nearly drained, a crisp notification sound chimed. The basic swordsmanship, close-range triple strike, had finally finished downloading. It proceeded to install. Lin Beichen gasped for breath, feeling as though someone had rendered him weak. The installation took quite a while to complete. Without hesitation, he tapped the icon to launch it. Accompanied by a watercolor animation of a chivalrous figure wielding a sword, basic swordsmanship, close-range triple strike officially commenced. The interface was exceedingly simple, featuring a shadowy figure brandishing a longsword, performing the swordplay. To his astonishment, the figure was none other than himself. The physique, facial features, and aura were identical, as if this footage had been personally filmed by him. The techniques being executed were precisely the basic swordsmanship, close-range triple strike. It repeated, ceaselessly demonstrating the moves. Lin Beichen stared at the phone screen for half an hour, lost in thought. What does this mean? What function does it possess? Despite continuous attempts, he could find no other features akin to settings, permissions, or save options, and it seemed he could neither stop it nor exit. What a predicament! Lin Beichen was bewildered, staring blankly at the phone. Young master? Are you unwell? Is everything all right? Butler Wong approached with a sycophantic smile, feigning concern. From his perspective, he could not see the phone's existence, so Lin Beichen's series of actions appeared as classic symptoms of a mental episode. Glazed eyes, curled hands, conversing with thin air like a fool, a quintessential portrayal of a mental breakdown. Get away! Lin Beichen swatted at him. Butler Wong hastily dodged. Crack! A small tree, no thicker than a child's wrist, snapped in response. Lin Beichen was taken aback. Butler Wong was equally stunned. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have made a discovery, joyfully exclaiming, Young master, you truly are remarkable. You were practicing just now, weren't you? That move was a sword technique. To break a small tree with bare hands requires at least the strength of a level 2 warrior. Young master, you've broken through. Lin Beichen glanced at his hand, then at the broken tree. The fracture was remarkably smooth, as if cleaved by a dull sword. He had merely slapped it casually. How could such a small tree, no thicker than a child's arm, have been severed? The key was that he had not exerted any force. Indeed, as Butler Wong said, to break that small tree by hand required the prowess of a level 2 warrior. Yet Lin Beichen barely qualified as a level 1 warrior, and just moments ago, his xuanqi had been drained by the phone. Could it be that? A ridiculous thought emerged in Lin Beichen's mind. He retrieved the phone, broke off a twig, wielding it as a sword, and then thrust it forward with a sudden motion. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed. He executed the basic swordsmanship, close-range triple strike, comprising 3 moves: thrust, break, and strike. During class today, Lin Beichen had not paid attention to the demonstrations and analyses by the old instructor Ding Sanshi. Yet at this moment, he executed the 3 moves seamlessly, as if he had been practicing for months. The sounds of slicing air filled the air, and shadows of branches danced around him. Snap! The twig in his hand finally succumbed to the strain and broke. Yet Lin Beichen appeared oblivious, clenching the remaining half of the twig and continuing his practice until a clear sensation of soreness and fatigue radiated from his joints, finally pulling him from this bizarre state. He gasped for breath, yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented clarity. The phone, it seemed, was a substitute for training. He had finally grasped its purpose. The shadowy figure within the software, identical to him, could replace his real self in the cultivation of martial arts. With each execution of the moves, his comprehension and mastery of the basic swordsmanship, close-range triple strike deepened. The effect surpassed any training he could undertake in reality. In merely half an hour, Lin Beichen had completely mastered the basic swordsmanship, close-range triple strike, heralded as the pinnacle technique of foundational swordsmanship. The entire process was devoid of bottlenecks. Such speed and efficiency far surpassed that of the Academy's second-year prodigies, renowned as a once-in-20-year talent, Xi Xinlin, Wu Shi, and Wu Xiaofeng. So, does this mean I've transformed into a talent for cultivation? Ha! Lin Beichen swept his hands back through his thick black locks, slicking his hair into a slicked-back style, then placed his hands on his hips and laughed maniacally, reveling in the discovery that this phone was indeed a cultivation artifact. How intriguing! With this device in hand, does it mean that I can effortlessly grow stronger by simply downloading the relevant techniques? With this phone, the world is mine. Ha! In the campus, the eerie laughter of Lin Beichen echoed like that of a night owl. A dozen birds, startled from their slumber, flapped their wings in panic as they took flight. This was not good. The young master had gone mad again. Steward Wong pressed his forehead, fear etched on his face, instinctively distancing himself. However, why did the phone only display the basic swordsmanship close-range 3 consecutive strikes and none of the other techniques? After laughing maniacally for a while, Lin Beichen propped his left hand under his right elbow, his chin cradled in his right hand as he pondered. During today's class, the old instructor Ding Sanshi had lectured on 2 subjects: the elementary profound energy refinement technique and the basic swordsmanship close-range 3 consecutive strikes. Only the latter appeared in the mobile application store. Was it a mere coincidence, or was there another reason? Lin Beichen leaned towards the latter. As he contemplated, a sudden thought struck him. During the first class on the elementary profound energy refinement technique, he had not paid attention, distracted by his phone. In the second class, while Ding Sanshi demonstrated the basic swordsmanship close-range 3 consecutive strikes, he had also failed to listen attentively. But he had recorded a video of the demonstration using his phone's camera. He had merely wanted to test whether recording would trigger any new features. Could it be because of this? Thus, by surreptitiously filming the instructor's demonstration, the content of the technique had been absorbed into his phone, transformed by some unknown mystical force into a practicable skill. Such a scientifically logical conclusion must be the truth. With his handsome visage complemented by his exceptional intellect, it was indeed a perfect match. Once again, Lin Beichen burst into wild laughter. However, as the greats have taught us, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Therefore, to be cautious, he resolved to verify this tomorrow during class by filming other course materials to see if he could generate programs in the mobile app store. The pressing matter was to successfully pass the mid-year competition at the 3rd Junior Academy within 3 days, ensuring his continued presence at the school to progress further. This required strength. Presently, mastering the basic swordsmanship close-range 3 consecutive strikes, he should have no issue defeating any second-level warrior from the school. Yet, this was insufficient. Being invincible among second-level warriors did not guarantee success in the mid-year competition. One needed to be invincible among third-level warriors. In this world, combat skills and profound energy complemented each other, akin to the relationship between techniques and inner strength on Earth. Insufficient inner strength limited the effectiveness of even the most exquisite techniques, while formidable inner strength without refined techniques diminished its impact. Therefore, he must devise a way to swiftly elevate his profound energy level. Lin Beichen's thoughts became increasingly lucid, and the key to enhancing his strength lay within this phone. Tomorrow during class, he would stealthily record, aiming to capture a technique suitable for refining profound energy. Instinctively, Lin Beichen took out his phone to check. To his dismay, he leaped 3 feet into the air. The battery was down to 15. The consumption rate was accelerating, undoubtedly due to the background operation of the basic swordsmanship close-range 3 consecutive strikes. A simple truth: the more applications running on a phone, the more power it consumed. What to do? The exuberance that had once filled Lin Beichen's heart was now replaced by unease. "Young master, are you all right?" Steward Wang inquired. Noticing Lin Beichen's erratic laughter and dazed expressions, increasingly concerned that his master was undergoing a severe mental episode, Lin Beichen snapped back to reality and, gazing at the steward's triangular face, suddenly asked, "You wretched creature, why haven't you fled with the fall of the Ho family? The accountants, guards, and servants have all deserted. Why do you remain?" Upon hearing this, Wang immediately thumped his chest, indignantly proclaiming, "What are you saying, young master? My name, Wang Zhong, carries the character for loyalty. I am renowned for my fidelity. Born of the Lin family, I would die as a spirit of the Lin family. How could I abandon you in your time of need? That would be less than beastly." Lin Beichen regarded him with skepticism. "You are so loyal?" "Of course. Besides, I have watched you grow." Wang's expression shifted to one of warmth. "In my heart, you are like my son. How could I forsake my own child?" Touched, Lin Beichen felt a surge of emotion. True loyalty reveals itself in times of crisis. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly realized, wait a moment. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 8. What does Lin Beichen lack the most? This old fellow seeks to take advantage of me? He wishes to act as my father? You despicable creature, do you think you can deceive me? You, who wielded power in the city, have as many enemies wanting to end your life as I do. You must know you have nowhere else to run, seeking refuge in the school under my identity. Is that it? Lin Beichen scolded vehemently. Wang Zhong's facade of righteousness quickly morphed into a sycophantic grin. "Young master, you truly are astute and wise, effortlessly uncovering my petty thoughts. However, wouldn't it be better to keep a servant around to serve you tea and attend to your needs?" There was some merit to this argument. Lin Beichen huffed, extending his hand. "Do you have any money on you? Lend me some." Wang Zhong lamented. "During the imperial inspection, everything was confiscated. I have not a single copper coin." Lin Beichen retorted angrily, "What use are you to me?" His gaze roamed over the old steward before suddenly fixing upon his waist, his eyes lighting up. "Your sword. Give it to me." Wang Zhong's expression fell. "That sword is my family heirloom. You wretched creature, give it to me." "Oh, very well." Almost simultaneously, outside the school, in a secluded part of Yunmeng City, "Xinyue, you took the initiative to invite me? I am overjoyed." "Fengluan, do you truly love me?" "Xinyue, I certainly love you, and I would do anything for you." "All right, then prove it to me." "How?" "Make Lin Beichen forever silent." "Forever silent? Kill him?" "But his father is the Battle Heaven Marquis. What is there to fear? He is merely a commoner now." "Very well, I agree. If I succeed, will you be my girlfriend?" "What? You dare make demands of me?" "Fengluan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. You once vowed to do everything for me without conditions. Was that all a lie? Are you now using this to blackmail me? You have truly disappointed me." No, no, no. Xinu, please do not misunderstand. I am willing to do anything for you. I do not dare to wish for more. As long as you are willing to speak a few words with me and gaze upon me more frequently, that is sufficient. Rest assured, tomorrow morning, as soon as school commences, I shall seek an opportunity to dispose of that scoundrel Lin Beichen, to prove my devotion to you. Very well. I await the good news you will bring. Worry not, Xinu. I Feng Luan am ready to do anything for you, at any cost. I am deeply moved. Feng Luan, you may leave now. Take care not to be seen. The young man named Feng Luan departed with uncontainable excitement. Moments later, in a quiet yet tasteful private room of an elegant restaurant, the same female protagonist engaged in a different dialogue with another male lead. Wu Shixiang, I am aware of your feelings for me, and I too harbor a great fondness for you. Could you assist me in devising a strategy to rid myself of Lin Beichen, that vile wretch? Have you not already broken up with him? Wu Shixiang, you do not comprehend this scoundrel. He may outwardly agree, but behind the scenes, he will cling to me relentlessly, employing all means to threaten me. I have truly had enough. Ah, I see. So, Xinu, do you wish for Lin Beichen's demise? Indeed, Wu Shixiao. I do not want our matters to become the talk of the town. If I could silence him forever, that would be ideal. In fact, there exists a more intriguing method than simply ending his life. A more intriguing method? For instance, transforming Lin Beichen into your slave. Thus placing his very life and death in your hands would be far more advantageous, would it not? This way, you could not only free yourself from him, but also play with him at will, controlling him, venting your frustrations as you see fit. If such a scenario could be realized, it would indeed be most desirable. However, how could I make him my slave? The laws of the empire offer significant protection to commoners. Even if he were expelled from the academy, it would be impossible to reduce him to slavery. Hehe. Within Yunmeng City, there is nothing that I, Wu Xiaofeng, cannot achieve. Pray, enlighten me, Wu Shixiao. Xinu, what do you believe Lin Beichen currently lacks the most? What? Money. What do you mean, Wu Shixiao? Consider this. A spendthrift accustomed to a life of luxury suddenly finds himself destitute. How could he possibly adapt? Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is simple. However, reverting from excess to poverty is exceedingly difficult. After enduring hunger for just a day or two, Lin Beichen would likely go mad, willing to do anything. If, at that moment, someone were to offer him a loan, would he not accept? He would undoubtedly accept. Then, while lending him money, it would be entirely reasonable to impose certain conditions, would it not? Ah, I understand now. For instance, requiring him to sign a contract stipulating that if he cannot repay the debt within a specified time frame, he shall become a slave to repay it? Haha. You are truly astute, Mushimi, quick to comprehend. But what if he refuses? The contract must be crafted subtly, allowing him to see hope before plunging him into despair. Moreover, this scoundrel is not only deranged but also foolish. It would be exceedingly simple to lead him into a trap. Fear not, Mushimi, I shall handle this matter. Wu Xiaofeng, the first genius of the second year, entrusted with this task, I am indeed at ease. Haha, it is solely for your sake, Mushimi, that I am willing to lower myself to deal with such a despicable individual. I shall forever remember your kindness, Shixiao. The following day, the sun shone brightly with an air quality index of 0. The school bell rang, signaling the start of the term. The gates of the third high school swung open, and students flooded into the campus like a flock of ducks, infusing the serene environment with youthful vigor. The bustling crowd split like a river, heading toward various classrooms according to their respective grades. In the small grove by the martial arts field, Lin Beichen said, Wang Bo, it is settled then. You must not falter. Ensure you cooperate fully with me. He secured Wang Zhong's long sword at his waist and reiterated his instruction. Old steward Wang Zhong patted his chest in assurance. Young master, worry not. My name contains the character for loyalty. I am renowned for my reliability. I shall perform better than the real thing to truly astound them. Very well, then I shall rest easy, Lin Beichen nodded, calculating the time as he made his way to the classroom. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 9, I must lay all on the line. Despite knowing that many students might seek trouble with him today, he still had to attend class. After all, knowledge is power. To grow stronger, one must attend classes armed with a mobile phone. The master and servant duo strode toward the classroom like warriors preparing for battle. Simultaneously, on the second floor of the third-year academic building, a beautiful girl with a long black ponytail stood at the railing, gazing thoughtfully downwards. The loose blue robe of a swordsman did little to conceal her strikingly slender figure. Ah, Mushime, I hear your application to skip to the third year has been accepted by the academic office? A gentle voice floated from behind her, wearing the third-year academy uniform. Guan Faidu emerged from a nearby office, smiling as he regarded the young swordswoman. This girl of humble origins was truly a radiant presence within the academy, leaving one feeling refreshed merely by looking at her. Mu Xinyue turned, offering a slight smile. Yes, indeed. I owe my gratitude to Senior Guan for your assistance. Guan Faidu, 15 years of age, stood at 6 feet tall, with a graceful demeanor and fair complexion that exuded elegance. Coupled with his considerable talent, he was regarded as a heartthrob by many female students. He shook his head with a smile. I cannot take credit. It was Director Pan of the third-year department who, against the odds, approved your application. As long as you secure first place in the inter-year competition, your request to skip should be granted without issue. Mu Xinyue remarked. I have heard that Senior Guan spoke highly of me before Director Pan. Thank you, Shi Xiao. The girl, with a radiant smile and a flawless face, expressed her gratitude. Guan Faidu was momentarily entranced by her beauty, lost in thought. Truly, she was the most beautiful blossom at the Provincial Third Academy. It was fortunate that she had finally parted ways with that infamous scoundrel Lin Beichen. By the way, Mushime, what were you looking at just now? Guan Faidu subtly shifted the topic to draw closer. Mu Xinyue pointed below. It seems someone is in trouble. Guan Faidu followed her gaze to the entrance of Class 9. Year 2. A group of students had surrounded another student, and it appeared that a conflict was brewing, with the situation escalating toward violence. It seems they are about to fight. It is rather excessive for so many to bully one. Guan Faidu frowned, preparing to intervene when he suddenly exclaimed softly, realizing that the unfortunate soul being cornered looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the notorious spendthrift Lin Beichen. In an instant, he understood the situation. With the fall of the Zhantian Marquis, it was no surprise that a throng of people were eager to confront Lin Beichen today. Mu Shueme, I heard that you were protecting this spendthrift yesterday. Guan Faidu extinguished the thought of intervening and casually leaned against the railing, casually mentioning it. Mu Xinyue sighed and replied, Indeed, after all, he once helped me, and I cannot be ungrateful. Helping him once yesterday is my way of repaying his kindness. Guan Faidu praised, Mu Shueme, you have a clear sense of gratitude and resentment, which is admirable. But now it seems that Lin Beichen is in trouble again. Mu Xinyue slightly shook her head and said calmly, I can no longer involve myself in this matter. After all, Lin Beichen has been notorious for his misdeeds and ought to face some hardships to atone for his past actions. Perhaps only through such experiences can he truly grow. Upon finishing her words, she turned her face and gazed downward, a faint smirk of derision appearing on her exquisite face, her lips curving slightly to reveal her delight. Last night, she had sought out 2 individuals, ensuring a double assurance. Regardless of which outcome materialized, she would find satisfaction. Feng Luan, the sycophant, did not disappoint her. Early in the morning, he brought people to confront Lin Beichen. Excellent, Feng Luan. Unleash your true worth as a sycophant. At the entrance of the Class 2, Grade 9 dormitory, Feng Lun, from Class 2, Grade 6, relentlessly declared, Lin Beichen, do not say that I did not give you a chance. Draw your sword. Let us engage in a fair duel. Lin Beichen found himself cornered less than 10 meters from the dormitory, feeling quite awkward. Before arriving at the dormitory, he had been as cautious as possible, yet he was still intercepted at the entrance. He sighed, when will the cycle of vengeance cease? Moreover, Feng Luan, if I recall correctly, I have never bullied you. Instead, you have always considered yourself my friend while engaging in reckless behavior. Your reputation is hardly better than mine. So even if you seek vengeance, it is not your place. All the misdeeds I committed were forced upon me by you, you spendthrift. Are you afraid? Feng Luan sneered, enough of this nonsense. If you're afraid, just crawl through my legs, and I shall spare you this once. He displayed a disdainful smile, spreading his legs and gesturing beneath himself. He had previously fawned over Lin Beichen, considering himself one of his lackeys. Now, with the downfall of the War Heaven Marquis residence, he needed to distance himself from Lin Beichen. Furthermore, he had promised his heart's desire that he would eliminate Lin Beichen. His plan was simple: incite Lin Beichen's rage, drive him to madness, and then feign a misstep during their duel to kill him. At worst, he would be expelled from the academy. What did it matter as long as he could win the favor of his goddess? The humiliation of crawling beneath him would undoubtedly devastate Lin Beichen. So what was he waiting for? Lin Beichen, you scoundrel, come at me. Draw your sword in anger and rush at me. Then I will accidentally kill you, and everything will be over. I have a splendid proposal. Lin Beichen sighed again and said earnestly, to be honest, neither of us has been virtuous in the past. Why not cast aside our grievances, join hands, and smile as we bury the hatchet and start anew? Shut up. You are the one who should be crawling. Feng Luan spat, growing impatient. Lin Beichen realized that pretending to be foolish was futile. Truly, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. I will crawl under your mother, he retorted, cursing vehemently. Feng Luan, you are utterly shameless. Since you are so aggressive, I must lay my cards on the table. Do you really believe that I, Lin Beichen, have fallen so low that I can be bullied at will? It would not be wise to tell you that I have a loyal bodyguard at my side, handpicked by my father, a formidable master of grand mastery, who was not intended to be revealed, but now. As he spoke, Lin Beichen waved his hand dramatically, proclaiming, Wang Zhong, come forth and teach this little brat a lesson in humility. There was no response. Lin Beichen was taken aback. Wang Zhong, where is that rascal? He turned around to discover that the old steward Wang Zhong, who had been following him, had vanished without a trace. What the hell? This traitor claimed to be loyal. Did we not agree that if someone caused trouble, he would pose as a powerful bodyguard to intimidate these naive students? He even swore that he would block any blows aimed at me. Yet now, the scoundrel had fled? Such disloyalty. Lin Beichen was instantly bewildered. What should I do now? Am I truly to draw my sword and fight? Though he had mastered the basics of swordsmanship through his phone last night, he was, after all, a gaming recluse with no real combat experience. As a civilized individual in a lawful society, he was psychologically unprepared to wield a blade. Around him, laughter erupted, filled with schadenfreude. Yes, hurry and crawl. Lick the dust from our boots. Look at him. Crawl faster, little beast. Do you still think you are the young lord of the War Heaven Market residence? The students accompanying Feng Luan had already been instructed to join in, hurling various, humiliating insults loudly. Seeing this, Feng Luan felt even more triumphant. He decided to escalate the situation, unsheathing his sword with a clang, pointing it at Lin Beichen. You little bastard. Your father is a coward. And you are no better. If it weren't for school rules forbidding murder, I would have already killed you. Before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh. A flash of white sword light streaked by. Clang. Feng Luan's vision blurred, feeling a tremor in his wrist. His entire arm going numb as his sword flew from his grasp. Whoosh. Another flash of white light appeared. A chill swept over his chest. Looking down, he saw the silver sword tip had pierced through his clothing, embedding itself shallowly in his flesh, a faint crimson seeping from the blade, resembling a slowly blooming red flower. And the sword's hilt was firmly grasped in Lin Beichen's hand. What had just transpired? I was defeated? I was bested by Lin Beichen? This spendthrift possesses such terrifying strength? Feng Luan's heart began to tremble uncontrollably. He stared blankly at Lin Beichen, who was equally stunned. What the hell? What just happened? He too was in a state of bewilderment. However, the bewildered expression that fell upon the terrified Feng Luan's eyes evoked an entirely different sensation. His demeanor was frigid, devoid of any emotion, resembling that of a cold-blooded assassin. Particularly striking were his hollow eyes, lacking focus, as if all life had been extinguished within them, rendering everyone else mere lifeless corpses in their gaze. It was terrifying, horrifying. In this state, Lin Beichen appeared as a merciless, gold-plated killer who had claimed countless lives. How could I, of all people, be at odds with such a being? Lin, let us speak calmly. Feng Luan's mental state crumbled instantly. What about the goddess? What about sacrificing everything for love? All of those thoughts were cast aside into oblivion. Surviving was of utmost importance. His legs weakened, yearning to kneel and beg for mercy. Yet, he dared not move, for a sword was embedded in his chest. He feared that any movement might mislead Lin Beichen, causing him to thrust the sword forward just enough to pierce his heart, ending his life. The onlookers were equally stunned, especially those students who had previously reveled in his misfortune. Their expressions had frozen in disbelief. What was going on? Feng Luan was a third-level warrior, though merely a novice. He was undeniably a third-level fighter. How could he be so swiftly bested by the bottom of the second-year class? No one had clearly seen the combat technique Lin Beichen had executed, as it had been too swift. Lin Beichen's speed was akin to a flash of lightning. All the students felt a blur before their eyes, and by the time they comprehended the situation, Lin Beichen's sword was already thrust against Feng Luan's chest. What kind of power was this? Lin Beichen, please do not act impulsively. The Academy forbids murder. Lin, cease your actions. Let us converse amicably. Feng Luan's companions were also paralyzed with fear, hesitant to approach, stammering their pleas, terrified that Lin Beichen might, in a moment of rage, slay Feng Luan, thereby implicating them as well. What? You wager that Lin Beichen wouldn't dare kill? Please. This reckless youth is utterly unpredictable. When in a fit of madness, he could do anything. The hearts of the onlooking students hung in their throats. At that moment, the source of the terror, Lin Beichen, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Just now, When Feng Luan had pointed his sword at him, his body had reacted instinctively to an imminent threat. As if controlled by an unseen force, without awaiting the command of his mind, his body had simply responded. Draw the sword, counterattack. Lunge, break, stab. Wasn't he that the essence of the basic swordsmanship's close quarters, three-strike combo? Lunge refers to the swiftest approach to the opponent, while break signifies the most effective and economical angle and force to breach the opponent's defenses. Stab denotes the simplest, most direct, and lethal method to defeat an adversary. This lunge, break, and stab encapsulate the core principles of the basic swordsmanship's close quarters, three-strike combo. It appears simple but is, in truth, exceedingly difficult. In actual combat, if one rigidly adheres to form, the moves become lifeless and pose no threat. The true art lies in the heart. One must practice these three strikes countless times until they become second nature, allowing for flexible application in battle to achieve maximal impact. Just moments ago, Lin Beichen's execution was as swift as a fleeting shadow. His body had instinctively mastered the technique, unleashing a formidable force that exceeded his own expectations. Good heavens! Practicing on my phone is incredibly powerful. Lin Beichen felt an overwhelming joy. If his grasp of the basic swordsmanship's close quarters, three-strike combo last night was merely a preliminary understanding, then at this moment, he had reached a level of effortless mastery. The potency of these three strikes surpassed his imagination. Even a third-level novice warrior like Feng Luan appeared as a feeble chick, easily defeated. So, was it a matter of underestimating the basic swordsmanship's fitness combo, or underestimating the power of mobile training? Regardless, he felt elated. Speak amicably. Lin Beichen suddenly laughed. But just now, when I was trying to negotiate kindly, it seemed someone was not appreciative. Now my sword is irate. And you wish to express gratitude? Yes, gratitude. I absolutely appreciate it. Feng Luan forced a smile, internally howling. Please, don't laugh. When you smile, your hand trembles. And the sword trembles too. It is still embedded in my flesh. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 11, 20 silver coins. I'm in pain. Feng Luan internally screamed. Absolutely appreciative? Is that so? Lin Beichen feigned enlightenment, stating, Very well, since you are appreciative, devise a way for my great sword to calm down. To be rightfully unyielding, that is Lin Beichen's motto. At this juncture, he needed to be firm. If he showed any softness, others would think him weak and bully him again. Feng Luan was taken aback. How to appease the sword? Should he apologize to it? Or perhaps crawl beneath Lin Beichen's legs? How could he ever face anyone in the Third Academy afterward? He was bewildered. At that moment, an exceedingly lewd voice suddenly echoed behind Lin Beichen. Young master, I've discovered something terrifying. I just went to buy breakfast and realized we don't have a single coin to our names. We're out of money. It was Wang Zhong. That scoundrel had reappeared. Breakfast my foot. I believed your nonsense. You clearly ran away. Lin Beichen silently cursed. Yet, Feng Luan's eyes lit up with an idea. I'm willing to compensate. 50 copper coins. How about that? Oh, is that so? I'm not particularly concerned about the amount of money, but for some reason, it seems my sword is still angry. Ah, wait. No, 80 copper coins. How about 1 silver coin? Sword, why are you still upset? 20 silver coins. That's all I have. How peculiar. My sword has suddenly calmed down. Lin, you can have the silver coins. Will you retract the sword? Oh, my apologies. I nearly forgot. This shouldn't be considered coercion, right? Not at all. Not at all. Don't push too hard. Not too hard. Not too hard. Feng Luan was on the verge of tears. You have a sword plunged into my flesh. Can I even claim it's too much? Lin Beichen withdrew the sword from Feng Luan's chest. The sound of blood gushing echoed. Fortunately, it hadn't penetrated deeply. It was merely a flesh wound. Covering his heart, Feng Luan felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Just then, the bell for class rang. Feng Luan and his companions, as if granted a reprieve, dashed away in a flurry. They were all students from other classes. The students from other classes hurried back to their dormitories, each still grappling with the shock of the recent event. However, one sentiment resonated unanimously within them. Lin Beichen. This scoundrel unexpectedly displayed some resilience. Henceforth, anyone contemplating trouble or revenge against him would do well to weigh their own capabilities. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a predicament akin to that of their unfortunate classmate, Feng Luan. Lin Beichen exhaled in relief. He had narrowly escaped a dire situation. Perhaps he could consider himself a minor expert now? He turned to Wang Zhong. You scoundrel, where did you hide earlier? How dare you betray me? Young master, please do not be angry. I genuinely went to buy you breakfast, and I had a sudden urge to relieve myself on the way. An urge? Do you believe I could render you incapable of ever relieving yourself again? Young master, please remain calm. I cannot remain calm. Young master, please overlook these trivial details and hasten to class. Otherwise, you'll be late, and the instructor will seek to impose trouble upon you. Times have changed. You no longer have a powerful backing. Those instructors you have vexed beyond measure are likely brimming with motivation to find a reason to penalize you. Damn it, you scoundrel. Just wait. Lin Beichen caught a glimpse of the old instructor, Ding Sanshi, making his way toward the dormitory. He had no choice but to let the cowardly steward off the hook for now and hurriedly made his way to class. After infuriating the old instructor yesterday, today he had to perform well. Like a rabbit with its tail on fire, he darted into the classroom. In the academic building, on the second floor, Mu Xinyue's smile gradually froze. What was happening? That scoundrel actually defeated Feng Luan? It appeared he utilized swordsmanship. But when did this scoundrel's swordsmanship become so formidable? He vanquished Feng Luan, a third-tier warrior, in an instant, a genuine annihilation. To achieve such a feat required one to be at the pinnacle of a third-tier warrior. Did it not? Could this scoundrel truly be at that level? This rank would make him one of the best in the entire second-year cohort. How did he manage it? Impossible. A barrage of questions flooded Mu Xinyue's mind, darkening her mood considerably. This waste, possessing such capabilities? He, whom she had discarded, should be languishing in utter despair, awaiting a grim fate. Yet he dared to resist? Unforgivable. A surge of inexplicable rage threatened to erupt within Mu Xinyue. Mu Xinyue, are you all right? Guan Fida noticed her unusual expression and inquired. Huh. Mu Xinyue snapped back to reality, realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, and swiftly suppressed her negative emotions. The image of the perfect princess maintained its composure as she turned back with a slight smile, saying, "Of course, I am fine. I merely did not expect Lin Beichen to have concealed his true strength all along, which took me by surprise." Guan Fida nodded. I too am astonished that Lin Beichen managed to master Ding Sanchi's basic sword technique, close-range 3 strikes to such a profound level. He must have been practicing in secret for several months. Is it true that what Lin Beichen executed was the basic sword technique, close-range 3 strikes? Indeed. This combination is Ding Sanchi's signature teaching sword technique. Although it is still rudimentary and classified as basic swordsmanship, it possesses formidable practical combat ability. Even second-tier warriors who master these 3 moves can unleash combat power rivaling that of third-tier warriors in an instant. I see. So, Mu Xinyue, have you not practiced the basic sword technique, close-range 3 strikes? To be honest, I was too arrogant. When I attended the lesson, I found these 3 moves too simplistic and coarse, thus I did not pay them due attention. Reflecting now, I realize how blind I was. Mu Xinyue's candid admission of her mistake was truly admirable. However, the basic sword technique, close-range 3 strikes, is not without its countermeasures. I possess a detailed guide that not only records insights and techniques for practicing the basic sword technique, close-range 3 strikes, but also includes methods to counter it. If you are interested, Mu Xinyue, you may take it for contemplation. Who is so remarkably talented as to compile such a guide? Hee, Mu Xinyue, you flatter me. I do not dare to claim such brilliance. It is merely a booklet I compiled out of boredom. Really? Guan Senior, you are truly a genius capable of participating in the Sunshine Battle in your 3rd year. I am deeply impressed by you. If I encounter any difficulties in training in the future, may I seek your guidance? Hee, you are most welcome. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 12. The shocked Ding Sanshi watching Mu Xinyue leave with the guide. Gratitude etched upon her face, Guan Fida revealed a subtle smile. As a 3rd-year student, he had merely 6 months until graduation. Given his grades, gaining admission to one of the top 3 intermediate academies in Yunmeng City was well within reach. Yet, reflecting on his 3 years in the junior academy, everything had gone smoothly, bordering on monotonous. If he could, before graduation, capture the essence of Mu Xinyue, the flower of the academy, and indulge in her charms, it would be the most perfect reward for these 3 years, wouldn't it? The provincial 3rd Junior Academy consists of 3 grades, each containing 10 classes. Each class has 40 students, with occasional vacancies. The grade group is overseen by a grade director, who reports directly to the 3 executive principals. Each class has a homeroom teacher, who reports directly to the grade director. Formally, this structure bears a resemblance to the schools of Lin Beichen's previous life on Earth. However, in substance, the hierarchical relationships are much clearer. For instance, the authority of the grade director is substantial, enabling them to directly decide the appointments, treatments, evaluations, and advancements of many homeroom teachers. The learning content for students differs vastly from that on Earth. The junior academies of Yunmeng City impart 5 subjects: chi cultivation, martial techniques, herbal studies, mystical patterns, and the modern history of the Beihai Empire. This signifies that each class has 5 instructing teachers. Naturally, it is also common for a single teacher to instruct more than one subject. For instance, the esteemed instructor Ding Sanshi is not only a seasoned martial arts teacher, but also possesses a profound theoretical foundation in Qi cultivation. The morning sun always brings a golden brilliance. In the dormitory of Class 9, second year, Ding Sanshi stood at the podium, commencing his lecture. Yesterday, I explained the elementary Qi condensation technique. I wonder how well everyone has grasped it? Today, I shall delve deeper into the subject based on the elementary Qi condensation technique. Introducing the intermediate Qi condensation technique. This lesson is prepared for those students who have reached the level of second-tier warriors and are encountering a bottleneck in their Qi cultivation. It will assist you in breaking through the bottleneck in the shortest time possible, aiming to optimize your state before the mid-year competition. He spoke slowly. On the surface, the old instructor appeared to be no different from his usual self. However, internally, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had just witnessed the extraordinary moment when Lin Beichen vanquished Feng Luan from a distance. The fleeting brilliance of the sword was a testament to a mastery of the basic swordplay. 3 consecutive strikes that was nothing short of extraordinary. Every martial technique must be traversed through 5 stages for a novice: initial understanding, proficiency, effortless execution, consummate mastery, and ultimate perfection. Ding Sanshi was certain that he had taught this series of sword techniques to Class 9 for the first time just yesterday. Logically, this meant it should have been Lin Beichen's first encounter with these 3 sword strikes as well. To reach such a level of skill overnight was inconceivable. The speed of his advancement was astonishingly beyond belief. Even the most gifted students in the second year could not accomplish such a feat. How had Lin Beichen achieved this? Had he practiced beforehand? This seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, these sword techniques were not closely guarded secrets. Many students in the third year had also practiced them. If Lin Beichen had indeed studied these techniques quietly in the past, it would make sense. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that many students, even those who had trained in these techniques, merely skimmed the surface, believing they had mastered them while achieving only mediocre results in practice. Thus, despite Ding Sanshi having taught this deceptively simple swordplay to countless students over the past 15 years, none had truly unveiled its brilliant potential, not even those touted as geniuses. Yet, in Lin Beichen, Ding Sanshi had caught a glimpse of that brilliance. Was it possible that this prodigal youth was, in fact, a genius in swordplay? While pondering this, Ding Sanshi maintained his composure and continued the lesson, all the while discreetly observing Lin Beichen. To his disappointment, Lin Beichen seemed unchanged from the previous day. The only notable difference was that instead of looking down at his hands, he now held them before his eyes, seemingly transfixed on the space between them. Judging by his expression and actions, Ding Sanshi quickly concluded that this young rascal was still not paying attention in class, merely adopting a different pose of distraction. Could this be considered progress? A rotten wood cannot be carved. The old instructor fumed silently. The class lasted an hour, equivalent to 2 full hours. In the first half, Ding Sanshi meticulously explained the principles, techniques, challenges, and psychological strategies associated with intermediate Qi refinement technique. The remaining hour and a half was reserved for students to ponder, practice, and raise inquiries. Suddenly, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Lin Beichen lowered his arms, which had grown sore from holding his invisible phone aloft. For the previous half hour, he had diligently pretended to film, recording Ding Sanshi's explanation of the intermediate Qi refinement technique. Now, with the recording completed, the moment of revelation had arrived. It was time to confirm whether his conjecture from the previous night was indeed correct. Holding his breath, Lin Beichen opened the app store on his phone, which only had 9 battery remaining. Upon glancing at the screen, he was engulfed in euphoria. Ha 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 ha. He laughed uproariously. I was right all along. His laughter, reminiscent of a typical villain, startled the surrounding students. What was happening? Had he lost his mind again? And this time, it seemed even more pronounced. Silence, Ding Sanshi admonished. Many curious gazes discreetly turned towards Lin Beichen. All the students in Class 9 had witnessed the events that transpired outside the classroom before class began. Lin Beichen's transformation had undoubtedly astonished them. Now, many students were eager to discover what had transpired with this once wayward youth to make him so formidable. Chapter 13. The origin of the sword. Lin Beichen was undeniably handsome, particularly with his extraordinary swordsmanship. In Class 9, only the top 5 students, such as Yin Yi, Cheng Ku, Shui Yu, and Lin Xuyin, could possibly contend with him. The others stood no chance. This implied that this once low-ranking student was poised to rise into the top 6 of the class. Was this not a remarkable turnaround? Some young female students began to gaze at Lin Beichen with starry-eyed admiration. The once downtrodden youth, now empowered, held a certain allure. The narrative of a fallen noble rising again was rich with melodrama, stirring feelings of compassion and maternal instinct in many naive young women, transforming them into an inexplicable affection. Of course, all of this hinged upon one undeniable premise: high attractiveness. Fortunately for Lin Beichen, he never fell short in this regard. It was well known that when he first transferred to the Third Academy, before his negative traits of laziness, arrogance, and recklessness became apparent, his mere appearance had caused quite a stir, captivating numerous female students of high caliber. At that time, he was even dubbed the most handsome student in the academy, with some claiming that his looks were unparalleled in the academy's 50-year history. However, Lin Beichen's subsequent series of unfortunate antics had alienated him from his peers. Even his striking looks could not redeem his tarnished reputation. Yet now, everything had shifted. Some female students had even begun to fantasize about a prodigal son returning, transformed and invaluable. Nonetheless, at that moment, Lin Beichen was oblivious to the opinions of those around him. His gaze was fixated on a new icon that had appeared in the App Store. It depicted a cartoon figure in a meditative pose, accompanied by the clear inscription, "Intermediate Chi Refinement Technique." He had guessed correctly. His conjecture was entirely accurate. To obtain the instructor's teachings, one had to record them on the phone, which, through some miraculous transformation, would process the video into a training resource available in the App Store. Ha ha ha. I am undeniably a brilliant and handsome genius. Lin Beichen grinned widely. Without hesitation, he clicked the icon to download. With this, he believed he could refine his chi to the third level and, combined with the three-sword techniques, he was confident that he could triumph over all opponents in the upcoming mid-year competition, ensuring his place in the school. A prominent prompt appeared on his phone screen. Downloading this program requires 100 data units. You currently have a maximum of 200 data units. Are you sure you want to download this program? Downloading the Intermediate Chi Refinement Technique requires merely 100 units of flow. This is significantly less than the basic swordplay close quarters triple strike. What does this imply? Within the mobile system, the rating of the triple sword technique must be considerably higher than that of the Intermediate Chi Refinement Technique. Lin Beichen came to this realization. As for why he had 254 units of flow last night, but only 200 today, it is quite simple. Flow represents the host's chi. The previous night, downloading the basic swordplay close quarters triple strike had consumed nearly all of Lin Beichen's chi, and lacking a method to refine chi. He had relied solely on the automatic operation of his chi to recover to a flow value of 200 overnight, which was already commendable. Lin Beichen chose, yes. In the next instant, a familiar sensation enveloped him. Chi surged wildly within him, giving Lin Beichen the peculiar feeling of being drained. A sense of weakness swiftly followed. On the phone screen, a green download progress bar appeared. Approximately 3 minutes later, ding. The program has finished downloading. Entering the installation process. Soon, the installation was complete. Exiting the application store, he returned to the main interface of his phone. The icon for the Intermediate Chi Refinement Technique appeared next to the Triple Sword Technique. Without hesitation, Lin Beichen clicked to open it. Accompanied by a dynamic splash screen depicting an ink wash figure meditating on the grass, it officially launched. As Lin Beichen had anticipated, this ink wash figure, seated upon the lush green pasture in meditation, bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, except its form was not solid. It was adorned with luminous patterns that flowed within it like a spirit serpent, traversing a fixed route from the dantian to the chest cavity, then to the limbs, and back to the dantian, ceaselessly meandering. Lin Beichen, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended. That was the route of chi circulation. The primary function of this technique was to cultivate chi. Almost simultaneously, Lin Beichen felt that the faint stream of chi within him began to operate autonomously, without his conscious control. He could not help but emit a comfortable groan. This sensation was profoundly mystical, beyond the realm of concrete language. Otherwise, it might lead to a 404 error. Practicing on his phone had commenced. Lin Beichen closed his eyes, pretending to meditate as he truly endeavored to grasp the intricacies of this cultivation. The martial theories of this world propose that there exists an invisible and colorless cosmic force between heaven and earth, perpetually present, akin to air, sustaining all things and governing the laws of the universe. This enigmatic essence is referred to as chi. Living beings can, through cultivation, assimilate chi into their bodies, nourishing their physical forms while also empowering them to vanquish foes. Various martial arts techniques, intricate formations, and even the crafting of potions are predicated upon the foundation of chi. At this moment, Lin Beichen experienced the marvelous benefits of qi nourishing the body. A warm sensation filled him from within, dispelling all weakness, irritability, and fatigue, rendering him more revitalized than after consuming the most potent revitalizing pills. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The sensation of qi coursing through him had dissipated, yet the comfort remained. Lin Beichen pondered that this was likely due to his body adapting to the flow of qi, no longer eliciting such pronounced sensations. He opened his eyes and checked his phone once more, only to find himself wearing a bitter expression. The battery had dwindled again, now down to a mere 6 charge. A wave of despair washed over Lin Beichen. Oh heavens, oh earth! Which celestial being could enlighten me on how to charge this wretched phone? He had an instinct that this phone could indeed be charged through some unconventional means. Yet thus far, he had not discovered how. After some contemplation, Lin Beichen turned off the basic swordplay close-quarters triple strike in the phone's background. This way, only the intermediate qi refinement technique would be operational, reducing power consumption over time. His greatest shortcoming was the insufficient level of qi. Once his qi level reached the 3rd tier, in conjunction with the basic swordplay close-quarters triple strike, he would be able to prevail in the upcoming mid-year competition. Therefore, under the constraints of limited battery life, qi cultivation took precedence. He faced 2 pressing issues. Firstly, whether the remaining 6 charge would suffice to elevate his qi to the 3rd tier, and secondly, the urgent need to discover a method to charge the phone. Though the situation was dire, there was still hope for salvage. Lin Beichen rubbed his face. At that moment, a sudden wave of hunger struck, his stomach growling in protest. Having eaten nothing since the previous night, his digestive system had begun to rebel. Lin Beichen set aside his phone, leaning on the table in hopes of catching a quick nap to stave off his hunger. Suddenly, ding! A faint notification sound echoed in his mind. Lin Beichen jolted upright. How peculiar. He had not downloaded anything recently. Why was there a notification? Hastily, he summoned his phone and illuminated the screen. A prompt appeared on the main display. Detected a metallic substance on the host that can charge the phone. Would you like to initiate energy conversion to charge the phone? What? Charge, charge, charge? Lin Beichen was momentarily stunned, and then elation washed over him. As the word charging registered in his mind, his heart raced, nearly bursting with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected yes. The phone screen illuminated, displaying a virtual battery as it entered charging mode. 6, 7, 8. The battery began to rise. However, before Lin Beichen could revel in his joy, the charging state abruptly ended as the battery reached 8. A notification popped up, indicating the charging had concluded. Was that it? It had only charged by 2. Lin Beichen felt disheartened. This was far too little. He needed the phone for cultivating his skills and enhancing his prowess. Thus, in the coming days, he must ensure the phone remained operational. The meager 2 charge was hardly sufficient. Calm down. He needed to remain composed. Let my astute and sagacious mind analyze the principle behind this recent charging experience. Lin Beichen forced himself to settle down, closing his eyes once more to reflect. The phone's notification indicated it had detected a metallic substance on the host capable of charging it. What did this imply? The only metallic item on him was his sword. No, wait. I understand. A sudden spark of realization illuminated Lin Beichen's mind like a flash of lightning, dispelling all confusion. The silver coin. It must be those 20 silver coins seized from Feng Luan's possession. He reached into his pocket and, to his dismay, found it completely empty. The 20 silver coins had vanished. Surely, they had been transformed through some form of energy conversion into the battery charge of his phone. Damn it! This wretched phone turned out to be a nefarious pay-to-win product. It wasn't Xiao Ma Gu who had bestowed this upon him, but rather the Grim Reaper. So, my predicament can be resolved simply by recharging? Lin Beichen found himself both amused and perplexed. Wait a moment. Lin Beichen recalled that during the first 4 days after his arrival in this world, before there was raided, he had come into contact with a substantial amount of silver and gold coins. Why hadn't his phone emitted a charging alert back then? Could it be that only money earned through his own efforts could be converted into battery power? This must be the crux of the matter. With this realization, Lin Beichen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. How awkward it was that he had come to this world only to worry about money. 20 silver coins provided a meager 2 units of charge for his phone. This meant that 10 silver coins equated to 1 unit of energy. To fully charge his phone to 100 units, he would require an astounding 920 silver coins. In terms of gold coins, that would amount to at least 10. This was a significant sum. In Yunmeng City, a middle-class household typically earned no more than 10 gold coins in a year. If one were to convert this into the currency of Earth's Huaxia, it would be equivalent to 100,000. A copper coin in this world possessed purchasing power akin to 1 yuan in Huaxia, with 100 copper coins equal to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal to 1 gold coin. In his previous life, Lin Beichen could have easily produced 10 gold coins, but now, with the confiscated, he found himself utterly destitute. Money had become a formidable issue for him. Thus, he pondered, must I devise a method to acquire funds? With one hand propping up his chin, Lin Beichen began to strategize. His mind flooded with the countless schemes he had encountered while perusing online novels in his past life, such as producing glass, soap, lingerie, and gunpowder. But alas, none of these were feasible. Not only was he a gaming recluse with no skills in such crafts, but even if he did possess the knowledge, time was not on his side. What other methods could he employ? There was surely no time to earn money. After much contemplation, a singular word emerged in his mind: borrow. Surely, money obtained through skillful borrowing would suffice for charging, wouldn't it? However, whom could he approach for a loan? And how could he possibly ask? Historically, there had always been many who delighted in adding embellishments, yet few who offered assistance in times of need. Moreover, with his notoriously foul reputation, it was likely that among the over 1,000 students in the Third Academy, they would prefer to toss their gold coins into a cesspit to feed maggots rather than lend him a single coin. Was he to resort to selling himself? The current physique he possessed was indeed handsome enough to warrant such a description. Yet, even if Lin Beichen was willing to consider this, he had no means of leaving the school. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. It was now noon. The old instructor, having observed Lin Beichen's reckless demeanor throughout the lesson, left the classroom in disappointment and frustration, shaking his head with a sigh. It seemed he had overestimated Lin Beichen. This little scoundrel was hardly a genius. Whispers began to circulate among the students of Class 9. Their hushed discussions centered around Lin Beichen. Particularly, several girls cast furtive glances his way, their expressions a mix of curiosity and awe. Yet, none dared approach him. As lunchtime arrived, the classroom gradually emptied. The school provided meals in a cafeteria, but for Lin Beichen, the situation was rather awkward. He had lost his meal card on the very first day of transferring to the Third Academy, having proclaimed that the food served in the cafeteria was fit only for pigs and that he would rather starve than partake in it. Consequently, each day at noon, servants from the delivered sumptuous dishes to the school for Lin Beichen's enjoyment. But now, tragedy had struck. In a secluded corner of the campus, Lin Beichen found himself crouching on the steps near the cafeteria, alongside the old steward Wang Zhong, both quietly swallowing their saliva as they observed the multitude of students dining within. The scornful gazes directed at Lin Beichen from his peers were palpable. Look at you, wasteful scoundrel. Reduced to this, they seemed to taunt. This scene was nothing short of delightful for the onlookers. Time passed slowly, and Lin Beichen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was ravenously hungry. The pangs of hunger were driving him to the brink of madness. Damn it! Enough of this. He resolved to seize some food. Surely, the school wouldn't expel him for taking food from his classmates, would they? Gritting his teeth in determination, anger surged within him. Just as he was about to throw caution to the wind, a seemingly gentle voice interrupted him. Oh, Lin, your posture is quite unique. Lin Beichen looked up to see a student approaching him with a smile. This was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing a fair and handsome visage. A small red mole adorned his brow, likely a birthmark. Rather than detracting from his looks, this mark lent him an air of nobility, exuding confidence in his demeanor. Lin, I believe you must know me, the young man said with a slight smile, boasting a proud opening line. He had every reason to be proud. Upon his arrival, all the second-year students dining nearby cast him admiring and eager glances. Lin Beichen stood up, wondering who this individual was. Another onlooker here to gawk at his plight? If he were to maintain his reputation as a wastrel, should he confront him now? 3 question marks filled Lin Beichen's mind in an instant. However, he soon decided it best to keep a low profile. It was prudent to bide his time. Thus, he cast a casual glance at the young man and, feigning indifference, replied, I don't recognize you. Who are you? The young man continued to smile, maintaining an admirable composure, and said, My name is Wu Xiaofeng. Wu Xiaofeng, one of the 3 prodigies of the second year at the provincial 3rd Junior College. Indeed, a name that resonates. With a smile that danced on the edge of sincerity, Wu Xiaofeng remarked, Lin, I am here to assist you. Oh, to help me? Lin Beichen crossed his arms, curiosity etched on his face. What makes you think we share a close relationship? It was all due to the unfortunate inadequacy of his memory. Had he truly been on amicable terms with this fellow? The young man shook his head lightly, smiling faintly, and replied, Not quite. My assistance to anyone is never dictated by the depth of our acquaintance. What then does it depend on? It is contingent upon my mood. When in a foul temper, Even if someone were to kneel and beg, I would feel no twinge of compassion. Yet, in a good mood, I might even lend a hand to a starving stray dog by the roadside. You dare mock me? Are you suggesting that I am akin to a starving stray dog? Lin Beichen feigned an exaggerated display of fury. Wu Xiaofeng chuckled and quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. In fact, in my eyes, you are even beneath that dog. Laughter erupted around them. Indeed, Senior Wu's sharp wit remained unmatched. His insults devoid of vulgarity. You're courting death, Lin Beichen continued to feign outrage. Yet, inwardly, he was exhilarated. He had discerned a pivotal truth. This Wu Xiaofeng was certainly not an admirer of his. Despite his evident disdain, he had approached with an offer of assistance. An anomaly, indeed. A traitor among allies? No, let the transaction proceed. For Lin Beichen, every opportunity was worth seizing. Do not rush to sever ties, Wu Xiaofeng said with a grin. I imagine, Lin, you find yourself in dire need of funds at present. Would you care for a loan? A loan? Really? Ha. Sounds splendid, Lin Beichen exclaimed. Putting on an act of uncontainable joy, Wu Xiaofeng's amusement deepened. Was it truly this easy? A foolish individual, indeed. How much do you wish to borrow? He inquired nonchalantly. Perhaps not too much. Let's start with 20 gold coins, Lin Beichen suggested. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. This extravagant request was audacious. Remarkably, Wu Xiaofeng nodded. 20 gold coins. Very well, but I have conditions. What conditions? Lin Beichen's eyes narrowed. Should I lend you 20 gold coins, you must return 40 within a month. How does that sound? Oh, so you wish to exploit me with usury? Lin Beichen retorted. Indeed, it was usury, but Lin, it seemed, had no other options. Throughout the third college and all of Yunmeng City, no one else was willing to lend to a wastrel such as yourself. Without funds, you could not even survive in seclusion at school. The interest is exorbitant, Lin Beichen protested. Should you find my terms unacceptable, I can propose an alternative. What alternative? Let us wager. If you secure first place in the upcoming midterm competition, the fund shall be yours as a gift. If you fail, however, you need not repay the 20 gold coins, but you must sign a slave contract, becoming my personal servant. Wu Xiaofeng smiled. Lin Beichen feigned deep contemplation, internally stifling laughter. He had grasped the scheme. This cunning Wu Xiaofeng was indeed laying a trap. According to the laws of the Beihai Empire, once one sold themselves into servitude, their life and death were entirely at the mercy of their master, devoid of dignity. The malice was palpable, yet armed with the extraordinary advantage of his mobile device. If wielded wisely, securing first place in the midterms was not beyond reach. Feigning deliberation, he had already made up his mind. The old steward, Wang Zhong, sensing impending doom, tugged at Lin Beichen's sleeve, shaking his head vigorously and whispering, Young master, do not be deceived, do not borrow. Wu Xiaofeng, observing this, smiled subtly. Lin, your effortless defeat of Feng Luan, a level 3 warrior, suggests you have concealed your true abilities. You likely seek to perform admirably in the midterm to ensure your continued stay at the academy, especially with so many wishing to see you harmed. But, without money for sustenance, how can you hope to compete? Ultimately, it is a matter of survival. Why not accept my assistance? There may still be hope. As long as one lives, there is always a chance for redemption. What do you think, Lin? Having delivered his speech in a measured tone, Wu Xiaofeng awaited a response. Brimming with confidence in his eloquence and his plan, believing it to be a straightforward maneuver. Even if Lin Beichen discerned a ruse, he would have no choice but to comply. After a brief display of indecision, Lin Beichen's face shifted into that of a gambler ready to stake everything. Wu Xiaofeng, you wretched scoundrel. This is not assistance. You are merely plotting my downfall. Do you think me a fool? Your simple trap is transparent, he declared passionately. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong sighed in relief. Finally, the young master had shown some cleverness. However, just then, Lin Beichen abruptly changed his tone, exclaiming, Indeed, you are correct. I accept the loan. Wu Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. This fool's sudden shift left one bewildered. The thought processes of a simpleton were unmistakably beyond the grasp of ordinary reasoning. Wang Zhong attempted to intervene, but Lin Beichen pushed him aside, continuing to maintain the faade of a reckless spendthrift, shouting, Get lost, filthy creature. Do not hinder my affairs. Very well, let us sign the contract, Wu Xiaofeng declared, producing a pre-drafted standard contract. Once both parties pressed their seals, it would take effect under the protection of imperial law. They pressed their seals, and Wu Xiaofeng promptly tossed 20 gold coins to Lin Beichen, who accepted them without hesitation. Enjoy your final moments of freedom, Lin. Upon the signing of the contract, Wu Xiaofeng no longer concealed his thoughts. With a gaze filled with pity, He regarded Lin Beichen and slowly remarked, knowing full well that it is a trap, you still bravely leap into it. I truly cannot decide whether to commend your decisiveness or lament your foolishness. Lin Beichen, clutching the gold coins in his hand, smiled even more joyfully. You cur. Do you think you have me all figured out? Wu Xiaofeng, wearing a proud expression, replied, Is there something amiss with that? Lin Beichen stated, I recall you boasting of being one of the 3 great geniuses of our grade, correct? You ranked first in the comprehensive evaluation during the last year-end competition. Did you not? Ha ha ha. At that time, I merely participated for fun and unexpectedly secured the top spot. Wu Xiaofeng shrugged nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. Enough of your pretentiousness. However, it is precisely those of your ilk that I enjoy stepping on the most. Lin Beichen displayed an utterly arrogant demeanor, laughing heartily. Ha, the competition is in 2 days. Then you shall know the depths of your foolishness. I hope by then, you can still put on this facade and smile as confidently as you do today. Wu Xiaofeng responded, Step on me? Very well, I shall await that day. After saying this, he turned and departed. Alas, Lin Beichen, you truly should not have signed this contract. Mu Xinyue approached slowly from a distance. Her expression one of regret as she looked at Lin Beichen in front of all the students, saying, Do not think that just Wu Xiaofeng, but even Wu Shi, Si Xinlin, and Yu Hongxiang, you have no chance of winning against them. The goddess indeed possessed both beauty and kindness. Many students privately admired her as they witnessed this scene. This woman again, Lin Beichen pondered as he observed Wu Xiaofeng's retreating figure. Get lost and play with your eggs. Oh, my apologies, I forgot you have none. He raised a middle finger at Mu Xinyue. Without waiting for her reaction, he excitedly pulled the glum-faced butler Wang Zhong and dashed into the cafeteria, ravenously devouring food. Mu Xinyue stood frozen in place. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the cafeteria, leaning against the wall for support. Young master, you should not have indulged. You should not have sold yourself. The thought that this is your selling price makes me nauseous, and I can hardly eat anything, the gluttonous butler burped. You cur, you just devoured an entire roasted lamb, and say you have no appetite? Lin Beichen retorted, speechless. I am merely transforming my indignation into appetite. Burp. Ugh. I cannot believe I fell for your nonsense. When I signed that contract, you must have been overjoyed, wishing for me to hurry and press my fingerprint. Young master, how could you think so of me? My name, Wang Zhong, contains the character for loyalty, which signifies my renowned fidelity. You cur, spare me the chatter. Take these 20 silver coins and procure some tints, toothbrushes, and other necessities. We shall be camping on campus in the coming days. Understood, young master. The old butler scampered away cheerfully. Lin Beichen did not hesitate and took out gold coins to charge his phone to 100. Gazing at the fully charged device, for the first time, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. He activated both the basic swordsmanship close-range triple strike and intermediate profound energy refinement technique. All was in readiness, awaiting only the crucial moment. The afternoon classes comprised 2 sessions, one on herbal potions and another on profound patterns, both of a theoretical nature. Naturally, Lin Beichen did not pay attention to the lectures. Instead, he filmed all the materials for these courses to prepare for the written examination in tomorrow's competition. Time flew by, and soon the 3rd day arrived. This year's midterm competition was a joint examination for all junior colleges in Yunmeng City. The so-called joint examination utilized the same set of questions and identical combat rules. The first paper was titled The Origins of the Sword. Chapter 17, Achieving a Perfect Score of 100. Thus, it could select the most outstanding junior scholars in all of Yunmeng City. The 3rd junior college held a grand ceremony early in the morning. The usually elusive principal, Ling Taishu, rarely made an appearance, yet he attended the ceremony. However, this so-called wine and lust immortal, who often indulged in the pleasures of life, spent the entirety of the event with his eyes closed, occasionally emitting snores. And with a gust of wind, the scent of alcohol wafted through the martial arts arena. The directors of the 3 grades delivered impassioned pre-examination speeches. Subsequently, the midterm competition commenced, with the first day dedicated to written examinations. In the morning, they tested on the modern history of the empire. A total of 410 students from the 2nd year participated together in the examination hall, with seating numbers randomized, causing students from 10 classes to be mixed up. Lin Beichen drew the number 109 for his seat. Upon locating his designated spot, he realized that Mu Xinyue sat to his left, while Wu Xiaofeng occupied the seat to his right. Well, Lin, what a coincidence, Wu Xiaofeng remarked, his eyes brimming with mockery. Who are you? Are we acquainted? Lin Beichen replied. Wu Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. This scoundrel had borrowed money from him just 2 days prior and now pretended not to know him? Just wait, Wu Xiaofeng said darkly, once you become my slave, you shall learn what cruelty truly is. Lin Beichen merely raised a middle finger in response. Guan Linyang, just wait. Soon, the examination commenced. Lin Beichen infused profound energy into the white stone desk before him. A wave of azure light rippled across the surface as the concealed profound array activated, enveloping him in a miniature barrier that isolated him from sight and sound. This was the Academy's anti-cheating system. The application of profound arrays had deeply penetrated everyday life. A test paper gradually materialized on the desk. This sensation was akin to using a tablet on Earth. The examination questions on the Imperial History paper were categorized into multiple choice, judgment, map completion, material correction, and historical fact analysis. Lin Beichen glanced over them and concluded that he could not answer any of them. However, it mattered not. He retrieved his phone and opened the modern history of the Empire application that he had previously set up on the desk. Prior to the exam, he had filmed all the textbooks for this theoretical course from first to third year, and indeed, it had generated the materials in the App Store. The download used less than 10 units of data, clearly indicating that such purely memorized content was of little value in the mobile evaluation system. Utilizing the built-in scanning feature, he scanned the test paper. In under 3 minutes, the answers were automatically generated. Lin Beichen merely needed to transcribe them. In 10 minutes, he completed the exam without any hesitation, pressing the submit button on the desk. Beep. As the submission alert sounded, the profound array dissipated. The supervising director, Chu Hen, was immediately alerted and displayed a flicker of surprise. Who submitted their paper so early? A glance around the room led him to Lin Beichen at seat 109. Oh, it's this prodigal. The surprise in Chu Hen's eyes faded. It appeared he had no idea how to answer and had given up, hastily scribbling answers. This aimless prodigal had behaved similarly before, causing many instructors to be unperturbed by his antics. Chu Hen returned his gaze to the exam room, expressionless. The other instructors responsible for monitoring the examination seemed utterly oblivious to Lin Beichen submitting his paper, treating him as if he were merely a phantom. Lin Beichen rose and departed from the examination hall. Time passed swiftly. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Beep. The notification for paper submission sounded once more. The formation at seat 110 was dismantled, indicating that Wu Xiaofang had completed his answers. He mused to himself. This history examination was indeed intriguing. The map completion section featured 2 border maps of the Laser Empire. Had I not reviewed them right before the exam, I might have struggled to respond. Moreover, the materials correction section contained several traps that would escape the notice of the average individual. Alas, they posed no challenge to me. Wu Xiaofang felt a surge of satisfaction with his performance. The grade supervisor, Chu Hen, approached with a smile and inquired, "So, Xiaofang, finishing early, do you feel confident of scoring above 90? He held high hopes for this talented student. Wu Xiaofang replied, brimming with confidence, "I am certain of scoring above 95. With a stroke of luck, even a perfect 100 is within reach." "Excellent," Chu Hen praised. "I admire your confidence. Whether any of you in the second year can enter the preliminary list for the talented contest depends on your performance." "Thank you, Director Chu," Wu Xiaofang responded. "I shall not disappoint you." With that, he exited the examination hall. Chu Hen nodded in satisfaction. Time continued to flow. Gradually, more students submitted their papers. 50 minutes later, the examination concluded, and all were compelled to turn in their work. Which teacher crafted this exam? It was exceedingly difficult. I couldn't even attempt the map completion section. The material questions were rife with traps. Oh no, I fear I shall fail. Haha, I found it rather straightforward. I'm confident of scoring above 80. Outside the examination hall, many students exchanged their experiences regarding the questions, displaying a spectrum of emotions. Meanwhile, inside the hall, 20 seasoned instructors were diligently grading the papers. According to the regulations of the Yunmeng City joint examination, grading must commence immediately following the conclusion of each subject, with results announced before the next examination begins. An hour later, the grading concluded. It appears that this round of questions was indeed quite challenging. The scores in my group are generally disappointing, with the highest being only 79. However, I do have one paper that scored 88, but the rest are dismal. Strange. Truly strange. I even encountered a paper with an abysmally low score of 11. It must belong to that early submitter, Lin Beichen. His failure to score even 0 would not be surprising. On the other hand, I have a commendable paper that scored 92, a remarkable achievement. Quickly, let us lift the anonymity to see if it's Wu Xiaofang, Mu Xinyue, or Wu Shi. Upon hearing of such a high score, many instructors became animated. Just then, a voice rang out, "What? How can this be?" An uncontrollable exclamation erupted from a usually composed veteran instructor, who was in a state of utter excitement and disbelief. Old Ho, what's the matter? Grade supervisor Chu Hen inquired, puzzled. The instructor, known as Old Ho, stammered, I have just graded a paper that scored 100. His words fell like salt into hot oil. What? A perfect score? Is that even possible with this set of questions? Who could it be? Instantly, all the other instructors were taken aback. The first paper, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 18. Indeed, 100 is me. The grading room erupted into chaos. The image of Wu Xiaofang flashed in Chu Hen's mind, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. It must be Wu Xiaofang. That little rascal was modest when I asked him, claiming that with luck, a 100 was possible. Haha, let us check. Achieving a perfect score, albeit in a written exam, was still something to boast about. Old Ho trembled as he deactivated the anonymity barrier of the formation and beheld a name. His expression shifted to one of bewilderment. No, it's not Wu Xiaofang. Old Ho glanced at Chu Hen. Oh, Chu Hen was startled. Then who is it? After a moment of silence, Old Ho replied, Director Chu. You should come and see for yourself. Intrigued, Chu Hen approached and was instantly rendered speechless. The other instructors, witnessing this, grew even more curious. What is happening? If it's not Wu Xiaofang, then perhaps it's Mu Xinyue or Wu Shi, the other prodigies. But what could be causing this expression on Director Chu's face? The results are out. Everyone, come quickly, a student shouted. Instantly, a throng of students surged towards the stone board outside the examination hall. The board shimmered with azure ripples. One student eagerly placed their hand on the stone board. Second year, Class 2, Ho Xiao Chao, 68 points. The words appeared on the board. Haha, I passed, shouted Ho Xiao Chao, bursting into joyous laughter. One after another, students discovered their scores, revealing a mix of elation and despair. As most students had checked their scores, the true stars of the grade slowly approached the stone board. Second year, Class 1, Lung Yi, 81. The words appeared on the stone board. Wow, 81. The first to achieve over 80. Given the difficulty of the questions, achieving 81 is extraordinary. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause. Lung Yi slowly withdrew his hand, unable to conceal the pride on his face. He turned to Wu Xiaofang and said, Brother Wu, thanks to your guidance before the exam, I achieved such a high score. Surely, you must have performed even better. Why not reveal your score now, so we can witness your brilliance? Yes, Brother Wu, let us see your results. It must be above 90. Of course, Brother Wu is the champion from the last competition. The atmosphere buzzed with praise. Wu Xiaofang smiled slightly and replied, Very well. He placed his palm on the stone board. Second year, Class 1, Wu Xiaofang, 92. The words appeared, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Incredible. 92, just 8 points shy of a perfect score. Brother Wu, you are phenomenal. It seems you will once again claim the top position. Many students were left utterly astonished. Is this the prowess of the top student from the previous competition? Wu Xiaofang smiled faintly, although his score differed slightly from his estimate. Given the exceptionally high difficulty of the questions, a score of 92 was wholly acceptable. Regrettably, I lost 8 points. I had initially believed a perfect score was within reach. Alas, it appears I was somewhat careless. Henceforth, I must temper my pride and impatience, approaching examinations with the seriousness they deserve, rather than treating them casually. Wu Xiaofang remarked with a smile. Indeed, Wu Shi Xiao, such an impressive score, yet so humble, Lung Yi mused from the side. Wu Xiaofang smiled slightly, feeling increasingly pleased with himself. A score of 92 in the essay portion of the Imperial Modern History exam should secure him first place. He scanned the crowd and suddenly spotted Lin Beichen nearby, prompting a spark of curiosity. Oh, isn't that Lin? Hee. I heard from Director Chu that you were the first in the entire grade to submit your paper. You must have performed exceptionally well. Countless gazes instantly converged on Lin Beichen as he parted the crowd and approached, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries. He placed his palm on the stone board, and a line of text unfurled. Second year, Class 9, Lin Beichen, 100 points. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The air became still, as if everyone had been paused in time. Wu Xiaofang's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily dazed. He thought he must have misread. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he scrutinized the score once more. 100 points? A perfect score? How could this scoundrel achieve perfection? It's impossible. Lin Beichen exclaimed exaggeratedly. Oh, how could this be? I answered randomly with my eyes closed, and still scored 100. How dull. Blame the exam questions. They were far too simple, devoid of any challenge. Everyone stood in disbelief. Was this even humanly possible? Lin Beichen then turned to Wu Xiaofang with a cheeky grin, asking, 92 points? Is that impressive? Fuming, Wu Xiaofang retorted. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, just that I couldn't stand to see certain individuals boasting about their 92 points. acting all high and mighty while claiming they merely cruised through. Hee, are you still a child in diapers? So childish. Do you realize how nauseating it is to flaunt such pretentiousness? Lin Beichen spared no mercy, his words cutting like a knife, striking directly at Wu Xiaofang's heart. His face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of green and red. Driven to fury, he shouted, "You, tell me honestly, did you cheat? How else could a worthless person like you score so high?" Lin Beichen looked at him with disdain. Such simple questions, do I need to cheat? Defending yourself, are you? A piece of trash like you, achieving a 100? You think you deserve that? Wu Xiaofang scoffed loudly. Lin Beichen, you must have cheated. Confess how you did it. Go admit your wrongs to the teachers. You cannot possibly score that high. Indeed, this scoundrel must have cheated. It's impossible for someone like him to score 100. We should collectively report this to the grade office. Right, let us go together. Many students echoed their outrage. At that moment, a voice broke through the clamor. He did not cheat. The grade director, Chu Hen, stepped forward to the stone board. The students fell silent immediately. Chu Hen cast a complex glance at Lin Beichen and addressed the crowd. What is all this ruckus? This examination is of great significance, monitored throughout by intricate arrays, leaving no room for cheating. Additionally, our grading committee has replayed and verified the entire answering process, ruling out any possibility of dishonesty. Lin Beichen's score in Imperial Modern History is authentic. What? No cheating? How did this prodigal manage that? Many students were left dumbfounded, especially Wu Xiaofang, who could not believe the grade director would personally vouch for Lin Beichen. No cheating? On what grounds? Wu Xiaofang thought bitterly. How could this scum, this loser, score so highly? Why should he be perched atop the genius of the class? Gnashing his teeth, Wu Xiaofang remained obstinately unconvinced. Chu Hen, observing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. This student, once promising, was now so impetuous as to question the integrity of the collective examination? Was he implying a doubt against Chu Hen himself? Reflecting on Wu Xiaofang's earlier assurance that he would score at least 95, perhaps even a perfect score, thought to be humble at the time, had now revealed itself to be sheer arrogance. The more he pondered, the more displeased he became. Reflect on your actions. Take time to contemplate, Chu Hen advised Wu Xiaofang. Director Chu, Wu Xiaofang stammered, flustered. Ignoring him, Chu Hen turned to Lin Beichen and said, come with me. Lin Beichen chuckled, glancing back at Wu Xiaofang. Did you hear that? Time for some reflection. Wu Xiaofang's expression darkened. He never anticipated that even the director, who had always favored him, would chastise him on account of Lin Beichen. This did not bode well. At that moment, someone exclaimed, look, the final rankings are out. Indeed, after all had perused their scores, the final ranking appeared on the stone board, revealing the results of the Imperial Modern History examination. Lin Beichen's name topped the list. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiaofang, with his 92 points, was not in second place. That honor belonged to the talented Mu Xinyue, who scored 93. Wu Xiaofang, Si Xinlin, and Wu Shi all tied for third with their 92 points. The competition had been fierce. Who would have thought that so many talented students would be overshadowed by a prodigal? Wu Xiaofang's face darkened, nearly dripping with displeasure. He had not only been outperformed by Lin Beichen, but also eclipsed by Mu Xinyue, with two others tying him for third, nullifying any advantage he once held. The essay scores are but a trifle. This is merely the beginning, he thought, his gaze flickering with resentment. In the examination office, Chu Hen inquired, Lin Beichen, how did you manage this? The other teachers regarded Lin Beichen with intense interest. Having reviewed the test, they noted several cleverly concealed traps that even history specialists might fall for, making a perfect score seemingly impossible. Yet this notoriously infamous prodigal had answered every question correctly. Incredibly, they had already scrutinized Lin Beichen's paper multiple times and could not deny that his responses matched the standard answers perfectly. Because I studied diligently, Lin Beichen replied, devoid of any guilt. Others commit knowledge to memory, while he stores it within his mobile device, an extension of himself, readily accessible at any moment. Akin to having it memorized. Chu Chun and the others were left speechless. Among the 1,000 students in the entire grade, you are the one who has the least self-awareness. Claiming to be earnest, can you not recognize your own shortcomings? Yet, lacking any evidence of cheating, as the head of the grade, he could not scold him. Next was the examination for the herbal medicine course. It was essential to perform well. Chu Chun advised, one must not be arrogant or complacent. Do you understand? Oh, Lin Beichen replied. All right, it's time to begin the exam. Please return to your seats, another instructor announced. Lin Beichen turned to leave. What do you all think? Chu Chun inquired. The other instructors shook their heads, uncertain. They could not discern much, but it was evident that there was no cheating involved. Could it be that his previous poor performance was all an act? But why would he do that? Who knows? However, there were still examinations in herbal medicine and mystical patterns to come. We shall continue to observe this prodigal son and see if he can surprise us again. Agreed. The instructors quickly reached a consensus. The next examination would undoubtedly focus on Lin Beichen. In the examination hall, Lin Beichen returned to his seat number 109. Other students gradually trickled back into the room. Wu Xiaofeng sat in seat 110, glaring at Lin Beichen with eyes like daggers. Trash. Don't think that winning a single match makes you remarkable. The competition has just begun, he hissed coldly. Lin Beichen raised a middle finger in response. Fool. Wu Xiaofeng nearly choked on his rage. Gritting his teeth, he sneered menacingly. Your perfect score is meaningless. If you desire to be first in the competition, that is utterly impossible. Do not forget that contract. In the end, you will still be my slave. I will show you the grim consequences of angering me. Is that so? Lin Beichen replied with his signature smirk. You just stated that the competition has only just begun. There is no rush. Take your time. More surprises await you. On the other side sat Mushinua. She was like a captivating landscape, sitting quietly with an inscrutable expression, seemingly indifferent to the events around her. Yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged, unresolved. How could Lin Beichen score a perfect 100? She could not fathom it from any angle and found it unacceptable. Nevertheless, she felt reassured that everything was under control. She did not believe that Lin Beichen could truly secure first place in the competition. Thus, this perfect score, in her view, held little significance. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the start of the exam. Lin Beichen infused the stone table with mystical energy, activating the pattern formation that enveloped him. On the table, a shimmering screen appeared. The examination paper for the herbal medicine course unfolded gradually. This course primarily consisted of theoretical content, especially at the introductory level, focusing on recognizing herbs, understanding their properties, avoiding incompatible combinations, and basic cultivation knowledge. It did not delve into advanced theories like compounding or alchemy. Lin Beichen promptly took out his mobile phone and opened the second-year herbal medicine tutorial, scanning the exam paper. Within a minute, he obtained flawless answers. And after 10 minutes of transcribing, he submitted his paper. Ding! The submission alert chimed. The mystical barrier dissipated. You finished that quickly? The grade director, Chu Chun, had been waiting outside the barrier. Lin Beichen replied honestly, yes. How did you do? He inquired. Not bad. The first paper was on the origins of the sword. Chapter 20. The prodigy of 3 subjects. Lin Beichen answered. You may leave. Chu Chun waved him off, realizing he could not extract any further information. It was best to await the grading. Moments later, Wu Xiaofeng submitted his paper and turned to find seat 109 empty, sneering coldly. Lin Beichen, I cannot believe you will score high on this exam. The difficulty of herbal medicine is far greater than that of imperial modern history. The latter is purely memorization, while the former requires understanding, judgment, reasoning, and even a foundation in practical experiments. This cannot be aced by cramming at the last minute. Prepare to be crushed, you wastrel. Wu Xiaofeng left the examination room with confidence. Half an hour later, students began to submit their papers in succession. Time flew by, and the submission period ended. A chorus of lamentations filled the exam hall. I didn't finish. This is harder than imperial modern history. Don't even mention it. I feel shattered. Under the instructor's urging, the students gradually exited the examination room. The grade director, Chu Chun, impatiently exclaimed, quickly, let us grade the papers. I want the results immediately. Everyone knew he was referring to Lin Beichen's outcome. Without needing his prodding, the grading instructors had already commenced their task. From the very beginning of the exam, they had used mystical projections to observe Lin Beichen's answering process. Although they could not see the content of the paper, they could ascertain that there was no apparent cheating. Both his answering posture and speed were nearly identical to the previous exam. Could he achieve another perfect score? Everyone was eager to discover the answer. Time passed swiftly. An hour later, the grading concluded. I can hardly believe it. We truly have a perfect score here. Instructor Ho exclaimed, astonished. Chu Chin urged, quickly, remove the anonymity and reveal the name. In the stone ranking area, gasps erupted. Heavens, am I seeing things? Another perfect score? How did he manage that? He was a full 12 points ahead of the second place. This was quite extraordinary. The atmosphere erupted with exclamations from the second-year students. As they beheld the name prominently displayed at the top of the stone ranking, Lin Beichen, alongside the unparalleled score of 100. The second place, Mu Xinhua, had only 88 points, while the third, Wu Shi, scored 87. The fourth, Si Xinlin, achieved 85, and the fifth, Gao Min, 84. Wu Xiaofeng placed sixth with merely 82 points. It was evident that he had faltered in this exam. This is impossible, it cannot be. Wu Xiaofeng's face turned pale as he muttered to himself. Not only did he fail to dominate, but he fell behind Lin Beichen by a staggering 18 points. Those 18 points felt like a series of resounding slaps, leaving his face swollen. Standing nearby, Mu Xinyue's shock and anger mirrored Wu Xiaofeng's. She remained second, which sounded close. Yet she lagged a full 12 points behind. The 12-point gap seemed like an insurmountable chasm, starkly dividing her from Lin Beichen, starkly revealing the vast disparity between them. How had this scoundrel managed such a feat? His previous grades had been utterly dismal. How could he suddenly achieve such brilliance? Had he been feigning incompetence all along? Was he, in truth, a genius? A chill swept through Mu Xinyue's heart, and a flicker of regret surfaced within her. No, I must not succumb to regret. I have done nothing wrong. If blame is to be assigned, it must rest solely on Lin Beichen, this wretched scoundrel. Lin Beichen. Do not bask in your triumph too soon. The written examination accounts for only 30% of the overall ranking. Even if you achieve 2 perfect scores, what of it? When the martial examination commences, your true self will inevitably be revealed. Mu Xinyue clenched her fists. Meanwhile, the other second-year prodigies, upon gazing at the results and rankings posted on the stone tablet, displayed similar expressions of discontent. Losing to other geniuses was acceptable, but being bested by a notoriously despicable individual was intolerable. In that moment, Lin Beichen's name became the common adversary in the minds of all the second-year students of Class 2. However, 3 hours later, as the first day's written examination concluded, the geniuses felt a bittersweet pang in their hearts. The results of the final exam in the theory of mystical patterns were announced. Lin Beichen's name loomed like an inescapable nightmare, once again perched at the pinnacle of the stone tablet. He achieved a consistent score of 100. This infamous wastrel had garnered his 3rd perfect score in the written examination. There were 3 subjects in total, all of which he had scored perfectly. At the moment of announcement, many seasoned instructors were momentarily dazed. The performance was simply astounding. In the entirety of Yunmeng City's initial colleges, no one had managed to secure perfect scores across all 3 subjects in the joint examination over the past decade. This was a record, a terrifying record unprecedented in history. All second-year students felt utterly crushed, experiencing a profound and irrational sense of absolute defeat. Even the most proud and arrogant among them, such as Wu Xiaofeng, Mu Xinyue, Gao Min, Si Xinlin, and Wu Shi, had to concede that even if given another chance, no, even 10 chances, they could not replicate such an extraordinary achievement in the theoretical examination. Thus, they could only stand there, quietly enduring the blows. The prospect of retaliation? Utterly impossible. That day, they were destined to be mere stepping stones beneath the resplendent brilliance of Lin Beichen. Immediately, all 3 of Lin Beichen's examination scripts were sealed and reported to the Yunmeng City Joint Examination Committee. Such results were too shocking, and the various colleges would undoubtedly suspect foul play, necessitating a thorough verification of the examination process to leave no room for doubt. In the conference room, the head of the grade, Chu Han, was visibly elated. It was impossible not to be exhilarated. For so long, the Third Academy had been subjected to various forms of humiliation by other students during the joint examination, but at last, a prodigy had emerged, setting an unprecedented high-score record, allowing them to reclaim a semblance of dignity. Even if it was merely the least weighted high score in the written examination, it was still worth celebrating. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Even the tiniest record is still a record. I wonder who dares to break it. Chu Han could already envision the satisfaction of standing tall in academic exchanges with other college heads, finally able to confront them with pride. Therefore, this examination record must be preserved intact, leaving no opportunity for those who wished to cast doubt. Rest assured, Director Chu, everything has been sealed. Anyone who wishes to investigate is welcome. There is absolutely no issue, exclaimed Old Ho, the instructor, brimming with excitement. It was indeed uncanny. Today's 3 perfect examination papers had all been graded by him. This was a mark of honor. In the future, it would be a tale worth telling. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to favor Lin Beichen as if he were his own student. Indeed, this wastrel had unexpectedly achieved such remarkable success, setting a record that would be etched in history for the Third Academy. How had they not discovered before that this fortress held such prowess in theoretical subjects? Speaking of which, everyone should still remember Lin Tingchan, right? Certainly. Lin Beichen's elder sister, once a super genius of Yunmeng City, renowned throughout the empire. However, I recall Lin Tingchan's best theoretical score was 2 perfects and a 99. It was not nearly as astonishing as Lin Beichen's. The Lin family has produced 2 prodigies. What a pity for Zhang Tianhou. Upon mentioning Zhang Tianhou, the conference room fell into a sudden silence. Unlike the inexperienced students, the instructors knew the immense contributions this nobleman from Yunmeng City had made to the empire. Lin Beichen had repeatedly stood against the tide, rescuing the populace from calamity. He was the youngest among the top 10 generals of the empire and the only one from humble origins. The name Zhang Tianhou once symbolized a battlefield legend. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Regarding Zhang Tianhou, this matter is unrelated to the academy. Please refrain from further discussion. Lin Beichen's unexpected rise in the written examination is a pleasant surprise. Let us pay close attention to him during tomorrow's martial examination. Who knows what further surprises may await? Perhaps it will be challenging, they murmured. A sudden cramming session might yield results for some prodigies with photographic memories. But the martial examination requires years of accumulation in both mystical energy and combat skills. It cannot be achieved overnight. Lin Beichen is but a novice in mystical energy. The following day dawned crisp and clear, the sun shining brightly. In the second-year martial arts arena, over 1,000 students lined up by class to form a square formation. Director Chu Hen stood on the observation platform, scanning the students, his gaze briefly lingering on Lin Beichen before moving on. Without further ado, he signaled the commencement of the martial examination. The martial examination comprised two components. The first was the mystical energy assessment, and the second involved grouped practical combat. Unlike the written examination, which could be conducted concurrently for the entire year, the martial examination required a substantial amount of time, lasting 3 full days. The assessment taking place that morning was the mystical energy level test, which was relatively straightforward. Students were randomly assigned to different groups and lined up at various platforms to undergo testing with the mystical energy assessment stone. During the drawing of lots, Lin Beichen drew the number 251 and was placed in Group 6. Following the grouping, Lin Beichen approached the 6th platform, waiting in line for his assessment. Who knew that the assessment had not yet commenced when the old instructor Ding Sanshur approached directly, stating, Lin Beichen, due to the first place of the last grand competition. Wu Xiaofeng, utilizing a privilege, along with requests from other notable geniuses, your testing group has been temporarily adjusted. Come with me to Arena 1 to participate in the assessment. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon Lin Beichen, curiosity, sympathy, and a hint of pity. Arena 1 holds particular significance in the history of grand competitions. It is the designated venue for the year's distinguished talents, as recognized by the school leadership and various instructors. Lin Beichen had indeed made a remarkable impression in the written examination yesterday, achieving a record-breaking 3 perfect scores, which undoubtedly incited the envy of other prodigies. Otherwise, based on Lin Beichen's previous academic records, he would have had no qualification to undergo testing at Arena 1. The students could already envision the scene of Lin Beichen being overwhelmed by the numerous talented individuals from his grade during the martial arts examination. A truly disheartening spectacle. Following Ding Sanshur, Lin Beichen made his way towards Arena 1, quietly inquiring, Instructor Ding, does the first place from the last grand competition still hold privileges? Without turning around, Ding Sanshur replied while walking, it's merely a matter of the order of examination and the selection of testing points, one of the honors of being first. But it does not entail any substantive advantages such as extra points. Lin Beichen acknowledged with a simple O. After a brief pause, Ding Sanshur continued, you rascal. Achieving 3 perfect scores yesterday has already stirred up the various academies in Yunmeng City. Today, for the martial arts examination, the Joint Examination Committee has dispatched a special observer to oversee the 3rd academy, primarily to observe you. Behave yourself. Lin Beichen responded with another O. He understood that Ding Sanshur was subtly advising him to refrain from reckless behavior, but he thought to himself, how could that be? I must secure first place due to a wager. I am merely compelled to show off. As long as no one provokes me, I would prefer to remain inconspicuous. After walking a few steps, Ding Sanshur couldn't help but lower his voice again, asking, so, how confident are you about today's martial arts examination? Lin Beichen replied, SOSO. What kind of response is that? Oh, you mean to say that obtaining a first place should pose no difficulty? Ding Sanshur remarked. Stop joking. I am asking you seriously. I am not joking. Ding Sanshur sighed, forget it. I shan't pry further. I believe you are feeling the pressure. The martial arts examination is unlike the written one. Cramming will yield no benefit. Your foundation is weak, so just put in the effort. As long as you pass, remaining in the academy should not be an issue. Does Instructor Ding seem to care about me? Lin Beichen pondered. For your father's sake. Ding Sanshur and his father share a good relationship? You will understand in due course. As they conversed, the two arrived beneath Arena 1. The grade director, Chu Hen, along with 4 senior instructors, were atop the arena, conversing with a middle-aged man clad in a blue brocade robe, laughing and discussing something. Upon noticing the commotion below, 6 pairs of eyes fell squarely upon Lin Beichen. One gaze particularly sharp. It belonged to the middle-aged man in the blue robe, presumably the special observer from the Joint Examination Committee. Lin Beichen couldn't shake the feeling that this observer harbored a significant animosity towards him. It was truly baffling, he internally grumbled. In the first volume, The Origins of the Sword, Chapter 22, Record-Breaking Achievements, the observer Li Qingxian from the Yunmeng City Joint Examination Committee arrived at the examination site, cheering for the participants. All of you in this group are the most outstanding talents of the second year in the third academy. You must showcase your abilities and remain calm. Now, I announce that the assessment begins. Director Chu Hen proclaimed loudly. A proctor announced the name of the first student to take the test, number 087. Cold Yi from Class 2, Year 1, please step up. Cold Yi, a fair-skinned and rather handsome young man, was a small talent in the second year and quite popular. He hadn't anticipated being the first to take the test and hurriedly stepped forward, ascending the arena steps. In the center of the arena stood a 1-meter-high square black stone table. Upon it rested a square white jade pillar, 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter high, adorned with distinct engraved patterns. From Lin Beichen's perspective, it resembled a colossal thermometer. This white jade pillar was known as the testing stone, a mystical item capable of assessing the level of spiritual energy. After undergoing a search by another proctor, Cold Yi approached the right side of the testing stone, placing his palm upon it, channeling his spiritual energy to its peak state. A faint red light surged from the center of the testing stone, akin to a mercury column rising under high temperatures. Instantly, countless gazes zeroed in on the scale of the testing stone as the faint red light ascended rapidly, slowing only after surpassing the 3rd mark, ultimately halting at a position about 3 fingers width beyond the 3rd mark. Cold Yi's face flushed, veins protruding from his neck, maintaining this state for a full 10 breaths. The test concluded. Cold Yi, spiritual energy level, 36, the proctor announced. According to examination rules, the highest level achieved by one's spiritual energy on the testing stone, sustained for 10 breaths, determined the final score. Cold Yi beamed with excitement. A spiritual energy level of 36 was the best result he could achieve. He bowed to the instructors and the observer before joyfully descending from the arena. The proctors also displayed expressions of delight. Historically, first-year students typically scored between 12, with a few rare talents exceeding 20, while second-year students averaged around 23. Achieving over 30 was considered talented, and third-year students generally scored between 34, with those surpassing 40 classified as exceptional. Cold Yi's score of 36 undoubtedly marked him as a small genius. This initial assessment was indeed a promising start. Director Chu Hen appeared satisfied, glancing at the special observer Li Qingxian, only to find a hint of disdain reflected in his eyes. Brother Qingxian, are you dissatisfied with this score? Chu Hen inquired. Li Qingxian candidly replied, for the first and second academies of the province, such scores are rather pedestrian. If this represents the average level of your second-year talents in the third academy, I must express my disappointment. Chu Hen felt a tinge of embarrassment, responding, Brother Qingxian, please continue watching. This is just the beginning. Is that so? Li Qingxian replied coolly. I hope you do not disappoint me. The assessment continued. The following students in the group achieved scores hovering around 31 and 32, with an astonishing streak of over 10 individuals failing to surpass Cold Yi. The expressions of the proctor instructors darkened, and beads of cold sweat formed on Chu Hen's forehead. Slow down, do not rush. Everyone, remain calm and perform normally. Chu Hen spoke loudly. The pace of the examination slowed significantly. Even so, the results of the assessment were less than satisfactory. Disappointment and boredom gradually became evident on Li Qingxuan's face. Gao Min from Class 2, Year 3, achieved a spiritual energy level of 38. At last, a student surpassed Leng Ye's score. The grade director, Chu Hen, let out a long sigh of relief. Gao Min, the top student in Class 2, Year 3, had finally made a breakthrough. However, upon glancing back, he noticed that Li Qingxuan's expression showed no sign of change, indicating that such results were still insufficient to capture the attention of this special observer. In Class 2, Year 5, Zheng Shuangyong scored a spiritual energy level of 37. In Class 2, Year 10, Song Hao achieved a level of 36. Class 2, Year 4, Wang Tao had a score of 33. In Class 2, Year 8, Yu Hongxiang reached a level of 40. Finally, after Yu Hongxiang from Class 2, Year 8 completed her test, the first student to attain a level of 4 emerged. The grade director, Chu Hen, was overjoyed. She was indeed one of the leading talents in the grade. Such a score should surely impress Li Qingxian. Yet, upon turning around, he found the special observer's expression remained unperturbed and indifferent. Damn it, Chu Hen cursed inwardly. We are merely the third academy. Must the standards be so harsh? The testing continued. As time passed, most students from other groups had finished their tests, and the crowd around the first arena grew denser, heads bobbing like a dark sea. Completely surrounding the arena, Wu Xiaofeng from Class 2, Year 1, stepped onto the stage for his test. The supervising instructor announced loudly. Wu Xiaofeng felt a jolt of excitement. At last, it was his turn. He glanced at Lin Beichen beside him and sneered. Lin Beichen, open your eyes wide and see clearly the vast difference between us. You will soon understand what true despair feels like. With that, he strode confidently towards the arena. Ascending the stage, he bowed and placed his palm on the measuring stone. Instantly, uncontrollable cheers erupted from the crowd. The faint red light surged upward, swiftly exceeding the 3-level mark. The momentum did not wane, rapidly climbing past the 4-level mark. Only after reaching 45 did the ascent of the faint red light begin to slow. Ultimately, it stabilized at a value of 47 for a full 10 breaths. Wu Xiaofeng from Class 2, Year 1, Spiritual Energy Level 47, announced the instructor, his voice quivering slightly. This was a record-breaking achievement. No student from the third academy had ever reached a spiritual energy level of 47 in the second year. Ha! The grade director, Chu Hen, laughed heartily. Brother Qingxian, does this student of mine meet your discerning eye? He asked boastfully. Li Qingxian nodded slightly. Acceptable. Chu Hen laughed again, feeling a sense of relief. To receive even a hint of praise from the notoriously strict Li Qingxian was remarkable. He personally approached Wu Xiaofeng, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Well done. You did not disappoint me. Keep up the good work. Wu Xiaofeng felt a surge of pride. Upon reaching the foot of the stage, he turned to Lin Beichen. Do you now understand the gap between us? Lin Beichen nodded. I understand. Since you understand, do not harbor any delusions. Prepare to work hard under my shadow. You trash, Wu Xiaofeng hissed in a low voice. Lin Beichen remained silent. Wu Xiaofeng, feeling triumphant, believed Lin Beichen must be trembling in fear. Next, Mu Xinyue from Class 2, Year 2, stepped up for her test. The supervising instructor continued calling names. Wu Xiaofeng smiled at Mu Xinyue beside him. Junior Sister Mu. You can do this. Have confidence in yourself. You will surely achieve a satisfactory result. Mu Xinyue said nothing and walked steadily towards the stage. Each step was firm. Today would forever be etched in the annals of the Third Academy. Everything was leading up to this moment of brilliance that she had awaited for so long. There could only be one protagonist, and that was her. Mu Xinyue reached the stage, gracefully tying up her long hair. Let us begin, she said. The supervising instructor, taken aback by her stunning beauty, softened his tone. Mu Xinyue's delicate, jade-like hand pressed against the measuring stone. The faint red light soared instantaneously, surpassing the 3-level mark. Then, with astonishing speed, it exceeded the 4-level mark. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the faint red light shattered the white jade pillar. The measuring stone emitted a muffled sound, releasing wisps of white smoke, and became completely inoperative. The supervising instructor stood frozen in disbelief. The hundreds of students watching were also stunned. Chu Hen seemed to be jolted by a nail and leaped up from his seat. A thought flashed through his mind. The grade director's eyes widened with incredulity as he exclaimed, Is this a breakthrough? Even the usually placid special observer, Li Qingxian, displayed a hint of surprise. This examination utilized a 4th-grade measuring stone, capable of testing spiritual energy levels below 5. This remarkably beautiful girl had shattered the 4th-grade measuring stone, indicating her spiritual energy cultivation had surpassed level 4, likely reaching at least level 5. At the age of 14 in the second year, achieving a spiritual energy level of 5. Such talent could be considered a prodigy even in the first and second academies. Unexpectedly, the third academy, often regarded as a lesser institution, had produced such a student. What is her name? Li Qingxian inquired. Chu Hen, regaining his composure, could barely contain his overwhelming joy. Mu Xinyue, she is the jewel of our third academy, known as Mu Xinyue. Ha ha ha, how about it, brother Qingxian? Did I not meet your expectations? Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed. A delightful surprise. Please, bring me Mu Xinyue's file. I wish to examine it. He needed to verify that this girl was genuinely a product of the third academy. Confirming her age was truly 14 with no alterations. A moment later, after reviewing Mu Xinyue's academic records, Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This female studentess' achievements can be deemed quite impressive even in the first and second academies. While she may not compare to the top-tier geniuses, her chances in the upcoming competition are substantial. This was a high commendation. Ha! Chu Hen laughed exuberantly. It is rare for the iron-faced, sharp-tongued Li Qingxian to offer such high praise. Quick, someone bring a 5th-grade measuring stone for further testing. Let us see just how high Xinyue's spiritual energy level truly is. Beside the examination hall, the proctor, as if awakening from a dream, promptly went to retrieve the 5th-grade Xian measuring stone. Such a situation had never occurred in previous competitions. Thus it took a considerable time, nearly a full tea session, before a 5th-grade Xian measuring stone was placed upon the black stone table. Come, Xinyue, do not be anxious. Steady your emotions before we proceed with the test, Chu Hen said with a benevolent smile, his eyes sparkling like a kind father gazing upon his daughter. Mu Xinyue remained remarkably calm as she placed her palm upon the 5th-grade Xian measuring stone once more. A faint red beam of light shot upwards rapidly. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, it effortlessly surpassed the 5th-grade mark, ultimately stabilizing at 53, maintaining its glow for a full 10 breaths. Class 2, Year 2, Mu Xinyue. Level 53, announced the proctor's voice, echoing around the first arena. A cacophony of astonished gasps, discussions, and disputes erupted, enveloping the arena like a surging river. All the students were incredulous that among their peers existed such an exceptional talent. Wu Xiaofang was utterly stunned, gazing at the radiant girl on the stage, his heart inexplicably twisting. He had believed his own Xianqi level of 47 was unbeatable, yet Mu Xinyue, this seemingly unassuming girl who called him senior brother, suddenly emerged to eclipse his brilliance. Wu Xiaofang's expression darkened, akin to one who had consumed a dead rat. As Mu Xinyue descended from the stage and returned to her place in line, she did not glance at Wu Xiaofang, but instead turned her gaze towards Lin Beichen. Now you must understand why there can be no possibility between us. Even if you score full marks in the literary examination, it changes nothing. The literary test is merely child's play. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Even if you are the direct descendant of the War Heaven Marquis, you are unworthy of me, let alone your current state, she stated with an air of superiority. Lin Beichen chose to ignore her. At that moment, the next contestant was called, Class 9, Year 2. Lin Beichen, please proceed to the stage for testing. The proctor's voice resonated from the arena. Lin Beichen smiled, disregarding Mu Xinyue, and walked directly towards the stage. Upon ascending, he approached the 5th-grade Xian measuring stone. A proctor intercepted him, wearing a smirk, and said coolly, "You should use this," pointing at the newly replaced 4th-grade Xian measuring stone. Laughter erupted from below the stage. Huh, this failure thinks he can use the 5th-grade Xian measuring stone. Does he believe he is Mu Shiji? How ridiculous. He clearly lacks any self-awareness. The literary test has inflated his ego. Various mocking voices echoed from the audience. Lin Beichen remained expressionless, indifferent to the jeers, and approached the new 4th-grade Xian measuring stone. He placed his hand upon it, and a faint red light suddenly appeared. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the new Xian measuring stone burst apart. The crowd fell silent. Chu Hen leaped from his seat, startled as if pricked by a thorn. The special observer, Li Qingxian, bore a look of astonishment. Below the stage, Wu Xiaofang appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Mu Xinyue's smile froze on her face. It felt as if an invisible mute button had been pressed upon the arena. Lin Beichen turned to the proctor who had tried to block him and asked, "Proctor, may I now use the 5th-grade Xian measuring stone?" The proctor, as if awakening from a stupor, looked towards the grade director, Chu Hen. Chu Hen, finally regaining his senses, rushed to the center of the stage, his astonishment palpable as he surveyed Lin Beichen. You have surpassed level 4 Xianqi? When did you achieve this? Lin Beichen replied casually, "Oh, perhaps during my sleep last night. I'm not quite sure." He genuinely had no clarity on the matter. The Xianqi refinement technique on his phone had not displayed his Xianqi level. In the past couple of days, he had been operating at full capacity, but he was uncertain of how far it had propelled his Xianqi. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to test it. Enough of this nonsense. Achieving breakthroughs in your sleep? Forget that. Go try the 5th-grade Xian measuring stone, Chu Hen urged him. Lin Beichen approached the 5th-grade Xian measuring stone and placed his hand upon it. Channeling his Xianqi, a brilliant crimson light erupted instantaneously, and the indicator shot upward. Countless gazes remained fixated on the Xian measuring stone, especially Mu Xinyue, whose hands clenched into fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. An unprecedented sense of tension consumed her, obliterating her previous calm and confidence. She could not fathom how this seemingly useless individual could instill such an overwhelming sense of threat and pressure within her. Boom. A soft sound echoed as white smoke billowed from the top of the 5th grade Xian measuring stone. Not only that, but cracks began to appear upon its surface. Explosion of Xian. This phrase erupted uncontrollably in the minds of many. The 5th grade Xian measuring stone, too, had been overwhelmed and shattered. How could this be possible? Even the experienced director, Chu Hen, found himself momentarily stunned. The other proctors appeared petrified, their minds blank as they struggled to grasp the current situation. Li Qingxian abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze with intensity, fixating on Lin Beichen. The old proctor, Ding Sanshi, gaped as if he could fit 2 duck eggs in his mouth. As Lin Beichen's Xianqi instructor, he understood the situation of this wayward student most intimately. Just 3 days prior, Lin Beichen's Xianqi level had been a mere 1. At most around 15, certainly not exceeding 20. And now, the 5th grade Xian measuring stone had been shattered beyond its limits. What did this signify? It implied that Lin Beichen's Xianqi level must be at least 6 or higher. To ascend from level 1 to level 6 in just 3 days? Even the most prodigious talents of the Royal Junior Academy in Yunmeng City could not achieve such a feat. What on earth had transpired with this wayward student? As for the students below the stage, they were utterly astounded. Wu Xiaofeng's mind went blank, nearly incapacitating his ability to think. Mu Xinyu bit her lips so hard that it bled, oblivious to the pain. Other second-year geniuses like Gao Min, Yu Hongxiang, Si Xinlin, and Wu Shi stood frozen, their eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. After a long pause, Li Qingxian finally spoke. This student is Lin Beichen? The reason we have come to the 3rd academy is indeed because of Lin Beichen. Yesterday, the astonishing achievement of scoring full marks in 3 subjects by this young man has captured the attention of various junior colleges in Yunmeng City. Speculations abound. Some suspect that the 3rd college, which has languished for years, resorted to dubious means to salvage its reputation, thus birthing a so-called miracle of a perfect score. The observer present was, in fact, tasked with oversight. Naturally, the focus of this scrutiny was Lin Beichen, whose name was not unfamiliar to the observer. After all, he was notoriously known in Yunmeng City as a spendthrift, a reputation that few were unaware of. Initially, it was believed that during today's martial examination, this prodigal son would inevitably reveal his true, lackluster self. However, to everyone's astonishment, Li Qingxian could no longer remain seated and stood up to inquire. The grade director, Chu Hen, awoke with a start and confirmed, "Yes, it is indeed him, Brother Qingxian." Li Qingxian interrupted, demanding, "Fetch his academic records." The documents were promptly presented. As he perused Lin Beichen's records, a tempest brewed within Li Qingxuan's heart. A wastrel, an unlearned dandy, a figure who had consistently performed dismally in previous evaluations, suddenly transformed in an unbelievable manner, radiating the brilliance of a prodigy. This was more astonishing than the legendary tales recounted by bards. "Bring forth the 6th grade Xian measuring stone," commanded Li Qingxian. Chu Hen chuckled wryly, replying, "Brother Qingxian, our 3rd college is not equipped with 6th grade Xian measuring stones." "How can that be?" Li Qingxian instinctively retorted, only to realize the truth. Generally speaking, 3rd-year students in junior colleges possess a Xuanqi level of 3 or 4, with a select few geniuses barely reaching level 5. Perhaps the top-tier 1st and 2nd colleges might have some exceptional talents achieving level 6, but certainly not the 3rd college. Thus, it was reasonable for the Joint Examination Committee to withhold professional grade 6th grade Xian measuring stones from such an underperforming institution, as their value was considerable and leaving them idle would be a waste. Yet, it was unexpected that a 2nd-year student would cause the 5th grade Xian measuring stone to exhibit signs of extraordinary ability. This predicament was quite embarrassing. Without a 6th grade Xian measuring stone, how could they ascertain Lin Beichen's final score? Both Li Qingxian and Chu Hen fell into contemplation. The examination was temporarily halted. The monitoring team from the 3rd college and the special observer began urgent discussions regarding their next course of action on the arena. While Lin Beichen stood momentarily on the stage, he cast his gaze downwards towards Wu Xiaofeng among the crowd. "Is a Xuanqi level of 4 to 7 impressive?" he asked. Looking down with a smirk, Wu Xiaofeng felt a rush of blood to his head, an indescribable humiliation erupting within him. And he seethed with a desire to devour Lin Beichen, yet not a word escaped his lips. "You asked me earlier if I understood the disparity between us." Lin Beichen stated, his words deliberate. "I certainly comprehend it. I wonder, Brother Wu Xiaofeng, do you grasp it now?" Wu Xiaofeng wished to retort fiercely, yet found himself speechless. At this juncture, Anything he said would only serve to further his own disgrace. Lin Beichen's gaze shifted to Mu Xinyue. His eyes bore a peculiar magnetism, drawing the attention of others to wherever he looked. In an instant, Mu Xinyue became the focal point for all the students. She struggled to maintain her composure, expecting Lin Beichen to berate her as he had done to Wu Xiaofeng. However, Lin Beichen merely glanced at her without lingering, as if she were an inconsequential passerby, entirely disregarded. This complete disregard pierced Mu Xinyue's heart, leaving her feeling an intense sting. Lin Beichen's indifference was more painful than an overt insult directed at her. She felt resentful and unsatisfied. The martial examination had been her chosen stage for a resounding debut, where she was meant to be the center of attention, receiving the admiration of all her peers and the congratulations of her instructors. Yet now, the glory that rightfully belonged to her had been usurped by Lin Beichen. Moments later, after a collaborative discussion among all the monitoring instructors and Observer Li, it was decided that due to the malfunction of the 5th grade Xian measuring stone, Lin Beichen's prior test results would be deemed invalid and not factored into his examination score. The other students were instructed to continue testing, while Lin Beichen would undergo a reevaluation once a new 5th grade Xian measuring stone arrived. The monitoring instructor announced loudly at the edge of the arena. What? The Xian measuring stone malfunctioned? Lin Beichen's results are invalid. The surrounding students erupted into uncontrollable commotion, their astonishment echoing like a tidal wave in all directions. Lin Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Invalid results? What did this signify? He turned to look at Chu Han and Li Qingxian. Step down for now. Once the new testing device arrives, you will be re-evaluated, Director Chu Han instructed. Lin Beichen wished to protest, but he heard Chu Han's voice in his ear. Calm down. Trust me, the school will not do you an injustice. Lin Beichen nodded and descended the stage. All eyes were focused on him. Ha ha ha. Results declared invalid. Wu Xiaofeng laughed, eagerly approaching Lin Beichen with a mocking expression. Isn't this despairing? Ha ha. How does it feel to fall from ecstasy into the abyss? Lin Beichen fixed his gaze on him and replied, It surely feels better than having my face swollen from a beating. Humph, even at this point, you still maintain your bravado. I've seen through you. Your results must have been exposed by Observer Li as a result of your cheating methods. Just wait. Yesterday's written exam results will soon be deemed invalid as well, Wu Xiaofeng sneered. Remember, you are nothing but garbage, a failure, forever. Silence. Chu Han's commanding voice resonated from the stage. The director's gaze swept over Wu Xiaofeng with an intense glare. Lin Beichen calmly stated, Just wait. He then settled into silence. Subsequently, a group of other students continued their evaluation of Xuanqi levels. However, due to the earlier climaxes involving Mu Xinyue and Lin Beichen, even when Wu Xi managed to achieve a remarkable score of 46, it failed to elicit significant emotional reactions from the instructors and students. Soon, the morning's testing concluded. With the 6th grade Xian measuring stone yet to arrive, Lin Beichen's Xuanqi level remained undetermined, lingering in uncertainty. However, under the promotion of Wu Xiaofeng and others, the majority began to believe that Lin Beichen had cheated during the major examination, leading the special observers to harbor suspicions against him. Consequently, not only was his score in the Xuanqi level annulled, but there were also concerns that his previously achieved perfect scores in the 3 written subjects might be revoked. Against this backdrop, the highlight of the year's major competition, the practical assessment, finally commenced amidst great anticipation. The initial phase involved assessments within each class. Lin Beichen returned to Class 9, where the practical assessment was presided over by the swordsmanship instructor, Ding Sanshi. All 40 students were paired for combat through a draw, creating a winners and losers bracket, ensuring every participant had ample opportunity to showcase their abilities. The battles within Class 9 were devoid of suspense. No one could withstand Lin Beichen's 3-sword technique. Even the former top student and class leader, Yin Yi, was no exception. By the end of the afternoon assessment, Lin Beichen undoubtedly emerged as the foremost combatant of Class 9. Alongside Lin Xuyin, Yin Yi, Cheng Ku, and Shui Yu, he became one of the representatives of Class 9, pursuing the glory of the year's competition. As the internal assessments concluded, the school day came to an end. The first day of the major competition had drawn to a close, and the campus, which had been bustling all day, finally returned to tranquility. In the depths of a small grove beside the martial arts arena, shrouded in darkness and secrecy, Lin Beichen chose this secluded spot as his hiding place. Upon his return, he was taken aback. Had he wandered into the wrong place? In what had previously resembled a dog kennel, 2 exquisite tents had been erected. The old steward, Wang Zhong, was rolling up his sleeves, washing and tidying up. Outside the tents, a tree rope was adorned with several freshly laundered garments, from outer robes to undergarments. All the latest styles from Yunmeng City, exuding an air of luxury. "What on earth are you doing, you rascal?" Lin Beichen exclaimed in astonishment. He had merely instructed Wang Zhong to purchase some daily necessities, yet the result was an extravagant array of items. Was he planning to establish a residence in the grove? "Young master, you're back." Wang Zhong grinned. "I trust you are pleased? I've always said that my name, which contains the character Zhong for loyalty, signifies that I must be thorough and meticulous in my work. Although we may be down on our luck, we must not lower our standards for living. Everything here is for you. A complete set of 10 changes of clothing, all of the finest quality from Jinxiu Fang. Oh, and there's more inside the tent." Wang Zhong exclaimed excitedly. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Beichen's heart. "Please tell me you didn't spend all 20 silver coins I gave you at once?" "Of course. If I didn't spend it all, how could I justify my service to you, young master?" Wang Zhong replied. "You certainly have justified it," Lin Beichen retorted. "But that was meant to last you a whole month. How could you spend it all in a single day? Young master, is something wrong? You seem unwell. Did you not perform well in today's competition?" Wang Zhong inquired, puzzled. "No," Lin Beichen gritted his teeth. "Is it that the things I bought aren't refined enough?" "No, you rascal, you did well." Lin Beichen intended to unleash a torrent of curses, but suddenly recalled his character persona. Thus, he reluctantly gave a thumbs up, vowing silently to himself not to provide this old steward with too much money in the future. It was indeed peculiar. Both he and Wang Zhong were like stray dogs. How had this fellow managed to procure such an abundance of goods? Logically, having exited the school, he should have been ambushed by enemies lurking outside. Lin Beichen found himself baffled. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Wang Bo, you did excellently. Truly worth every penny." The term of endearment had suddenly shifted from rascal to Wang Bo. After changing into clean, comfortable robes and savoring the finest pastries the city had to offer, Lin Beichen felt his very soul elevate in spirit. As night fell, Lin Beichen summoned his phone inside the tent. A day had passed, leaving him with 62 battery. Both the intermediate Xuanqi refinement technique and basic swordsmanship close-range triple strike were running in the background, while the herbal medicine, history, and Xianwen theory applications were turned off. Aside from that, there were no new developments on the phone. After studying it for a moment, Lin Beichen tucked the phone away, subconsciously minimizing his usage to conserve battery. His three-sword technique was nearing perfection. The day's assessment had alleviated his fears as a time traveler regarding combat with cold weapons, granting him invaluable battle experience. No matter whom he faced tomorrow, victory seemed assured. He was determined to claim the top position, otherwise, the mad dog Wu Xiaofang would relentlessly pursue him. As he pondered this in his mind, he felt no anxiety regarding the temporarily revoked Xuanqi level score, for his mastery was genuine and not fabricated. Regardless of how many times he was tested, the results would remain unchanged. The only source of subtle anxiety was the absence of new clues on his phone, leaving him at a loss about how to utilize it to return to Earth. He reminded himself to remain patient and take his time. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber as the diligent steward Wang Zhong kept watch outside the tent. 20 meters away, hidden among the branches of a tree, the old instructor Ding Sanshur pondered as he listened to the sounds of Lin Beichen's slumber emanating from the tent. Over the past few days, the prodigal son had merely eaten and slept, without showcasing any signs of training. How then had he attained such a divine comprehension of the basic swordsmanship close-range triple strike and achieved a level 6 in Xuanqi? Was there truly a genius capable of growing stronger while lying down? The following day, the competition continued. Although Class 9 had concluded its internal battles and selected its representatives, Classes 1, 2, and 8, which boasted numerous talented students, were still embroiled in fierce combat, taking longer to determine their final candidates. It was not until noon that the representatives from the 10 second-year classes were finalized. Class 1 had 15, Class 2 10, Class 8 10, and the remaining classes varied between 5 and 8. This disparity was determined by the average skill level of the students in each class. Classes with higher average proficiency secured more representative slots. Collectively, the 10 classes totaled 100 student representatives who would participate in the ultimate practical examination, vying for the highest honor. After lunch, the final practical competition commenced amidst widespread anticipation. The 100 representatives were shuffled and drew lots anew. The draw of numbers determined the opponents for the first round of battles. By sheer coincidence, Lin Beichen drew number 97, making his first opponent a student with the number 4. In the second-grade training arena, there were a total of 10 platforms, allowing for 10 matches to occur simultaneously in each round. The arrangement of matchups was overseen by the supervising instructors, Lin Beichen was not included in the first round. Essentially, under the deliberate planning of the instructors, each round would feature no more than 2 genius-level seed competitors in any given match. This arrangement allowed the talented students of the grade to observe each other's battles, igniting their competitive spirits and drawing out their utmost potential. In the first round, the match involving Wu Xiaofeng took place. His opponent was Cheng Ku, a representative from Class 9. As the two ascended the stage, Cheng Ku wore a bitter smile. His luck was quite poor, facing Wu Xiaofeng, the champion from the previous grand competition, in the very first round. He had no hope of victory. The rules for this phase of practical examinations were brutally unforgiving. A single defeat meant elimination without any chance of regrouping in a loser's bracket. Thus, encountering a frontrunner like Wu Xiaofeng left no room for opportunity. "Please, Senior Wu, show mercy," Cheng Ku implored, cupping his hands in respect. Wu Xiaofeng responded with a cold smile. "Mercy? That is out of the question." Cheng Ku was taken aback. What was happening? Did Wu Xiaofeng harbor animosity towards him? He had never provoked him before. As the duel commenced, Cheng Ku drew his sword, adopting the basic sword technique's starting posture. Being among the 40 students of Class 9, he undoubtedly possessed a certain level of combat prowess. However, Wu Xiaofeng merely scoffed, refusing to unsheath his sword, instead advancing with his sheathed blade, thrusting it boldly towards Cheng Ku's torso. Cheng Ku remained calm, executing the foundational sword technique, Thousand Mountains blocking to counter. It was a sound strategy. Yet, when the sword collided with the sheath, an overwhelming force surged through, rendering Cheng Ku's wrist numb, causing his sword to fly from his grasp. Defeated. Just like that? It was merely one move. Cheng Ku recognized he was no match for Wu Xiaofeng, but he had not anticipated such a swift defeat. Gasps echoed around the arena as he felt a chill in his heart, about to concede. However, Wu Xiaofeng showed no intent to relent, closing the distance in an instant. The sheath snapping back to strike Cheng Ku's right cheek with a resounding crack. Blood spurted forth. Cheng Ku's words of surrender were still unspoken when he was left dazed and fell to the ground, his right cheek swelling visibly, blood spilling from his mouth. Wu Xiaofeng sneered, stepping forward to place his foot upon Cheng Ku's face. "Ah!" Cheng Ku cried out in agony. Wu Xiaofeng coldly remarked, "Don't blame me. Blame Lin Beichen. After all, you share a class with this disgrace. As long as you're from Class 9, I'll make short work of you." With a forceful kick to Cheng Ku's abdomen, he sent him tumbling off the platform, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, clutching his stomach. Curled up like a shrimp, his complexion pale and unable to rise. The crowd erupted into a commotion. Though this was a practical combat trial and accidents were inevitable, Wu Xiaofeng's brutality was excessive. Without prompt medical attention, Cheng Ku's injuries could render him bedridden for an extended period. "Victory to Wu Xiaofeng," declared the supervising instructor. Announcing the results, fellow students from Class 9 carried the already unconscious Cheng Ku away on a stretcher. Standing atop the platform, Wu Xiaofeng scanned the crowd until he spotted Lin Beichen, his expression turning taunting as he extended his thumb downward, saying, "Lin, give it your all. I look forward to meeting you on the stage. Don't be eliminated too soon." Lin Beichen remained expressionless as Wu Xiaofeng laughed heartily and descended from the platform. The students buzzed with chatter as the first round of combat assessments concluded, with 10 individuals, including Cheng Ku, facing elimination. The second round commenced, lasting half an hour before concluding, resulting in another 10 advancing and 10 more eliminated. This continued until the fifth round, when a highly anticipated competitor finally took the stage, Mu Xinyue. This young girl, dubbed the Commoner Princess of the Third Academy, had showcased remarkable strength in the previous competition. Ranking third, in this round, she had dominated both the literary test and the spiritual energy level assessment, surpassing Wu Xiaofeng, Wu Shi, and Xi Xinling. All present sensed a powerful momentum rising from this young lady. In a moment, the area surrounding Platform 1 swelled with spectators. Nearly every student eager to witness the fighting style of the Commoner Princess. As a result, the other 9 matches being held simultaneously drew little attention. Their platforms nearly deserted with only a handful of onlookers. On Platform 1, both combatants had revealed themselves. Mu Xinyue donned a green school uniform, a modified swordsman's robe that accentuated her graceful figure, tall and heroic, full where it should be and slender where it needed to be. Every curve seemingly a work of art meticulously crafted by a creator. Her long black ponytail danced in the breeze, embodying the essence of a divine swordswoman. Countless gazes were fixed upon Mu Xinyue, filled with admiration and envy. Particularly, Feng Luan, infatuated, gazed at her with starry eyes, lost in reverie. Regrettably, after his earlier missteps with Lin Beichen, His goddess had not acknowledged him for several days. The thought of this caused Feng Luan heartache, having lost both her favor and 20 silver coins. At this moment, however, he had completely lost the courage to confront Lin Beichen. The duel began, announced loudly by the supervising instructor. Zheng, please. Mu Xinyue unsheathed her long sword, adopting the initial stance of basic swordplay. Unlike Wu Xiaofeng's arrogance, her demeanor was courteous and refreshing, bringing comfort to those around her. Her opponent, Zheng Tuo, the class leader from Class 6, declared, I concede. To be drawn into the same group as Sister Mu is the luckiest thing to happen to me this year. To speak with my goddess at such close proximity is already satisfying enough. I am not her match and cannot bear to waste Sister Mu's spiritual energy. I wish her astonishing success in this competition. After speaking, the young genius from Class 6 cast a lingering glance at Mu Xinyue before reluctantly stepping off the platform. The arena erupted in astonishment. Even the supervising instructor was momentarily taken aback before announcing, Mu Xinyue wins and advances to the next round. With great poise, Mu Xinyue cupped her hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Zheng. She then gracefully descended from the platform. Among the crowd, Lin Beichen was equally surprised. He had to concede that the creature known as a sycophant possessed an astonishing vitality. Whether on Earth or in another realm, their tireless presence was unmistakable. The competition continued, and it was not until the 9th round that Lin Beichen was called to the stage. His opponent was the genius from Class 1, Leng Yi. Although their duel did not create as much of a stir as Mu Xinyue's, it nonetheless attracted considerable attention. On the stage, Leng Yi exclaimed with delight, What a surprise! I have encountered you, the cheater. My luck is truly extraordinary. Lin Beichen remained silent, his eyes closed. Leng Yi continued, Wu Shixiang has announced that whoever can expose your true nature on the stage will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Today, that reward will be mine. He was the most loyal lackey of Wu Xiaofeng. Lin Beichen still did not respond. Below the stage, spectators murmured, This spoiled brat seems scared. He doesn't even dare to open his eyes. Now that he knows fear, it's too late. He defeated a Feng Luan and thinks he is invincible. Brother Leng Yi is ranked among the top 6 geniuses in Class 1. It is said he has hopes of competing for a spot in the top 15 of the entire grade. The cacophony of chatter surged like boiling water. Yet, Lin Beichen looked so handsome. With his eyes closed and sword in hand, he resembled an immortal swordsman from a celestial realm. Though he was a scoundrel, he was at least a striking one. I must admit, even if he is a little puppy of a rogue, I would still acknowledge him. A few frivolous female students gazed at Lin Beichen, whose elegant attire and handsome features stirred feelings of infatuation within them. Just then, the competition commenced. As the supervising instructor announced loudly, Now, Lin Beichen, I shall show you what it means to be unable to. Leng Yi continued to taunt him. At that moment, Lin Beichen's eyes suddenly snapped open, a glint of cold light flickering within. With a swift motion, the sound of a sword slicing through the air erupted. Before Leng Yi could react, he felt a chill in his left shoulder. Looking down, he saw Lin Beichen's sword had pierced through. Confusion engulfed Leng Yi's mind. What just happened? Why had Lin Beichen's sword struck his shoulder in the blink of an eye? That bewilderment was swiftly replaced by excruciating pain. Leng Yi screamed like a slaughtered pig. Lin Beichen withdrew his sword, a spray of blood following. In one smooth motion, he swung the blade back, striking Leng Yi's right cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, howling in agony. You dare provoke me, you inferior specimen? Lin Beichen crouched down, wiped the blood from his sword onto Leng Yi's clothing, then delivered a kick that sent Leng Yi tumbling off the stage. With a thud, Leng Yi collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The supervising instructor paused, glanced at the grade director, Chu Hen, who nodded slightly before announcing loudly, Lin Beichen wins. Below the stage, chaos erupted. A student from Class 1, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, shouted, Lin Beichen, your actions are too ruthless. It was just a competition, yet you seriously injured Brother Leng. You are utterly inhumane. I protest, this is not a duel, but attempted murder. To harm your fellow classmate so severely is simply barbaric. We strongly demand that the instructor disqualify Lin Beichen. For a moment, the crowd seemed to be in an uproar. Lin Beichen pointed his sword at the student, declaring, You are dissatisfied? Come up here and face me, fool. The student felt a chill run down his spine, though he was at a distance. It felt as if the sword's tip was pressed against his throat, rendering him frozen and speechless. The others fell silent as well, where Lin Beichen pointed his sword. The raucous crowd was subdued, as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished a roaring flame. With a clang, he sheathed his sword and descended the stage, his black hair flowing, reflecting the sunlight. Ah, so handsome, Several enamored female students squealed, covering their faces. Ding Sanshur, the swordsmanship instructor from Class 9, gazed at Lin Beichen with fervent admiration. A true genius, a prodigy of swordsmanship. Even if he had started practicing basic sword techniques from birth, reaching such a level speaks volumes of his talent. He thought to himself, this is the young man I have been searching for. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Chu Han wore an uncontainable smile as he remarked, Haha, brother Qingxian, you have now witnessed Lin Beichen's performance in battle. What are your thoughts? Li Qingxian squinted, responding, the opponent's strength is too weak. I cannot draw any conclusions. Chu Han chuckled, continue watching. Haha, do keep watching. He had now completely regarded Lin Beichen as a treasure. Although Lin Beichen's energy level test results had been declared temporarily invalid, that was merely a public pretext. The truth was known to him and several other participants. The so-called malfunction of the measuring stone was merely a facade, a conclusion drawn from the insistence of the observer Li Qingxian. Once the 6th grade measuring stone arrived, everything would be revealed. Ahaha, our 3rd academy shall unveil a great treasure. The thought of showcasing Lin Beichen to other academy directors at future exchange meetings filled him with delight. The competition continued. Half an hour later, the first round concluded, with 50 students eliminated and 50 advancing. The entire process was supervised by grade director Chu Han, special observer Li Qingxian, and dozens of other supervising instructors to ensure fairness and effectiveness. To further guarantee fairness, the 50 advancing students were redrawn for matchups. Lin Beichen drew number 47. It seemed he had a fated connection with the number 7. Upon stepping onto the stage and seeing his opponent, Lin Beichen chuckled. What a twist of fate. Surprised? Are we? Excited? The unfortunate student across from him, face pale, was none other than the one who had instigated others to attack him in defense of Lung Yi. Why, you better not go too far. The student stammered. Lin Beichen nearly burst into laughter. This dialogue would have been far more amusing if it had come from a female. If I recall correctly, you belong to Class 1 as well? Lin Beichen remarked. The student remarked, indeed, my best friend is Master Wu Xiaofeng. Just as his words fell, a flash of light from a sword pierced the air. The sounds of the blade piercing and retracting resonated almost simultaneously. Bang! A kick to the abdomen sent the student tumbling off the stage, crashing hard onto the ground. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Only then did his agonized screams, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberate. Like Lung Yi, his right arm had been skewered by the long sword, rendering him gravely injured. However, this was permissible within the rules of the combat competition, for certain quality herbal remedies could heal such penetrating wounds in a brief period. As long as life was not endangered and the injury was not of the debilitating kind, recovery was feasible. The purpose of the combat arena was to allow students to experience the fleeting moments of life and death, to imprint the essence of true battle upon their memories. Excessive constraints would, in fact, undermine the significance of real combat. Henceforth, no one dared to take the opportunity to attack Lin Beichen again. The vendetta of a prodigal son instilled a chill in many hearts. After the supervising instructor loudly announced the outcome of the battle, Lin Beichen, clad in blue, wielding his sword, descended from the stage with measured grace. So handsome! A dozen infatuated female students shrieked, covering their faces in excitement. Indeed, the ranks of the Scoundrels fan club had slightly swelled. As time passed, the matches continued. Thud! Shuiyu, a student from Class 9 of the 2nd year, fell heavily from the arena, spitting blood and losing consciousness. I had previously asserted that every student from Class 9 would be defeated. Wu Xiaofeng stood atop the stage, sneering down, if you wish to blame someone, then blame your classmate Lin Beichen. The students of Class 9, standing below, could only seethe in silence. Wu Xiaofeng's cruelty was unmistakable. It was evident that he was deliberately targeting the students of Class 9, not only defeating them, but also inflicting serious injuries and verbal humiliation. With Cheng Ku suffering previously and now Shuiyu, this had transcended the meaning of a competitive match. It was clearly a calculated insult. Moreover, this obvious attempt to sow discord between the students of Class 9 and Lin Beichen was exceedingly crude. The students were not fools. Few would be naive enough to question or blame Lin Beichen because of this. Furthermore, the students of Class 9 had witnessed that Lin Beichen's prior matches had been a form of vengeance for Cheng Ku and Shuiyu, a tit-for-tat retaliation against Lung Yi and another student whose name was unworthy of remembrance. How pitiful! Lin Beichen, you must avenge old Shui and Cheng Ku. We of Class 9 must unite. As long as you can thoroughly defeat Wu Xiaofeng, I am willing to apologize for the disparaging remarks I made about you earlier. The students of Class 9 encircled Lin Beichen, pleading earnestly. Lin Beichen remained silent for a moment. Bored, He parted the crowd, shifting to another position. The students of Class 9 were left dumbfounded. Time flowed on. Soon, the second round of matches concluded. In a turn of events that was nothing short of astonishing. The commoner princess Mu Xinyue encountered yet another devoted admirer. Like Zheng Tuo, after executing a series of flamboyant maneuvers on the stage, he voluntarily leaped down, allowing Mu Xinyue to win effortlessly once more. This was truly a remarkable feat. Even the supervising instructors appeared bewildered, a testament to Mu Xinyue's popularity in the Third Academy. Other prodigies, such as Wu Shi, Si Xinlin, Yu Hongxiang, and Gao Min, also defeated their respective opponents without any suspense, securing their places in the top 25. The practical assessment was intensifying, reaching a boiling point. The draw for the third round of elimination-style matches commenced rapidly. Among the 25 contestants, one was destined to receive a bye. Amidst the eager anticipation, the fortunate individual was revealed to be none other than the commoner goddess, Mu Xinyue. Not only was she beautiful, powerful, and talented, but her luck was also enviable, making her seem like a child of destiny. One student couldn't help but marvel. Mu Xinyue carries a subtle smile, neither arrogant nor impatient. Lin Beichen, on the other hand, drew number 17. Truly, fate seemed to have a hand in this. His opponent was another young prodigy, Gao Min. This was the first worthy adversary he had encountered since entering the practical competition. I eagerly anticipate our duel, Gao Min declared. A fair youth with slightly curly hair, exuding the pride characteristic of a top-tier student, his eyes gleaming with defiance. I will make you understand what a true genius is. Oh, Lin Beichen replied nonchalantly. He then swiftly unsheathed his sword. Clang. Whoosh. The clash of swords resonated. In an astonishing display, Gao Min's sword slipped from his grasp, arcing high before landing on the stage, while Lin Beichen's blade rested against Gao Min's throat. What kind of swordplay is this? Gao Min stammered, incredulous, unable to comprehend how he had been bested. Lin Beichen sheathed his sword, stating, basic swordsmanship, close range 3 strikes. This is impossible, Gao Min exclaimed, his complexion paling. I have also practiced instructor Ding Sanchi's basic swordsmanship, close range 3 strikes. Could it be that we trained in 2 different sword techniques? Lin Beichen pondered briefly before responding. Perhaps it's because you are too dim-witted to master it. Gao Min lowered his proud head, conceding, I am defeated. He retrieved his sword, dejectedly turning to leap off the stage. Lin Beichen wins, the supervising instructor announced loudly. Below the stage, after a brief silence, a wave of discussions erupted like a spring tide. Did you see that? I didn't see it. It was too quick. Indeed, each strike was but a single sword. From now on, let us call him Lin One Sword. Lin One Scoundrel? What a fitting name. Was he truly employing Ding Sanchi's so-called basic swordsmanship, close range 3 strikes? I don't know. The basic swordsmanship, close range 3 strikes I've seen was not like that. Defeating Gao Min with just a single strike, yet he didn't pierce Gao Min's shoulder this time. Of course, Lin Beichen is a prodigal son, not a sadist. He only targets the students of Class 1. Wu Xiaofeng instigated the conflict, taking it a bit too far, dragging personal grievances into the arena. The discussions proliferated, with nearly all observing students partaking in the discourse. Admiring the strong has always been an immutable trait among martial artists in this world. Unbeknownst to them, public opinion began to sway in favor of Lin Beichen. Oh, so handsome. I can't. More than 30 female students squealed in adoration. The ranks of the Scoundrels fan club had once again increased. As Lin Beichen descended from the stage, he furrowed his brow slightly. These superficial admirers, he mused. Next time, please be a bit more enthusiastic and shout louder, would you? Hee. A true genius of swordsmanship surely possesses the body of a sword cultivator. Young one, I have you firmly in my grasp. Chuckled the sword instructor Ding Sanshi from a distance. On the observation platform, haha, brother Qingxian, it seems Lin Beichen has proven his strength this time, hasn't he? The year head, Chu Hen, could hardly contain his laughter. Li Qingxian remained composed, replying, let us wait and see. Yet, the astonishment in his expression was unmistakable. Internally, he pondered, what is happening? Could the Third Academy truly be experiencing a resurgence? There is a certain wickedness about Lin Beichen. Soon, this round of the competition concluded. The students of Class 9 once again carried their class leader, Yin Yi, off the stage. This time, however, it was not Yin Yi who had drawn Wu Xiaofeng. Instead, Wu Xiaofeng exercised his privilege as the champion of the last competition, selecting Class 9's leader, Yin Yi, as his opponent. On the stage, he struck mercilessly, severing one of Yin Yi's ears with a single thrust of his sword and piercing his left arm, inflicting severe injury. I said from Class 9, I will defeat them all, Wu Xiaofeng sneered once more. Lin Beichen remained silent in the face of such provocation. 13 participants advanced to the next round, and the draw continued. To everyone's disbelief, Mu Xinyue once again had a bye. Truly, she was favored by the goddess of fortune. Many supervising instructors began to express their admiration. Luck, at times, serves as a symbol of strength. Lin Beichen's opponent turned out to be Qian Jinqin, the charming and adorable class leader of Class 10. With her round face adorned with baby fat and an innocent demeanor, she perpetually wore a pure smile, earning her the title of Class Beauty. Lin Beichen showed no mercy, swiftly employing 3 sword techniques. Ding! With a single strike, he defeated the lovely girl. Wow, how ruthless! Exclaimed many of Qian Jinqin's admirers from the audience. The first volume, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 30, The 7 Illusions of the Cold Python Sword. Such a delicate girl, vanquished by a single blow, without a hint of compassion. However, the female students of the Scoundrel Ladies group rejoiced at this scene, cheering, cold, ruthless, handsome. He is truly a sword immortal. The male students nearby fell silent, lamenting, these superficial fans. Why not admire Lin Beichen's swordsmanship and become a fan of skill instead? Thus, the competition progressed, ultimately leaving 4 individuals, Lin Beichen, Wu Xiaofeng, Mu Xinyue, and Yu Hongxiang, the 4 strongest of the second year at the Third Academy. The final showdown was finally upon them. This time, the drawing ceremony captivated the attention of the entire grade. On the first arena, the drawing box was placed upon a grand table. Lin Beichen and the others ascended the stage one by one to draw lots. After the draws were completed, each held their respective nameplates. Lin Beichen glanced down to find he had drawn the number 4. The other 3 had already grasped their nameplates. The supervising instructor approached and, after a quick inspection, announced the final matchups. Number 1 Wu Xiaofeng versus number 4 Lin Beichen, and number 2 Mu Xinyue versus number 3 Yu Hongxiang. The surroundings erupted in cheers. This outcome bore the weight of a king versus king, an intense rivalry. Though Yu Hongxiang of Class 8 may not have enjoyed the popularity of Mu Xinyue, she was still considered a goddess by many students. Exuding a gentle elegance and classical beauty, typically low-key, she had garnered a significant following, and her entry into the top 4 was undoubtedly well-deserved. The duel between the 2 goddesses promised to be a spectacle. Conversely, the animosity between Lin Beichen and Wu Xiaofeng had been accumulating since the beginning of the competition. And the tale of Lin Beichen's miraculous rise from obscurity lent their confrontation an allure that even surpassed the battles between the 2 goddesses. First up, we have Wu Xiaofeng facing off against Lin Beichen. Combatants, please ascend the stage, declared the supervising instructor Ding Sanshi, igniting the atmosphere. Brother Wu, go for it. Defeat that wasteful scion. Lin Sword Immortal, continue your legend. I shall support you. Xiaofeng, you absolutely cannot lose to that notorious underachiever. As Wu Xiaofeng stepped onto the stage, he could not help but curse inwardly at the thoughtless remarks of the onlookers. Who is this fool? What do you mean I cannot lose? I will not be defeated. Lin Beichen also ascended the stage, and the 2 stood 10 meters apart, facing each other. At that moment, the confrontation had finally arrived. Wu Xiaofeng smirked, fixing his gaze on Lin Beichen. Though it was enjoyable to torment your classmates, nothing compares to the pleasure of utterly defeating and humiliating you in front of so many witnesses. Lin Beichen, are you prepared to be trampled? Lin Beichen slowly unsheathed his sword at his waist. That is the very question I wish to pose to you. Are you ready to confront your nightmares? He advanced, sword in hand, as his inner energy surged. His black hair danced in the sunlight, each strand seemingly radiating an enchanting glow. Ah, how handsome! A chorus of shrieks erupted from dozens of female students below. It was undeniable that, in terms of sheer appearance, none in the Third Academy could rival Lin Beichen. Even the fair-skinned Wu Xiaofeng paled in comparison. As the duel approached, a subtle shift occurred, and support for Lin Beichen began to grow among the onlookers. Observing the heightened aura of Lin Beichen on the stage, cheers and encouragement filled the air. A shadow of severity flickered in Wu Xiaofeng's eyes. He too drew his sword from his waist. The blade gleamed like autumn waters, reflecting a blinding brilliance under the sun. This sword, named Light Chaser, was a prized weapon, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. He had specifically prepared it for this competition. During previous battles, he had refrained from drawing it, waiting for this very moment to defeat Lin Beichen publicly and extinguish the myth of his so-called rise from disgrace. Shall I pierce your leg first, or your arm? Wu Xiaofeng advanced, his pace quickening until he burst into a sprint, his speed akin to an arrow released from a bow. Lin Beichen also surged forward, executing the first move of the basic sword technique, a sudden thrust. The sword light flickered as he and the sword merged, creating a flash of brilliance. Defeat, Wu Xiaofeng bellowed. thrusting his sharp blade forward. In an instant, 7 indistinct sword shadows erupted, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The chilling sword images surged forth like a silver python, poised to devour Lin Beichen in an instant. This scene caused the sword instructor Ding Sanshi to tremble with alarm. This is not the basic sword technique. It is the 7 illusions of the cold python sword, a true 1-star sword technique. This Wu Xiaofeng has actually mastered the 9th-tier sword technique, surpassing the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Once martial arts techniques attain a star level, their power far exceeds that of basic martial skills. The hierarchy ranges from 1 star to 9 stars. How could the application of a star-level sword technique against a derivative of basic sword techniques result in anything but utter defeat? Ding Sanshi's heart instantly sank with anxiety. On the observation platform, the head of the department, Chu Hen, leaped to his feet. Wu Xiaofeng's display of a sword technique beyond the basics should have been a cause for celebration, as it indicated his student's success. However, at that moment, Chu Hen's foremost concern was whether Lin Beichen could emerge unscathed from this strike, fearing for his safety. A faint metallic clang resonated as a fragment of a broken sword soared into the air. Shadows danced and separated. The illusion of the cold python sword vanished. Lin Beichen glanced in astonishment at the sword in his hand, which was reduced to a mere half. What the hell? Is this the family heirloom of that scoundrel Wang Zhong? It breaks upon contact? This sword is as unreliable as that scoundrel himself. Lin Beichen felt a surge of despondence. Across from him, Wu Xiaofeng laughed mockingly. Huh, trash, weren't you quite arrogant? Now that your broken sword is shattered, how will you contend with me? Yet, internally, he was equally astonished. The sword in his grasp was the Tracer sword, capable of cutting through iron like mud. And he had just unleashed the 1-star sword technique, 7 illusions of the cold python. His intention was to severely wound Lin Beichen in an instant, to shock the audience and reclaim his lost glory. Yet, he had merely broken Lin Beichen's already damaged sword. Moreover, the tremendous recoil had nearly caused him to lose his grip on his own sword. This little brat possesses such strength? Wu Xiaofeng's heart began to grow wary. He executed his footwork again, once more employing the 7 illusions of the cold python sword. A chilling radiance enveloped the air, descending upon Lin Beichen. He did not flinch, for his instincts warned him that retreat would guarantee his defeat. In a narrow encounter, the brave triumph. With his broken sword, he thrust forward unyieldingly. With a sudden motion, he unleashed the basic swordsmanship close-range triple strike. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out, sparks flying in the air. The broken sword was sent flying again. Huh. Now all that remains in your hand is a bare sword hilt. How will you fight me? Wu Xiaofeng laughed heartily. Lin Beichen's sword had been reduced to a mere hilt. This is truly a disgrace. Lin Beichen felt speechless. All his skills were embodied in that sword. Without it, it was akin to a keyboard warrior without a computer. How could he possibly exhibit his prowess? Trash, today you are destined to be beneath my feet. Wu Xiaofeng cackled. Are you eager to avenge those useless fellows from Class 9? Huh. Unfortunately, your fate will be far worse than theirs. At that moment, the proctor, Ding Sanshi, expressionless, removed the long sword from his waist and tossed it to Lin Beichen. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword. Chapter 31. Lin Beichen's Great Victory. Lin Beichen caught the long sword, tears of gratitude nearly spilling forth. Thank you, dear liberating forces. Teacher Ding. I promise I will no longer oppose or criticize you. Seeing this, Wu Xiaofeng protested loudly. Wait. This is unfair. The proctor is aiding the examinee. This is cheating. I object. Ding Sanshi replied nonchalantly. Object to what? This is a practical match, assessing swordsmanship and combat prowess, not the sharpness of blades. Wu Xiaofeng looked towards the observation platform and shouted, I refuse to accept this. I implore Director Chu and Observer Li to uphold justice. Teacher Ding's actions are clearly biased towards Lin Beichen, violating examination rules. He was confident that Director Chu would support him, as well as Observer Li, who he believed harbored disdain for the disgraceful Lin Beichen. Resistance proved futile. Director Chu Han decisively stated that the observer, Li Qingxian, remained silent, evidently dismissing Wu Xiaofeng's protest entirely. Wu Xiaofeng was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why did it feel as though he had fallen out of favor? Even among the crowd below the platform, some students vocally declared, if you have the skill, defeat Lin Beichen with your sword techniques. Not by bullying him with an heirloom sword. What kind of man are you? Indeed, we support Teacher Ding Sanshi. Lin Beichen, you are so handsome. The enthusiastic cheers from infatuated female students echoed loudly. The support for the scoundrel was rapidly growing. Wu Xiaofeng's face turned a sickly shade of green. Lin Beichen chuckled. as it seemed that without his awareness, his popularity had inexplicably surged. Wu Xiaofeng brandished his tracer sword, its blade vibrating ominously, sneering, "Humph, Lin, don't get too complacent. Even if you have 10 swords, I can reduce them all to mere scrap metal." He charged forward, unleashing 7 sword shadows, the cold python flickering ominously, reminiscent of a ferocious python baring its fangs. With a swift motion, Lin Beichen drew his long sword and lunged forward. A single thrust launched forth. Whoosh! The sword light cleaved through the air, again executing the basic swordsmanship close-range triple strike. Clang! The metallic clash echoed for the 3rd time on the stage. Yet this time, there was no broken sword to be seen. The 7-sword illusion shattered, and the fangs of the cold python were split in two by a brilliant white sword light. With a sickening sound, Lin Beichen's blade pierced Wu Xiaofeng's left arm. "Ah!" Wu Xiaofeng screamed in agony. However, before his cry could dissipate, Lin Beichen withdrew his sword. In that instant, Wu Xiaofeng seemed to hear the horrifying sound of his flesh and bones scraping against the blade. The terror of that sound struck deep within him. Whoosh! Another beam of sword light surged forth. Wu Xiaofeng felt a chill in his right ear. "Ah, my ear!" he shrieked in despair. Lin Beichen offered him no respite. Bam! The spine of the sword struck Wu Xiaofeng's cheek, tearing through flesh. His scream was abruptly halted. The tremendous force sent Wu Xiaofeng spiraling out of balance. Crashing to the ground, his left cheek swollen and bloodied, resembling a ripe peach. Lin Beichen stepped forward, placing his foot on Wu Xiaofeng's face. "One sword, one ear. A slap to the face. These are all retributions for my classmates from Class 9. "Ah!" Wu Xiaofeng screamed in rage. "Lin Beichen, you scoundrel! How dare you treat me this way? I will not let this go. You will know what regret feels like, you dog." "Your words are foul," Lin Beichen retorted. Lin Beichen delivered a swift kick to Wu Xiaofeng's abdomen, propelling him across the arena floor for a distance of 10 meters. "I almost forgot," he remarked. "You used this very technique when you bullied my classmate. Consider this a repayment." Wu Xiaofeng immediately contorted in pain, his body curling like a shrimp. As excruciating agony ravaged his insides, causing the veins in his neck to bulge and a guttural, beast-like groan to escape from his throat, rendering him speechless. Lin Beichen glanced at the sword in his hand, ancient, muted, yet sufficiently sturdy. It effortlessly countered the tracer sword, leaving not a single trace. A fine blade indeed. With a swift motion, he sheathed the sword. "I have always relished trampling on conceited talents like you. Now do you believe me?" He approached Wu Xiaofeng, bent down, and whispered, "In truth, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude, dear Senior Xiaofeng. Without the 20 gold coins you so generously bestowed upon me, I would not possess my current strength. You truly are a benefactor in my time of need, and I shall forever remember your generosity, extending my gratitude through generations." Wu Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he could not comprehend Lin Beichen's words, an instinctual realization dawned upon him that he had erred gravely. Lin Beichen smiled and added, "This final kick is a complimentary gift. Off you go." With a thud, Wu Xiaofeng was unceremoniously kicked off the stage, landing harshly on the ground below, and promptly lost consciousness. Many students from Class 1, in a tacit agreement, chose to ignore the writhing figure of Wu Xiaofeng. This once arrogant genius had ruled over his classmates with an iron fist, bullying them mercilessly due to his academic prowess and strength. Yet now, he lay there, defeated and humiliated. What face would he have to flaunt in class after this? His reputation lay in ruins. In stark contrast, the students of Class 9 erupted in exuberant cheers. "Brother Lin, that was so satisfying. Brother Lin, I apologize, you are the pride of Class 9. I love you, Brother Lin." The jubilant shouts echoed from beneath the stage. Among them was Lin Xuyin, the belle of Class 9. Typically demure and bashful, she now joined her classmates in ecstatic screams, her face flushed like a boiled crab, her demeanor transformed with excitement. Meanwhile, Cheng Ku, Shui Yu, and Yin Yi, those previously injured by Wu Xiaofeng, stood amid the crowd, bandaged and supported by their peers, their wounds spurring them to cheer and express gratitude. Lin Beichen had indeed avenged them. A sense of pride surged within many students of Class 9. Thoughts of wastrels, rakes, and scoundrels were cast aside, replaced by a singular admiration. Lin Beichen is extraordinarily impressive. The grade director, Chu Hen, exhaled a long sigh of relief. Settling back into his seat, his heart finally at ease. "Oh, Wu Xiaofeng is injured? Quick, someone take him to the infirmary." After a considerable pause, Chu Hen appeared to notice the situation and called out loudly. An instructor arrived to carry the unconscious Wu Xiaofeng away. The supervising instructor, Ding Sanshi, proclaimed loudly, "The result of the match, Lin Beichen wins." The arena erupted in another wave of cheers. A few students from Class 1, resembling huskies among a pack of wolves, joined in the jubilant uproar. Preparations for the next duel between Mu Xinyue and Yu Hongxiang commenced. The audience grew increasingly excited. On the observation platform, Chu Hen couldn't suppress his pride and elation and turned to Li Qingxian, saying, "So, what do you think, Brother Qingxian? You can't possibly claim the opponent was too weak this time." Li Qingxian, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Are you so eager to hear me praise this rake?" Chu Hen earnestly protested, "Brother Qingxian, Lin Beichen is the foremost genius of our third academy. Please refrain from using the term rake to insult him." Li Qingxian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How realistic. Now he is the top genius? He hadn't shown such support for Lin Beichen before. He chose to remain silent. However, Chu Hen was persistent, relentlessly pressing for a comment. "Come on, Brother Qingxian, don't be silent. Give a review. Just a word of evaluation, please. Can our academy's top genius catch the eye of the infamous Li Qingxian?" Li Qingxian, both amused and irritated, eventually relented, offering his opinion. At present, he can indeed rank among the top talents in Yunmeng City. Chu Hen burst into triumphant laughter. Moments later, the arrangements for the second match were complete. Mu Xinyue and Yu Hongxiang ascended the stage, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Lin Beichen gazed at the scene, contemplating the elegance of the two. The commoner princess, Mu Xinyue, stood tall and graceful, exuding a fierce spirit that rivaled any man. Her image was impeccably maintained, characterized by delicate features and fair skin, radiating an alluring beauty that captivated the soul. In contrast, the flower of Class 8, Yu Hongxiang, possessed not only large, clear eyes, but also an uncommon classical beauty and scholarly aura for her age, exuding a gentle and reserved charm that deepened with every glance. Mu Xinyue is slightly more endowed, but Yu Hongxiang is more curvaceous. Her skin is remarkably fair, akin to porcelain, though I am uncertain which one feels better to the touch. After all, I am a man determined to return to Earth. They are destined to remain unattainable. I wonder whose swordsmanship is superior and what unique traits they possess. Suddenly, Lin Beichen felt a wave of shame wash over him, raising his hand to slap himself. What am I thinking at this moment? He chastised himself. How can I allow such distractions? Why ponder swordsmanship? Am I the type to simply admire form? Truly, I lack any self-awareness. Thus, he resolved to focus on the match ahead, standing quietly to the side, as still as ice. Yet, his eyes darted around like a pair of scanning radars, discreetly surveying the two women, indulging in imaginative artistic embellishments. The surrounding students were taken aback by Lin Beichen's inexplicable self-slap. What is going on? What is wrong with Brother Lin? Has he suffered another bout of foolishness? No, wait. He seems completely recovered these past few days. I understand now. Brother Lin must be reminding himself not to be superficial, not to merely admire the external beauty of these two goddesses, but to calm his heart and appreciate their swordsmanship as a true swordsman should. The class leader of Class 9, Yin Yi, whose face was bandaged and swollen, suddenly exclaimed with an epiphany. The phenomenon of self-deception, born from blind admiration, is indeed the most perilous of all. In an instant, the male students surrounding the arena felt a wave of shame wash over them, falling into a profound silence. Brother Lin had already achieved such remarkable strength, yet he remained free from carnal desires, wholly devoted to the art of swordsmanship. This might just be the reason for his meteoric rise. Shuiyu and Chengku from Class 9 also found themselves pondering deeply. Thus, the crowd of onlookers around the arena swiftly fell into an absolute hush, maintaining an atmosphere of solemnity as they awaited the commencement of the duel. The previously boisterous pre-battle ambience transformed peculiarly into one of grave reverence. After a thorough inspection, Ding Sanshi proclaimed loudly, "The duel begins." Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of sword light simultaneously sliced through the air above the arena. Clang, clang. The swords met, sending sparks flying. Indeed, it was a clash of opposites. When the two maidens confronted each other, not a word was exchanged, nor was there any hesitation. The battle commenced in an instant. At first, both women executed fundamental sword techniques with seamless grace, each movement imbued with aesthetic beauty, especially as their lithe forms shifted through various postures. They showcased their alluring physiques in fleeting moments. Their curves swayed rhythmically, almost intoxicatingly. What unfolded was a fierce contest of swordsmanship. Yet the two enchanting girls rendered it akin to a dance, each move resonating with elegance. Lin Beichen couldn't help but marvel at their prowess. Suddenly, a series of slaps echoed around the arena. Many male students began striking their own faces. What was happening? Had they all lost their minds? Lin Beichen was taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, those slapping themselves were filled with shame, sternly chastising themselves. How could one be distracted? How could one be captivated by beauty? They ought to emulate Brother Lin, immersing themselves in the appreciation of swordsmanship, for only with singular focus can one grow stronger. If Lin Beichen were to uncover the truth, he would surely reflect on the innocence of 13 or 14-year-old boys. The duel continued for approximately 20 minutes. It seemed as though the two female students were in perfect sync, as they both suddenly shouted in unison and retreated 3 steps, their auras shifting dramatically, and their sword styles evolving simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. Sharp beams of sword light erupted from their palms. The swords in their hands seemed to come alive, moving with newfound agility, their cold brilliance intensifying. Entering Star's sword technique, one instructor exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, when Wu Xiaofang had demonstrated the Cold Python 7 Phantom Sword, a first-tier technique, it had already left the audience in awe. The Junior Academy never taught students the Entering Star combat techniques because their levels of spiritual energy could not support the required load. Mastering such techniques necessitated a unique frequency and pathway of energy flow to unleash their full potential. Thus, attempting to practice them forcibly not only proved ineffective, but could also lead to adverse consequences, hindering future advancement in the intermediate academy. Yet, in this world, there are always those exceptional individuals who defy the odds. In Yunmeng City, some students with exceptional talent and elevated levels of spiritual energy privately purchased combat techniques. Quietly practicing them, if fortune favored them, they could achieve some success, thereby unleashing a fraction of the Entering Star technique's might. For instance, Wu Xiaofang had mastered the Cold Python 7 Phantom Sword to a level sufficient to dominate many of his peers. However, he unfortunately encountered Lin Beichen, a prodigious anomaly, and was mercilessly defeated. In truth, had Wu Xiaofang truly honed the Cold Python 7 Phantom Sword to a profound level, he could have bested Lin Beichen. Such insights were only discernible to seasoned instructors. However, at this moment, both Mu Xinyue and Yu Hongxiang had cultivated their Entering Star techniques to an impressive degree, far surpassing Wu Xiaofang's half-baked efforts. As the two maidens executed their techniques, faint glimmers of spiritual energy emanated from their sword blades. Each clash produced a peculiar booming sound, and the points of impact shimmered with light. The currents of air rippled through the arena like water. These two female students were remarkable, having secretly trained to such a level. It appeared that even if Wu Xiaofang had not been eliminated by Lin Beichen, he would have stood no chance against either of them. To the untrained eye, Lin Beichen was undoubtedly an outsider, merely captivated by the spectacle of the two beautiful girls battling, which had suddenly become increasingly exhilarating. Other students shared similar sentiments. 2 minutes later, clang. The sound of swords colliding rang out. Yu Hongxiang gasped, clutching her wrist and staggering backward. A streak of crimson blood seeped through her fingers. The outcome was clear. Mu Xinyue, unflustered, held her sword at her side and said, "Sister Yu, I concede." Finally, an uncontrollable wave of gasps erupted from the surrounding audience. The battle had not lasted long, indicating Mu Xinyue's overwhelming superiority. Yu Hongxiang glanced at her injury. The tendons in her right wrist had been severed. She understood that this had been Mu Xinyue's deliberate act. Such an injury would require the rare jade bone healing ointment for treatment, and it would take at least half a month to reattach the severed tendons, significantly impacting her swordsmanship. With careful maintenance, full recovery could take 2 to 3 months, greatly hindering her performance in the upcoming heroic battle preliminaries. "I have lost." Yu Hongxiang's expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of excessive reproach. With her blood-stained left hand, she retrieved her long sword and turned to leave the arena. With the duel concluded, Mu Xinyue emerged victorious. The supervising instructor, Ding Sancher, announced the result in a booming voice. Standing in the arena, Mu Xinyue smiled, her long black hair billowing as she basked in the golden rays of the setting sun, resembling a being draped in divine light. Her stunning visage became indelibly etched in the hearts of countless male students. The grand competition of the day came to an end. Director Chu Hen rose from the observation platform to declare the temporary conclusion of the day's events. Thus, only the final battle for the championship remained in the mid-year tournament. The ultimate champion would be determined in the next day's contest. Amidst the eager discussions, the crowd began to disperse in small clusters. A few love-struck female students mustered the courage to seek Lin Beichen for an autograph, only to discover that the handsome youth had mysteriously vanished. 10 minutes later, in the examination office, Qingxian, do share your thoughts. How did our two second-year prodigies from the Third Academy perform this time? Chu Hen, seemingly afflicted by amnesia, repeated the same question over and over. Li Qingxian felt overwhelmed. Is this ever going to end? I'm aware of your desire to flaunt, but persistently asking is rather excessive. He could only respond with indifference. Good, very good. Chu Chen laughed heartily. Then, Brother Qingxian, who do you believe will triumph in tomorrow's decisive battle? Li Qingxian pondered carefully and replied, on the surface, it appears to be a 50-50 chance, yet I still place my faith in Mu Xinyue. Oh, Chu Chen expressed mild surprise. What leads you to such a judgment, Brother Qingxian? Li Qingxian answered, well, it's merely intuition. Chu Chen nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. I cannot quite fathom why, but despite Lin Beichen's higher level of xuanqi, I share your instinct. By the way, Chu brother, have you ever contemplated why a feckless spendthrift suddenly transforms into a remarkably gifted genius? What secrets lie beneath this transformation? Li Qingxian prompted. Chu Chen's expression grew somewhat serious as he said, I have certainly considered this matter. It must be a contingency left by the battle god of the empire. After all, he is one of the battlefield legends, having created many miracles. It is not inconceivable that he has left behind some significant opportunity for Lin Beichen, whom he dotes on as if he were his own son. Li Qingxian nodded, leaning toward this perspective. However, one must not forget that the emperor spared Lin Beichen initially because he deemed him a useless fool, posing no threat. Now that Lin Beichen has evolved into a genius, would the emperor still permit the son of a treasonous general to remain unscathed? As dusk fell, the campus of the Third Academy was enveloped in an eerie silence. In the depths of the training grounds, Lin Beichen returned to find the old butler with a mournful expression, gazing at him with forlorn eyes. Young master, my sword. Oh, it broke. Ah, no, that was my ancestral sword. But it is indeed broken. Young master, it was a benevolent sword. You have truly shattered it. Woo, my sword, passed down through 18 generations of the Wang family. I have betrayed you. You died a tragic death. Come on, stop lamenting. I'll buy you a new one. Really? I want the Qingyao sword from Master Fan, the most fashionable sword of this season. Consider it done. Thank you, young master. I shall prepare dinner for you. It turned out that the scheming butler Wang Zhong was indeed a rare gem of a sycophant. He quickly prepared a sumptuous feast, perfectly balancing meat and vegetables, with exceptional flavors complemented by the fruit wine, peach blossom brew, giving Lin Beichen the impression of dining in a 5-star restaurant. Truly attentive service. Lin Beichen felt a wave of satisfaction at having such a devoted aide by his side. After a hearty meal, he retreated into the tent. After fiddling with his phone for a while without any notable discoveries, he succumbed to sleep. After all, after a full day of battles, he felt quite fatigued despite the nourishment from his xuanqi. An hour later, while he was deeply asleep, he was roused by Wang Zhong's timid voice outside. Young master. Young master? Someone is looking for you. Wang Zhong knocked on the tent door. Lin Beichen turned over, groggy and irritable. Who is it? I have no time to meet. Tell them to leave. Young master, this person is somewhat special. You really should meet. The old butler's voice carried an unmistakable hint of lewd insinuation. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 34. Those that are not firm have already been toyed with by you. Lin Beichen emerged from the tent with a disgruntled expression, grumbling. Who is it? Upon lifting his gaze, he saw a figure draped in a green swordsman's robe, quietly standing in the moonlit shadows, a smile gracing her face, akin to a quiet night blooming serious. It was Mu Xinyue. Lin Beichen was taken aback. What brings you here? No wonder Wang Zhong's voice was so suggestive. He must have thought there was some scandalous affair between them. Mu Xinyue replied, I came to see you. Are you not welcoming? Of course, I am not. Mu Xinyue was unfazed, smiling slightly as she said, You foolish boy. Are you still angry with me? Lin Beichen was taken aback. Oh, is this your approach? This woman was indeed a master of manipulation. Even now, she had the audacity to speak such words. I know you harbor resentment towards me for the hurtful words I uttered during your lowest moments when I severed ties with you, Mu Xinyue said, biting her lip, feigning a pitiful expression. But do you understand? I did it to inspire you. Only by stripping away all your support and leaving you in despair could you truly awaken, grow, and rise against the odds. Look, have you not achieved that now? Clap, clap, clap. Lin Beichen couldn't help but applaud. Then, he suddenly dashed to the side, shouting, Butler, quickly, where's the bucket? Bring me a bucket. The butler, Wang Zhong, was startled, fearing the young master had been poisoned by the dinner he prepared. He hurriedly fetched a bucket, saying, Young master, don't scare me. What is wrong? Feeling nauseated, Lin Beichen dramatically retched into the empty bucket, exclaiming, That disgusted me terribly. Truth be told, I have never encountered anyone more shameless than myself, let alone a woman. Young master, if you truly find it nauseating, perhaps you should plug your ears. The old butler, with an air of experience, remarked, "In truth, while this woman may be morally corrupt, she is quite beautiful. If you disregard her words and merely focus on her appearance and figure, based on my extensive experience among flowers, she is undoubtedly a gem. If she were to develop for another year or two, she would be perfect. Damn, old Wong, you are quite the accomplice, sharp as a tack." Lin Beichen silently praised the scheming old butler. Indeed, he wiped his mouth, feigning regret, saying, "Such a beautiful woman. It's a pity she possesses a mouth that can speak, otherwise she would be flawless." A flicker of irritation crossed Mu Xinyue's eyes, yet she skillfully concealed her emotions. "Beichen, if you believe that humiliating me will provide you some relief, then feel free to unleash your scorn. After all, those words I spoke did indeed wound you deeply," she said softly. Lin Beichen was utterly exasperated. A person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. This woman was somewhat frightening. Wait a moment. This narrative is not akin to a romantic drama. The plot is diverging. Lin Beichen had no desire to entangle himself with such a woman. Instead, he bluntly stated, "You may leave. We have nothing further to discuss. We shall meet on the arena tomorrow." Mu Xinyue pouted. "No, if you do not forgive me, I will not leave." Lin Beichen retorted, "What on earth do you want?" In exasperation, he asked. Mu Xinyue chuckled softly, saying, "I knew you would be inclined to forgive me. Tomorrow in the arena, will you allow me to win?" Huh. Lin Beichen was utterly stunned. Is there truly such a brazen individual in this world? "You see, this year's midterm competition is of utmost importance to me," Mu Xinyue continued. "If you permit me to win, I shall grant you anything you desire, and from that moment forth, we could be together forever." Lin Beichen remarked, "You are fully aware that I have a slave contract with Wu Xiaofeng. Are you attempting to make me a slave?" Mu Xinyue replied, "It's of no concern. I can persuade senior brother Wu to relinquish that contract." Lin Beichen, having lost all patience, retorted, "You should leave quickly. Your mere presence disgusts me. I prefer to seize my own destiny rather than rely on others. If you wish to claim the top spot in the competition, earn it through your own merit. Expecting me to yield to you is preposterous. Unless the mountains crumble, heaven and earth unite, and the rivers run dry." Sighing, Mu Xinyue said, "Beichen, you have changed. Your heart has hardened." Internally, Lin Beichen scoffed, "The softer one has already been toyed with to death by you." Mu Xinyue continued, "Regardless, you remain the only man to have penetrated my innermost heart. My feelings for you are genuine, brother Beichen. I must take my leave." With that, she turned to depart, her demeanor imbued with sorrow. Lin Beichen uttered not a word. This woman was truly toxic. Her selfishness and shamelessness transcended mere description. He pondered long and hard, and concluded that labeling her as a green tea would be an insult to the very term. Indeed, the world was vast, teeming with all manner of individuals. He turned to return to his slumber. But scarcely had he drifted into a light sleep when the voice of the old steward echoed from outside the tent. "Young master, someone seeks your presence." "Tell her to leave," he replied. This individual is somewhat special. It would be prudent for you to meet her in person." Fuming, Lin Beichen burst from the tent, exclaiming, "You said the same just now. Enough already, you green tea witch." Instructor Ding, what brings you here?" The person standing outside was not Mu Xinyue, but rather Ding Sanshi, the swordsmanship instructor from Class 9. "Green tea witch? What does that mean?" Ding Sanshi inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face. Lin Beichen, speaking candidly, replied, "It's a derogatory term for women." "Did Mu Xinyue come looking for you earlier?" Ding Sanshi questioned. Lin Beichen exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, are you spying on me?" Ding Sanshi, somewhat exasperated, responded, "I merely happened to see her exiting the woods upon my arrival." "Oh," Lin Beichen said, "What brings you to seek me at such a late hour?" Ding Sanshi replied, "What do you think? Where's my sword? I kindly lent it to this little rascal for the tournament today, yet after the second match, he vanished without returning it." Lin Beichen grimaced and said, "Instructor, I have the competition tomorrow. How can I fight without a sword? Your sword is a treasure. Just lend it to me for one more day. I am your dear student. Surely you cannot watch me go into battle against that green tea witch with empty hands." He had no intention of keeping it. He merely wished to borrow it for another day, having discerned that Ding Sanshi's sword was of exceptional quality. During his clash with Wu Xiaofeng, the blade bore no marks from the encounter. This upcoming fight against Wu Xiaofeng had illuminated Lin Beichen on the significance of weaponry. His entire combat prowess relied on the sword, necessitating a fine blade to unleash his true potential. Ding Sanshi chuckled, "You have quite the discerning eye, little rascal. Here's the deal. If you can answer a few questions satisfactorily, I shall gift you this sword." Lin Beichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that a promise?" Ding Sanshi replied, At my age, as an instructor, would I deceive you, a mere child? Splendid. Lin Beichen exclaimed, ask away. I shall even divulge the age of my extraordinary sister's first awakening, should you wish. Chapter 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 35. I have grown wiser. You are indeed toxic, Ding Sancher thought, momentarily taken aback. Who cares about that? You were once a complete mess, yet your performance in this competition has been nothing short of remarkable. How did you achieve such a transformation? Ding Sancher queried. Ah well, the situation is as follows. Upon receiving devastating news from my father, I was deeply shaken, lost in a fog of confusion, as if my soul had departed. Then, I experienced an intense headache, followed by a most peculiar occurrence. Can you guess what that was, Instructor Ding? Lin Beichen's eyes darted as he contemplated how to weave his tale. Ding Sancher speculated. Did you become smarter after the headache? Indeed, that is precisely the case. You are astute, Instructor Ding. My admiration for you is boundless, like the mighty rivers flowing endlessly, or the overflowing torrents of a great flood. Enough with the flattery. Let us discuss serious matters, Ding Sancher interjected. Very well. Just as you surmised, after the shock, I found myself significantly more astute, capable of retaining everything I read. Lin Beichen began to fabricate. Ding Sancher, astonished, inquired, is that so? So your excellent results in the written examination stemmed from this newfound memory? Indeed, Lin Beichen affirmed, nodding vigorously. That's entirely your own assumption, though. Go on, Ding Sancher urged. What more should I say? I haven't fully crafted the story yet. Lin Beichen admitted, feeling flustered. He racked his brain until an idea struck him, reminiscent of a classic scene from Stephen Chow's film The King of Beggars, where Su Cherhan practiced the dreaming Arhut fist. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not only have I grown wiser, but I've also discovered something extraordinary. Once I fall asleep, I can practice swordsmanship in my dreams. Many techniques that eluded me while awake become crystal clear in my dreams, and upon waking, I can effortlessly execute them. Ding Sancher stood agape, practicing swordsmanship in dreams. If someone else claimed such a thing, I would undoubtedly chastise them, to be honest. But Lin Beichen's words. I recall having observed him returning to the tent to sleep soundly. Furthermore, he often dozed off during class. Could it be that this rascal truly practices swordsmanship in his dreams? In a world filled with countless warriors and extraordinary individuals, where even deities exist, such seemingly absurd phenomena are not entirely impossible. So, after I taught the basic swordsmanship 3 strikes in class, you mastered it to this level in just 3 days? Ding Sancher queried. Lin Beichen responded, and that's not all. I also practiced the intermediate chi condensation technique in my dreams. Ding Sancher gasped. You can't just practice swordsmanship? You can also refine your chi? Can you kill someone in your dreams? The notion seemed quite far-fetched, practicing in dreams and achieving such proficiency in a mere 3 days. Ding Sancher pondered for a moment, then asked, how confident are you about tomorrow's competition? Lin Beichen smiled broadly. I believe I should be just fine. Ding Sancher frowned slightly. Lin Beichen confidently remarked, that green tea bitch, Mu Xinyue, just visited. She expressed her hope that tomorrow in the arena, I would give her a chance. Clearly, she herself lacks confidence. Ding Sancher retorted, if you think that way, you are in danger. Lin Beichen questioned, what do you mean? Ding Sancher explained, her actions are merely designed to lower your guard. Today in the arena, Mu Xinyue defeated Yu Hongxiang. Did you observe her swordsmanship? Images of exquisite swordplay flashed through Lin Beichen's mind, and he nodded. I saw it clearly. It was grand, elegant, and round. Ding Sancher paused, then reacted with fury, delivering a flurry of blows to Lin Beichen. The old instructor, seething with anger, exclaimed, that girl executed the star-picking sword technique, and she has already reached the 2nd level of mastery, displaying considerable power. Although you have perfected the basic swordsmanship triple strike, your chances of winning remain slim. 2nd level of mastery? Perfected? Lin Beichen, bruised and battered, rose from the ground and scratched his head. Is that a cultivation realm? Ding Sancher sighed, lamenting the lack of foundational knowledge in this wayward youth. The cultivation of any combat technique progresses through 5 stages. Initial understanding, entry into the room, effortless mastery, consummate skill, and perfection. Your grasp of the triple strike is at perfection, leaving little room for further improvement, as its power has already reached its limits. Lin Beichen began to comprehend. What must I do to ensure a 100 victory over Mu Xinyue? He inquired, his faith in the seasoned sword instructor's insights for the upcoming battle unwavering. Thus, he became earnest and humble, eager to learn. In fact, after perfecting the basic swordsmanship triple strike, there lies a hidden lethal move named North Dipper Descends. Watch closely. I will demonstrate it 3 times, Ding Sancher said, his demeanor turning serious. He raised his hand, and with a clang, Lin Beichen's sword flew into his grasp as if drawn by a magnet. Swish, swish, swish. The first 3 moves were indeed the basic swordsmanship triple strike. At the conclusion of the triple strike, Ding Sanchi's sword erupted with 7 beams of light, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage, accompanied by the piercing sounds of 7 swords slicing through the air. Thud, thud, thud. 7 sword holes appeared in a nearby tree. Lin Beichen felt the hair on his body stand on end, the chilling aura and terror enveloping him, causing his instincts to flare. This move, North Dipper Descends, was quite formidable. Did you see that clearly? Ding Sancher inquired as he sheathed his sword. Lin Beichen nodded vigorously. I saw it clearly. In truth, he had recorded the entire process discreetly on his phone. This sword technique was exceptionally sophisticated and fearsome. While Wu Xiaofeng's Cold Python 7 Illusions sword today also created multiple shadows, only one was a real blade, with the others lacking lethality. In contrast, Ding Sanchi's North Dipper Descends had 7 tangible sword blades. Being struck by any one of them would result in severe injury. Impressive indeed. Lin Beichen silently praised in his heart. All right, keep your eyes wide open. I will now demonstrate it for the second time, Ding Sancher said. Lin Beichen hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, no. Instructor, that's enough. I've seen enough. One demonstration suffices. Ding Sancher, realizing this young rascal possessed an exceptional memory, instructed, since this is the case, train diligently tonight. If you can master North Dipper Descends to the initial understanding stage, you may catch Mu Xinyue off guard and counter her star-picking sword technique tomorrow. As he spoke, Ding Sancher reiterated many of the nuances of the technique. Lin Beichen feigned attentiveness. Once Ding Sancher finished, he shifted the topic. If you secure first place in tomorrow's competition, you will qualify for the preliminary rounds of the Young Talents Championship. The Third Academy has not had a student pass the preliminaries in a long time. You have a great chance to succeed. Lin Beichen replied. I never said I wanted to participate in the Young Talents Championship. Ridiculous. He merely intended to compete in the mid-year academy tournament to remain in school. As for claiming first place, wasn't he being coerced by Wu Xiaofeng? He was compelled. As for participating in the Young Talents Championship, he had never even considered it. It was hardly enjoyable. It would be better to lounge in the academy, bask in the sun, and study his phone. Striving to find a way back home. That was the true path. Why engage in fighting? Ding Sancher exclaimed in surprise. What? You won't participate in the Young Talents Championship? Lin Beichen nodded matter-of-factly. Ding Sancher, astonished, said, Are you really going to forfeit the 50 gold coins and other numerous rewards for claiming first? Huh. Lin Beichen was taken aback. There's a reward for first place? Ding Sancher countered, You didn't know? Lin Beichen forced an awkward yet polite smile. Such trivial rewards had not concerned me before. Ding Sancher was speechless. However, thinking back, for Lin Beichen in the past, 50 gold coins indeed seemed insignificant. Listen carefully. The top 4 in the Academy's mid-year competition qualify for the preliminary rounds of the Young Talents Championship. You have already made it into the top 4, which means you have secured this qualification. If you can win first place tomorrow, the 50 gold coins, a first-tier martial technique, and a medicinal pill will form a grand scholarship package, all of which will belong to you. But there is a prerequisite. You must represent the Academy in the preliminary rounds of the Young Talents Championship, or else it will be regarded as a forfeiture of the rewards. Ding Sancher explained meticulously. Lin Beichen felt his resolve wavering. It turned out there were such generous rewards. While martial techniques and medicinal herbs were of little significance to him, the allure of 50 gold coins was undeniable. After all, his phone was constantly consuming power, akin to burning money. During these past few days, the 20 gold coins he had swindled from Wu Xiaofeng had dwindled to a mere 6 coins, with the rest consumed by living expenses and phone charges. Cutting expenses was evidently impossible. Thus, he had to find ways to increase his income. 50 gold coins equated to 5 opportunities to fully charge his phone. Lin Beichen pondered for a moment, then earnestly stated, Honestly, whether it's gold coins or not is inconsequential. I'm not the type to be greedy for wealth. I primarily wish to represent the Third Academy to earn glory. So I have decided to participate in the preliminary rounds of the Young Talents Championship. Ding Sancher regarded him with suspicion. This little rascal must have changed his mind upon hearing the gold coin rewards. However, it mattered not. As long as he participated, that was sufficient. A wise decision indeed to participate in the Celestial Champion Tournament. It offers you countless benefits with no drawbacks, particularly if you succeed in the preliminary rounds and acquire a Celestial token. Your personal safety would then be safeguarded by the laws of the Empire, equating your status to that of the nobility. Those adversaries in Yunmeng City would have to think twice before attempting to harm you. Ding Sancher remarked. Lin Beichen was momentarily taken aback. What? Celestial token? He fell into a profound silence once more. Why had no one informed him of these matters before? Frustration welled within him, feeling repeatedly slapped in the face by Ding Sanchi's revelations. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had not paid adequate attention in class, leading to his ignorance. All right, I understand, Lin Beichen declared. I will prepare diligently to ensure my success in the preliminary rounds and secure the celestial token. Very well, Ding Sanchi replied, pleased to see Lin Beichen's clear ambition and fighting spirit. Now go practice your swordsmanship and get some rest. In dreams, anything is possible, so practice well. With that, he handed Lin Beichen a sword. This sword has accompanied me for 20 years. Today, I gift it to you. Remember the inscription on the blade. It embodies the virtues a true swordsman should possess. With those words, he vanished in a flash. Lin Beichen was astonished. Wow, that old instructor is incredibly swift. He had often pondered while reading novels or watching films why skilled individuals chose to leap and bound instead of simply walking away. Did they not find it a waste of their energy? Now he understood. It was simply too cool. Glancing at the sword in his hand, he noticed its unadorned blade bore the inscription, Virtue. Lin Beichen was momentarily stunned. Had the old instructor not mentioned that the inscription represented the qualities of a true swordsman? Why did it seem somewhat insulting? He instinctively turned the blade over and saw another inscription, Unmatched. Together, they read, Virtue Unmatched. Lin Beichen held his forehead. So that was the meaning. This sword was indeed a sword of virtue. Henceforth, wielding this sword to confront others would be akin to conquering them with virtue, he mused. Returning to his tent with excitement. Opening his phone, he directly entered the App Store. No updates for Beta Lin. Lin Beichen was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a new notification beneath the icon for Basic Swordsmanship, Close Combat Triple Strike. A version update has been detected. Would you like to download the update package? It appeared there had been an internal update, incorporating Beta Lin. After all, this move was a hidden finishing technique following the culmination of the three sword styles. Sharing the same lineage, Lin Beichen selected Update. This update package requires 500 data. Current available data, 3. Would you like to download? A prompt appeared. Lin Beichen was startled. What? 2 data? This meant his current 6th level Xuanqi was equivalent to 3 data, quite substantial. Moreover, this update required 500 data, surpassing the previous Basic Swordsmanship, Close Combat Triple Strike, download by 246 data, indicating the phone's high regard for the Beta Lin technique compared to the 3 sword styles. He clicked to download. A green progress bar appeared on the phone's screen. 3 minutes later, the download was complete. After another 3 minutes, the installation was finished. Lin Beichen tapped the new icon on his desktop and entered. The familiar ink wash landscape greeted him, with a figure resembling himself dancing with a sword amidst the scenery. Undoubtedly executing the Basic Swordsmanship, Close Combat Triple Strike, immediately followed by the Beta Lin finishing move. My assumptions were correct, Lin Beichen thought contentedly, drifting into a deep slumber. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 37. The battle against Mu Xinyue. 1. The following day dawned cloudy, with leaden clouds hanging low in the sky. Drizzling fine rain. Yet, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the students for witnessing the grand culmination of the mid-year competition. As the school opened, the campus erupted in excitement. By this day, the first, second, and third-year students were all engaged in the final practical combat phase of the competition. In the second-year training arena, the first platform was already surrounded by a throng of eager spectators. Moments later, the supervising instructors arrived. The grade director, Chu Hen, and special observer, Li Qingxian, appeared on the viewing platform. Mu Xinyue attracted immense popularity. As soon as she made her entrance, she was met with a chorus of cheers, predominantly from the male students. To Lin Beichen's surprise, he too garnered considerable attention. Upon his arrival, he was encircled by his classmates from Class 9. Along with a mix of 30 to 40 female students from various classes, all chanting slogans of victory and admiration as they approached the first platform. The supervising instructors were inspecting the platform in preparation for the impending battle. Mu Xinyue, what are your chances of victory today? Asked Guanfaidu, a third-year student clad in white, who approached with a smile, causing quite a stir. Although Guanfaidu was not the top student of the third year, he had secured a place amongst the top 4 in the previous day's battles. With his handsome looks, formidable strength, extensive knowledge, and refined demeanor, he was regarded as a heartthrob by many female students, his fame far eclipsing that of Wu Xiaofeng. In addition to Guanfaidu, other talented third-year students like Ni Yuchuan and Zhuoqiu Wushuang also came to greet Mu Xinyue. offering their encouragement. This gathering of third-year prodigies subtly exerted a pressure towards Lin Beichen's position. "Ah, so you are Lin Beichen, the junior," Guan Faidu said with a slight smile. Turning his gaze towards Lin Beichen, "I have observed your recent performances. Your mastery of basic swordsmanship, close combat triple strike, is unparalleled in the entire Third Academy. However, this technique is not infallible. The third-year students have long circulated methods to counter it. As fortune would have it, 3 days ago, I gifted a copy of this to Mu Xinyue, and I presume she has mastered it by now. So, Lin Beichen, do exercise caution." Guan Faidu offered this seemingly friendly warning. Many supporters of Lin Beichen immediately changed their expressions upon hearing this. A method to counter the three sword styles? Would this mean Lin Beichen had lost his advantage? Lin Beichen did not even deign to look at Guan Faidu. So what if he was a third-year senior? He was still just a sycophant. Pathetic. Did he really think he could affect my mindset with such childish antics? Lin Beichen, today you shall surely fall. I await your arrival at the arena below, ready to make you my servant. A voice filled with resentment rang out. Before them stood the prodigious Wu Xiaofang from Class 2, his head swathed in bandages, his arms similarly bound. Resembling a mummy as he limped forward with the aid of a cane, parting the crowd to approach. His eyes gleamed with a piercing intensity, akin to blades. As they scrutinized Lin Beichen, seemingly eager to carve flesh from him. Despite his injuries, he was determined to witness Lin Beichen's downfall firsthand. Unable to swallow the indignity of the previous day, as the match commenced, the supervising instructor announced the duel with a commanding voice. The two protagonists ascended the stage sequentially. Mu Xinyue, evidently having adorned herself with care, remained unadorned yet radiated vitality and delicacy that could eclipse any makeup. The modified swordsman's robe she wore accentuated her graceful figure like a blossoming flower, and a hint of a smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a warm sunbeam on a dreary day. In contrast, Lin Beichen donned a cerulean swordsman's robe, his tall, straight stature and exquisite features complemented by rain-soaked black hair, a few strands clinging to his cheek. His dark eyes and alabaster complexion revealed no inferiority to Mu Xinyue in either charm or appearance. Standing opposite each other on the stage, they resembled celestial beings. And many students felt an inexplicable urge to cheer for their enchanting pairing. "Today, I shall personally oversee this battle," declared the grade director, Chu Hen, whose presence loomed like a great eagle as he alighted upon the stage. The combatants, both treasures of the second-year class from the Third Academy, warranted his direct supervision to prevent any mishaps during the duel. "Let the contest begin," Chu Hen proclaimed. Mu Xinyue slowly drew her sword from her waist, saying, "Lin, please." Lin Beichen responded with a subtle smile, beckoning with a hand, a rather frivolous gesture that incited an uproar among the onlookers. "Indeed, a reckless scion," frowned Guan Faidu. Beside him, N.I. Yuchuan reassured, "Fear not, senior brother Guan. My sister-in-law will teach this wastrel a lesson, and with your manual on counter techniques, she cannot lose." The nearby third-year students were well aware of Guan Faidu's infatuation with Mu Xinyue, and had even assisted in her training late into the night. Guan Faidu nodded with a grin. "Very well, let us watch." They, the third-year students, perceived themselves as exceptional, basking in a sense of superiority. On the stage, Mu Xinyue initiated with the basic sword technique. This technique, devoid of intricate energy manipulation, could be executed without mastering the power of mystical energy. Focusing instead on the changes in form, Lin Beichen's eyes flickered with a cold glint. Whoosh! The sword light sliced through the air, launching into a threefold series of strikes. Mu Xinyue, her eyes flashing with a hint of a smirk, altered her swordplay with a deceptive fluidity, her blade glinting ominously as it sliced towards the air at peculiar angles. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as both combatants swiftly disengaged, the audience erupting in cheers. The renowned Lin Beichen's trio of strikes had been thwarted. At long last, someone could withstand his assault. "Is this not the final match?" "It's thrilling to witness such a balanced contest," murmured the crowd, rife with speculation about Lin Beichen's broader repertoire of sword techniques. Mu Xinyue smiled slightly. "If I am not mistaken, Lin, you have thus far mastered only this threefold technique, correct?" Lin Beichen replied, "Unfortunately, you are mistaken. Then I implore you to enlighten me," she said. Lin Beichen nodded. "Very well." He raised his hand, his movements as swift as lightning, once again executing the basic sword technique as threefold strike. The speed was astonishing, yet Mu Xinyue remained unhurried, her strikes appearing to reach for the sky, only to unexpectedly collide with Lin Beichen's sword. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted anew as her technique met his. "Give up, Lin," Mu Xinyue stated lightly, it's futile. You could attempt this 1,000 times, and the outcome would remain unchanged. Your threefold technique cannot transcend the realm of basic swordplay. Counter techniques have circulated for ages, have they not? Lin Beichen sneered. You underestimate me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the 3 strikes concluded, Lin Beichen's sword erupted into 3 spectral images, a manifestation of the Big Dipper descends. A technique of the 3rd realm, now unveiled. Ding Sanshur, one of the supervising instructors, nearly gasped in astonishment. 3 images from a single strike? This is the hallmark of mastery. In merely one night, this young prodigy has honed this lethal technique to such a degree. The results of practicing in dreams are astonishing. In an instant, the clash was upon them. Ding! A faint chime resonated as Mu Xinyue's wrist went numb, her sword flung from her grasp. Thud! Thud! 2 sharp sounds pierced the air, crimson blossoms erupting from her shoulders as Lin Beichen's sword tip rested against her throat. A mere inch further, and the beloved princess of the masses would meet her end. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd below. They were all taken aback. Is this truly the end? Mu Xinyue stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The counter technique? Lin Beichen scoffed. Why did you not counter? Gradually, Mu Xinyue regained her composure, her countenance paling. What you just executed was not the basic sword technique as threefold strike. What was that final strike? Lin Beichen replied, the 4th strike. The basic sword technique has a 4th strike? Mu Xinyue instinctively glanced towards Guanfida below. His shock began to dissipate, yet the question lingered. How could the basic sword technique possess a 4th strike? Wu Xiaofang was equally astounded. Never imagining that the thoroughly prepared Mu Xinyue would not even have the opportunity to unleash her true trump card and lose so decisively and swiftly. Wu Xiaofang was consumed by rage, his body trembling with fury as he spewed a mouthful of blood, darkness clouding his vision, nearly rendering him unconscious. Why did this happen? He felt a profound sense of injustice. Should Lin Beichen secure the 1st place in the competition, as per their contractual agreement, he would not only avoid repayment, but also escape servitude. This meant that any chance for revenge would slip from his grasp entirely. As the battle concluded, the proctor was about to announce the results when Lin Beichen unexpectedly interrupted, catching everyone off guard. He turned towards Mu Xinyue, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Move KO. I know you must be seething with 100 thoughts of dissatisfaction, convinced that my sudden tactics caught you off guard, leading to your defeat. Mu Xinyue remained silent. Yet the fierce, defiant glint in her eyes spoke volumes. Lin Beichen withdrew his sword, smirking. Come now. Do not say I have denied you an opportunity. Heal your wounds. Reclaim your sword, and we shall begin anew. I intend to show you what true despair feels like. Taken aback, Mu Xinyue hesitated. The proctor also paused, glancing at the grade director, Chu Hen, who, after a moment's contemplation, gave a slight nod. The proctor fell silent. Flames flickered in Mu Xinyue's eyes as she declared, Very well, you will regret this. Lin Beichen said nothing as Mu Xinyue staunched the bleeding from her shoulders and retrieved her dislodged sword. The wounds from Lin Beichen's earlier strikes had merely grazed her shoulders, leaving her with lacerations rather than penetrative injuries, and after a brief treatment, she was ready to continue. This time, I will refrain from employing the 4th strike, and will use only the basic swordsmanship South 3 strikes at close range. You may test your so-called cracked version of swordplay against it. As he spoke, the deed's sword in his hand shimmered like a cold star, embodying the 3 strikes. The fire in Mu Xinyue's gaze intensified. This is what you claim? She mirrored his actions, her long sword piercing forth with an uncanny precision, executing the counter to the 3 strikes. Yet, in that moment, a crisp metallic clash resounded. Lin Beichen's sword light accelerated suddenly, flowing like liquid mercury. And in the instant their swords collided, he deftly maneuvered his blade to slip through her guard, penetrating the gap with remarkable speed. Impossible! Mu Xinyue gasped in shock. A resounding thud echoed as the spine of Lin Beichen's sword struck her midsection, sending her flying backwards several meters, landing half-kneeling on the ground. A crimson stain began to seep from the corner of her mouth, contrasting against her porcelain skin. Can you counter this? Lin Beichen stood, sword in hand. Mu Xinyue's hairpiece shattered, her dark tresses cascading like a waterfall, partially obscuring her face. She looked up, almost growling. How did you accomplish this? Lin Beichen replied coolly. Struggling to comprehend, are we? The cracks upon which you rely are merely the fabrications of self-proclaimed clever fools, designed to deceive. They can only thwart those who do not fully grasp the 3 strikes. Such imbeciles cannot fathom that the true form of the 3 strikes is fluid and ever-changing. A dance of spontaneity that rigid techniques cannot contain. Below the stage, Guan Faidu's expression shifted to one of astonished fury. He recognized that Lin Beichen's words were a direct affront to him, a slap in the face. This scoundrel had immense audacity. On the stage, Lin Beichen continued, "I know you still refuse to accept this." He taunted, "You are adept at crafting excuses. You believe that your arduous training, with the intent to astound using the star-snatching sword technique, is sufficient to defeat me if given the chance. Is that not so?" Mu Xinyue retorted coldly, "Indeed. Do you dare allow me to employ the star-snatching sword technique for a fair battle? Huh, a fair battle? How absurd. Was our previous combat not fair?" Lin Beichen's face bore a mocking grin. "Nonetheless, I shall grant you another opportunity to convince yourself." With a gesture of his hand, he beckoned her forward. "Ah!" Mu Xinyue roared, wiping the blood from her lips, her body launching at him like a released arrow. Her sword vibrated, emanating a series of mesmerizing sword lights. Akin to stars twinkling in the sky, the authentic star-snatching sword technique. In that instant, the arena was illuminated with a chilling brilliance. One could not deny Mu Xinyue's extraordinary talent. She ranked second on the talent chart of the Third Academy, surpassed only by the top genius of the third year, Han Bufu. As she unleashed the star-snatching sword technique, it appeared as if she had plucked the heaven's stars and commanded them to bloom with her will. Even Guan Faidu, one of the 4 geniuses of the third year, found himself captivated, his face reflecting awe. The special observer, Li Qingxian, nodded subtly. Recognizing that this female student was worthy of recommendation and nurturing, she indeed possessed exceptional qualities. However, in the next heartbeat, Lin Beichen thrust his sword forth, wielding the Northern Dipper's descent. Swish, swish, swish. For shadowy strikes. Clang. Mu Xinyue felt an overwhelming surge of force emanate from her sword's hilt. Her grip faltering as a ripping sensation coursed through her hands. The sword slipped from her grasp, and simultaneously, 3 sword shadows struck her hand, forearm, and right leg. Uft, uft, uft. Blood blossomed from the 3 wounds. Observing, Chu Hen gasped, preparing to intervene, but saw that Lin Beichen had only delivered a controlled strike, retracting his force before causing significant harm, which allowed him to relax. "Now do you concede?" Lin Beichen stood with his sword poised. Mu Xinyue's mind was a haze of confusion. "No," she screamed defiantly. Bang! Lin Beichen delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying a meter away. "Ah!" Mu Xinyue landed hard, struggling to rise, blood spilling from her mouth as she gazed at Lin Beichen in disbelief. "Still unwilling to yield? Truly, you are testing my patience." Lin Beichen stepped forward, delivering a series of resounding slaps. "This is for that pitiful former self of yours." Slap, slap, slap. The face of the commoner princess swelled grotesquely, resembling a pig's head, each crimson handprint stark against her delicate cheeks. The students surrounding the arena were left in stunned silence. Ruthless, truly ruthless. Lin Beichen was indeed a fierce individual. To strike such a beautiful maiden with such ferocity was a testament to his strength. One could see he was a person of unwavering resolve. Do not assume that beauty grants you the right to act with impunity. Do not think that a few coy words will command the obedience of all men. I owe you nothing. Henceforth, keep your distance and cease to trouble me. Do not masquerade as a benefactor. This is merely a warning. Should you provoke me again, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you." Lin Beichen delivered a slap while uttering these words. Once he finished speaking, the resentment in his heart felt somewhat alleviated. Mu Xinyue stumbled, her head spinning and her vision clouded with stars. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the arena, tears streaming down her face, utterly overwhelmed by the beating. In that fleeting moment, her heart turned to ashes. She had lost. Every tactic had been employed, yet defeat was still her fate. It was a loss so profound that words failed to encapsulate it, devoid of any opportunity for redemption, compounded by a deep humiliation. Reflecting on the results of the mid-year competition, her performance paled in comparison to Lin Beichen's. In terms of the strength of their spiritual energy, she had been thoroughly crushed by him. Even in the practical combat assessments, she had suffered 3 consecutive defeats, with Lin Beichen maintaining an overwhelming advantage. What means did she have left to turn the tide? Racking her brain yielded nothing. No solutions emerged. As she wept, she stared blankly at Lin Beichen, unable to comprehend how this absolute wastrel could undergo such a transformation in merely a few days, rising against all odds to dominate every opponent. Had he been feigning ignorance all along? If so, he had performed admirably. "Why have you treated me this way?" Mu Xinyue lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with hatred and inquiry. "Had you revealed your talent and potential sooner, I would never have had the heart to cast you aside. You must have done this deliberately." Her mind was consumed with fury and resentment. "Do you still have the audacity to ask?" Lin Beichen could hardly muster the energy to reply. Though he had been a reclusive nerd before his reincarnation and had acted foolishly thereafter, this did not render him oblivious to the subtleties of human interaction. He had long sensed that the troubles he faced these past few days bore the shadow of Mu Xinyue. Today's contest was a resolution. Were it not for Chu Han vigilantly overseeing the proceedings, Lin Beichen would have taken great pleasure in imparting a more profound lesson to Mu Xinyue. The battle concluded, and Lin Beichen emerged victorious. The supervising instructor announced the final outcome with a booming voice. Continuing the fight held no purpose. It was evident to all that Mu Xinyue had been comprehensively overpowered. Below the arena, cheers erupted. The students from Class 9 were ecstatic. Numerous second-year female students screamed and shouted Lin Beichen's name, creating an atmosphere akin to a concert at the Bird's Nest, with countless fans in fervent excitement. However, the overall quality of this fanbase left much to be desired. Why had none fainted from excitement or rushed forward to shower him with kisses or flowers? Disregarding the instructor's prohibitions, the victor and his admirers rejoiced in celebration. Meanwhile, Mu Xinyue, who had always shone brightly, now appeared dimmer than an ordinary passerby. You may leave now, a supervising instructor gently urged her. Heartbroken and filled with resentment, Mu Xinyue descended from the arena. The anticipated cheers marking the conclusion of the competition filled her ears, vibrant and exhilarating, yet they were not hers to claim. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she stood at the foot of the arena, gazing upwards. She sought to engrave this moment into her memory, to remember this humiliation, transforming it into the fuel for her vengeance. Ah, splendid. This year's competition has yielded a bountiful harvest for our second-year class. Lin Beichen, you have surprised me greatly, remarked the grade director, Chu Han, as he clapped Lin Beichen on the shoulder. The prodigal returns, gold unchanged. Lin Beichen, you are a commendable child. Thank you for your praise, Director. Lin Beichen replied with an obedient demeanor. I shall continue to strive for the glory of the Third Academy. He had avenged himself, struck his adversary, flaunted his prowess, and secured a reward. At that moment, he felt enlightened, his spirits soaring, akin to the refreshing sensation of drinking Sprite on a sweltering day. Marvelous. With such awareness, you truly exemplify the exceptional students nurtured by our Third Academy. Chu Han laughed heartily. Ding Sancher, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his disdainful expression, mentally cursing, Director Chu is so easily deceived. That little rascal is solely in it for the rewards. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Beichen bashfully inquired, Director, what of my reward? Chu Han laughed heartily, responding, No need to rush. You still have one more test to complete. With a wave of his hand, he called out, Bring forth the 6th grade measuring stone. Several instructors promptly carried the pre-prepared 6th grade measuring stone to the center of the arena. At this moment, many students recalled that during the spiritual energy assessment, Lin Beichen had triggered the measuring stone twice, leading to the temporary cancellation of his results. The supervising group had declared that he would be retested later. However, the competition had continued unabated until today's finals, leaving a gap for the assessment. Thus, what was Lin Beichen's spiritual energy level? Curiosity surged among the spectators. Go ahead. I am eager to see if you can surprise me even further, said Chu Han. Lin Beichen approached the measuring stone and placed his palm upon it. A faint red glow surged forth from the stone, rising swiftly. Countless eyes fixated on the measuring stone, eager to capture the final result at the first opportunity. However, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded, one that no one, including Lin Beichen himself, could have anticipated. At the moment the light surged forth, a loud bang echoed, and a wisp of white smoke billowed upward. The top of the 6th grade measuring stone cracked open. Explosion of spiritual energy. It erupted once more. Lin Beichen instinctively glanced at his palm. What the hell? Is my hand poisonous? The 6th grade measuring stone had shattered. The progress of his training was astonishingly formidable. It seemed that during the recent competitions, the operation of the intermediate spiritual energy refinement technique had silently elevated his spiritual energy level once more. Just what tier of spiritual energy cultivation was he at now? He felt a twinge of anxiety. Having shattered 3 measuring stones in succession, which were said to be quite valuable, would he be required to compensate for them? The grade director, Chu Han, rubbed his eyes. He examined the measuring stone, then Lin Beichen, and back to the measuring stone again. Ultimately, he turned with a bewildered expression, seeking assistance from Li Qingxian in the observation area. Yet, Li Qingxian, known for his stern demeanor, appeared even more bewildered than Chu Han. Explosion of spiritual energy? Shattering a 6th grade measuring stone signifies at least a 7th grade spiritual energy level. But how could this be possible? Could there truly be an issue with the measuring stone? Unable to contain himself any longer, he leapt onto the arena. "What cultivation technique are you practicing?" he demanded, staring intently at Lin Beichen. "The intermediate spiritual energy refinement technique," Lin Beichen replied. Li Qingxian and Chu Han exchanged glances. The intermediate spiritual energy refinement technique was the common curriculum shared by all primary academies in Yunmeng City. Theoretically speaking, the upper limit of his cultivation is 7th level Xuanqi. This implies that, barring any hidden factors, Lin Beichen has perfected the intermediate Xuanqi refinement technique to its pinnacle. In theory, there should be no issues. However, who was the last person to reach such a level of mastery in the Intermediate Academy during their second year? Surely, the National Royal Intermediate Academy has records. But among the provincial intermediate academies, there is no such precedent. Achieving theoretical perfection is exceedingly challenging. In the Beihai Empire, those who have accomplished this feat, aside from those who have perished for various reasons, are all exceptional talents of unparalleled renown. The occurrence of such individuals is exceedingly rare. In that moment, the entire arena fell silent. The onlookers, stunned, appeared as if they had encountered a ghost. Wu Xiaofeng, wrapped in bandages, exuded profound despair. The earlier flicker of reluctance dissipated like smoke in the wind. If the difference were marginal, there might still be hope for pursuit, admiration, or even the ambition to surpass. Yet, when the gap stretches beyond comprehension, it transforms from a mere difference into an insurmountable chasm. Wu Xiaofeng lacked the confidence to bridge that chasm. At that moment, a phrase leapt to his mind, beyond reach. This genius from class 1 of the second year finally succumbed completely, wilting like a flower about to bloom. Suddenly doused with boiling water. Several top third-year students, including Guan Faidu, were also left in a state of shock. What does a 7th level Xuanqi signify? Even Guan Faidu, one of the top 4 in the third year, had not achieved it. It is likely that even the chief genius, Han Bufu, has not reached such heights. This is terrifying, almost inhuman. Mu Xinyue looked on in astonishment, followed by confusion and a hint of regret. Had she known Lin Beichen was this formidable, she would never have attempted to expel him. Such a talent possesses immense potential for utilization. Initially, she believed that the greatest asset of this prodigal son lay in his father and family. Little did she know that, having cast everything aside, he himself was the true, shining diamond, the most valuable entity. It was indeed a tremendous pity. Deep within her heart, Mu Xinyue felt an overwhelming sense of regret and anger, convinced that she had been outmaneuvered by Lin Beichen. As for Ding Sanche, who had a slight understanding of Lin Beichen's background, he was now numb to the situation. It was not surprising anymore. A person who cultivates through dreams while sleeping is bound to accomplish the extraordinary. Chu Hen and Li Qingxian conferred briefly before abandoning their plan to obtain a 7th grade Xuanqi measuring stone. They called Lin Beichen aside to discuss matters for a moment, ultimately reaching a consensus. After deliberation, the supervising committee concluded that Lin Beichen's Xuanqi strength was 70. Chu Hen personally announced this result, to which Lin Beichen expressed no dissent. As long as he was not required to compensate for the 3 measuring stones previously destroyed, he was amenable to anything. Besides, he felt a bit anxious about possibly shattering a 7th grade measuring stone. The effects of his mobile practice were indeed overwhelming. Given that he already had victory in the upcoming mid-year competition secured, the exact measure of his Xuanqi strength was no longer of great importance. It was simply exceedingly powerful. Maintaining a low profile while also knowing when to withdraw was sufficient. Below the arena, the students remained remarkably composed. After all, having already shattered a 6th grade measuring stone, a strength of 70 was hardly an exaggeration. Subsequently, Special Observer Li Qingxian personally announced the top 4 candidates from the second-year students of the 3rd Academy and granted Lin Beichen, Mu Xinyue, Wu Xiaofeng, and Yu Hongxiang the qualification to participate in the Sun Champion competition. In this moment of glory, the other 3 were but mere embellishments. Lin Beichen, strikingly handsome and fiercely talented, radiated with brilliance. His strength was unmatched, and his story was nothing short of legendary. The rewards for this competition were unprecedentedly generous. In addition to monetary prizes and qualifications for the preliminary rounds, there were martial arts techniques and herbal concoctions as well. Chu Hen smiled and said, according to tradition, the champion has the privilege of choosing first. Lin Beichen, please step forward and make your selection. On the black stone table lay 8 prizes, for cultivation manuals and 4 herbal concoctions. The manuals included Wuxiang sword body, Swift Wind sword technique, Moonshot sword technique, and Liuli sword heart. The herbal concoctions were revitalizing powder, Xian cultivation elixir, spirit essence potion, and bone fortifying potion. Lin Beichen approached the stone table, scanning the options, momentarily taken aback. How was he to choose? He had no guidance. The first volume, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 41, was not something he could consult in such haste. When he sought advice from Chu Hen, he was informed that the prizes must be chosen independently, with no assistance from others. Feeling a surge of spontaneity, Lin Beichen decided to rely on luck. He boldly selected Wuxiang's sword body and revitalizing powder, as they were prominently placed at the forefront. However, in the next moment, he realized he might have made an erroneous choice. The eyes of Chu Hen, Li Qingxian, and Ding Sanshi widened in astonishment, as if they were witnessing someone foolishly choosing the box while leaving the pearl inside. Cursing himself inwardly, he thought, "What have I done?" It seems the rules dictate that once selected, there is no room for regret. In this extraordinarily awkward moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Beichen. With a serene smile, he addressed the gathering. "I understand your surprise, but I am already quite formidable. Naturally, the superior prizes should be reserved for my 3 less powerful peers, allowing them to enhance their strength swiftly and strive for success in the preliminary rounds of the Sun Champion competition. After all, the glory of the Third Academy is far more significant than my personal gains." As his words lingered in the air, something even stranger unfolded. The dark, oppressive clouds that had loomed overhead suddenly parted without warning, revealing half of the sun's face. Golden sunlight cascaded through the rift, illuminating Lin Beichen with a radiant glow, as if he were enveloped in a golden aura. In that moment, he appeared to be glowing. A sacred, solemn, and dignified energy emanated from him, radiating outward. Chu Hen was momentarily transfixed, feeling his heart profoundly touched. What a remarkable young man! How pure his thoughts, how vast his heart. Perhaps this was his true nature. Li Qingxian's gaze softened as he regarded Lin Beichen, but Ding Sanshi remained skeptical, convinced that Lin Beichen could not genuinely be so benevolent. Surely, some aspect of the situation had gone awry. In summary, this little rascal seems to be scheming something nefarious. The head of the grade, Chu Hen, was profoundly shaken and sincerely remarked, "You have chosen the most inferior combat technique and the least effective elixir. You are a good child, noble in character. Yet I cannot do an injustice to the most talented student in the entire grade. How about this? If you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. As long as they fall within my authority as the head of the grade, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Lin Beichen was taken aback. "Wait. It seems I've gained something after all. Perhaps I should ask for some money? That feels rather unrealistic. What do I truly need right now?" After a moment of contemplation, a light suddenly dawned upon him. "Director Chu, I must admit, my current situation is rather unfortunate. I am without a stable residence and often go hungry. My request is modest. If you could lend me a room within the academy, providing me shelter from the elements, it would be immensely appreciated. Living in a tent, especially during rainy days, is quite uncomfortable." Chu Hen laughed heartily. "Such a trivial matter is certainly no trouble at all. Allow me to decide. I will lend you the bamboo courtyard located on the east side of the second-year training ground for your temporary stay. As long as you remain a student of my third academy, you may reside there indefinitely." Lin Beichen slowly widened his eyes. "I must have misheard. The bamboo courtyard? That's akin to a standalone villa in earthly terms." Adjacent to the small forest where Lin Beichen had been camping, there lay a carefully cultivated grove of green bamboo, encompassing 10 small courtyards named after various plants like orchids, bamboo, plum, and chrysanthemum. It was rumored that these spaces were reserved for esteemed guests or high-ranking officials of the academy, offering a serene and secure environment. In the entirety of Yunmeng City, this could be considered a luxurious residence. The head of the grade truly exhibited remarkable generosity, bestowing upon him an entire villa. Although it was merely a lease without ownership, it was nonetheless a generous gesture. "Thank you, Director Chu," Lin Beichen promptly accepted, fearing that Chu Hen might retract his offer. However, at that moment, Chu Hen was still reveling in the inspiration he derived from Lin Beichen's noble character. Smiling as he said, "In today's world, a youth like you is indeed commendable. I have changed my previous prejudices against you. Young one, strive diligently. Should you encounter any difficulties or have further requests, do not hesitate to approach me." Lin Beichen felt as though he could see the affection points soaring above Chu Hen's head. To his astonishment, a serendipitous turn of events had yielded such a splendid outcome. Compared to the missteps in combat technique and elixir selection, this seemed hardly a loss. Ding Sanshi, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly flabbergasted. "I knew it," he thought fervently. "This little rascal truly possesses remarkable cunning." He deliberately chose the 2 least favorable prizes, which appeared to be a detriment, yet with a few well-placed words, he managed to win over the head of the grade. This is the head of the grade we are talking about. Aside from a few principles, the authority of the head of the grade is unparalleled. Moreover, the principal of the third academy, Ling Taishu, is often lost in indulgence and has little interest in administrative matters. Consequently, the affairs of the academy are predominantly governed by the three heads of grade. In the second year, Chu Hen undoubtedly reigns as an autocrat. With Chu Hen as his ally, Lin Beichen could practically stride through the third academy with ease, serving as a deterrent to those who sought to confront him at the school gates. This operation was indeed audacious, and Ding Sanshi felt a genuine admiration. Subsequently, Mu Xinyue, Wu Xiaofeng, and Yu Hongxiang each selected their prizes in turn. Thus concluded the mid-year competition of the third academy, leaving Lin Beichen as the sole victor of the second year. The other three, who would have attracted considerable attention in previous years due to their exceptional abilities, found their brilliance overshadowed by Lin Beichen's singular achievement. Particularly, Wu Xiaofeng and Mu Xinyue suffered significantly. The former lost 20 gold coins in a failed scheme, a considerable sum for his affluent family, while the latter not only missed out on a chance to shine, but also saw her previously assured promotion to the third year evaporate. The losses were substantial and difficult to reconcile. However, none of this concerned Lin Beichen. When he finally held the reward of 50 gold coins in his hands, he felt as if he were floating on cloud 9. "Ah, I'm soaring," he internally exclaimed. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 42. The young master grows stronger as night fell. The bamboo courtyard stood tranquil and serene. The walls, constructed of green bricks, enclosed a spacious courtyard featuring rockeries and ponds, with a phoenix tree planted on the west side. The small training ground boasted an array of 18 weapons meticulously arranged on racks, and a two-story pavilion with 4 rooms and 3 halls, complete with a private bathroom, a truly perfect dwelling. In the quiet room on the second floor of the loft, Lin Beichen, with a solemn expression, fiddled with his phone. Within an hour of the competition's conclusion, he and his butler, Wang Zhong, had moved into the bamboo courtyard, akin to a beggar suddenly transformed into royalty, emerging from a foul swamp into paradise. Butler Wang Zhong was busy tidying up the other rooms while Lin Beichen reviewed the spoils from the recent competition. He retrieved the 2 prizes he had chosen yesterday. The revitalizing powder was a medicinal concoction for treating injuries, akin to Yunnan Baiyao, but significantly more effective, though still merely a slightly superior grade of wound remedy in this world, rendering it the least desirable among the 4 herbal elixirs chosen yesterday. As for the Wuxiang sword bone, Lin Beichen opened the combat technique manual and began to peruse its contents. After reading, he found himself at a loss for words. As the essence of the manual could be succinctly summarized in 10 characters, practice the hardest skills, endure the fiercest blows. Despite its title, it was not a swordsmanship manual, but rather a body refinement technique. Its core tenet was to treat one's body as a sword blank, continuously forging it like iron, eliminating impurities to yield pure iron, rendering flesh more resilient and bones as hard as a blade. The highest realm of the Wuxiang sword bone was termed the sword person, meaning that mastery of this technique would render one's entire being akin to a great sword. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Yet the crux of this cultivation method lies in the necessity of enduring beatings. The harsher the blows, the better the training. The heavier the strikes, the faster the progress. The more severe the impact, the greater the effect. In essence, as long as you do not perish, you must endure the blows. Of course, this requires the coordination of certain arcane energy manipulation techniques. Enduring blows also demands skill, progressing from light to heavy, step by step. But regardless of the technique, it remains an exercise in suffering. What sort of absurd technique is this? The individual who originally devised this martial art must have had a rather peculiar mindset. Lin Beichen couldn't help but scoff. No wonder, when he selected his 2 prizes, the expressions of the grade director, Chu Hen, and others resembled those who had beheld a living fool. The true issue was not the rejuvenation elixir, but rather this manual. Which instructor, devoid of a sense of public virtue, chose such a prize? Lin Beichen instinctively considered discarding this manual. However, upon further reflection, he realized it was not the case. His cultivation relied heavily on recharging and cheating, rather than adhering to the diligent practice of others. Perhaps this technique could be practiced? He chuckled to himself, retrieving his phone to take a series of photographs of the manual. Once completed, he patiently awaited before opening the app store on his phone. Indeed, a listing for the Wuxiang Sword Bone Beginner Edition had appeared. Curious, he noted the addition of the term Beginner Edition compared to the manual. Could there be intermediate and advanced versions as well? Nevertheless, he thought it of little consequence and proceeded to download it. Ding! Downloading this software requires 4 data units. The host possesses 45 data units. Would you like to proceed with the download? A prompt appeared. Lin Beichen was taken aback. The Wuxiang Sword Bone required a significant 4 data units? This was undoubtedly the highest data consumption since he began utilizing his phone. It indicated that the phone's rating for the Wuxiang Swordbone far surpassed that of the previous basic swordsmanship close-range 3 strikes update, exceeding even Lin Beichen's expectations. The higher the phone's rating, the greater the power. After contemplation, Lin Beichen chose to proceed. A green progress bar appeared on the main screen of his phone. Subsequently, the energy within him surged towards the phone like a dam bursting. Lin Beichen let out a moan, feeling as though his body was being drained. Approximately 3 minutes later, he felt a wave of weakness, his complexion pale, and a sense of fatigue enveloped him, while the Wuxiang Swordbone finally completed its download. Gasping for breath, he clicked to install. The installation process was slightly lengthy, taking 10 minutes. Once finished, an emblem depicting a sword-wielding figure appeared on the main screen. He clicked to run it. As expected, the screen displayed a nearly identical ink-wash silhouette of Lin Beichen, standing on a stone platform, adopting a posture as if bracing for impact. Suddenly, a blurred hammer emerged from the edge of the screen and struck the silhouette's back. The entire scene resembled a game of whack-a-mole. Ding! The sound of metal striking echoed. Lin Beichen felt a tingling sensation in his back, as if he had genuinely been lightly struck. This aligned with his expectations. The phone's cultivation process was indeed tangible. Much like the comfortable sensations experienced during the cultivation of energy, the impact from the hammer was not overly painful. It seemed the phone had calibrated the pain associated with practicing the Wuxiang Swordbone to a level bearable for an ordinary person. As hammers continually flew in from the screen, striking the ink silhouette, Lin Beichen experienced waves of tingling sensations. Initially, he found it somewhat uncomfortable, but soon acclimated to it, discovering it surprisingly refreshing, akin to a Thai massage. Ah, it must be an illusion. I am not the type to enjoy being hit, he reminded himself internally. After some contemplation, he decided to run both intermediate energy refinement technique and Wuxiang Swordbone in the background on his phone, closing other applications and locking the screen. Oh, strange sounds continuously emanated from Lin Beichen's room, sounding quite indulgent. The butler, Wang Zhong, stood outside the door, eavesdropping. After listening for a solid 10 minutes, a relieved expression finally crossed his lecherous triangular face. The young master remained unchanged. His fondness for women would never wane. With the young master's lustful nature, I feared he had transformed into a different person after forcefully confronting a beauty like Mu Xinyue, but now I need not worry. The young master still enjoys the company of women. Furthermore, this time he could last over 10 minutes. The young master has grown stronger. The old butler walked downstairs with a lecherous grin. However, when did a woman sneak into this attic? Could it be that the young master is secretly indulging? Perhaps this woman's identity is quite extraordinary? Wang Zhong's imagination began to run wild. Thus, Lin Beichen spent the entire day enveloped in a state of delightful numbness. The sounds of ecstasy from his room never ceased. The old butler, Wang Zhong, transitioned from smiling to astonishment, then admiration, and finally shock, to the point of questioning his own existence. The young master is truly formidable. Could it be that he had been holding back recently? A full day had passed. Could it be that not only his combat abilities have improved, but also his prowess in other areas? However, there are only overworked oxen, not overfarmed fields. Excessive indulgence could turn iron pestles into needles. No, I must find an opportunity to remind the young master. Young people should exercise moderation, otherwise, failing to cherish youth will lead to tears of regret in old age, Wang Zhong thought anxiously. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 43. Preliminary round. The following day, after the rain, the sky cleared. The earth felt refreshed. With an air quality index of 0, the atmosphere brimmed with oxygen ions, ideal for middle-aged individuals' health regimens. Upon arriving at school, Lin Beichen was summoned to a meeting in the second-year office. The other 3 attendees were naturally Yu Hongxiang, Wu Xiaofeng, and Mu Xinyue. Indeed, the healing arts of this world far surpassed those of Earth. Coupled with martial artists cultivating energy, their recovery was remarkably swift. Thus, Wu Xiaofeng and Mu Xinyue, despite having been on the receiving end of Lin Beichen's blows, appeared in the meeting room with their injuries nearly healed. Aside from a slightly pale complexion due to blood loss, there were no apparent signs of their prior combat injuries. Lin Beichen was the last to arrive. Beichen is here. Please take a seat. Chu Han, the grade director, exclaimed with a beaming smile upon seeing Lin Beichen, his joy rivaling that of seeing his own son. Lin Beichen took his seat. Mu Xinyue, as if nothing had transpired previously, nodded at Lin Beichen. Damn. Lin Beichen was at a loss for words. He chose to ignore her and instead smiled at the classical beauty, Yu Hongxiang, seated across from him. Yu Hongxiang momentarily appeared taken aback, her cheeks flushing. instinctively lowering her head. Then, realizing it might be impolite, she quickly raised her head to nod at Lin Beichen, feigning calmness. She was not the type of superficial girl. In fact, quite the opposite. She often maintained a distance from others. Having been raised with strict morals, her mother repeatedly emphasized the importance of self-respect and self-love. She had adhered to this principle throughout her life. Yet the one who had just smiled at her was Lin Beichen, an exceptionally handsome youth she had never encountered before. That smile, purely in terms of appearance, possesses an overwhelming allure. Moreover, he has just emerged victorious in the mid-year competition, showcasing a prodigious talent that shines brilliantly like a sun just rising above the horizon, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon. Lin Beichen observed the series of reactions from Yu Hongxiang and found this little girl to be rather intriguing. As for Wu Xiaofeng, he was utterly overshadowed, nearly ignored by everyone. Today, I have summoned you to inform you about the preliminary rounds of the Jiayang Championship. The Joint Examination Committee has approved the academic credentials of the four of you. This afternoon, you will depart from the school under the guidance of the esteemed instructor Ding Sanshi, heading towards the verdant wasteland located 100 miles south of Yunmeng City for a selection process lasting 10 days. Chu Hen spoke candidly. Going outside the city? Lin Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Is the selection process held outside the city? This raises a concern. I have many adversaries outside the school. Venturing beyond the city limits could be perilous. And what if I were to meet a dire fate? As if he could see through Lin Beichen's apprehensions, Chu Hen continued. The selection process is organized by the Yunmeng City Education Department, executed by the Joint Examination Committee, and co-hosted by 6 major departments including the City Lord's Mansion and the Military Affairs Bureau. This time, a total of 60 second-year students from various institutions will participate, and every participant is under the protection of the Education Department. Any assassination or persecution directed at the students during this process, as well as any disruption of the selection process, will be deemed treason. Additionally, elite instructors from various junior colleges will accompany you, so there is no need to worry about external factors. With a sigh of relief, Lin Beichen felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The Beihai Empire places great importance on education. Thus, the Education Department wields significant authority within the imperial administrative system. Over the past few centuries, many of the empire's powerful figures and emerging forces have risen from the ranks of various educational institutions, creating a unique and influential power structure. The deterrent power of the Education Department in the provinces and major cities is nearly comparable to that of the military. In Yunmeng City, its influence is not unlike that of the once mighty Wartian Marquis Mansion. Fellow students, all major institutions have made ample preparations for this selection process. Our third academy has not had a student successfully advance to the main competition of the Jiayang Championship for several years now. I hope this time we can achieve a breakthrough. Chu Hen's gaze fell upon Lin Beichen as he spoke, his greatest hope resting upon him. If any second-year student from the third academy were to miraculously enter the main selection this time, it would undoubtedly be Lin Beichen. After offering words of encouragement, Chu Hen informed the four that they would be departing in an hour. Lin Beichen returned to the bamboo courtyard, instructing the old steward Wang Zhong to prepare several sets of clean clothing before turning to report for duty. Young master Yu, the old steward hesitated. Do not worry about my safety, Lin Beichen reassured him before dashing away. The old steward's expression was a blend of concern and complexity. The outdoor selection battle, colloquially known as the Wild Battle, was about to commence. Alas, the young master is quite handsome. I hope those flirtatious young ladies from the outside academy do not pounce too aggressively, or he might be drained dry, he mused. At the foot of the academic building, the participants quickly assembled. The preliminary rounds for the 3 grades differed significantly. The 4 second-year students, under the leadership of instructor Ding Sanshi, set off directly. As they exited the school gates, they boarded a closed carriage provided by the academy. The carriage sped away from the academy, merging into the bustling streets of the city. Listening to the sounds of vendors calling out and laughter echoing from outside, Lin Beichen could envision the vibrancy and liveliness of the streets. Yet, he leaned against the wall, eyes closed, patiently awaiting their arrival. Mu Xinyue tried several times to strike up a conversation, but he completely disregarded her attempts. The journey from Yunmeng City to the Green Wilderness spanned 100 miles. The academy's carriage was drawn by a magical beast known as the Swift Beast. This creature, resembling a velociraptor, possessed powerful hind legs and a unique structure allowing for rapid and smooth movement, far surpassing that of ordinary horses. It served as a high-grade draft animal in Yunmeng City. Furthermore, the carriage was equipped with an intricate array of runes, generating a miniature vortex that lifted the vehicle and provided an exceptionally smooth ride. akin to a luxurious business car from a previous life. Why is it called a carriage when it is drawn by a magical beast? Shouldn't it be termed a magical cart? Lin Beichen pondered in his mind. The 100-mile journey concluded in just an hour and a half. Get down, we've arrived. Ding Sanchi's voice called from outside the carriage. The 4 students disembarked. A wave of crisp, invigorating air, distinct from that of the city, enveloped them. Lin Beichen gazed around, taking in the vast expanse of greenery. The wilderness was densely populated with various flourishing wild grasses and trees, their shades of green varying from deep to light, resembling a grand green tapestry unfurled from beneath their feet to the horizon, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Come, follow me to report in, Ding Sanchi instructed. As Lin Beichen turned, he realized that the carriage had stopped outside a small hilltop estate. Upon arriving at the camp, to the right of the entrance stood a large, irregular stone tablet inscribed with the words, Yunmeng City Student Trial Camp. Flanking the entrance were 4 robust warriors clad in intricate armor, their expressions stern and resolute, exuding an imposing presence. They were likely soldiers dispatched to safeguard the student camp, and their strength must be considerable, probably at least that of elite martial masters. The camp was fortified with wooden logs and stone, rising approximately 10 meters, a structure of impressive stature. Only in a world where martial civilization flourishes could such seemingly simple, yet grand walls be constructed. The 4 students followed Ding Sanchi, and after passing through an identity verification check, they entered the camp's interior. The entire camp occupied approximately 20 acres, taking on a circular shape. There were only 10 buildings, constructed from black stone, square and sturdy, resembling small fortresses. The thick stone walls could withstand intense assaults, strategically located around the inner perimeter of the camp. At the center of the camp lay a small square, featuring a cubic stone tablet in its midst. The surfaces of the 4 sides gleamed, akin to the stone tablet of the 3rd Academy. Overall, the camp conveyed to Lin Beichen a sense of simplicity and sturdiness. Haha, is that not Instructor Ding from the 3rd Academy? Finally, the representative of the province's least esteemed institution, the 3rd Junior Academy, has arrived. A rather jarring voice pierced the air, reaching Lin Beichen and his companions' ears. The speaker was a peculiar-looking middle-aged man, notable for his considerable girth. If one were to consider a normal person as growing vertically, Lin Beichen harbored doubts that this middle-aged man was developing horizontally. The standard swordsman's robe he wore could easily accommodate for Lin Beichen's, yet it was entirely stretched by this rotund figure, with layers of fat threatening to burst the wide garment. Lin Beichen had never encountered anyone so corpulent. Were this on Earth, such a level of obesity would likely lead to self-inflicted demise. Fortunately, in this world, one could cultivate profound energy, rendering this middle-aged instructor not only healthy, but also surprisingly nimble, walking with the grace of a large, buoyant basketball, landing almost soundlessly. To his surprise, it was none other than Xiao Tian, the instructor from the 6th Provincial Academy. Huh, after 6 months, you've gained even more weight. Ding Sanchi responded with a smirk. How ruthless, Lin Beichen thought, witnessing the old instructor's unexpectedly sharp tongue. The atmosphere between the academies was decidedly unfriendly. Was the competition truly so fierce? Even before the preliminary rounds had begun, the instructors from the 2 academies exchanged barbs, their words thick with tension. Enough of your nonsense, Xiao Tian retorted, resembling an enraged serpent with a knife in its back. I've lost 3 tails this month. Who says I've gained weight? You, skinny monkey, should focus on how to maintain your 3rd Academy's ranking and not be surpassed by private schools and gangs. This gentleman was evidently sensitive about his weight. Ding Sanchi chuckled. 5th place among the 6 academies, and your 6th Academy is hardly better off. You're only 50 steps ahead of us, laughing at 100. Indeed. While we may only be 1 rank above you, we have 7 participants, whereas you only have 4. This time, you might just return empty-handed. Xiao Tian shot back. Ding Sanchi huffed, quality over quantity. Your 7 cannot compare to even 1 from our 3rd Academy. Ah, I know. Your 3rd Academy claims to have produced a genius named Lin Beichen. But are you truly unaware of the caliber of geniuses your academy has produced in the past? This time, even the notorious wastrel of the city, Lin Beichen, is hailed as a genius from your academy. Truly, a rotten shrimp from a stinking pond. Xiao Tian laughed heartily, his jowls quivering. Lin Beichen stood aside, speechless. Why am I being dragged into your petty squabbles? Let us watch the show unfold. Ding Sanchi, uninterested in further futile arguments, concluded with a classic retort and led the 4 students away to report at the center of the square. Xiao Tian and the 7 students from the 6th Academy exchanged mocking smiles. In Yunmeng City, apart from the exalted Royal Academy, among the other 6 provincial academies, The third academy had once basked in glory but had now fallen to 6th place, with no hope of revival for over a decade. With the third academy still present, the 6th academy would forever be anxious about their inability to surpass it. At the center of the square, beneath a stone tablet, sat an old acquaintance, Li Qingxian. It appeared this former special observer was one of the main coordinators for the training camp. Third academy? Name, age, height, weight, Li Qingxian stated flatly, feigning unfamiliarity with Lin Beichen and the others. Ding Sanshi submitted the student's information. Inspection, change of clothes. Li Qingxian waved his hand. Soldiers stationed by the table promptly divided Lin Beichen and the others into male and female groups, escorting them to different rooms for thorough, intimate inspections. Not just their clothing, but also their hair, boots, and hidden areas were scrutinized. Afterward, they rinsed off in the room's hot spring and donned the standardized half-leather armor uniforms prepared by the training camp. All their original clothing and personal belongings were temporarily confiscated, to be returned after the preliminary rounds concluded, leaving only their weapons. How stringent, Lin Beichen mused as he gripped his sword, reflecting on the procedure. Emerging from the men's changing room, Lin Beichen immediately attracted numerous gazes. Who is this? So handsome. Which academy does he belong to? How did I not notice such an extraordinarily attractive young man before? Gasps and murmurs filled the air. Lin Beichen chuckled to himself. What was it like to be handsome? He felt fully qualified to answer that question now. Looks, at last, are my greatest asset. Dressed in the training camp uniform, Lin Beichen appeared strikingly handsome. Walking behind him, Wu Xiaofeng, who had been one of the more refined youths at the third academy, now seemed as ordinary as a beggar in comparison. Meanwhile, another round of astonished exclamations erupted as Mu Xinyue and Yu Hongxiang, two female students, walked out of the women's changing room. Mu Xinyue ranked first on the third academy's beauty list and was quite renowned throughout Yunmeng City, her beauty undeniably striking. Many instantly recognized her. Is that Mu Xinyue from the third academy? The commoner's princess. Wow, a goddess! Exclaimed male students from other academies, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The girl beside her possessed an impressive aura as well. I didn't expect the third academy's teaching standards to be lacking. Yet their selection of female students is so astute. Ding Sanshi stood beneath the stone tablet with a black line of frustration on his forehead. He anticipated that the third academy would first attract attention in the training camp due to the students' appearances. Instructors, the four approached Ding Sanshi. This is your training camp identification badge. Make sure to keep it safe, for it is now your sole proof of identity. If lost, the replacement process is quite troublesome. Ding Sanshi distributed 4 small stone badges to each student. Lin Beichen examined his, simple in design, oval-shaped, approximately 4 centimeters wide and 6 centimeters long, with his name engraved on the front and a number on the back. The number was 12, though its significance remained a mystery. Additionally, intricate profound patterns adorned the badge, meticulously carved and densely interconnected, resembling a miniature circuit diagram that would likely require a microscope to replicate on Earth. Lin Beichen recognized the profound pattern formation as the work of a grand master of profound patterns. Clearly, the badge served a purpose beyond mere identification. Let us proceed. Ding Sanshi led 4 individuals to a vacant spot at the edge of the plaza, commanding the students to begin erecting tents. Tents. Lin Beichen felt a foreboding sense of discomfort. Ding Sanshi remarked, of course, the training camp is harsh, and we cannot expect luxury. You are here to compete and endure trials, not to revel in comfort. Is it not reasonable to dwell in tents? His rationale was compelling. Lin Beichen pointed to a nearby group and inquired, but why do they get to stay in houses? Ding Sanshi glanced over and replied, because they are the prodigies of the National Royal Junior Academy, the true elites, the finest young talents in Yunmeng City, deserving of grand accommodations. What about them? Lin Beichen gestured towards another group. Ding Sanshi observed again and stated, because they are the geniuses from the provincial First Junior Academy. Also a rare second-year talent institution in Yunmeng City, hence they are entitled to spacious residences. But what about those over there? Lin Beichen pointed yet again. This time, Ding Sanshi didn't even bother to look, exclaiming, you inquisitive little rascal. You insist on asking, don't you? Let me be direct. Aside from our third academy, all other top 5 provincial junior academies and the Royal Junior Academy have their own stone houses in this camp. If you desire a main stone house, you must prove your worth. Lin Beichen was taken aback. Is our third academy standing so low? Ding Sanshi affirmed, indeed, it is that low. Lin Beichen fell into silence. Ding Sanshi added, what did you expect? Among the 6 provincial academies, we rank last, 6th place. For over a decade, no one has passed the preliminary rounds, and our quota has been reduced from 10 to 4. Tell me, is that not dismal? Goodness, Lin Beichen thought. This is truly a tale of male silence and female tears. How tragic. So, we are the only academy camping in the plaza? He continued. This is utterly embarrassing. Ding Sancher chuckled. Not quite. Besides us, there are representatives from several private schools and various gang factions who are also residing in the plaza. Look over there. Aren't they setting up tents as well? So, we are not alone. We have company. Lin Beichen scoffed internally. How proud it is to utter such disgraceful words. Though I came here to be a slacker, even a slacker has ambitions, you know? As they spoke, the tents were finally erected. Ding Sancher had prepared a large, simple tent, divided into 2 sections, the inner space for the 2 girls, Maxinyu and Yu Hongxiang, while the outer space would serve as the temporary abode for Li Mu and Wu Xiaofang over the next 10 days. Where will you stay, Teacher Ding? Lin Beichen asked. You won't be standing outside, guarding the 4 students, will you? That would be too much of a sacrifice. Ding Sancher replied, Oh, I forgot to mention, the lead instructor has a designated hot spring room. A hot spring room? Special treatment, huh? Lin Beichen thought to himself. I really shouldn't have asked. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, the sun began to set. All 100 competing students had reported to the training camp. The list of participants was fully displayed on the stone tablet in the plaza's center. Out of curiosity, Lin Beichen approached to take a look. The National Royal Junior Academy had 30 participants, the First Academy 16, the Second and Fourth Academies 10 each, the Fifth Academy 8, the Sixth Academy 7. With a total of 10 from various private institutions and 5 representing gangs. The Third Academy had the fewest, with only 4. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder we are at the bottom of the junior academies in Yunmeng City, Lin Beichen mused. It was no surprise that the Third Academy accepted Lin Beichen, the good-for-nothing scion of Huching, as it too was rather dismal. Simultaneously, on the other side of the stone tablet, a new list was unveiled, revealing the overall rankings of all students in the city for this joint examination. Upon inspection, Lin Beichen realized the meaning behind his stone tablet number. He ranked 12th on this personal ranking list. Wow, with perfect scores in 3 subjects, a 7th-level energy intensity, and an undefeated record. I still cannot break into the top 10? Are the geniuses from other academies truly that formidable? He felt a sense of indignation as he glanced down the list. The top rank belonged to someone named Lingchen from the National Royal Junior Academy. Unfortunately, the listing only provided names, gender, and affiliated institutions, lacking specific scores, leaving Lin Beichen unable to discern the reasons for Lingchen's high standing among all second-year students in Yunmeng City. Lingchen, a female with such a pretentious name. He internally scoffed. Some might argue that the name sounds lovely. Just adding a bay in the middle would make it identical to mine. What is so pretentious about it? You're clearly harboring a bias against her. Continuing to peruse the list, he noted the second-place student, Tao Wancheng, a male also from the National Royal Junior Academy. The third was Li Tao, male, from the same academy. The fourth was Wang Xinyu, female, from the Provincial First Junior Academy. The fifth was Xiao Yongning, male, from the National Royal Junior Academy. The sixth was Mu Yandong, male, from the National Royal Junior Academy. The seventh was Peng Yiming, male, from the Provincial Fourth Junior Academy. The eighth was Li Rue, male, from the Provincial Second Junior Academy. The ninth was Xiao Xiao, female, from the National Royal Junior Academy. The 10th was Ma Zhigao, male, from the National Royal Junior Academy. The 11th was Zhua Kaisen, female, from the National Royal Junior Academy. Finally, the 12th was Lin Beichen, male, from the Provincial Third Junior Academy. Upon reaching this point, Lin Beichen chose not to continue scrutinizing the list. After all, those below him were all mere dregs, unworthy of remembrance. He felt compelled to express admiration for the National Royal Junior Academy, which astonishingly occupied 8 of the top 12 positions, truly terrifying and somewhat deranged. He specifically sought the rankings of Maxinyu, Wu Xiaofang, and Yu Hongxiang, which were 67, 91, and 92 respectively. Maxinyu was indeed one of the talents that particularly impressed the observer Li Qingxian, yet she could only secure the 67th position in all of Yunmeng City. Lin Beichen couldn't help but exclaim, there are always greater talents beyond oneself. In a world of strength, there are those who surpass even the strongest. By this time, the area surrounding the stone tablet had filled with people. This clear ranking announcement was irresistibly captivating for the 100 youthful scholars who considered themselves geniuses. Who is Lin Beichen? Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out, step forward. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the speaker, a medium-built student with a horse-like face and yellow hair, who scanned the crowd with an air of arrogance, evidently searching for Lin Beichen. The arrival of the newcomer was ominous. Lin Beichen had no intention of stepping forward. If he were to stand up every time someone called his name, would he still retain his dignity? After all, it was not out of cowardice. Just then, the voice of Wu Xiaofeng rang out, pointing directly at Lin Beichen. Damn it, Lin Beichen thought as he turned to face Wu Xiaofeng. You scoundrel! Is it that natural for you to act as a traitor without a hint of shame? The latter wore a smug, cold smile. I may not be able to defeat you, but that does not mean I am powerless. I can utilize others to do my bidding. The youth with a horse-like face and yellow hair approached Lin Beichen, his eyes sharp as surgical blades, scanning Lin's body and face. You, a pretty boy, dare to stand ahead of me, Ji Wushuang? Ji Wushuang, a male, ranked 13th on the individual leaderboard, 5th among the provincial elite, and 1st in the school-wide competition. He had expected his achievements to secure him a spot in the top 10, yet he found himself ousted from the top 12. He could not contend with the geniuses of the National Royal Junior Academy, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th-ranked students. But could he not handle a student from the murky waters of the 3rd Academy? Moreover, the incident of the Zhan Tianhou residence being raided was common knowledge throughout Yunmeng City. That wastrel was no longer a noble heir, but merely a rat scurrying through the streets, easily suppressed. Ji Wushuang glared fiercely at Lin Beichen. After a moment's contemplation, Lin replied coolly, what do you consider worthy? Only if you can endure a punch from me, Ji Wushuang retorted, raising his fist to strike. With a thunderous boom, the air seemed to split, the speed of his attack astonishing. Caught off guard, Lin Beichen raised his hand to block. The impact sent him staggering back 5 to 6 meters. This was a notable flaw in Lin Beichen's martial prowess. Outside of swordsmanship, he was lacking. Haha, easily defeated. Ji Wushuang laughed. You cannot even withstand a single blow, and you dare to. Before he could finish, Lin drew his sword with a swift motion. The sound of steel unsheathing echoed. You have provoked my wrath, Lin Beichen declared. You struck first. And what if I had? Ji Wushuang was emboldened by his initial success. Feeling Lin Beichen was utterly weak. Then I shall have to win you over with virtue. With a swish, Lin Beichen's sword was drawn. The cold smile on Ji Wushuang's face froze instantly. In a flash, he found the blade pressed against his throat. Were it not for the camp's prohibition against harming disabled students, you would already be dead, Lin stated flatly. Ji Wushuang's expression darkened, unwilling to concede. Lin, I was unarmed and merely caught off guard. Let us have a proper duel of swords. Lin retreated slightly and sheathed his sword. Ji Wushuang drew his own blade, sneering. Come on then. With another swift motion, Lin Beichen's sword was once more at his throat. Gasps erupted among the gathered students from various academies. What a swift sword. Many had not even comprehended the sequence of events before Ji Wushuang was defeated. In a life-or-death scenario, he would have perished twice over. Numerous talented students were secretly astonished. This 12th-ranked genius possessed formidable swordsmanship, not to be underestimated. Wu Xiaofeng felt a tremor of anxiety. Was it merely an illusion? Or was Lin Beichen indeed significantly stronger than he had been during the campus finals? The speed of his growth and strength was terrifying. Lin Beichen, like a heartless assassin, arrogantly declared, with your level of swordsmanship, how do you dare to stand behind me? Ji Wushuang felt both humiliated and enraged. He never envisioned Lin Beichen's swordsmanship to be so formidable. In the distance, a graceful figure observed the scene, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of intrigue. Some of the top geniuses from the National Royal Junior Academy focused their attention on Lin Beichen, with expressions ranging from surprise to disdain to calm indifference. Suddenly, the camp's bell began to ring urgently. Gather! A thunderous voice boomed from the west side of the square. All students felt their ears ringing. Following the sound, they saw a formidable officer clad in gleaming armor, a long sword hung at his waist, standing beneath a large flag. He was the one who had called out. All students hurried toward the flag. Under the command of the leading instructor, 100 students quickly formed into 9 lines of varying lengths. The 3rd Academy had the fewest participants, only 4. Lin Beichen stood at the forefront. Allow me to introduce you, the instructor said. This is Captain Chun Jianan of the Yunmeng garrison, who will oversee the safety of the camp until the preliminary rounds conclude. I hope you all cooperate well with the Yunmeng Guard. Stepping forward, the imposing officer spoke with authority. I am Captain Chun Jianan, a 2nd-level martial master. Remember, we will not interfere with your examinations, but the camp has absolute discipline that must be followed unconditionally. Any act of defiance against the soldiers will be regarded as a violation, leading to immediate disqualification. Do you understand? Understood. The students responded in a chaotic chorus. Wow. A 2nd-level martial master, a formidable figure. Captain Chun Jianan frowned slightly, but said nothing further, stepping back into formation. In the first volume, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 47. Why Pursue Her? Li Qingxian pointed to another middle-aged man beside him, who had a kind demeanor and was slightly portly. This is Lord Li Luoran from the City Lord's Mansion, who will be responsible for your meals during the preliminary rounds, recording your scores, and other matters. The involvement of the City Lord's Mansion in the preliminary rounds was somewhat unexpected, thought the lead instructor, Ding Sanshi, to himself. Li Qingxian continued, My name is Li Qingxian, representing the Yunmeng Education Department, and I have full authority over this citywide competition for second-year talents. I have a nickname, Iron-Faced Tongue of Poison. You will soon become acquainted with me. Let me remind you once more, from among the 100 individuals in this training camp, only 12 can be selected for the main event. So I hope you seize this opportunity to showcase your abilities. Select 20 from 100? Lin Beichen was somewhat taken aback. An 80 elimination rate. Cruel. Yet, he relished it. Although he participated in the preliminary rounds solely for the sake of obtaining the Genius Gold Medal, the atmosphere of competition stirred something within him. At that moment, Lin Beichen felt a surge of excitement coursing through his body. Next, I will announce the rules for this preliminary round. Li Qingxuan's gaze swept across the assembly, his expression growing unusually stern. The preliminary contest commences tomorrow, and you are to depart the camp at the first light of dawn, embarking on a journey into the verdant wilderness to explore. The purpose of this exploration is twofold. Firstly, to hunt and capture low-level magical beasts for your survival. As the camp will no longer provide food or water from tomorrow onward, everything will depend on your own efforts to procure sustenance from the wild. Secondly, to seek out the elusive star emblems hidden throughout the wilderness, which serve as the sole criterion for individual ranking. There are 100 emblems concealed in various locations, and each emblem you find and personally deliver to Lord Li Luoran will earn you 10 points. At the conclusion of the 10-day trial, the top 20 participants with the highest scores will secure a place in the main event of the Sun's Glory competition. You must return to the camp by sunset to report back. During the competition, harming fellow students is strictly prohibited, as is intentionally causing serious injury or disability. Beyond these stipulations, no other rigid rules exist. Do you understand? Li Qingxian concluded his address with a commanding inquiry. Yes, we understand. The students responded eagerly, most of whom had previously participated in the Sun's Glory competition and were quite familiar with such regulations. Lin Beichen, however, was taken aback, pondering the situation. Wasn't this merely an outdoor survival exercise? Yet, beneath the seemingly simple rules of this selection process lay profound intricacies. While procuring food was one matter, the competition for the star emblems was particularly intriguing. Li Qingxuan's words hinted at a deeper implication. Simply finding the star emblems was insufficient. They must be handed over personally to the camp's overseer, Li Luoran. This meant that, without killing or severely injuring other students, one could very well seize the emblems from their peers as trophies. Thus, to earn points, not only must one locate the star emblems, but one must also safeguard their own. The latter task appeared significantly more challenging. Standing at the forefront of the group, Lin Beichen feigned excitement. Joining in the cacophony of cheers, Li Qingxian continued, Lastly, I must mention that tonight, after sunset, the camp will host a bonfire gathering, providing 2 hours for interaction, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with one another. During this time, you will have the opportunity to indulge in a hearty meal. Remember, you may eat but cannot store food. What you can consume tomorrow and whether you will be satiated will depend on your own performance. Your fate is in your own hands. The crowd erupted in cheers once more before dispersing. An hour later, in the center of the square, pairs of bonfires blazed brightly. Surrounding the stone tables were an array of delectable foods, roasted meats, fresh fruits, flatbreads, and fine wines, all exuding tantalizing aromas in the night air. The atmosphere of the camp became lively. Lin Beichen's eyes sparkled. On Earth, he was an avid gamer and a food enthusiast. The culinary delights of this new realm were not to be missed. After greeting Ding Sanshi, he unceremoniously sat at a stone table, grasping a roasted beast's leg and indulging voraciously. Delicious, he exclaimed as the succulent meat filled his mouth. The wine is quite pleasant too, sweet and tangy, reminiscent of fruit wine back on Earth. This flatbread is delightful as well. Lin Beichen devoured the food with an insatiable hunger. The surrounding noise of fellow students reveling in relaxation as they prepared for the upcoming contest. Typically engrossed in rigorous study and training at school, the students now found themselves in a setting free from strict regulations. Some young men attempted to express their affections to the goddesses of their hearts, gathering in groups to engage in various conversations, to forge connections. Especially around the many goddess-like young ladies, attention was plentiful. Meanwhile, some prodigious male students from the National Royal Junior Academy subtly became the focal point of the crowd. Occasionally, female students were taken aback by Lin Beichen's striking looks, unable to resist approaching him for a greeting, only to be met with indifference. Such arrogance. He hasn't even entered the top 10 yet, and he's already acting so high and mighty. The snubbed female students departed, clearly disgruntled. Lin Beichen remained oblivious, engrossed in his culinary battle. He did not notice a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes in a stone house within the camp, watching him intently, as if appreciating or weighing something of significance. Suddenly, a familiar figure settled beside Lin Beichen. "Are you a starving ghost reborn?" Ding Sancher exclaimed, exasperated. "You little rascal, with such a splendid opportunity. Are you truly only preoccupied with eating?" Lin Beichen, mouth full of succulent meat, replied while chewing, "Why not? Didn't Lord Li Qingxian say we should seize the opportunity to feast tonight?" Ding Sancher was increasingly speechless. "Are you really that thick-headed? That was just a surface statement. Do you not realize the true purpose of this bonfire gathering?" "What purpose?" Lin Beichen mumbled, still distracted by his meal. Ding Sancher felt a surge of frustration, wanting to strike the gluttonous youth. "It's to encourage you all to forge alliances." "Forge alliances? Who are we to forge alliances with and why?" Lin Beichen inquired. Clearly confused, Ding Sancher could no longer contain himself and delivered a firm tap to Lin Beichen's head. "Can you not be serious for once? I am discussing important matters." With a hand on his head, Lin Beichen feigned seriousness. "All right, then please enlighten me. What alliances are we to forge?" Ding Sancher felt his blood pressure rising. Engaging with this glutton was a recipe for disaster. Yet, recalling the repeated admonitions from the head of the department, Chu Hen, and his own expectations for Lin Beichen, he sought to maintain his composure. In reality, the camp organized this bonfire gathering not merely for sustenance or relaxation, but to provide an opportunity for students to get to know one another, to interact, and ideally to form alliances for mutual cooperation, maximizing their benefits in the forthcoming 10-day competition. The preliminary contest does not solely assess individual combat prowess. It tests your wisdom, leadership abilities, and adaptability within a group. Every action and word is under the scrutiny of the camp's 3 major figures, who observe and remember everything. Ding Sancher patiently elaborated. Lin Beichen wiped his mouth with a napkin. "So, you mean to say that the real competition began the moment the gathering commenced?" Ding Sancher shook his head. "No. To be precise, it began the moment you set foot in the camp." It became evident that the so-called bonfire gathering was not merely an opportunity for everyone to partake in a meal before embarking on their journey. Rather, it served as a public occasion for individuals to seek potential collaborators, form temporary alliances, and engage in clandestine dealings. Lin Beichen, in a moment of revelation, articulated this understanding. Ding Sancher was left in a state of confusion. "What do you mean by a meal before the journey?" He retorted. "Initially, your observations were quite astute, but they have grown increasingly peculiar. Nonetheless, there is a semblance of truth in your words," he begrudgingly conceded. Lin Beichen surveyed his surroundings. No wonder Mu Xinyue, Wu Xiaofeng, and Yu Hongxiang were absent from the outset. Does this imply that Mu Lucha and Wu Tiango have already begun to court geniuses from other academies? He speculated. Ding Sanchi's bewilderment deepened. "Isn't that a rather harsh way to refer to your classmates? Is that even a question? Do you think everyone is as inept as you?" Ding Sancher replied, exasperated. Lin Beichen took a sip of fruit wine and mused. "But isn't it customary for students within the same institution to unite in pursuit of glory for their school? Why then seek alliances with students from rival academies? Why don't they approach me? Why would they approach you? Have you no self-awareness?" Ding Sancher retorted, utterly drained of patience. In reality, it was entirely the opposite. Ding Sancher elaborated. "Students from the same institution are undoubtedly competitors. There exist irreconcilable conflicts of interest that make genuine collaboration exceedingly difficult. Historically, students have preferred to cooperate with peers from other schools, sharing information to maximize their advantages and maintain their standing within their own institution. Furthermore, any student who manages to secure a position in the main roster brings prestige to the school. Who wouldn't wish to diminish their competitors while simultaneously elevating their own reputation?" Lin Beichen contemplated this revelation. Indeed, it is easier to exploit acquaintances than to deceive strangers. There is wisdom in the ways of traders who favor familiarity. He pondered further. However, one would expect the prodigies from the National Royal Junior Academy to disdain such petty alliances. He continued. Their participation in the Talented Champions tournament should be a foregone conclusion. If they were to band together, other academies would stand no chance. Ding Sancher shook his head. "It is not as simple as that. Among the 100 names on this list, only one genius truly looks down upon such conflicts and is certain to emerge victorious, standing out like a crane among chickens. No one can pose a threat to him. As for the others, bear in mind that competition exists at every level. Ordinary students face their own rivalries, while geniuses contend with their own. The competition among the talents from the National Royal Junior Academy is even more intense. Consider this: if one could eliminate their rivals in the preliminary rounds, why would they not seize that opportunity? After absorbing Ding Sanchi's insights, Lin Beichen realized that his earlier perceptions had indeed been overly simplistic. Competition was omnipresent. This training camp was not merely a straightforward preliminary contest. It resembled a brutal calculation, a survival war fraught with intrigue. Is this not a breeding ground for scheming individuals? Lin Beichen mused inwardly. The education department of Yunmeng City appeared to adopt a method akin to nurturing poison. Yet, to be fair, the Northern Sea Empire's emphasis on foundational education clearly aimed not merely at cultivating brutish strength, but rather sought to cultivate individuals endowed with exceptional talent, robust capabilities, leadership qualities, and adaptable skills. From this perspective, the model of the training camp's preliminary rounds was indeed meticulously crafted. Lin Beichen nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly broke into a grin. By the way, you weren't referring to me when you mentioned that truly exceptional genius, were you? Ding Sanchi replied, "What nonsense are you thinking? Of course not. I was speaking of the top-ranked genius, the celestial wonder, Ling Chun." I see, Lin Beichen responded, visibly displeased. He then turned his attention to the culinary delights before him, diving into the feast with great enthusiasm. Ding Sanchi waited for a moment before asking, "And then what?" "There's nothing more to say," Lin Beichen replied. "Did I just engage in a futile discussion with you?" Ding Sanchi struggled to contain his rising frustration. "You still fail to grasp one essential truth, Ding Jiaoshi. All your words are of little use. The primary issue at hand is that my reputation is utterly tarnished. I am infamous. Who would be willing to team up with a scoundrel?" Ding Sanchi was left speechless, recognizing the painful validity of Lin Beichen's argument. "You must at least make an effort," he implored, his resolve visibly waning. Lin Beichen continued to eat, asserting, "I assent that what I'm doing? First, I must fill my stomach. Only then can I gather the energy to forge alliances. Believe me, once I am adequately nourished, I will effortlessly win over Miss Ling Chun." The top-ranked fighter, Ding Sanchi, exasperated, quipped, "If you manage to ally with Ling Chun, I will consume this entire table. Are you truly so dismissive of my capabilities?" Lin Beichen countered, "Do not forget, I am a scoundrel, yet a particularly handsome one. I possess a certain charm that appeals to those who are less worldly." Before he could finish, a mocking voice interjected, "I have never encountered such unabashed audacity." It was none other than Fang Yan. "By the way, I will be departing for Beijing tomorrow. Are there any local readers who wish to meet? I shall be there until approximately the 21st. As he spoke, Wu Xiaofeng and several students from other academies approached. Wu Xiaofeng, with a sardonic expression, remarked, "Lin Beichen, so you are aware of your own scoundrel nature." Not this again, Lin Beichen thought, his anger simmering. There was no room for further provocations. Wu Xiaofeng attempted to continue, but a red-haired, square-faced youth at his side, who appeared to be the group's nucleus, waved him off, advancing boldly toward Lin Beichen. With a condescending gaze, he scrutinized Lin Beichen before stating coolly, "You are Lin Beichen, correct? I extend to you an opportunity to join my team and follow me." "Another arrogant fool? Who are you?" Lin Beichen asked, bewildered by the sudden confrontation. Such ostentatious displays of bravado reminded him of Wu Xiaofeng's earlier antics. No wonder they were drawn to one another. "My name is Tao Wancheng," the male student replied nonchalantly. "Oh." Lin Beichen recalled who he was, second in the personal rankings, just below Ling Chun from the National Royal Junior Academy. He anticipated that Wu Xiaofeng's sycophantic tendencies would lead him to such a significant ally so swiftly. After pondering the situation, Lin Beichen responded, "Follow you? But I have enmity with this Wu fellow. Could you perhaps dismiss him first?" Tao Wancheng's gaze hardened. "Are you attempting to negotiate with me?" Lin Beichen wiped his mouth and replied, "You could interpret it that way. Very few dare to propose terms to me," Tao Wancheng retorted. Tao Wancheng raised his chin and spoke with a hint of indifference. "However, you rank 12th overall, which grants you a certain qualification. I admire your courage. So I can agree to your request. As long as you follow me, I shall ensure that Wu Xiaofeng is dismissed." Wu Xiaofeng's complexion changed dramatically. "Senior Tao, please don't." Tao Wancheng waved his hand dismissively, brusquely signaling him to be silent. "Ha!" Lin Beichen couldn't contain his delight and laughed heartily. "Wu the sycophant, do you see this? Is it exhilarating or infuriating? To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. In the eyes of this new master, you are, alas, even less than a mere dog. I truly pity you." Wu Xiaofeng's face turned a ghastly shade, akin to a corpse that had lain for millennia. Tao Wanqing stated. So, you have agreed? Not at all. Lin Beichen replied cheekily. I was merely hypothesizing. I never said I would accept your offer. You dare to toy with me? Tao Wanqing's expression darkened ominously. Lin Beichen stood up, wiping his mouth with a cloth, and retorted defiantly. And what if I do? So what if you're second on the leaderboard? What does that even mean? How dare you put on airs before me? Why shouldn't I toy with you? Lin Beichen. How arrogant you are to speak to Senior Tao with such insolence. Wu Xiaofeng feigned outrage, but inwardly, he was reveling in glee. Lin Beichen sighed. Why must one choose to be a dog when they could be a decent person? This sort of trash has always been treated as a treasure. It's a miracle that the Third Academy achieved any notable rank in the preliminaries. You are exceedingly arrogant, Tao Wanqing said, his expression darkening. But arrogance comes at a price. As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Lin Beichen's brow. A mysterious light flickered from his fingertip. With a mere finger, he disturbed the air, creating an invisible vortex of energy. Clearly, he was employing a technique known as the star-point finger. This time, Lin Beichen was prepared. Whoosh! His long sword was drawn, striking forth like a bolt of lightning. Tao Wanqing smirked coldly, instantly transforming his finger strike into a flick. His technique was extraordinarily refined. With a twist of his wrist, he flicked his finger. Clang! A soft sound resonated as his fingertip precisely struck the side of Lin Beichen's sword tip. Buzz! The blade of the deed sword vibrated violently, its form disintegrating under the pressure. An eerie force of tremor surged along the sword, reaching Lin Beichen's wrist. Simultaneously, a whirlwind arose between the two, stirred by the clash of their energies. Still not letting go? Tao Wanqing sneered. Lin Beichen felt a numbness in his wrist. The sword's tremors contained a peculiar force, threatening to break his wrist. However, at that moment, even before Lin Beichen could react mentally, a profound and rich power surged from his arm, effortlessly countering the bizarre vibrations. Lin Beichen was taken aback. He instantly realized that this was due to the effects of his training in the formless sword bone. But before he could make any further moves, a hand abruptly pressed down on his shoulder, a gentle yet potent energy flowing into his arm, shielding him. The one who intervened was Ding Sanshi, the leading instructor of the Third Academy. Young lad, it is merely a spar between classmates. Why resort to such severity? Ding Sanshi's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare on Tao Wanqing. He had discerned instantly that this top genius from the National Royal Junior Academy had malicious intentions. Employing the one-star technique, the sky-cutting finger, to strike the sword while intending to harm Lin Beichen's wrist, clearly aiming to incapacitate him for the duration of the preliminaries. A mere child, with such deep schemes. Ah, instructor, you misinterpret. I was only having a friendly exchange with Lin, Tao Wanqing replied, maintaining an air of indifference. Is it necessary to employ such force for a friendly exchange? Ding Sanshi retorted coldly. Tao Wanqing smiled faintly, subtly laced with mockery. I was merely being casual. I did not expect the chief student of the Third Academy to be so fragile. He then cast a derisive glance at Lin Beichen, saying, Lin, did you earn your glory as the champion of the mid-year competition in the second year of the Third Academy by hiding behind your instructor? Only a suckling infant would forever remain in their mother's embrace. I had heard you achieved full marks in the written examination and excelled in swordsmanship, but seeing you today, it seems the reality does not live up to the reputation. Ding Sanshi thought, this is bad. Lin Beichen, the prodigal, cannot withstand such provocation. I must prevent him from falling into the trap. Just then, another relatively pleasant voice interjected. Heh, Tao Wanqing, are you abusing your power again? You truly bring shame to our National Royal Junior Academy. A tall, fair-skinned, elegant youth with slightly wavy black hair, exuding an air of nobility, approached slowly, accompanied by a group of young men. The refined youth cast a casual glance at Wu Xiaofeng and smiled at Tao Wanqing. Senior Tao? How many times have I warned you to surround yourself with less trash? You are a prominent figure in our Royal Junior Academy. How can your judgment be so poor? Wu Xiaofeng was furious, feeling the sting of being called trash, yet he dared not refute. He recognized that this noble youth was Li Tao, the genius ranked third overall in the National Royal Junior Academy. Li Tao, please be more courteous. I am your senior. Why do you meddle in my affairs? Tao Wanqing's face darkened with hostility upon seeing Li Tao. Li Tao replied coolly, what do you mean by your affairs? I only see you bullying the weak and tarnishing the reputation of our Royal Academy. He then bowed slightly to Lin Beichen. I am Li Tao from the Royal Junior Academy. I apologize for Tao Wanqing's reckless disrespect. I have heard about your remarkable achievements in this competition, scoring full marks in all 3 subjects, and I greatly admire you. I have come to pay my respects. Lin Beichen gestured to Ding Sanshi, indicating he was fine and to not be overly concerned. Sheathing his sword, he stepped forward and said, You certainly speak more eloquently than this fool Tao. But I am not one to be swayed by flattery. You are all merely 13 or 14 years old. Why pretend to be cunning old foxes? Doesn't that feel uncomfortable? The onlookers were taken aback. Without the instructor's protection, Lin had just suffered a significant loss. Li Tao, clearly there to assist him, was met with blatant ingratitude. Truly, it was a case of being impossibly obstinate. To everyone's surprise, Li Tao merely smiled without anger. Lin, you jest. Perhaps it is because I often perceive myself as an adult, which makes me seem a bit mature for my age. In truth, I genuinely wish to befriend you. This is no pretense, and certainly not an attempt to recruit you into my group. Lin Beichen replied nonchalantly, Is that so? I apologize. But I am not here to make friends. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Li Tao, that prodigal, shows no gratitude at all. Ha ha ha. This is truly hilarious. I never expected you, a hypocrite, would experience the moment of having your warm face pressed against a cold rear. How does it feel to be rejected? Tao Wansheng laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to mercilessly mock his old rival. Li Tao, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating, A genius of the sword path tends to be self-important and temperamental. One must admit, this young nobleman possessed an admirable demeanor. Yet Lin Beichen continued to stand with his sword crossed before him, exuding an air of aloofness. What a pity. I had hoped to engage in a meaningful exchange with classmate Lin, Li Tao remarked with a smile. In fact, just a moment ago, your classmate Mu spoke highly of your accomplishments before and after the mid-year competition, which piqued my curiosity. Before he could finish, a stunningly beautiful female swordsman emerged from the crowd, a smile gracing her lips as she stood beside Li Tao. Mu Xinyue, classmate Lin, I assure you that Senior Li's admiration for you is genuine, she said with a smile. I understand that deep within, you harbor a childish pride. But collaborating with Senior Li and acknowledging his superiority is not something to be ashamed of. Yet again, another scheming girl. What sort of exceptional talents has the Third Academy cultivated? Lin Beichen was truly at a loss for words. Mu Xinyue, observing Lin Beichen's speechlessness, felt a sense of satisfaction, believing she had gained an upper hand. What does it matter if you, Lin Beichen, consider yourself the best in school? Compared to a true genius like Li Tao, what are you really? Sometimes, one must recognize their own limitations and not be overly arrogant. Mu Xinyue continued to taunt. Only by associating with the exceptional can one truly gain. Senior Li's intentions are good. Why must you reject him out of jealousy? Lin Beichen opened his mouth, about to retort when an unexpected change occurred. You little wretch, who are you to speak of my boyfriend? A voice, cool and seemingly ethereal, emanated from behind Lin Beichen. A hand, as white as jade, reached over and casually linked arms with him. Lin Beichen was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he tried to pull away. Ouch, so tight. He couldn't break free, his arm feeling as if it were caught in an iron grip. Who is this? He turned to scold, when suddenly, who threw a flashbang at my eyes? He shielded his eyes with one hand, exaggerating his cries. The girl who had suddenly appeared beside him was dazzlingly radiant, too beautiful for words, resembling a celestial being. Her brilliance was blinding, and Lin Beichen felt as though he had been struck by 10 flashbangs, his vision clouded in white, his mind blank. For the first time, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the beauty of this girl, who surpassed Mu Xinyue by countless degrees. The first among the beauty rankings of the Third Academy, she stood before him like a mere hen beside a phoenix, the gap between them unfathomable. Silence, the girl said, observing Lin Beichen's absurd antics with a frown. Is this not the first time? Must you make such a scene and embarrass yourself even further? Lin Beichen was taken aback. Not the first time? How many times has this happened? He wanted to ask what was happening, but the girl turned her attention to Mu Xinyue and said, So you are Mu Xinyue from the Third Academy? A waste ranked outside the top 50? What gives you the right to speak with such disdain in front of my boyfriend? The atmosphere shifted dramatically, falling into a deep silence. Mu Xinyue, however, was oblivious to the change. She had never been subjected to such treatment, especially not by a girl so strikingly beautiful that it incited a natural animosity within her. Without a second thought, she sneered, Is being outside the top 50 considered a waste? And who are you, to call Lin Beichen such names? Before she could finish, Tao Wansheng and Li Tao finally snapped out of their shock, resembling mice encountering a cat. They promptly bowed, saying, Greetings, Senior Ling. The other students nearby, especially those from the National Royal Junior Academy, who had previously held themselves in high regard, suddenly appeared as if awakening from a dream, bowing to her with utmost respect. Mu Xinyue's words caught in her throat. Did Ling and Lin Beichen once share a story? A name that seemed almost taboo flashed through her mind. In the next moment, the girl laughed coldly and said, What am I? Listen closely, my name is Ling Chun. Now you understand my significance, don't you? Ling Chun, female. The unrivaled genius ranked first on the personal combat leaderboard, surpassing the other 99. Mu Xinyue's mind exploded with realization. It was indeed Ling Chun. She found herself rendered speechless. Though she had never seen her in person, the name was legendary. Ling Chun was not only the top genius of the second-year students at Yunmeng City Junior Academy, but was also considered the foremost talent of her generation, second only to the imperial prodigy Lin Tingchan. Moreover, Ling Chun was the beloved youngest daughter of the lord of Yunmeng City. Her status as a noble enough to overshadow Mu Xinyue in every aspect. Yet such an extraordinary figure was Lin Beichen's girlfriend? When did this happen? Why had Lin Beichen never mentioned it before? I apologize, I did not know it was you, Senior Ling, Mu Xinyue admitted, her tone softening. She felt compelled to yield. This girl was on a completely different level. Before she gained power, she did not wish to oppose someone of such caliber. Is sorry enough? Ling Chun linked her arm with Lin Beichen's, her voice commanding, kneel and apologize to my boyfriend. What? Mu Xinyue's head snapped up. She had not anticipated Ling Chen's demands to be so domineering. I only give you one chance. Ling Chen's breathtakingly beautiful face bore an air of uncompromising coldness as she enunciated each word, kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I shall make you acquainted with the true essence of regret. I assure you, not only will this contest be a source of despair, but your days in Yunmeng City will plunge you into an unending nightmare. No one doubted the words of this extraordinary young woman, for her status was far too elevated, and her abilities far too formidable. Mu Xinyue was thoroughly flustered, casting a desperate glance towards Li Tao, who merely expressed helplessness in response. With resolute determination, Mu Xinyue knelt down instantly. I am sorry, I was wrong, she murmured, her head bowed low. A profound sense of humiliation left her trembling. I have encountered many girls like you, self-righteous and arrogant. Let me offer you 2 pieces of advice. Ling Chen's voice was laced with a cold disdain, as if she were a celestial being gazing down upon mere mortals. She spoke deliberately. First, when you plot to humiliate others, be prepared to face humiliation yourself. Second, while you may be intelligent, do not presume you are the only one. Do not regard others as mere fools to be exploited. Mu Xinyue shuddered. Although only 2 sentences were spoken, Ling Chen's tone stripped her bare, leaving her feeling exposed. Begone, Ling Chun dismissed with a wave of her hand. And Mu Xinyue stood in silence, quickly turning to leave. You two, vanish at once, Ling Chun commanded again. Tao Wancheng and Li Tao, the top prodigies of the Royal Junior Academy, dared not utter a word and promptly departed with utmost politeness. As Tao Wancheng turned, he cast a sly smile at Lin Beichen, subtly gesturing a thumbs down, evidently harboring resentment toward him. Disperse, Ling Chun stated with unassailable authority. The onlookers scattered as if obeying a general's command. In just a few terse exchanges, the situation was resolved. She then turned her gaze to Lin Beichen. Hee. How was it? Brother Chen, how did I perform just now? In that moment, all her prior aloofness melted away as she playfully tugged at Lin Beichen's arm, adopting the demeanor of a charming girl next door. I avenged you, now praise me. Lin Beichen remained bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The earlier part of the evening unfolded like a protagonist with a mocking skill set, fitting the narrative arc of countless melodramatic fantasy novels. He anticipated his role as the male protagonist to shine, but now he found himself bewildered in the latter half of the scene. Had he unexpectedly become a passive participant, reaping the rewards of a relationship with an ethereal beauty? This celestial companion, who moments ago exuded an aura of authoritative dominance, had transformed into a clingy sweetheart. Was this a case of split personality? A dual identity? Could she be a simpleton? Strange, why did I use the word also? Countless odd thoughts flickered in Lin Beichen's mind. Brother Chen, why are you silent? Are you upset? Ling Chen gently shook his arm, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. How about this? I could go fetch Tao Wancheng and give him a good thrashing to vent your frustrations. No, I'm not angry at all, just... Oh heavens, who can bring me a pack of brain supplements? I might need to refresh my memory. Lin Beichen howled inwardly. Hee. So when you unexpectedly encountered me, were you not surprised and delighted? Lin Beichen stroked his chin, gazing skyward. He had racked his brain, but could not recall a single instance of interaction with this enchanting vixen. Had he perhaps been involved with her before his transfer? Damn it. The awkwardness of fragmented memories was truly vexing. Ling, you know, I am a bit, forgetful, Lin Beichen said, attempting to clarify. I occasionally experience episodes where I fail to remember past events. So, did we know each other before? You have amnesia? Ling Chen gasped in astonishment. Lin Beichen's eyes brightened. Ah, yes, I have amnesia. Haha, This excuse works perfectly. Indeed, after joining the Third Academy, he had experienced several episodes that rendered him oblivious to his past. Perhaps even the heavens believed he should embark on a path of redemption. Let us make a pact. Forget the past me and sever those old ties. Though you are beautiful, I am destined to be a man you cannot attain. For I must return to Earth. Once the game begins, no one shall matter. Ling Chun, upon hearing this, stood frozen for a moment, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Brother Chun, are you sending me away? Do you not like me anymore? The sight of such a stunning girl revealing her hurt feelings struck Lin Beichen's heart like an invisible hand. What a calamity! How could such exquisite female beings exist in this world? He regretted uttering those words. Yes, I am indeed sending you away. You may interpret it as such. Just arrived at the hotel after a 2-hour taxi ride. He emphasized, I lost a bet, not my dignity, so let us not misinterpret this. Volume 1. Origin of the Sword, Chapter 52, System Upgrade. Women are the most bothersome. Nothing is more entertaining than a game. Since I have been hurt, I shall embrace the pain fully. Ling Chun fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Beichen, her expression gradually shifting towards that of an imperious overlord. For reasons unknown, Lin Beichen suddenly felt a twinge of weakness in his legs. I truly have amnesia, Ling. How about this? Wait for me to recover my memories before seeking me out again, shall we? This was not cowardice, it was kindness. It was a refusal to hurt a young girl. All right, Ling Chun replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. I'm very understanding. Just as Lin Beichen was on the brink of exasperation, a middle-aged woman from the National Royal Junior Academy arrived with a stern expression, her gaze sharp enough to cut through flesh. After delivering a scathing reprimand, she whisked Ling Chun away. Lin Beichen finally exhaled in relief, but at that moment, the entire camp seemed poised on the brink of explosion. What? Ling Chun is Lin Beichen's girlfriend? What? She pursued him? What? Yunmeng City is about to explode? Many felt as though the apocalypse had descended upon them. In the distance, shrouded in darkness, a flicker of surprise and complexity crossed the face of the lord of the city. At that moment, Ding Sanshi, who had hitherto seemed as elusive as a specter, suddenly emerged. Without seeking clarification, he seized Lin Beichen by the collar and dragged him back into the tent of the Third Academy. Speak. What on earth is happening? Ding Sanshi demanded, gripping Lin Beichen's neck and shaking him furiously. Coughing, Lin Beichen struggled to break free from Ding Sanshi's grasp and exclaimed, Calm down, instructor. Rest assured, I am a person of ambition, well aware of priorities and urgencies. I would never forsake my pursuit of the sword for trivial matters of romance. I shall strive to bring glory to the Third Academy. Nonsense. Ding Sanshi interrupted angrily. The glory of the Academy means nothing. What truly matters is that you must not betray the affection of those who genuinely love you. Huh. Lin Beichen was taken aback. Wait a moment. This seems off. Instructor Ding, you're not here to witness a melodrama. You are the team instructor. He looked at Ding Sanshi in astonishment. It seemed that Ding Sanshi had just realized this, and his expression abruptly returned to normal. Slowly, he released Lin Beichen, donning an air of solitary mastery. He gazed at the moon in a 45-degree angle, letting out a soft sigh. Ah, young Bei, you are still so naive. You do not comprehend that the first encounter is oblivious to the song's intent, yet upon the song's conclusion, one realizes the meaning. Young man, some individuals, even if you lose everything, are worth cherishing in this lifetime. Lin Beichen thought, I never expected this old fellow to possess such a poetic side. Instructor Ding, you have a story to tell. Do share, he chuckled. Ding Sanshi offered a cold smile. Thank you, Lin Beichen continued. Instructor, was your initial action to pull me back into the tent to spare me from embarrassment? You think too much, Ding Sanshi retorted, turning to leave and retreating to his room for a soak in the hot springs. Lin Beichen was left speechless. The more he interacted with Ding Sanshi, the more he felt the instructor harbored a hidden penchant for humor. At that moment, he found himself alone in the tent. Outside the camp, the echoes of beastly roars reverberated, filled with wildness. As night deepened, Lin Beichen sensed a dangerous aura flowing through the atmosphere. On the walls of the camp, the elite soldiers of Yunmeng appeared tense, far more so than during the day. Soon, the roars of beasts outside signaled an impending wave of creatures attacking the camp. The camp's array was activated, forming a protective barrier around everyone. Indeed, the wilderness at night was a forbidden realm for humanity. It was said that darkness could incite madness in beasts, amplifying their strength, and the destructive power of night-dwelling creatures exceeded that of their daytime counterparts. Having dined sufficiently, Lin Beichen soon succumbed to sleep. In the latter half of the night, sounds stirred within the tent. It was Yu Hongxiang returning. Faintly, Lin Beichen thought he heard muffled sobs, but they quickly faded away. By the following day, Mu Xinyue and Wu Xiaofeng had yet to return. As Lin Beichen slumbered deeply, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the silence. A new system version has been detected. Would you like to update? Startled, he sprang from his sleeping bag and summoned his phone. A large notification box appeared on the home screen. System version update? Instantly, he was wide awake, pondering the implications of this information. Why had the phone system prompted an update? Was it because he had reached a certain milestone, perhaps ranking first in the mid-year competition? Or had he inadvertently caught the attention of the most beautiful woman, Ling Chun, thus unlocking certain phone privileges? Did this mean that as he accomplished specific feats, he could periodically prompt system upgrades? Perhaps. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. The crucial question was whether the functionality of the phone would change post-upgrade. For instance, would the training feature vanish? Would there be indications regarding methods to return to Earth? These thoughts cascaded through Lin Beichen's mind. After deliberating for half an hour, Lin Beichen decided to proceed with the system update. His extensive experience with various phones suggested that typically, system upgrades do not alter or remove existing standard functions, nor do they impact already downloaded features. Rather, they merely optimize the existing functions. Thus, the likelihood of retaining the training efficacy remained high. Moreover, the desire to uncover a way back to Earth still dominated his thoughts. Even if the odds were slim post-upgrade, he was willing to take the risk. With a tap, he confirmed, yes. Ding. Important notice. This system version update will take 4 hours, with an update size of 1. Please confirm that the host has sufficient data and charge. A new prompt appeared. Both conditions were satisfied. Lin Beichen clicked. Next. Instantly, his internal energy was fervently extracted, surging into the phone. Lin Beichen, now a figure of striking handsomeness, had his image published on the public account. He resembled a blade, and everyone was encouraged to take a look. The first volume, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 53, the phone's new function. This was indeed consuming data. The current intensity of Lin Beichen's energy maintained an output of 1. While it was manageable, he felt as though his body was being hollowed out. Simultaneously, the phone's screen illuminated brightly, revealing a deep green progress bar. All he could do now was wait. 3 hours swiftly passed. The system upgrade was finally complete. Congratulations, host. The system version update has been successfully completed. New functionalities added include intelligent voice assistant and 2 limited-time random draw opportunities in the application store. A notification box appeared on the home screen. Intelligent voice assistant? Lin Beichen mused. He was familiar with such technology, akin to Apple's Siri or Xiaoao. Under specific conditions, this feature could liberate one's hands, making it quite practical. However, he pondered what this unnamed assistant would be called. Hello? No response. Xiao Xiao. No response. Xiao Xiao. No response. Xiao Ji. Ding dong. Master. How may I assist you? A sweet, simulated female voice emanated from the phone. Ah, so it's called Xiao Ji. Xiao Chicken? Ha ha ha. Lin Beichen chuckled inwardly. Please explain what the limited-time random draw function in the application store entails, he inquired. Certainly. Please open the application store, Xiao Ji replied. Open it for me. Lin Beichen commanded. Understood, Master, Xiao Ji responded. On the screen of his phone, the application store opened, revealing previously visible applications such as basic swordsmanship and intermediate qi refinement technique, alongside an unread message. Upon opening the message, it stated that he had 2 free chances to draw unknown applications. Lin Beichen stroked his chin, pondering the possibilities. An unknown application? This suggested that, unlike those created using the phone's functions, these applications were native to the device and possessed different features. What could they be? He chose to draw now. A loading circle appeared in the application store, resembling a spinning roulette wheel, whirling frantically. Soon, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 1 opportunity and drawn the application Baidu Maps. Another notification followed. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 1 opportunity and drawn the application Baidu Cloud Disk. The 2 pop-up messages lingered for 5 seconds before vanishing. Indeed, an additional application appeared in the store, familiar icons, colors, and interfaces. It was the Baidu Maps he had used countless times back on Earth, as well as Baidu Cloud Disk. Lin Beichen's eyes brightened. His gaze fixated on Baidu Maps. He felt a surge of excitement. What was the primary function of Baidu Maps? Navigation, of course. Did this not imply that he could potentially utilize the navigation feature of Baidu Maps to find his way back to Earth? He decided to give it a try and clicked to download. Consuming 1 unit of data, the Baidu Maps application was installed on his phone. However, he was once again drained by the excessive extraction of qi energy, leaving him feeling hollow. Upon tapping the icon, the familiar interface unfolded, presenting a large map of the geographical surroundings of his camp. In the center lay the tent where Li Mu resided, with the surrounding square, stone houses, city walls, main gate, and the wilderness all displayed on the map, mirroring the interface he was accustomed to on Earth. Trembling, Lin Beichen typed Earth into the address search bar at the top and clicked search. The loading screen appeared, dragging on interminably. Lin Beichen sensed his chi being gradually siphoned away by the phone. Clearly, the process of loading the search route also consumed chi energy. He had grown accustomed to this. After a full minute, anticipation filled his heart, akin to the anxious wait for a response from his first love in high school. His heart pounding as if it might leap from his throat. Finally, a notification popped up. The program has become unresponsive. Would you like to terminate it? Lin Beichen jumped in disbelief. What the hell is this faulty program? A counterfeit product? It crashes on the first search? Can it get any worse? Or is it because the distance is too great, exceeding the phone's operational limits? He clicked to terminate. Baidu Maps promptly crashed. He restarted the app and casually entered an address within the city, Cloud Dream City. 3 alternative routes were plotted, a shortest duration of 10 minutes by flying, which he dismissed immediately. The second option was an hour and a half by carriage, and the longest was 7 hours on foot. Each route varied in streets and paths, with their own advantages and disadvantages. This meant that, aside from searching for Earth, this modified version of Baidu Maps was indeed quite useful. Lin Beichen closed the app. Unlike his previous training, Baidu Maps consumed data continuously, extracting chi energy constantly, albeit in small amounts, yet it added up over time. The other features of the map remained unexplored. Returning to the application store, his gaze fell upon Baidu Cloud Disk. On Earth, this service was used for file storage and cloud services. However, after this mysterious phone modification, what function might it serve here? Without hesitation, he spent 1 unit of data to download Baidu Cloud Disk. Upon installation, the icon appeared on his home screen. Opening it revealed no significant difference compared to the cloud service on Earth. The capacity was approximately 10 units, which seemed rather limited. He recalled that when he first registered for Baidu Cloud Disk on Earth, he was awarded 2 units of storage. Lin Beichen scrutinized the screen, pondering the true nature of its function. Baidu Maps was for navigation, while Baidu Cloud Disk was naturally for file storage. Yet, in this world, there seemed to be nothing electronic to store on his phone. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Lin Beichen's mind. He aimed the phone at the deed of Virtue's sword, and, with a mischievous grin, uttered, "Hey, silly sword, if I call your name, will you respond?" A flicker of light ensued, and the deed of Virtue's sword vanished. From tomorrow, filming will require 12 hours a day. I fear this might be unmanageable. What to do? In the first volume, Origin of the Sword, Chapter 54, You Follow Me. Lin Beichen leaped up in astonishment. He had merely attempted it casually, yet it truly worked. Looking back at the Baidu Cloud Disk interface, an image file was automatically generated. Upon opening it, he found the emblem of the deed of Virtue's sword. What just happened? The voice of Yu Hongxiang echoed from within the tent. Lin Beichen's commotion had startled the anxious girl. He quickly composed himself, saying, "Nothing, just had a pleasant dream. Apologies for disturbing your rest." "Nothing," Yu Hongxiang replied. Falling silent thereafter, Lin Beichen quieted down, yet excitement surged within him. Remarkably, this Baidu Cloud Disk possessed functionalities akin to legendary items such as storage rings, storage bracelets, or pocket dimensions. He marveled at the discovery. In his thrill, he noticed a download button beside the image file of the deed of Virtue's sword. Clicking it, a flicker of light appeared, and the deed of Virtue's sword reappeared beside him. Like a child who had just received a beloved toy, Lin Beichen eagerly endeavored to explore the functionalities of Baidu Cloud Disk, attempting to store and retrieve all the small items from within the tent. The capacity of 10 refers to the storage space of Baidu Cloud, which converts between data flow and storage according to a specific ratio. Recently, Lin Beichen pondered whether it could accommodate living beings, as he observed the blurred silhouette of Yu Hongxiang sleeping inside the tent. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained his impulse and refrained from attempting to store Yu Hongxiang in Baidu Cloud. Firstly, he was uncertain about the risks involved in placing a living person within the cloud. Secondly, should Yu Hongxiang discover this act, he would struggle to explain himself, potentially exposing some of his secrets and inviting unnecessary trouble and covetousness. Lin Beichen reminded himself to remain low-key and to develop discreetly, avoiding any ostentation. After fiddling with his phone, he tucked it away. Following a system upgrade, the 2 randomly extracted applications brought him immense delight and provided a new perspective. If both Baidu Maps and Baidu Cloud had undergone magical modifications, What about others? Applications such as NetEase Cloud, WeChat, Matewan, ELE, Me, Didi, JD, Com, Tmall, Zhihu Weibo, dating platforms like Century GUN and Baihe, and a plethora of others. Would they someday appear in this phone's app store? What functionalities might they possess after being magically altered? He found this notion to be quite intriguing. Little chicken, how often will the opportunity to extract unknown applications arise? Lin Beichen inquired of his intelligent assistant. I do not know, master, the melodious female voice responded. You must be a fake intelligent assistant, Lin Beichen retorted. Does the phone's version update require specific conditions to achieve? I do not know, master, came the reply once more. Useless, begone, he snapped, frustrated. I do not comprehend what you are saying, master, the assistant replied, sounding aggrieved. Little chicken, depart, he ordered. Understood, master. Farewell, the intelligent voice assistant's icon vanished. Lin Beichen returned to examining the two new features. The night passed without incident. The following day dawned bright and fresh, the first rays of sunlight breaking over the distant horizon. All trainees, leave the camp immediately, boomed Captain Chen Jianan of the Yunmeng Guard. Over 100 students streamed through the main gate of the camp and into the verdant wilderness. The night wilderness was a forbidden zone for humanity, yet daytime was not entirely secure, as it remained a realm dominated by magical beasts. Fortunately, this area, designated for training by the Junior Academy, had been patrolled and harvested repeatedly by skilled humans, ensuring that no formidable magical beasts of level 3 or above roamed within 100 miles. Thus, as long as they did not recklessly court danger, the talented youths should emerge unscathed during the preliminary rounds. Of course, nothing is absolute. There had been instances in the past where gifted individuals had met untimely deaths during the preliminaries. Remember, if you encounter an insurmountable danger, shatter your stone tablet to generate a protective formation that will safeguard your life while awaiting rescue from the military. However, breaking the stone tablet also means you will withdraw from the preliminaries and lose your eligibility to continue competing, so use it wisely. Moreover, only the holder may shatter the tablet. If someone else forcibly damages it, they will be disqualified from the competition. You must return to the camp before sunset. Entry after the designated time is prohibited. Now, the competition begins. Chen Jiannan's cold voice echoed across the wilderness. Instantly, the students divided into several groups. With the duo known as the twin prodigies from the National Royal Junior Academy, Tao Wanqing and Li Tao, gathering the largest number of followers, over 20, indicating a formidable strength. Others, such as Mu Yandong and Xiao Yongning, also influential talents from the academy, had a dozen or so individuals around them. Following them were another 4 or 5 top-ranked talents who had also attracted some followers. Alone stood 4 individuals, the prodigy Ling Chun, Lin Beichen, Yu Hongxiang, and a youth named Xin Fei. Lin, my friend, Li Tao smiled warmly, his demeanor refined and sincere. Why not consider joining us? Together, we can watch each other's backs against ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Lin Beichen shook his head. I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. Li Tao instinctively glanced at the celestial beauty Ling Chun, realizing something, and ceased his persuasion. Tao Wanqing glared at Lin Beichen with a fierce expression, making a throat-cutting gesture without speaking. An unspoken understanding lingered as all students hesitated to leave, awaiting Ling Chun to say something. As if she were the official moderator of the preliminaries. The golden morning sun rose over the horizon, showering the group of young individuals with radiant light. Resembling a masterpiece of oil painting, standing at the forefront, Ling Chun undoubtedly emerged as the most striking focal point of this scene. She possessed an indescribable aura, exuding an air of sophistication that transcended the mortal realm. While Mu Xinyue's beauty remained grounded in the human experience, Ling Chen's allure seemed to elevate her to a realm beyond, rendering her presence almost ethereal. Today, Ling Chun resumed her aloof, ethereal demeanor, embodying the essence of an imperious CEO. This girl truly possessed 2 sides to her persona. Was she perhaps suffering from a split personality? Lin Beichen mused silently. Casting a glance at Lin Beichen, Ling Chen's voice was as cold and clear as an eternal spring, authoritative and direct. Come with me. All present anticipated Lin Beichen would eagerly accept the invitation from the first genius girl of Yunmeng City, an offer no one could refuse, especially as Lin Beichen had a reputation for his lascivious inclinations. However, I appreciate the sentiment, Lin Beichen replied, echoing the same phrase to decline Ling Chen's offer. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Why? Ling Chun frowned slightly, an undeniable pressure emanating from her presence. My dental health is excellent, Lin Beichen stated. Ling Chun displayed a look of confusion. Lin Beichen added, because my teeth are good, I prefer not to rely on others. His absurd pride elicited a sigh of exasperation from Ling Chun, but then she seemed to recollect something, suddenly breaking into a smile. This smile was as enchanting as the melting of ice and the blooming of flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, she shifted again. Had she switched personalities once more? Lin Beichen internally lamented. He had a foreboding sense that trouble was looming. Sure enough, under the gaze of all present, the first beauty of Yunmeng City, having switched her personality, gracefully approached Lin Beichen. With delicate fingers, she adjusted his collar and, with breath as fragrant as orchids, declared, "What is wrong with living off someone else? I willingly allow you, Brother Chun, to enjoy this life. Who dares to speak ill of it? I shall cut out their tongue." Everyone was left in stunned silence, particularly the geniuses from the National Royal Junior Academy, who seemed to hear the sound of their shattered hearts breaking anew. The goddess of this academy had, once again, unabashedly expressed her feelings for a scoundrel in front of all. Envious and resentful glances converged upon Lin Beichen. However, he shook his head, with a tone steeped in solemnity. He replied, "No, forgive me, but I cannot act in such a manner. The Lin family is now in ruins. My father bears the stain of shame. My sister is missing and her fate unknown. I am no longer the person I once was. Until I clear my father's name and find my sister, I, Lin Beichen, swear to the heavens that I shall not engage in any romantic entanglements." Ah, what a reason. Surely this would suffice. The profligate felt a swell of pride within. This was the excuse he had concocted after a night of contemplation. After all, he had once been a disgraceful libertine, driven by lust. To suddenly transform into a paragon of virtue would surely raise suspicions. He had no desire to team up with others, fearing the exposure of the many secrets he held regarding his mobile device. He had already prepared his excuse for this celestial beauty's unexpected advance. "Oh, is that so? Are you truly turning over a new leaf? No wonder I find you so appealing," she said. "Very well, since you insist on proving yourself through your own strength, I shall respect your choice. Remember, should you encounter any danger, you can always seek me out." Ling Xin gently embraced Lin Beichen before turning away, venturing alone into the wilderness. What? An embrace? This lecherous woman has taken the opportunity to take advantage of me. She clearly covets my good looks, Lin Beichen mused inwardly. The geniuses from the National Royal Junior Academy, however, felt their already shattered hearts break anew. Last night, they had been reluctant to believe it was merely a whimsical jest from the goddess. Today, the more brutal reality unfolded before their eyes. It seemed as though they were collectively experiencing heartbreak. In an instant, Lin Beichen became the common enemy of all the Academy's prodigies. "Lin Beichen, I swear you will not obtain a single star badge." Tao Wansheng growled through clenched teeth, nearly roaring, "Just wait and see." He led his companions into the wilderness. Li Tao managed a bitter smile. "Lin, you are now the object of envy for every student at the National Royal Junior Academy. Expect many to seek trouble with you. So take care." With that, he also ventured into the wild. Temporary teams began to forge deeper into the wilderness. Many students turned back repeatedly, casting venomous glances at Lin Beichen, their expressions as if they bore a grudge against him for stealing their beloved. A youth named Xin Fei chose a less populated direction, silently embarking on his journey. Yu Hongxiang glanced at Lin Beichen, wishing him luck. He waved his hand, not waiting for her to say more, and dashed off. Yu Hongxiang lowered her head, remaining silent. After a long while, she sighed softly, her expression resolute once more, and whispered to herself, "Keep going, girl. Even if the world forsakes you, do not abandon yourself. For your mother, no matter how arduous the path, you must persevere." In the morning sun, the girl, imbued with the essence of classical literature, grasped a sword with her injured wrist and ventured alone into the wild. "The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me. The birds chirp. Why are you running so swiftly?" Lin Beichen joyfully bounded forward. After a night of deep contemplation, he had devised a bold plan, most audacious indeed. He retrieved his phone, opened the navigation app, and, after loading the expansive map of the green wilderness, entered the word star badge to initiate a search. With a slight expenditure of energy, numerous red markers appeared on the map, exactly 100. Indeed, the Department of Education had painstakingly concealed 100 star badges within this wilderness, which could be revealed through the modified navigation app. Lin Beichen had discovered this the previous night, while others toiled in a futile search. Akin to finding a needle in a haystack, for him, the badges were within easy reach. "Mother need not worry about my studies anymore," he exclaimed. He decided to venture toward the nearest star badge, located approximately 10 miles away by the lakeside. Selecting the closest target, he began navigation. Route planned. Estimated travel time, 30 minutes. "Please proceed according to the navigation," the familiar voice chimed. Lin Beichen strode forth with determination. After a short while, a voice from his phone warned, "Caution, a serrated lizard nest appears 500 meters ahead. Adult serrated lizards, 10. Juvenile serrated lizards, 15. Danger level, 3. It is advisable to detour. Route has been recalculated." Huh, it has that function? Lin Beichen was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. He had not anticipated the modified navigation would be so sophisticated. Well done, he thought, following the advice to circumvent the danger. A moment later, the phone chimed again, "Caution. 600 meters ahead, 10 large iron mandible ant nests detected. Adult iron mandible ants, 36 million. Danger level, 29. Strongly advised to detour. Route has been recalculated. 50 meters ahead. 1 red-tailed venomous snake detected. Danger level, 3. Advisable to detour. Route has been recalculated. 10 meters ahead. Mature ice mist poison fruit detected. Lethal toxin. Danger level, 2. Advisable to detour." The phone continued to issue warnings. Chapter 1. The Origin of the Sword. Chapter 56. Ice Arrow Chick. Lin Beichen's face radiated joy. Marvelous. With such a tool for wilderness exploration, the perilous green wilderness was akin to his own backyard. He could go wherever he pleased. A moment later, the phone prompted again. 100 meters ahead, 4 adult ice arrow chicks detected. Danger level, 1. Should I detour? Danger level 1. This time, the navigation app did not suggest a detour. Ice arrow chicks. They sounded adorable. Whether braised or steamed, they should be quite delectable, right? And with only a danger level of 1. No need to detour. Let's take a look. He walked 80 meters. Suddenly, a shard of ice shot forth from the dense underbrush, striking him in the knee. "What the? I've been hit in the knee," Lin Beichen exclaimed, feeling a chilling stiffness envelop his left leg. A pale blue frost spread across his legs. Suddenly, with a sharp screech, a gray chicken with red eyes emerged from the underbrush, its fangs glinting menacingly as it charged towards Lin Beichen, appearing as fierce as a vulture. With a swift motion, Lin Beichen drew his sword and thrust it forth. The blade pierced the chicken's head, instantly ending its life as it fell to the ground. The enemy has been vanquished. Huh, the feeble ice arrow chicken is no match for me. Lin Beichen transformed into an overly enthusiastic youth. Upon witnessing the ferocity of their prey, the remaining 3 ice arrow chickens quickly turned to flee, their speed akin to flashes of lightning. However, one of them, perhaps overwhelmed by fear, dashed too recklessly and collided with a tree 3 meters away, resulting in a gruesome demise. Lin Beichen was left speechless. Not only were they weak, but they were also cowardly. Their only redeeming quality was their speed. He focused his energy, massaging his left knee, and the chilling stiffness soon dissipated. Rolling up his trousers revealed a swollen knee, though the skin remained intact. The Wuxiang sword bone had indeed performed admirably. Had a normal person been struck by an ice arrow, their leg would likely be pierced through. This experiment was vital, for it suggested that creatures classified as level 3 or lower on Baidu maps posed little threat to him. As for those at level 3 and above, he would need to be cautious and verify their lethality. Lin Beichen calculated his next steps. He carried the 2 dead chickens and continued onward for another 20 minutes until he finally arrived at the lakeside. This nameless lake spanned several thousand meters. Fed by a small, clear stream on its western side, its waters a deep, tranquil blue. Remarkably, a stretch of white sandy beach bordered the lake, offering an unobstructed view. After scanning the area with Baidu maps, he found no dangerous creatures lurking nearby. The first star badge lay at the bottom of this lake. Lin Beichen stretched his limbs by the shore and then, with a splash, plunged into the water. In his earthly form, he was a proficient swimmer, and now, supported by his energy cultivation, he could hold his breath longer and move effortlessly beneath the surface. Guided by the navigation of the water machine, on his 10th dive, he successfully retrieved the first star badge. Breaking through the water's surface, he leapt onto the shore. Lin Beichen cradled the badge in his palm, examining it closely. It was an oval-shaped badge, resembling a flattened pebble, dark cyan in color, adorned with silver specks of varying sizes that twinkled like stars in the night sky, hence its name, Star Badge. Notably, the bottom of the badge bore the number 1, indicating that it was the first star badge. Without hesitation, he stored this badge in Baidu Net Disk and continued his search for the next one using Baidu Navigation. Time flew by as he meticulously followed the map, and before he knew it, 8 hours had elapsed. It was time to return. Lin Beichen secured the 9th star badge in Baidu Net Disk. Glancing at his phone, he noted that only 20 of battery remained. Although the thrill of using his abilities was exhilarating, the rapid depletion of power caused him discomfort. Just that morning, he had 50 left. At this rate, he would need to recharge in 2 days, costing him 10 gold coins. The 50 gold coins he earned from the mid-year competition would barely last him 10 days. Once the preliminaries concluded, he would be out of funds. It was imperative to accelerate his money-making plans. As he contemplated this, he turned and headed back to the camp, carrying the 2 dead chickens. The wilderness at night was perilous, and only within the camp would he find safety. On his way back, Lin Beichen kept the navigation active to avoid potential dangers. This was not the time to be frugal. Just before darkness fell, he arrived at a sparse forest 5 miles outside the camp. Suddenly, a net sprang from a tree, descending towards him. With a swift motion, Lin Beichen drew his sword, the blade slicing through the net, creating a gap. Who goes there? He emerged through the opening only to be met by several flying ropes, tied to iron balls that whipped towards him like serpents. In a flash, Lin Beichen unleashed Beidou Lin, creating 3 sword shadows that severed the ropes in an instant. A sharp whistle echoed through the forest as figures leapt from the trees and fled. The area fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. Clearly, it was an ambush set by fellow students lurking around the camp, attempting to seize the hard-earned rewards of others. Lin Beichen surmised that they had fled as soon as their attack failed. This was not surprising. Before discovering the search function of Baidu Maps for the star badges, Lin Beichen had entertained similar thoughts of ambush, planning to lurk along key paths outside the camp to seize badges and earn points for promotion. After all, why search when robbing could yield quicker results? It seemed he was not alone in his intentions. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. With renewed focus, he pressed on. The remainder of his journey was uneventful, and 20 minutes later, he arrived safely at the camp. The guards at the city gate checked his stone plate before allowing him entry into the plaza. By now, most of the students had returned. A casual glance around brought a smile to Lin Beichen's face, for several students sported bruises and tattered clothing. Alas, what a misfortune. After a day of searching in the wilderness, they had not found a single badge, only to be robbed outside the camp. One student lamented, "I don't even know which scoundrel knocked me out, and my head still aches from it." Another, shivering in the cold with bare arms, added, "I was robbed of my clothes too. If I find out who did this, I won't let them get away with it. Indeed, it's utterly despicable. My clothes were taken as well. If I discover the identities of those rogues, I will confront them." Students exchanged tales of their misfortunes, sharing their woes to lessen their collective suffering. Lin Beichen approached the stone leaderboard in the center of the plaza and looked up. The scores for the day had yet to be finalized, but some results had been announced. At the top of the leaderboard, as expected, was the illustrious girl, Ling Chun, who had found a star badge and earned 10 points. Following her, a string of names bore a uniform score of 0, including the talented Tao Wanqing and Li Tao from the National Royal Academy. This year's cohort was lacking indeed. Lin Beichen shamelessly pondered. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword. Chapter 57, I Invite You to Dinner. Kid, you finally returned. Quickly, tell me, did you gain anything? Ding Sanshur exclaimed, appearing from nowhere with an eager expression. Indeed. I have 2, Lin Beichen replied. 2 badges? Ding Sanshur nearly leaped with excitement. Is that true? Show me. Who mentioned badges? Lin Beichen replied, exasperated. I caught 2 chickens. Look, ice arrow chickens, plump and tender. Tonight's dinner is assured. Ding Sanshur was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. You mean to say you went out for a day and caught 2 chickens? Lin Beichen countered. What did you expect? I was a spendthrift before, living in luxury. But now I can hunt chickens in the wild. Don't you think that's a significant improvement? Ding Sanshur found himself at a loss for words. You're right. I shouldn't set my expectations too high. After all, you are just one person. Even the 2 large teams of Tao Wanqing and Li Tao returned empty-handed today. Calming down, he recognized his impatience. At the beginning, we mustn't place too much pressure on the students. I apologize. Take your time. No need to rush. Go and register your ice arrow chickens with Lord Lalaran. Huh? Chickens need to be registered? Lin Beichen was taken aback. Of course, Ding Sanshur explained. The star badge is not easily found. In past years, fewer than 20 students found it by the end of the preliminary rounds. In the end, they had to use the hunting numbers to fill the quota. So, every little bit counts. Hurry along now. Is that really the case? Lin Beichen reflected as he made his way to the registration office. I have 2 ice arrow chickens, he announced, after a personal inspection from Lalaran. The latter glanced at Lin Beichen and kindly inquired, do you have any other gains? Lin Beichen shook his head. He did not intend to hand over the 9 badges at this moment, for they served another purpose. Nightfall quickly enveloped the camp. All 100 talented students had returned. The square was bustling with activity, but the camp no longer provided meals. All food was to be prepared by the students themselves. Dozens of bonfires blazed brightly. As everyone busied themselves cooking, Lin Beichen observed that Tao Wancheng, Li Tao, and several other prodigies had attendants serving them various dishes, not needing to lift a finger. He glanced at his own 2 dead chickens and thought, if I were to make a beggar's chicken, wouldn't I not need to skin or pluck it? He frantically recalled various culinary videos he had seen, only to feel dejected as he realized he had only remembered how to eat, not how to prepare. At that moment, a familiar voice chimed in. Don't know how to cook? Hee, Brother Chen, eat mine. The dazzling beauty, who embodied the persona of Xiatangguo, appeared like a shadow, holding a makeshift plate crafted from tree bark, filled with an assortment of wild fruits that looked delicious. She sat beside Lin Beichen, placing the plate between them, resting her chin on her hands, smiling brightly at him, her eyes sparkling with light. Lin Beichen shot her a glance. Goodness. He almost misheard her invitation as something far more inappropriate. This heavenly beauty seems to have taken on the persona of Xiatangguo now. This pride of Yunmeng City not only possesses a split personality, but seems to be lacking in common sense as well. With such a high status, why cling to a worthless man? Even if she had some deep friendship with his predecessor, the world was relatively open-minded. It shouldn't compel her to bind herself to a man. No, I want meat. Lin Beichen firmly declined. A look of disappointment crossed the exquisite features of the girl as she replied, but I usually enjoy luxury as well. I'm not adept at grilling wild game. These fruits were foraged by me today. They're quite tasty. You should try some. Lin Beichen remained silent, contemplating how to dissuade this girl with a dual personality. Should he be cruel and direct in his refusal? Yet the thought of the domineering persona of Lingchen made him hesitate. With a sweet smile, she reassured him, Brother Chun. Are you unhappy because you didn't find a badge today? Don't worry, I can give you one. She extended her delicate hand, revealing a star badge that shimmered in the light of the surrounding bonfires, mysterious and beautiful. You found 2 badges today? Lin Beichen asked, astonished. Lingchen smiled brightly, causing the starlight to dim in comparison. Yes, I registered one, and this one is specially for you. The surrounding students fell silent, shock evident on their faces. Overwhelmed with despair, after a day of exhausting effort, returning empty-handed, they were suddenly forced to witness such a romantic display. Why was the world filled with such malice? Lin Beichen's mood soured. How could this wasteful girl find so many star badges? He had used navigation and found only 9, yet she had casually gathered 2. If this continued, all the badges would be claimed by Lingchen. His plans would be thwarted. After scrutinizing the badge closely, Lin Beichen shook his head in refusal. I will find my own badge. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not need it. Lingchen put the badge away. Oh, very well. Without further ado, Lin Beichen turned to the square and called out, is there anyone who can roast these 2 ice arrow chickens into a delectable meal? If so, I shall gladly treat them to a chicken feast. Several unfortunate souls, who had failed to hunt beasts that day, perked up at the invitation. Lin, may I? Yu Hongxiang summoned her courage. Her day had been dismal. Not only had she failed to find a star badge, but due to an injury, she was unable to hunt even ordinary beasts, leaving her to watch others feast in hunger. Of course, Lin Beichen replied, thank you. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. She swiftly took the 2 ice arrow chickens and began her preparations. Half an hour later, golden, crispy-skinned chicken was served before Lin Beichen. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 58, The Power of Spirit. Lin Beichen was pleasantly surprised to discover Yu Hongxiang possessed such culinary skills. He immediately shared one of the roasted chickens with her. Yu Hongxiang expressed her heartfelt gratitude with a simple thank you, clutching her own roasted chicken as she returned to the tent of the 3rd Academy. Brother Chun, is your reluctance to speak with me because of her? Ling Chen asked, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Lin Beichen shook his head, dismissing her concern. It's truly of no consequence. With a small, determined fist, Ling Chun encouraged herself and magnanimously added, I don't mind if you take a concubine. Lin Beichen nearly sputtered his drink in surprise. Why should it matter to you whether or not I take a concubine? What gives you the audacity to speak as if you are the main wife? After finishing his roasted meat, Lin Beichen sought out the camp's chief overseer, Li Luoran. Retrieving 10 gold coins from his storage box, Ling Chun trailed behind him like a devoted shadow. Brother Chun, do you wish to use the gold coins to purchase badges from others? She inquired curiously, then advised, however, I urge you to abandon that thought. For even if someone possesses surplus badges, the value of a single badge far exceeds 10 gold coins. Rather than buying someone else's badge, you would be better off accepting one that I offer you. That's an entirely different matter, Lin Beichen replied. How about this? I'll sell you my star badge for 1 gold coin each. What do you say? Before she could respond, the middle-aged female instructor from the National Royal Junior Academy stormed over, casting a fierce glare at Lin Beichen before dragging Ling Chen away. Finally liberated. Lin Beichen breathed a sigh of relief and entered the Third Academy's tent without a backward glance. From a distance, under a stone tablet, one of the camp's three major figures, Li Luoran, observed the entire scene, shaking his head gently. The next day, Lin Beichen quickened his pace, unwilling to spare his phone's battery as he fervently searched for badges. This day, he exerted himself tirelessly, and his efforts bore fruit. By combining his findings from the first day, he had discovered a total of 26 star badges, a remarkable achievement indeed. Who on earth in the Department of Education thought to hide the star badges in the feces of the nightmare giant lizard? By evening, after finally locating the 27th star badge, Lin Beichen found himself in a frantic flight, pursued by a dozen enraged nightmare giant lizards that chased him for a full 20 miles before reluctantly retreating. The lizards must have been puzzled, wondering why this human was attempting to steal their excrement. Was he planning to consume it? Rushing back to the camp just before sunset, Lin Beichen headed straight to the central square where the leaderboard stood. The rankings had shifted. Still at the top was the illustrious Ling Chun, who had found 3 star badges, earning 30 points and maintaining her lead. In second place was a solitary youth named Xin Fei, who had discovered 1 star badge, thereby gaining 10 points. These were the only 2 students who had managed to find badges. To Lin Beichen's astonishment, the other participants, including the talented Tao Wanqing, Li Tao, and Mu Yandong from the National Royal Junior Academy, had yet to earn a single point, their scores still at 0. This was decidedly unusual. The team formed by Tao Wanqing and Li Tao boasted the largest and strongest numbers. Logically, such a formidable group should not have gone 2 days without finding even a single star badge. Statistically, this outcome was simply implausible. Standing before the stone tablet, Lin Beichen fell into contemplation. Could it be that he had nearly exhausted the star badges around the camp? Brother Chun, did you have no success today? Ling Chun, resembling a celestial being, glided over, linking her arm with his in a familiar manner. How about this? Tomorrow, let us team up, and I'll guide you in searching for star badges. This way, you can still find badges through your own efforts. Lin Beichen discreetly withdrew his arm. Ling, I have some questions I wish to consult you about. Could you enlighten me? He inquired. What does Brother Chen wish to ask? Please, feel free to inquire. She replied cheerfully, once again entwining her arm with his. I knew you wouldn't forget me. What method did you use to find the star badges? Lin Beichen probed. He attempted to extricate his arm, but found her grip surprisingly strong. Is she some kind of Amazonian? He mused, bewildered by her strength. If this continues, I might find myself at her mercy in the future. Wait, why was he contemplating the future? This line of thought was misguided. Lin Beichen sank into a melancholic reverie. Ling Chen blinked, saying, Of course, I used mental energy to perceive them. The star badges are alchemical products that resonate with the energies of the world, creating energy fluctuations detectable within a certain range by mental energy. Lin Beichen was momentarily stunned. Mental energy? What is that? It seemed the academy had never covered this topic. Your third academy has likely yet to teach the foundational principles of mental energy established by His Majesty, the founding emperor, Ling Chen quickly clarified. It's no wonder Brother Chun is unaware. Mental energy is a subject only taught in intermediate academies and among the 7 junior academies. Only the National Royal Junior Academy offers this course. Lin Beichen immediately grasped the analogy. It was akin to the average students in a regular high school thinking they were exceptional after completing their curriculum, while the prodigies in prestigious schools might have begun self-studying calculus by their first year. The disparity was stark. Is the cultivation of mental energy difficult? Lin Beichen inquired. If Brother Chen wishes to cultivate it, I can teach you. Ling Chen beamed, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. Very well, Lin Beichen agreed. Knowledge is never burdensome. Where shall I begin teaching you? Ling Chen pondered, then exclaimed, Wait for me. With that, she dashed off. After a brief interval, she returned, handing Lin Beichen a small booklet. The initial understanding of mental energy? Is this the cultivation material from the National Royal Junior Academy? He asked, taking it. Just take it. It's not a secret. Spend some time reading it to grasp the basics, and tomorrow when we return to camp, I'll teach you how to cultivate, she instructed. Thank you, Lin Beichen replied, accepting the booklet graciously. In the next moment, the middle-aged female instructor from the National Royal Junior Academy reappeared, casting a menacing glare at Lin Beichen before whisking Ling Chen away. Truly, she was a considerate and perceptive guardian angel. Lin Beichen felt immensely grateful to the woman who had liberated him from Ling Chun's clutches. After returning to his tent, he opened the booklet and began to study. The first volume was titled The Origin of the Sword, and Chapter 59 was This Year's Students Are Lacking. This was the mental energy cultivation method created by the founding emperor of the Beihai Empire, the legendary sword god Li Jianxin. Certainly, This manuscript serves merely as a simplified version, wherein the necessity of mental fortitude is addressed. Without a sufficiently strong will, one is unable to master advanced martial techniques. And more critically, when confronted with the mental onslaught of a powerful adversary, one may instantly lose the ability to engage in combat. Furthermore, formidable mental strength is a prerequisite for alchemy, the crafting of potions, the engraving of mystical patterns, and the arrangement of arcane formations. In summary, a truly powerful warrior possesses a robust physique externally and a fortified spirit internally, achieving a harmonious unity of both. This initial discourse serves as both a textbook and a method of cultivation. The primary avenues for this practice are twofold: breath control and meditation, which constitute the foundational techniques for early mental training. In later stages, visualization techniques emerge, which are of an even higher caliber. However, this initial discourse only touches upon visualization in passing, without delving into specifics. Lin Beichen, nonetheless, harbors no disappointment, for as a novice, establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance, rendering advanced techniques somewhat irrelevant at this stage. Upon completing the detailed reading, he endeavored to apply the breathing and meditation techniques outlined therein. The result? It became evident that I am not a prodigy of martial arts. After several attempts, Lin Beichen ultimately relinquished the endeavor. His mind was too cluttered, concentration proved elusive. As a mere novice, it was indeed unwise to harbor grand expectations of oneself. He sighed, resolving to continue relying on his advantages. Without hesitation, Lin Beichen retrieved his phone and began capturing images of the initial discourse. Unsurprisingly, an application named Mental Fortitude Primer materialized in the App Store. After consuming 300 data units to download it, he clicked to run the app. The interface materialized, revealing a mesmerizing ink wash screen, depicting a figure remarkably akin to Lin Beichen, seated atop a cloud, eyes closed, engaging in rhythmic breathing and meditation. Oh, how delightful to exploit advantages, Lin Beichen thought shamelessly. At that moment, a rumble emanated from his stomach, a wave of hunger surged upon him. How embarrassing. It felt as though his energy had been utterly depleted. He had spent the entire day feverishly collecting the stellar badges, neglecting even to eat lunch, let alone hunt. It seemed he would have to endure hunger, Lin Beichen mused with a sense of despair. Time passed. This marked the second occasion since arriving in this world that Lin Beichen experienced the torment of hunger. The sensation was akin to torture, growing increasingly unbearable with each moment. His stomach protested incessantly, nearly pressing against his spine. At that juncture, a small basket of fruit was extended from within the tent. The soft voice of Yu Hongxiang emerged, apologetically stating, "I regret to inform you that I was unsuccessful in my hunting today. I only managed to gather some wild fruits. If you do not mind, Lin, please have some to ease your hunger." "Thank you," Lin Beichen replied without hesitation, seizing the wild fruits and devouring 3 or 4 of them. The sweet and tangy juice soothed his throat, providing a modicum of relief. Afterward, the atmosphere in the tent fell back into silence. Since the first night, Wu Xiaofeng and Mu Xinyue had not reappeared in the tent. As a solitary male and female cohabitated, both exercised considerable restraint, engaging in nearly no conversation. The earlier exchange had been their first. "By the way, Yu, how is your wrist injury?" Lin Beichen broke the silence, forcing an awkward conversation. Yu Hongxiang replied, "Much better." "Oh," Lin Beichen responded, at a loss for further dialogue. The conversation ended. Lin Beichen summoned his phone, contemplated briefly, and set only the updated versions of basic swordsmanship, close combat triple strike, and mental fortitude primer to run in the background, closing all other applications, including intermediate arcane energy refinement technique. His current focus for cultivation lay primarily in Big Dipper Ascendant and enhancing his mental strength. Intermediate arcane energy refinement technique had reached its peak, providing little further benefit to his arcane energy. It was better to close it to avoid wasting additional battery life. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had elapsed. Leveraging the extraordinary features of Baidu Maps, coupled with Lin Beichen's frantic efforts to collect every moment, he amassed a staggering total of 64 stellar badges. This figure was formidable, especially since the current leader, the illustrious girl Ling Chun, had only managed to find 6 badges. The gang member known as Shun Fei had acquired 2, while the 2 major teams led by Tao Wancheng and Li Tao had each found 1. No one else had made any progress. Yet Lin Beichen stashed all 64 stellar badges in his Baidu cloud, not submitting or registering them. Thus, no one was privy to this secret. On the surface, the efficiency of this cohort's preliminary competition appeared shockingly low. This lack of progress left all camp officials, including Li Qinxian, astounded. This year's students were lacking. To have unearthed only a handful of stellar badges thus far suggested that they might not even manage to compile a list of 20 by the end. Li Qingxian frowned. The inefficiency seems abnormal. Something feels amiss. Li Luoran pondered deeply. Perhaps the examiners from the education department have concealed the badges too cleverly? Captain Chun Jianan of the Yunmeng Guard expressed sympathy for the students. Time continued its relentless march. Another day passed. Today marked the penultimate day of the preliminary competition. At noon, the stone tablet within the training camp suddenly illuminated with the names of over 20 students, flashing urgently. The tablet emitted a shrill alarm. What on earth is happening? So many students eliminated at once. The head of the stone tablet, Li Qingxian, rushed out of his room, his expression shifting dramatically. Moreover, the locations displayed are highly concentrated. Have they encountered a large magical beast? That shouldn't be the case. Captain Chun Jianan of the Yunmeng Guard wasted no time, immediately dispatching elite soldiers for rescue. An hour later, 36 students, including the top genius from the Royal National Junior Academy, Mu Yandong and Xiao Yongning, were brought back to the camp by the Yunmeng Guard, each appearing despondent. What transpired? What happened? Li Qingxian inquired. Chun Jianan responded sympathetically. These two small teams were ambushed. Despite their numbers, they could not even clearly discern who their assailants were before their stone tablets were shattered, leading to their involuntary elimination, leaving only a few scapegoats behind. Have the individuals who shattered the stone tablets been identified? Li Qingxian scanned the crowd. A thin, diminutive boy stepped forward, stating, "My lord, it was I who did it." You alone shattered the stone tablets of 36 individuals? Li Qingxuan's gaze turned stern. Additionally, I was involved, declared another girl with flaxen hair. Her features delicate, yet her skin somewhat darkened, appearing scruffy, yet her eyes were clear as she spoke boldly. We did it together. Li Qingxuan's gaze swept over the two youths, recognizing their identities. These individuals represent the 5 major social factions, composed of those who have risen from rough backgrounds, displaying a propensity for violence and chaos. Li Qingxian, a young figure within the education department of Yunmeng City, holds a deep disdain for such factions and vehemently opposes their participation in the Tianjiao competition. Consequently, when confronted by 2 members of these factions, his expression remains stern, as he demands to know who instigated their actions. The young man, maintaining an unwavering composure, replies, "Sir, what we have done falls within the permissible boundaries of the examination rules." The slender boy adds, "Sir, we will not disclose anything, but I believe you can guess the source." Li Qingxian, taken aback, narrows his eyes and commands, "Take them back to Yunmeng City." A carriage departs the camp, transporting the pair towards Yunmeng City, marking the conclusion of their contest. Alongside them, the top-tier talents Mu Yandong and Xiao Yongning, along with their followers, also face elimination, eliciting visible frustration and anger among the ousted participants. The young man, Feng Xiaobai, a member of the Wind Brothers, vows vengeance for the shattered stone tablet, while the slender boy, Su Duo of the Fire Wolf Mercenary Corps, echoes the sentiment, declaring he will retaliate. Their collective indignation is palpable, especially as they reflect on their near success. In contrast, Mu Yandong and Xiao Yongning maintain a calm demeanor. They understand the nature of competition. Victory and defeat are inherent to struggle. This time, despite their lack of error, they still faced loss, which only serves to highlight the prowess of their opponents. Acknowledging the skill of their adversaries is not an insurmountable task. Fellow students, I acknowledge my oversight in not guiding you effectively during this endeavor. However, the promises made to you remain valid. Upon our return to the city, feel free to approach me at the Royal Junior Academy to claim your rewards. This collaboration marks merely the beginning, and further opportunities will arise. Mu Yandong states with a composed expression. Xiao Yongning concurs. What my senior brother has expressed resonates with my sentiments. Friendship is a lifelong bond. Those I, Xiao Yongning, have recognized as brothers may seek me at any time. As sons of officials from Yunmeng City, their words carry significant weight, prompting cheers from the previously disheartened students. Soon, carriages from various academies arrive to escort the eliminated participants away. The 6th Academy faces the harshest fate, with all 7 representatives eliminated. Qiu Tian, the rotund instructor leading them, wears a pained expression, as if plunged into despair. Haha, Instructor Qiu, travel safely. My students are still competing, so I cannot see you off. Ding Sanshur exclaims joyfully from the camp entrance, radiating enthusiasm. Do not rejoice too soon, Ding. Your 3rd Academy's members are all inept, destined to be mere runners-up. Entering the main competition is beyond your reach. I advise against dreaming, Qiu Tian retorts, mounting his carriage in frustration. Ding Sanshur laughs heartily. Even if dreaming, Mine is a pleasant dream, while yours is a nightmare. At least 4 representatives from our academy remain in the competition, and as long as it is ongoing, anything is possible, unlike your 6th academy, which has suffered total annihilation. Xiao Tian, infuriated, nearly chokes on his anger but suddenly recalls something, laughing again. Ding. Do not become too complacent. Have you forgotten your once proud disciple, Chao Patian? As the carriage speeds away from the camp, Ding Sanchi's smile fades. As the penultimate day approaches, the competition intensifies unexpectedly, with a shocking number of participants eliminated. Li Luoran, one of the 3 leaders of the training camp, approaches. Chun Jiannan, a veteran soldier, cannot help but voice his discontent. I cannot abide these youngsters' underhanded tactics. Why can they not engage in a straightforward contest like true men? That is because the preliminary rounds are not merely about brute strength, but a trial of mental fortitude, Li Qingxian replies. The empire requires talents who possess not only physical prowess, but also wisdom and resilience, much like Mu Yandong and Xiao Yongning, who, despite their defeat, exhibit remarkable character. Li Tao and Tao Wancheng, the 2 prodigies representing the National Royal Junior Academy, display commendable skills, launching a sudden offensive that eliminates 2 rival competitors from the preliminary rounds. Why do you assert that it was Li and Tao, and not other contenders like Ling Chun? Li Luoran inquires. Li Qingxian glances at him and responds. Ling Chun is a true prodigy of another caliber. Her pride would prevent her from engaging in such tactics. As for others, apart from Li Tao and Tao Wancheng, none possess the capability to eliminate talents like Mu Yandong and Xiao Yongning. As he speaks, an image of Lin Beichen inexplicably flashes through his mind. This prodigal youth, who has achieved miraculous feats in a short span. Could he have been involved? The thought arises but is swiftly extinguished. It is implausible that such eliminations could be accomplished through individual strength alone. The 9th night arrives as anticipated, and Lin Beichen, covered in dirt, resembles a laborer returning from work. Finally located the 80th star badge. What a grueling endeavor. He drags his exhausted body to the changing room, rejuvenating himself with a hot spring bath before reluctantly resorting to the medium qi refinement technique and his phone to restore his energy. These past few days, he has devoted himself entirely to locating the star badges, neglecting hunting altogether, ultimately unearthing 80 badges. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 61, Kidnapping, is it? This figure is undoubtedly alarming. The star badges from this preliminary round have been nearly exhausted by him, leaving little for the other participants and prompting Lin Beichen to maintain a low profile. He cannot afford to squander his efforts. Moreover, Ling Chun has persistently sought to impart her mental training techniques to him, which he has declined, citing his incomplete study of initial mental awakening. Fortunately, a middle-aged female instructor from the Royal Junior Academy has intervened repeatedly, whisking Ling Chun away and granting Lin Beichen some peace. This instructor is no ordinary teacher. Ling Chun, the proud little phoenix, holds her in high regard and seldom contradicts her. As Lin Beichen emerges from the changing room, weary and famished, he approaches the stone tablet to check the scoring. Upon glancing at the results, he is taken aback. What is happening? Why have so many participants been eliminated today? Over 30? This is indeed over 30 leaks. I haven't had the chance to harvest them before being eliminated. Who is the scoundrel responsible for this? After secretly grumbling for a while, he had no choice but to face reality. At least there were still over 60 people left. He continued to observe the stone tablet. On the leaderboard, the illustrious Tianji Jiao Nu, Ling Chun, had increased her badge count to 7. The low-key youth, Shen Fei, remained at 2. Li Tao and Tao Wancheng's teams still each held 1 badge, while the others had none. Lin Beichen found increasing amusement in the situation, sneaking a smile. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and covered his face, laughing so hard that his body shook slightly. Ah, so you do no shame. Not a single badge to your name. Are you feeling utterly embarrassed? Came Tao Wancheng's voice from the side. Indeed, I am quite ashamed, Lin Beichen replied, still covering his face. Tao Wancheng chuckled and said, Are you regretting it now? It's too late. Tomorrow is the final day. Believe me, even the one you look down upon, Wu Xiaofeng, will make it to the main competition. You'll be left regretting it bitterly. Just wait and see. Footsteps receded. Lin, don't be disheartened. Perhaps there will still be an opportunity tomorrow? Li Tao's voice chimed in from the side. Actually, you might consider my suggestion. How about we join forces? I truly wish to befriend you. Lin Beichen, with one hand covering his face and the other waving dismissively, signaled for him to stop. If Li Tao continued, he feared he would burst out laughing, and that would be disastrous. Well then, that is indeed regrettable, Li Tao said with a hint of sorrow. The benefits of collaboration are numerous, Even Mu Xinyue has a significant chance of entering the main competition. Alas, Lin, you are too stubborn. I hope you won't regret it later. After saying this, he departed as well. Lin Beichen continued to cover his face, shaking with laughter. A gentle hand patted his shoulder. It was the old instructor, Ding Sanshi, who sympathetically offered comfort. It's all right. Even if you didn't find a badge, there's no need to cry. Lin Beichen, with both hands still over his face, struggled to suppress his laughter. When he finally opened his mouth to explain, all that emerged was a muffled sound. Ding Sanshi, upon hearing this, felt even more pity. Do not be like this. I will no longer pressure you. Just do your best. It doesn't matter if you don't advance to the main competition. After all, it's your first time participating in such an event. Moreover, you only know a basic sword technique and a signature move. Once we return, I will petition the academy to allow you to skip to the 3rd year. To learn advanced combat skills and cultivate your mental strength, integrating both your inner and outer self to truly become a warrior. In the next grand competition, you will undoubtedly shine as the brightest star in the camp. Ding Instructor, as the leading instructor of our 3rd academy, isn't it a bit unfair to show such favoritism? Came Mu Xinyue's voice. After this preliminary round, I will lodge a protest with the academy. Ding Instructor, I believe you are too biased and unworthy to be an instructor. Go play somewhere else, Ding Sanshi snapped back. After these few days, he had lost all fondness for these so-called academy geniuses. I know, we may be insignificant now, but once tomorrow's advancement results are announced, if I successfully make it to the main competition, I hope Ding Instructor dares to speak to us in this tone. Mu Xinyue huffed, and with that, the two left. Ding Sanshi offered Lin Beichen another round of comfort. Don't worry, Instructor. I'm fine, Lin Beichen assured, lowering his hands to prove he hadn't been crying and swiftly running back to the tent. Suppressing laughter was far more challenging than holding back other urges. Inside the tent, Yu Hongxiang had already prepared wild fruits and vegetables, placing them outside the tent. Yes, between the two of them, an unspoken understanding had formed. Unable to hunt, Lin Beichen had relied on Yu Hongxiang's foraged fruits to satisfy his hunger. As Yu Hongxiang put it, it was a repayment for that chicken's kindness. Don't get the wrong idea. Due to Mu Xinyue and Wu Xiaofeng not appearing in the tent, it had been just the two of them, gradually allowing them to exchange a few words, and the atmosphere became significantly more harmonious. A night passed without a word. The next day dawned bright and clear. Lin Beichen continued on his solitary path. However, less than 5 miles from the camp, he was stopped by none other than Wu Xiaofeng. Get lost. I have no time to waste with you, Lin Beichen spat, anger surging at the sight of this sycophant. I don't have the time to deal with you. Don't waste my time, or I might really take action against you. If he weren't in such a hurry to find the badge, Lin Beichen would have relished the opportunity to settle old scores with this dog of a person. To his surprise, Wu Xiaofeng was unfazed, instead coldly smiling. Lin, did you think I was here to beg you again? Look at this. He revealed a dark wooden hairpin, black as jet. Its simple design did not appear particularly valuable. Yet Lin Beichen's expression shifted slightly upon seeing it. This hairpin belonged to Yu Hongxiang. What does this mean? He glared at Wu Xiaofeng. The latter smirked coldly. I know you've been close to junior sister Yu these past few days. If you don't wish for any accidents to befall her, Lin, you'd best come with me. Without uttering a word, Lin Beichen drew his sword. Swish. The blade flashed. Ouch! Wu Xiaofeng cried out, feeling a sharp pain as the sword pierced his leg. Blood gushed forth, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Lin Beichen rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. Kidnapping, is it? You want me to go with you? Do you think the police station is your family business? You doggedly cling to outsiders while harming your fellow students, huh? With each strike, Wu Xiaofeng's cries grew hoarse. Stop! Stop! Let us talk! Let us talk! He pleaded, struggling in desperation. Lin Beichen, feeling a slight ache in his back from the exertion, finally ceased his assault. Damn it! You little wretch, must I beat you into submission before you behave? Lin Beichen vented his frustration, kicking him a few more times before commanding, now, lead the way. Yes. Yes. Wu Xiaofeng, thoroughly frightened, nodded vigorously, his face bruised and battered as he lazily got to his feet, curiosity etched on his face. Aren't you going to ask what this is all about? What is there to ask? You'll find out when we get there, Lin Beichen replied matter-of-factly. Wu Xiaofeng was left speechless, on the verge of tears. Then why the hell did you just beat me? I was originally going to take you there anyway. You just needed an excuse to hit me, didn't you? Half an hour later, 60 miles from the training camp, by a picturesque crescent-shaped lake, Lin Beichen spotted Tao Wanqing leisurely fishing by the water's edge. More than 30 talented students from various colleges, following Tao Wanqing, had set up several warning circles around the sandy beach by the lake, creating a well-organized and disciplined formation reminiscent of a small gang. Suddenly, with a swift flick of the fishing rod, Tao Wanqing triumphantly exclaimed, "Huh? I've caught a fish." He reeled in a large white fish, and, turning to Lin Beichen with a cold smirk, remarked, "Lin Beichen, I never imagined that beneath your scoundrel exterior, there lies a sentimental heart. You truly dare to meet me." Lin Beichen, feeling impatient, retorted, "Where's Yu Hongxiang?" Tao Wanqing's expression darkened as he set down his fishing rod and clapped his hands. With a rustle, a patch of grass was pushed aside, revealing a face buried in the sand, with only the head exposed. It was none other than Yu Hongxiang. The classical beauty, disheveled, had her mouth gagged and was rendered immobile. Four female students stood guard with long swords at her side. Lin Beichen froze in shock, then erupted with anger. "You truly are a pack of beasts." He rushed toward Yu Hongxiang. "You better not move." Tao Wanqing replied coolly, "If you wish for her to remain unharmed." Lin Beichen halted, his voice icy. "The preliminary competition has rules against intentionally inflicting serious injuries or killing fellow students. I do not believe you would dare harm her." Tao Wanqing shamelessly chuckled. "The rules only prohibit serious injuries. Light injuries are permissible, are they not? Moreover, her stone plaque is in our possession. With a single word, I could crush it, leading to her elimination. If you wish for your mistakes to cause you to be eliminated, then by all means, proceed." Lin Beichen fell silent, confident that Yu Hongxiang's life was not in jeopardy, for this was merely a preliminary competition, not a life-or-death battle. Murder was a crime, serious indeed. Tao Wanqing was not foolish enough to go that far. Yet, he would not hesitate to crush the stone plaque. If that led to Yu Hongxiang's elimination, it would indeed be a disservice to the classical beauty. During these days, Lin Beichen had been tirelessly seeking the star emblem, often neglecting meals and hunting, relying on Yu Hongxiang to gather wild vegetables and fruits for sustenance. Occasionally, she even provided him with roasted meat, though he felt indebted to her. He had devised a plan to help her advance to the main competition. If he acted impulsively now and led to her elimination, all his efforts would be in vain. "What do you want?" Lin Beichen inquired. Tao Wanqing smiled with satisfaction. "That's the spirit. Cooperation is key. I am not targeting you. Frankly, someone like you isn't worth my attention. But since you are Lin Chen's boyfriend, I must utilize you to summon her here." Lin Beichen suddenly realized. "You intend to use me against Lin Chen?" "Of course," Tao Wanqing replied. Lin Beichen fell silent. Although he had never faced Lin Chen in battle, his growing mental prowess had granted him a sixth sense, allowing him to perceive danger with unprecedented clarity. This intuition warned him that Lin Chen posed a threat far greater than Tao Wanqing. Even if combined, the 30-plus students would likely not match her strength. Indeed, alone, I am no match for Lin Chen. She is a proud princess. Tao Wanqing's eyes flashed with bitterness as he continued, but her arrogance alienates everyone, making her a target for many. Imagine if the most exceptional talents from Yunmeng City were eliminated in the preliminary rounds. What a spectacle that would be. Lin Beichen pondered, recognizing the shock value of such an event. "But our interactions are merely superficial. Even if you capture me, she may not come." Lin Beichen countered. "Pray she does come." Tao Wanqing growled. "Bring him here, bind him, and bury him." A student rushed forward with ropes. "Wait." Lin Beichen shouted. "Binding is acceptable, but burying is not. My elemental affinity is water, and earth opposes me." Tao Wanqing sneered. "Water is it? Bind him, and toss him into the lake." Moments later, with a splash, Lin Beichen was bound and thrown into the water. His sword, the virtuous sword, was handed to Wu Xiaofeng. "Show this to Lin Chen. If you wish for Lin Beichen to avoid elimination, she must come to the lakeside," Tao Wanqing instructed. Wu Xiaofeng departed to find Lin Chen. The plan was meticulously arranged, with Lin Chen's whereabouts already monitored by Tao Wanqing's group. "She won't come." Lin Beichen floated in the water, calling out, "She's merely toying with you. Have you not noticed her lack of interest in me these past few days? That is not your concern. If she does not come, you should worry about yourself." Tao Wanqing replied, sitting on a rock to continue fishing. Lin Beichen shouted again, "I am already at your mercy. Why not release Yu Hongxiang? You are a top talent from the National Royal Academy. Bullying a female student tarnishes your esteemed reputation." Tao Wanqing considered this and decided against further humiliating Yu Hongxiang. "Dig her out and keep watch." Soon, the classical beauty was excavated like a radish and secured in the nearby woods, temporarily held to prevent any leaks. While floating in the water, Lin Beichen subtly flexed his wrist, unleashing the power of the Wuxiang sword bone to snap the soft ropes binding him. He feigned captivity, arms behind his back, drifting in the water. Should he choose, he could easily break free in an instant. "Very well," he thought. "I shall bide my time and observe Tao Wanqing's schemes." Approximately half an hour later, Wu Xiaofeng returned, battered and limping, as if trampled by an elephant. Followed by the proud little phoenix, Lin Chen. In the first volume, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 63, An Unexpected Encounter. The little phoenix bounced in, appearing carefree. As if on a leisurely outing, her current psychological state indiscernible. Ah, this pair of misguided souls must be cursed. I even volunteered to lead the way. Yet Lin Chen still gave me a beating, Wu Xiaofeng lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Lin Beichen, floating on the water's surface, was taken aback. What? This little phoenix actually came? Does she truly have feelings for me? No, I am but a scoundrel. This woman is clearly after my body. The dawn had arrived at the edge of the beach. She cast a glance at Lin Beichen, who was floating on the water's surface. With a swift motion, she transformed into a wisp of smoke, instantly appearing on the rocks by the shore. Raising her hand, she struck down with her palm, a jade handprint aimed at Tao Wanqing. Not granting him an opportunity to speak, Tao Wanqing's expression shifted. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. A fire ignited within him, and he laughed heartily. For a long time, he had been suppressed by the prodigious Lin Cheng in the academy, and his heart brimmed with resentment. Since a confrontation was inevitable today, he resolved to unleash his full strength and engage in combat. Sky-piercing finger. Tao Wanqing thrust his finger towards Lin Cheng's palm. This technique was familiar to Lin Beichen. It was the same method Tao Wanqing had employed when he deliberately provoked him upon arriving at the training camp. Laced with a venomous hidden force that even Ding Sanshi regarded with caution, personally intervening to dispel the dark energy, though, in truth, it was Lin Beichen who had nullified it using the power of the Wuxiang swordbone. Boom. The clash of finger and palm erupted like thunder, sending shockwaves through the air. Waves surged on the water, creating ripples, while the beach was enveloped in a cloud of dust. In the atmosphere, colorful glimmers flickered, a manifestation of the profound energy. These two geniuses from the Royal Academy had already brushed against the threshold of the martial master realm. Upon entering this realm, one's profound energy could be released externally. A muffled groan escaped Tao Wanqing as pain etched across his face, his body sent flying. His right hand twisted at a grotesque angle, broken, defeated. One strike, and he was vanquished. Forcing his profound energy to stabilize himself, he landed on the water's surface, creating ripples before launching himself again like an arrow, landing on another stretch of beach. Lin Cheng, if you do not cease, your beloved shall suffer, Tao Wanqing bellowed. Humph. That fool, to surrender for a woman, let him suffer, Lin Cheng retorted. Lin Beichen, floating on the water, was at a loss for words. This was the domineering aura of a little phoenix. In the midst of their exchange, Lin Cheng shot forth like a shadow, swiftly returning to the beach and delivering another palm strike. A gust of wind surged, as if the very air within a 3-meter radius was about to burst from the force of her blow. The edges of her palm glimmered with a silvery light, a sign of the profound energy about to erupt. You madwoman, do you truly not fear Lin Beichen being eliminated? Tao Wanqing, wounded from the previous blow, was thrown into disarray, retreating continuously. Yet, Lin Cheng's palm technique was supremely skilled, akin to crashing waves, relentless and formidable, forcing Tao Wanqing to retreat in panic as he realized that her strike was about to land upon him. At that moment, sky-piercing finger, a slender, white finger emerged from the side, piercing towards Lin Cheng's palm. Bang! The collision was akin to thunder cracking in the stillness. Lin Cheng staggered slightly, then was propelled backward, gliding over the water and landing gracefully on the rocks at the shore, resembling an ethereal fairy. Meanwhile, the owner of that slender finger staggered back 4 steps before regaining composure, exclaiming in admiration, "What a remarkable prodigy from Yunmeng City. That strike just now surely possessed the strength of a martial master." "It's you?" Lin Cheng's exquisitely fair visage revealed a hint of surprise. "You are indeed cut from the same cloth as Tao Wanqing?" The newcomer, possessing a delicate and sharp-featured countenance, bore an aura of confidence. He was none other than the enigmatic youth, Shen Fei, who had always remained apart, eschewing alliances. He alone had obtained 2 badges, ranking just below Lin Cheng on the leaderboard. What was surprising was that this individual had previously kept a low profile, ranking beyond the 50th position on the personal leaderboard. To think he had suddenly intervened, directly countering Lin Cheng's amassed momentum, using the same sky-piercing finger technique that had led to Tao Wanqing's defeat. Shen Fei had managed to repel Lin Cheng at her peak. The disparity in strength is evident, Lin Beichen thought, momentarily stunned. Damn it, I had thought myself to be the underdog, but it seems I was merely a pawn in a grander scheme. Shen Fei is the true mastermind behind Tao Wanqing's audacity to scheme against Lin Cheng on the final day. Lin Cheng's Chantian Yuya palm technique truly lives up to its reputation, Shen Fei remarked. The The star-gathering palm technique, created by the legendary Lin Beichen during his time at the Intermediate Academy, has remained unmatched until now. I did not expect you to have mastered it, grasping its essence so profoundly that it has left me in awe. You possess considerable knowledge, Lin Chung replied from her perch upon the rocks, her flawless, art-like visage exuding an air of superiority. Tao Wancheng, that fool, dared to conspire against me. You must have incited him from the shadows. For a mere representative of the Jianyan Mercenary Corps, your influence is quite surprising. The Jianyan Mercenary Corps was one of the 5 major social factions participating in the preliminary rounds. Shen Fei was the sole representative of the Jianyan Corps. Indeed, members of factions and societies are often regarded as inferior in the eyes of your Royal Academy, Shen Fei replied with a hint of sarcasm. However, I fear this time, you, the prodigious one, may falter in these preliminary rounds. Oh, Lin Chung responded. So your elaborate schemes revolve around my disqualification from the Ascendant tournament? Naturally, Shen Fei said. To see the most famous prodigy of Yunmeng City fall in the preliminaries, bringing humiliation to those bureaucrats who look down upon factions and societies, would indeed be quite amusing. Do you feel wronged, perceiving yourself as a warrior against injustice and discrimination? Lin Chung chuckled coldly. Very well, I admire your courage and spirit of defiance. Since you are so eager to prove yourself, let us engage in a fair contest. Shen Fei laughed heartily. Excellent. He extended his hand, saying, bring forth a sword. Tao Wancheng promptly provided a sword with a dark scabbard. Upon examining the hilt and the scabbard's design and weight, Lin Beichen discerned that it was a rare and remarkable sword. Forged from celestial cold iron, its blade measured 3 feet and 3 inches, weighing 10 caddies and 4 taels. Named Taiye, with the sword in hand, Shen Fei's demeanor transformed dramatically. The once unremarkable youth now radiated an intense brilliance, akin to a rough stone that had finally been shaped into a dazzling diamond after countless trials, illuminating his presence as though he were a different person entirely. Wow! Lin Beichen marveled once more. Why does it feel like this guy is the true protagonist? A defiant spirit, enduring humiliation, and a voice for the collective, a quintessential archetype for any protagonist in a tale. At the break of dawn, he casually drew his sword from his waist. Reminiscent of a celestial goddess, her garments flowing gracefully, the leather armor glistening. This is a standard Cloud Dream Guard sword, produced by Master Fan's weapon shop. 10 silver coins per sword. Now, let me witness the brilliance of your gang's swordsmanship. Very well, Shen Fei nodded, channeling his energy as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly traversing 20 meters. In midair, he unleashed a dazzling arc of sword light with a clang. What exceptional swordsmanship! Lin Beichen, floating on the water, couldn't he help but silently commend. Is he not superior to me? This leap, this sword light, could I achieve that too? He mused, contemplating that with a full burst of his mystical energy, combined with the power of the Wuxiang sword bone, he might be capable. Perhaps a thorough practice was in order. But then again, why not simply overpower them with my cultivation? Why bother accumulating experience? Training is exhausting. I must be losing my mind. Lin Beichen's thoughts took a sharp turn and drifted back. The incessant clash of metal rang out, reverberating through the air. Shen Fei's form darted like a butterfly among flowers, shifting positions mid-flight, his sword shimmering with cold light, striking towards the dawn with the ferocity of a tempest. Meanwhile, Dawn, standing upon the rocks, elegantly parried with her standard sword, sparks erupting where their blades met. Their duel was both swift and resplendent, evidently surpassing the caliber of second-year students, both employing stellar sword techniques. The talented students from various academies were captivated by this magnificent duel, their attention unwavering as they hoped to glean inspiration. What an opportunity, Lin Beichen thought, floating towards the woods where Yu Hongxiang was being guarded. All eyes were fixed on the confrontation between Dawn and Shen Fei, leaving Lin Beichen unnoticed. He reached the shore and, with a sudden burst of strength, silently severed the bonds that restrained him. With a swift leap from the water, he resembled a bullfrog springing into action. Though ungraceful, it proved effective. The 4 female students, caught off guard, barely registered the movement before Lin Beichen had dragged Yu Hongxiang from their midst. In one fluid motion, he slapped Wu Xiaofeng unconscious and seized his sword of virtue. With the sword in hand, confidence surged back into Lin Beichen. Are you all right? He inquired. Yu Hongxiang, looking disheveled with her hair disarrayed, yet maintaining her composure, brushed off the sand and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine. Capture them." Tao Wancheng bellowed. The surrounding students charged towards Lin Beichen and Yu Hongxiang. "Step back." Lin Beichen warned Yu Hongxiang. "Keep your distance to avoid any unintended harm." I shall prevail with virtue. With a swift draw, the sword of virtue gleamed like lightning. With a series of thrusts, he felled one, then two, then 7 or 8 attackers in rapid succession. In that moment, Lin Beichen transformed into a sword-wielding deity. Each thrust leaving his opponents incapacitated, their legs buckling under the unexpected assault. The scene was harrowing. Seeing the tide shift, the other students hesitated, retreating in fear. A thunderous roar erupted on the other side of the battlefield as the two top-tier geniuses clashed fiercely once more. Shenfei, after a powerful encounter, elegantly executed a backflip and landed gracefully on the beach, though he staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Meanwhile, Dawn, who had remained steadfast on the rock, swayed but firmly stabilized herself. Seize them, Shenfei commanded, casting a glance at Lin Beichen and Yu Hongxiang. Do not let them escape. Tao Wancheng, with his injuries having improved after a brief recovery, stepped forward. Lin Beichen, prepared to witness true swordsmanship. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his sword, the light flashing ominously as it surged towards Lin Beichen. Lin Beichen focused, his response a series of 3 foundational sword strikes. Although these strikes were basic, they represented a pinnacle of sword techniques. With his perfected skill, he effortlessly cut through Tao Wancheng's attack. The sparks flew as metal collided. Tao Wancheng gasped in astonishment, then sneered. Let us see how many of my attacks you can withstand. He unleashed the first star sword technique, Meteor Chase Electric Sword, unleashing beams of light akin to shooting stars, illuminating the sky as they bore down on Lin Beichen. The pressure mounted as Lin Beichen realized the disparity in their skills. He struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught. Had it been during the mid-year tournament, he would have already succumbed. Yet, over the past few days, his Wuxiang sword body had been in constant operation, drastically augmenting his physical strength and reaction speed, elevating his 3 sword strikes to a new level. Coupled with the initial awakening of his mental energy, his perception sharpened, enhancing his combat efficacy. The clashes of their swords continued, sparks flying as Tao Wancheng's technique, Meteor Chase Electric Sword, faltered, failing to subdue Lin Beichen. Infuriated, he unleashed his full strength, declaring, "Do you think you can block my path? Today, I shall defeat you." As Lin Beichen retreated, he ensured Yu Hongxiang remained protected behind him. Meanwhile, Shenfei and Dawn resumed their fierce confrontation, escalating the intensity of their battle. In the distance, a group of figures hurriedly approached, led by Li Tao, one of the distinguished talents from the National Royal Academy. Tao Wancheng, you collude with gang representatives to ambush senior sister Dawn and harm your classmates? Li Tao shouted from afar, seizing the opportunity to confront his rival. As Li Tao and his companions rushed over, Tao Wancheng's expression shifted and his anxiety deepened. He bellowed, "Go, Ping Yiming. Take your men and intercept Li Tao and his group. The immediate priority is to swiftly defeat Ling Chun, capture Lin Beichen, and shatter their stone tablets. At that point, even if Li Tao seeks out the 3 great giants of the camp to report us, it will be futile and will not alter the outcome." The youth named Peng Yiming, ranked 7th on the personal leaderboard of the Stone Tablet and the top of the provincial 4th Junior College, was a renowned genius who had been courted by Tao Wancheng and held a significant position within this small team. He promptly led a dozen individuals to confront the opposition. The third battle erupted. The area around the small lake was soon filled with the sound of clashing swords, a symphony of metallic strikes echoing in the air. Lin Beichen recognized that the situation had reached a critical juncture, gritting his teeth to endure. Tao Wancheng's swordplay grew increasingly rapid and urgent. Lin Beichen felt as if he were a spring, continuously compressed, with an indescribable force accumulating within him, akin to a volcano poised for eruption, waiting for a catalyst to unleash its power. This sensation resembled the honing process of cultivating the formless sword body. It was reminiscent of the foreboding described in the initial unraveling of mental power, suggesting a breakthrough in mental energy levels. Surely, it could not be possible to simultaneously transcend 2 forms of cultivation. Moreover, I am merely a mediocre individual, primarily relying on luck. How could I possibly make such a breakthrough in reality? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Beichen's mind. This distraction allowed Tao Wancheng to exploit a flaw in his defense. The sound of swords piercing flesh echoed as 2 beams of light struck his shoulders. Lin Beichen felt a jolt through his body, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, sending him tumbling 4 or 5 meters before he staggered to a halt, nearly collapsing. "I did not intend to injure you so severely, but you forced my hand," Tao Wancheng remarked coldly. The power behind those 2 strikes was sufficient to fracture a shoulder blade. Such an injury was perilously close to being grievous. Lin Beichen glanced down at his shoulders and found blood seeping from 2 shallow gashes, mere surface wounds that did not reach the bone. Painful yet manageable. He realized this must be the efficacy of the formless sword bone technique. Suddenly, Lin Beichen felt he had underestimated the formless sword bone. Could it truly withstand the sharpest of blades? No wonder so much bandwidth was consumed when downloading this technique. Are you alright? Without hesitation, Yu Hongxiang dashed over, drawing her sword to shield Lin Beichen. I'll hold him off. You must flee. Sister, I do not doubt your courage. But you cannot even withstand a single strike from him, Lin Beichen thought to himself. Just then, Tao Wanqing commanded, stop. From the other side of the battlefield, Li Tao's voice drew near. His strength surpassed Peng Yiming's by a considerable margin, single-handedly breaking through the blockade to rush forward. Lin Beichen's heart soared. Brotherly, he called out, his previous pride in rejecting Li Tao's repeated overtures evaporating. Li Tao moved with the speed of an arrow, swiftly reaching the lakeside. However, he merely cast a glance at Lin Beichen before charging toward Ling Chun. Sister Ling, I come to aid you. With a powerful swing of his sword, he demonstrated a formidable presence, clearly employing the star sword technique. The smile on Lin Beichen's face gradually froze, his raised arm instantly becoming rigid. Wait, do you not comprehend the situation, my friend? Little Phoenix is in no danger at all. She has been dominating Shen Fei. The true peril lies with me. Lin Beichen thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Is Li Tao perhaps suffering from poor eyesight, or does he harbor jealousy of my handsome visage? How vexing. Lin Beichen wanted to unleash a torrent of curses. Another ultimate sycophant. Must you go to such lengths to impress Ling Chen? Can you not conduct yourself like a decent person? Have none of these talented youths in this world ever encountered a woman? Huh, Tao Wanqing mocked, advancing with his sword drawn. Just then, a thunderous explosion of energy erupted. A figure hurtled through the air from dozens of meters away, crashing to the ground before Lin Beichen with a thud. It was Li Tao, who landed in a disheveled heap, yet bore a triumphant smile, his sword stained with blood. That blood belonged to Ling Chun, the illustrious daughter of heaven. She pressed her hand against her shoulder, crimson seeping through her fingers and staining her black leather armor, flowing downwards. Yet her expression bore no sign of anger. Instead, she regarded Li Tao with a peculiar gaze. So you are the true trump card? Li Tao laughed heartily. Indeed, I am the one who truly harmed you. His eyes held a mix of admiration, resentment, envy, and ultimately, a hint of satisfaction as he declared. It is unfortunate that you realize this too late. With my sword in your right shoulder, you can no longer wield your weapon. Your combat effectiveness has diminished to a third. Turning the tide is impossible, Ling Chun. Proud as you are, you must not have anticipated your elimination in this preliminary round. Lin Beichen, watching from the sidelines, was left speechless. What a farce. So Li Tao and Tao Wanqing are in cahoots. This is a disaster. With Ling Chen injured, she is certainly no match for Shen Fei. Anyone of Tao Wanqing or Li Tao could easily subdue me. The situation is dire. My plans are unraveling. Classmate Ling, I shall grant you an opportunity to preserve your dignity as the esteemed princess of the city lord's residence and a renowned talent of the city. You may shatter your stone tablet and withdraw from this preliminary match, Shen Fei said with a smile, confident in his control of the situation. After such extensive planning, he was on the verge of reaping the rewards. Ling Chun pondered for a moment and replied, bring Lin Beichen and that girl named you to my side. Upon hearing this, Tao Wanqing instinctively prepared to refuse, wary of unforeseen complications. However, Shen Fei, brimming with confidence, immediately agreed. Do not worry, little Tao. The situation is well in hand. The fact that Ling Chun was making demands only indicated her lack of remaining cards. If she had maintained a strong stance without any indication of negotiation, it would have suggested a far graver predicament. Lin Beichen and Yu Hongxiang exchanged silent glances before approaching the rock where Ling Chun stood. Yet, Ling Chun did not regard them. Her focus remained on Shen Fei. You referred to Tao Wanqing as Little Tao earlier. Have you known each other for a long time? Shen Fei smiled faintly and remarked. It was approximately 2 years ago that I became acquainted with Xiao Tao, and not only that, I also met Xiao Tao Tao around the same time. 2 years ago? That was before Tao Wanqing and Li Tao had entered the National Royal Junior Academy. Li Tao chuckled and said, do you really think my relationship with Xiao Tao is so poor? Hee hee, for over 2 years, we have merely been acting. Did you not know that Fei Go, Xiao Tao, and I are actually sworn brothers? What? This revelation astonished not only Ling Chun, but also left Lin Beichen dumbfounded. The group of over 50 gifted students surrounding them were equally taken aback. Such a thing exists? This is intriguing. Ling Chen laughed, her interest piqued, while blood seeped from the wound on her right shoulder, though she seemed oblivious to it. You have been pretending for so long, just for today? She looked at Shen Fei. It was evident to everyone that this young man from the gang held the most influence among the trio. Yet, prior to this, Tao and Li had acted as if they were strangers to Xin Fei. Not merely for today, Xin Fei, tall and handsome, with an air of confidence, replied, "Today is simply a minor spectacle on our grand journey. The true goals of our brotherhood have only just begun." His words carried an inexplicable power. A sacred and excited look appeared on the faces of Tao Wancheng and Li Tao, as if they were suffocating in pursuit of their dreams. 2 years ago, before entering the National Royal Junior Academy, I met Xiao Tao and then encountered Fei Guo. Li Tao took the initiative, saying, "I will never forget that day. It was the day our fates changed." Indeed, that was a fateful meeting. Tao Wancheng seemed lost in nostalgic memories as he said, "In the past, both Li Tao and I were mere neglected pawns in our families, of average aptitude and talent. Had there been no change, we would have merely managed a branch of our family business, waiting to wither away. Even if we wished to strive, there was no hope or opportunity in sight." Li Tao added, "Yes, it was Fei Ji's appearance that altered our destinies. He guided our cultivation, taught us how to stand out within our families and gain the favor of our elders, allowing us to gradually shine and change our fates. Ultimately, we succeeded in entering the National Royal Junior Academy, becoming the most outstanding of our generation, with Fei Guo being positioned as the future successor. He transformed our destinies, acting as our elder brother, our teacher, and the person we trust most." Tao Wancheng nodded in agreement. "Therefore, today, we must assist him in changing his fate. The restrictions and prejudices of the education department towards gangs, private schools, and social groups are erroneous and should be rectified. Fei Guo will prove this." "Oh, so you two initially came to the camp with the intent to use me to showcase your discord and disputes, leading everyone to believe that there was an irreconcilable competitive relationship between Tao Wancheng and Li Tao, with no possibility of cooperation. Is that correct?" Lin Beichen interjected. Li Tao replied, "Indeed. When Xiao Tao sought you out that day, and I defended you, it appeared to create conflict, but in truth, you were merely a small 12th place, hardly worthy of our disdain or recruitment. It was simply an excuse to execute our plan." "Damn it." Lin Beichen felt like cursing. "You can perform your acts and play your roles, but why target my harmless affection? Truly outrageous." Tao Wancheng added, "In fact, targeting you was merely a continuation of our long-standing performance. During our time at the academy, Li Tao and I acted similarly. Everyone believed we were rivals, adversaries, bound to be incompatible. After all, deceiving the prodigy Ling Chun could not be accomplished in a day. The surrounding students were astonished upon hearing such secrets. Li Tao and Tao Wancheng had acted for over 2 years, and while their perseverance was commendable, what truly inspired awe was this young gang member named Xin Fei. He had begun plotting 2 years prior, preparing for this very moment. Such vision and cunning are rare, even among many adults renowned for their wisdom. Truly extraordinary. In the empire of Beihai, where martial prowess is revered, individuals like Xin Fei, with such talent, naturally commanded the respect and admiration of countless students. A youth capable of nurturing the dual gems of the National Royal Junior Academy is indeed worthy of following. You wish to eliminate me in the preliminaries because you harbor ambitions for the main competition, correct?" Ling Chen's wound continued to bleed, clearly indicating the severity of her injury. Yet, she seemed unconcerned, stating, "You aim to seize the championship of the main competition, thereby entering the sights of the great advanced academies of the Fenyu province, climbing step by step, am I right?" Xin Fei did not conceal his ambition, nodding, "This is permitted by imperial law." Ling Chen replied, "Indeed, imperial law permits it. But unfortunately, I also have compelling reasons to enter the main competition." Xin Fei responded, "If Ling Tianjiao is unwilling to withdraw voluntarily, then I shall have to take matters into my own hands." Had it not been for Ling Chen's formidable strength, he would not have resorted to ambush to severely wound her. This girl stood like a solid rock in the path of his plans, leaving him no choice but to employ strategy. Nevertheless, Xin Fei wished to demonstrate his prowess. Now was the opportunity. Grasping the Teia's sword, he advanced slowly. Just as Ling Chun was about to speak, Lin Beichen interjected, "Allow me to go first." He drew the Dekshin sword and positioned it before Ling Chun. A flicker of disdain crossed Xin Fei's eyes as he remarked, "In such a setting, do you believe you are worthy?" Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword. Chapter 67, Concealed Strength. Lin Beichen was immediately displeased. This was not merely a slap in the face, it was an outright humiliation. Xin Fei, indeed? He wielded his sword and scoffed, "Kid, you truly have the audacity to pretend. Worthiness is not determined by mere words, but proven by the sword." Xin Fei smirked coldly. "Fei Guo, I'll handle this ignorant fool," Li Tao declared directly. Xin Fei smiled and said, "There is no need. Today marks the culmination of his preparation over countless days. a moment to astonish Yunmeng City. Thus, I shall take action myself. Since you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall oblige. Xin Fei approached deliberately, an unusual pressure emanating around him. With each step he took, the small grains of sand at his feet seemed to defy gravity, hovering slightly. You cannot win. You are not his match, Ling Chen suddenly spoke. Lin Beichen, without turning, replied, Haha, allow me to impart a lesson today. A man must never declare himself incapable. If you don't believe me, I shall demonstrate right now. With that, he took the initiative. Whoosh. Basic sword technique. 3 consecutive strikes. The sword glimmered as Lin Beichen merged with his weapon, dashing forward with a speed akin to smoke, his strength surpassing any previous display. Thud. Break. Strike. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted. Xin Fei smiled faintly. The Tai, the sword in his hand, unfurled like a peacock displaying its plumage, manifesting an impenetrable wall of blades. Clang. Lin Beichen's 3-sword technique was swiftly thwarted. A powerful recoil surged through the hilt, its ferocity far surpassing that of Tao Wanqing's heavenly interception. Lin Beichen felt a tingling sensation in his arm, but remained within the limits of endurance. He calmed his breath and unfalteringly executed the Big Dipper's descent. 6 shadows of the sword. Xin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Clang, 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 clang. 5 finely tuned metallic clangs echoed as he blocked 5 of the sword shadows. Yet, Lin Beichen's 6th shadow pierced through his sword barrier, advancing toward him. I underestimated you, Xin Fei remarked as he stepped forward with an unusual gait, moving like a wisp of smoke and evading the strike with astonishing agility. The ghostly steps? Tao Wanqing's face lit up in surprise, exclaiming, Has Fei Ji already mastered this 2-star footwork? Li Tao added in delight, truly a prodigy, as expected of Fei Ji. In the blink of an eye, the long swords clashed, and the figures of Lin Beichen and Xin Fei intertwined. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Lin Beichen's maneuver had become predictable, yet Xin Fei's Tai, the sword remained imbued with fluidity, striking from an improbable angle, its tip glinting coldly, mercilessly aiming for Lin Beichen's side. Alarm bells rang in Lin Beichen's mind. An intense intuition prompted an optimal theoretical response in his mind. Almost simultaneously, from the remnants of his previous strength, a peculiar warmth surged within him, miraculously shifting his body 3 inches to the left. Xin Fei's strike met only air, yet he reacted swiftly, transforming the thrust into a swipe. The sequence unfolded with breathtaking rapidity, eluding the eyes of all except for Lin Beichen. Crack! The spine of the Tai sword struck Lin Beichen's side with force. Bang! Lin Beichen felt a shock ripple through his ribs, propelling him 6 meters into the air before he landed awkwardly. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a long, tingling discomfort beneath his left breast. Yet his bones and flesh remained intact, with no bloodshed. Surprisingly, it was not painful. Rather, it felt invigorating. Without hesitation, Lin Beichen attacked once more, executing the 3-sword technique combined with the Big Dipper's descent. Clang, 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 clang. 6 metallic sounds rang out. Xin Fei responded with remarkable speed, erecting his sword wall anew, completely blocking the 6 sword shadows of the Big Dipper's descent. His heart raced with astonishment. The previous strike should have shattered even a tree trunk of considerable girth, so logically, it should have broken several of this wastrel's ribs, incapacitating him. How could he remain unscathed, his speed and power undiminished? As he pondered, the 7th ray of sword light surged into view. What? Xin Fei gasped in disbelief. This time, it was a sword with 7 shadows. What kind of sword technique was this? The earlier 6 shadows were already staggering. He never anticipated that this wastrel, during such a critical moment, had concealed even greater prowess. In the nick of time, Xin Fei invoked the ghostly steps, evading Lin Beichen's sudden assault while countering with a dazzling arc of sword light that fell like a net upon Lin Beichen. The Falling Stars sword technique. A premium among 1-star sword arts, its execution from Xin Fei's hands bore an unpredictable might. The air crackled with the sound of swords clashing. Lin Beichen's eyes widened, retreating yet fervently wielding his long sword to parry and resist. An extraordinary force surged within him, and a strange perception emanated from his mind. This sensation felt vaguely familiar, reminiscent of his previous battle with Tao Wanqing. However, perhaps due to Tao Wanqing's lesser strength, the pressure had not been sufficient to elicit a true transformation. Now, facing Xin Fei, the pressure had multiplied tenfold. Clang, 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 clang. The long swords continued their tumultuous collision, sparks igniting in the air. The virtuous sword vibrated with a resonant hum, a tidal wave of power surging into Lin Beichen, shaking his muscles and bones. The experience mirrored that of cultivating the formless sword body, and as he strove to block Shen Fei's strikes, his mental acuity was pushed to its limits, tracing the trajectories of the blades and responding accordingly. A peculiar feeling enveloped him. It was as if something old within him was shattering, while something new was taking root, an epiphany blossoming within. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Fei's falling star's sword technique accelerated, and his astonishment grew more evident. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 20 blows, yet he had not managed to swiftly defeat Lin Beichen as he had anticipated. This wastrel seemed like an indomitable figure, teetering on the edge of defeat, yet somehow enduring the relentless assaults that would have shattered the bones of an ordinary person long ago. Could it be that this fellow had concealed his strength all along? Shen Fei's disbelief deepened with each strike. Even if it were Tao Wansheng or Li Tao facing such an onslaught, they would surely have fallen by now. Was this wastrel truly more exceptional than the dual pillars of the National Royal Junior Academy? The onlooking students were utterly astonished. In their minds, this should have been a battle of overwhelming dominance for Shen Fei. Yet, it had devolved into an inexplicable stalemate. It was not that Shen Fei lacked strength. Any other participant present would have likely been defeated within 3 moves. Yet Lin Beichen, this wastrel, exhibited an alarming resilience, persisting against all odds. Li Tao and Tao Wansheng exchanged bewildered glances, both experiencing a sense of unreality, especially for Tao Wansheng, who had previously dominated Lin Beichen. It now seemed as if Lin Beichen could easily overwhelm him. Had this wastrel deliberately concealed his abilities? What could his motives be? As time passed, the situation began to unfold in a bizarre direction. At last, Shen Fei could no longer tolerate the impasse. 9 heavens, falling stars, he bellowed, channeling his inner energy in a uniquely rapid manner. The lethal secret technique of the Starfall swordplay was unleashed. Let this all come to an end. The Teia's sword in hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling crimson radiance. Within a 3-meter radius, the temperature soared abruptly, and a searing force emanated from the Teia's sword, causing the air beside the blade to ripple like transparent water, rolling outward. As the long sword descended, Lin Beichen faintly felt as if he were being locked in place, unable to evade or retreat. Every angle of escape was sealed. He could only brace himself for the impact. Is this the might of a star-level martial technique? Gritting his teeth, he gripped the virtuous sword tightly, raising it with a fiery resolve. When the 2 swords met, time seemed to freeze momentarily. After that instant, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the 2 combatants at its center. The force swept through the arena, sending sand flying like a pack of wild wolves radiating outward. The observing students gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating and shielding their faces from the swirling dust. Silence enveloped the battlefield as the grains settled. Shen Fei had withdrawn his sword, while Lin Beichen remained in a stance, sword raised defiantly. Several strands of hair were singed and curled, and even his eyebrows appeared scorched. His leather armor bore numerous burn marks, resembling a charred wooden sculpture at first glance. The outcome was evident. Li Tao, Tao Wansheng, and the other students wore expressions of anticipated realization. Wu Xiaofeng, bruised and battered, along with Mu Xinyue, who lurked in the shadows, were filled with both joy and profound shock. Was this the caliber of genius exhibited by Shen Fei? That previous strike, albeit enhanced by the secret technique's profundity, demonstrated that with the cultivation of a warrior, he could emit energy to produce flames. Was he not brushing against the strength of a martial master? At the very least, he was above an 8th-level warrior. Previously, at the 3rd Academy, he had indeed been narrow-minded. The true top-tier geniuses in Yunmeng City were of such caliber. He had once thought Lin Beichen's sudden rise was extraordinary, almost miraculous. Yet now, in comparison to Shen Fei, Lin Beichen appeared as insignificant as a mere lump of refuse. To learn from the upper echelons is to gain something substantial. To learn from the lower tiers is to grasp only the basics. Henceforth, he must aspire to the level of geniuses like Shen Fei to progress. As for Lin Beichen, bah, what was he? Senior brother Lin, Yu Hongxiang exclaimed, rushing forward to assist. Do not move, Ling Chen's voice rang out. He will not perish, merely observe. Yu Hongxiang hesitated. Just then, a series of cracking sounds, akin to charred wood slowly fracturing, emanated from Lin Beichen's rigid form. It was as if an unseen force was methodically breaking his bones, inch by inch. Lin Beichen moved, like a marionette guided by strings. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Yu Hongxiang was taken aback, wanting to rush forth again. But Ling Chen's icy hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. Do not move, just watch. As the words left her lips, a powerful aura began to radiate from Lin Beichen's body, stirring the surrounding sand into tiny whirlwinds. Had he broken through? He gazed in astonishment at his palm. The expulsion of that dark blood felt as if he had expelled numerous impurities from within. He now experienced an unprecedented sense of rejuvenation and energy surging through him. What once flowed like a mere thread of energy now transformed into a gentle stream coursing through his meridians, revitalizing his body like water nurturing a parched riverbed. The energy had undergone a qualitative transformation. Simultaneously, the world around him appeared vividly clear. When he focused his mind and sharpened his gaze, he could discern the precise shape of a grain of sand, its facets, hues, and the gaps between it and others. Goodness, have my eyes become microscopes? Lin Beichen exclaimed inwardly. However, upon distraction, his vision reverted to normal. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on Shen Fei. We shall meet again. Lin Beichen felt a surge of determination as he charged forth once more with his sword. He had truly broken through. An incredible feat achieved under the immense pressure brought forth by Shen Fei. The foundation of his breakthrough stemmed from the practice gained through his mobile device. Lin Beichen had previously thought that merely training with his device would suffice, allowing him to be carefree in reality. Yet, it was now clear that real-world battles, training, and effort would yield their own enhancements. Moreover, Lin Beichen began to perceive that, compared to the uniform progress achieved through his device, the sudden breakthroughs in reality could lead to a qualitative leap. Ding! Shen Fei unleashed his sword. The clash of blades produced a resounding echo. A flurry of sparks erupted, dazzling like fireworks. A jolt of recoil traveled up the handle of the renowned Taya sword to Shen Fei's wrist. This power has doubled. Shen Fei's wrist tingled. A wave of astonishment surged within him. Previously, Lin Beichen, aside from the Big Dipper descents technique, posed no threat with his speed or strength. Yet, in this moment of confrontation, Shen Fei sensed that Lin Beichen's power had more than doubled. The first volume, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 69, You are quite impressive. Furthermore, his speed had increased as well. This disgraceful fool had actually achieved a breakthrough in the midst of battle. His own Nine Heavens Starfall technique not only failed to defeat this disgrace, but inadvertently aided him in his breakthrough. Shen Fei felt a profound sense of disgust. Such individuals who could suddenly break through in the heat of battle truly deserved 1,000 cuts. Ding ding ding. The Starfall swordplay unfolded, shimmering with icy radiance. Shen Fei unleashed his full strength without reservation. His sole desire was to defeat Lin Beichen, no longer concerned about violating any pre-qualifying rules in the process. Yet this time, Lin Beichen was fully capable of keeping pace with his rhythm, particularly the trajectory of the Taya sword, which he could now perceive with perfect clarity, akin to a dynamic vision allowing him to witness high-speed objects as if in slow motion. Even more exhilarating was that his body's reactions finally matched his thoughts and vision. Before the breakthrough, he was like a vehicle with a sluggish engine. Now, he was akin to a Ferrari's super engine, body and mind in harmony. Ding ding ding. The long swords clashed repeatedly. Shen Fei's expression grew increasingly grave. The recoil intensified with each passing moment, indicating what? The strength of Lin Beichen is surging rapidly. If the battle continues, the Nine Heavens Starfall will descend. Shen Fei bellowed, unleashing his secret technique once more. The intense heat swept outward in all directions, and the Taya sword glowed as if it had been heated to a fiery red, its blade emanating a translucent, resplendent orange hue. The air around the blade twisted and curled, as if ablaze, emitting wisps of blue smoke that distorted vision. This time, he poured forth all his might, holding nothing back. Come on, Lin Beichen roared, his eyes wide open. His mental focus sharpened. In that critical moment, his thoughts were exceptionally clear, and his vision unprecedentedly lucid. He not only tracked the movement of the Taya sword, but also discerned the subtle, concealed flow of scorching mysterious energy. With a swift execution, he initiated the foundational sword techniques, close-range triple strike. In an instant, he moved. Clang, clang, clang. One thrust, one break. The first two strikes directly countered Shen Fei's sword technique. The third strike he refrained from executing, morphing instead into the hidden lethal move, Beidou Lin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh. 7 shadows of the sword. The sound of the finely tuned blades clashing erupted like a sudden tempest of thunder and lightning. Release. Lin Beichen roared like a frenzied lion, his voice resonating like rolling thunder. Clang, 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 clang. The cacophony of blades clashing filled the air. With a swift motion, the Taya divine sword soared into the sky, spinning gracefully before landing with a clang into the sandy earth before Li Tao and Tao Wanqing. A muffled grunt escaped Shen Fei as he stumbled backward, his expression one of shock, his left hand gripping his right wrist, blood trickling from his tiger mouth. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Apart from Lin Beichen, the expressions of all other students resembled that of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Especially Li Tao and Tao Wanqing, who gazed at the blood-soaked Xin Fei and then at the Tai, sword embedded in the sand, struggling to believe their eyes. Yu Hongxiang covered her mouth, fearing she might scream. It was utterly inconceivable, a miraculous turnaround. Lin Beichen's arms bulged with veins, resembling gnarled old tree roots, intertwining and protruding. Yet his hands remained firmly grasping the deed's sword, despite its violent tremors, akin to a black serpent attempting to break free. He gasped for breath, his lungs working like a bellows, gazing at the sword in his hand, then at the Tai, sword 10 meters away, and after a brief moment of astonishment, he burst into laughter. Ha, did I win? With Xin Fei's sword nearly pinning him to the ground. It was in that very instant that Lin Beichen unleashed his full strength, confronting the Nine Heavens Starfall head-on with Beidou Lin. The immense pressure felt as if a boulder had plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the deed's sword. Had he not gritted his teeth and held on, the sword might have slipped from his grasp. His arms felt as though they might shatter, and waves of pain coursed through his spine and legs. Yet, it mattered not, for he sensed that within him, some chains, some shackles, had been utterly shattered. Thus, he stood firm. He still held the sword. Meanwhile, Xin Fei was forced back. Losing his weapon, the outcome was decided. Lin Beichen felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. For him, this was undeniably a profound shock and baptism of the swordsman's spirit. His earlier attempt to thwart Xin Fei had merely been a means to buy time for Lin Beichen to staunch her wounds and regain her strength from the very beginning. He had never envisioned defeating such a genius as Xin Fei. Yet, unexpectedly, as the battle intensified, he found himself ignited with true fire. He persevered and ultimately emerged victorious. The sensation of that moment felt intoxicating, akin to the exhilaration of having battled tirelessly in a game for hours, finally vanquishing a formidable boss. How about that? Am I capable, or what? Lin Beichen regulated his breathing and turned to Lin Beichen with a smile. The fierce battle had left him disheveled, his armor in tatters, hair tousled, but as he turned and smiled, he appeared not at all disheveled. Rather, there was a unique charm and heroism about him, further enhancing his strikingly handsome features. Lin Beichen nodded and replied, very capable. This was no flattery, it was genuine admiration. Lin Beichen's perseverance and resilience during the battle were enough to move anyone. Though it was unclear how he managed to stand firm amidst such a tempest, the sight of this young man shielding his opponent with his own flesh and blood, using his broad back to protect against adversity, was already profoundly touching. Ordinary individuals, no, even ordinary geniuses, could never accomplish such a feat. This was a heartfelt compliment from the formidable Lin Beichen of Yunmeng City. He, Lin Beichen chuckled. Just then, a sudden, sharp sound echoed in his mind. Ding. It was the notification tone of his mobile phone. Lin Beichen was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Surely, some feature of the phone had activated. However, his hands trembled too much to check it at that moment. He feigned nonchalance, looking at Xin Fei, and said, "You lost. Do you acknowledge it?" Xin Fei's expression was grim. In that moment of defeat to Lin Beichen, he felt as though he had been dragged into a restroom and force-fed an unbearable weight. His emotions of anger and shame amplified 1,000-fold, crashing against his psychological limits. If he possessed the power to annihilate the world, it might have already vanished hundreds of times over. Taking a deep breath, Xin Fei forced himself to regain his composure. Yet, the moment he lifted his gaze and saw Lin Beichen's smug, mocking face, his composure nearly shattered again. Calm. I must remain calm. Xin Fei forced himself to steady his mind. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Finally, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Xin Fei's rapidly heaving chest gradually settled. Forcing a semblance of a smile, Xin Fei stiffly remarked, I never expected that Lin classmate's potential would be so formidable. Surely you must have secretly cultivated some physical enhancement technique. Lin Beichen chuckled lightly. What does that have to do with you? Xin Fei nearly lost control again. Had it not been for my unforeseen external pressure, you would never have been able to break through in such a short time, would you? I truly regret my actions, he said with self-deprecation. Lin Beichen chuckled once more. That has nothing to do with me. Everything in this world can be resolved with the phrases, what does that have to do with you and what does that have to do with me? Xin Fei felt as though he had been struck, his mind blank and unable to retort. Then, darkness clouded his vision, a sweetness rose in his throat, and with a splutter, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Beichen chuckled and remarked, do not blindly imitate me. Even if you were to cough up blood, you would still remain my inferior. Previously, after enduring a strike from the Nine Heavens Starfall, Lin Beichen had shattered his internal bottleneck, undergoing a transformation akin to being reborn. As he spat out a mouthful of mixed blood, subsequently reversing the tide to defeat Xin Fei. However, Xin Fei's blood was expelled purely from rage and was ridiculed as mere imitation. With a pained heart, Xin Fei coughed up another mouthful of blood. Li Tao and Tao Wansheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed to support Xin Fei, fearing he might faint from fury. Lin Beichen, meanwhile, laughed gleefully, reveling in the spectacle. Internally, however, he was somewhat astonished by his own performance. His endurance was undoubtedly attributed to the nameless sword body. Over the course of 10 days, the nameless sword body had been in continuous operation, and Lin Beichen was unclear about his current state, but it must be considerably formidable. Additionally, the enhancement of his mental fortitude played a significant role. Lin Beichen had come to a profound understanding of what the unity of inner and outer meant. As described in the initial unveiling of mental power, this was the foremost principle of strength. If necessary, Lin Beichen felt compelled to diligently study the foundational martial knowledge of this world, such as cultivation realms, the potency of each level, and the specific applications of mental power. This world was fraught with danger, teeming with perils. Before returning to Earth, he could not guarantee that he would not encounter further crises. Therefore, it was imperative to enhance his self-preservation abilities to survive. After a full cup of tea's time, Xin Fei finally steadied his mind. I concede, he gritted through clenched teeth. The admission of defeat was an arduous task for him. The surrounding students erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The expressions of Li Tao and Tao Wansheng, both prodigies, darkened considerably. In their eyes, their absolute idol, who could rival the dawn, had succumbed to a scoundrel despised by all of Yunmeng City. Once Xin Fei uttered those 3 words, his countenance gradually regained composure. He continued, Lin Beichen, you have bested me, yet this does not alter the outcome of today. The measure of personal martial prowess holds no significance, for, at this point, a forced smile re-emerged on his face, imbued with an uncanny allure. The schemes of today were not intended to demonstrate personal martial capability, but to determine the ultimate success or failure of the preliminary trials. As it stands, the circumstances are no longer favorable for us. Ling Tianjiao's right arm is gravely injured and cannot wield a sword. Lin's performance, though remarkable, is already at its limit. As for you, he cast a dismissive glance at Yu Hongxiang before continuing. Yu's right-hand tendons are severed and not yet fully mended. You 3 are devoid of the strength to continue fighting. How can you withstand our numbers? Lin Beichen was taken aback. Damn it, this rascal has a point. The once dismayed expressions of the other students reignited with hope. They too realized that Xin Fei's defeat would not lead to a collapse of their side. As they had the advantage in numbers, the situation remained within their control. Today, let me impart a lesson to you all. Xin Fei's right hand had ceased bleeding, and his smile grew increasingly natural, brimming with pride and confidence. He looked at Lin Beichen and Ling Chun, mocking, a single tree cannot form a forest. Individual bravery and personal strength cannot alter anything. Those who truly wield destiny require not just power, but also wisdom, allies, and influence. His simple words acted as a stimulant, invigorating all the surrounding students. Li Tao and Tao Wansheng, too, felt the gloom lift from their hearts, their gazes towards Xin Fei once again filled with admiration. Indeed, the true horror lay not in failure itself, but in the inability to confront it. To be mired in despair after defeat was the real tragedy. Xin Fei's candid acknowledgement of his inferiority only served to enhance his stature, making his followers believe in him even more fervently. Such a person possesses an undeniable charm. Lin Beichen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Encountering such an adversary was indeed unfortunate. Must he truly resort to his final trump card? Weighing the pros and cons, he hesitated. At that moment, Ling Chun stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Beichen. I shall impart a truth as well, she said, gazing at Xin Fei. Absolute power can shatter all schemes. The advantage of numbers is often less reliable than you presume. A multitude of sheep cannot defeat a single dragon. Her right shoulder, marked by a unique sword wound, continued to bleed profusely, a testament to its severity. Hence, she grasped her sword with her left hand, her delicate fingers seeming to be sculpted from exquisite jade, holding the hilt with an ethereal grace, the subtle interplay of her skin glimmering like moonlight, creating a mesmerizing beauty in detail. As the first volume, The Origin of the Sword, reached its 71st chapter, Ling Chun revealed, in fact, when I first practiced swordsmanship, I did not wield my right hand, as her left hand trembled. A resonating hum filled the air. One sword, 10 blossoms. The sword flowers blossomed like cold stars in the night sky. And then, she struck. Typically, all wielders used their right hand for the sword, unless they were left-handed or dual-wielding. A left-handed sword wielder would inevitably experience a reversal of muscle memory, resulting in diminished strength. Yet Ling Chun was the exception. With an ordinary Yunmeng guard long sword in her left hand, she unleashed a power far surpassing that of her right hand. One sword for each prodigy. The leading cohort of prodigious students felt the wind rush at them, their senses overwhelmed, unable to comprehend what had transpired before they were sent flying. Ling Chun had shown mercy, otherwise, they would have perished without understanding how. Li Tao and Tao Wanqing charged forward in fury, opting to join forces. The duo, renowned as the twin jewels of the National Royal Junior Academy, wielded formidable combined power and were proficient in a unique co-op sword technique. Yet, before Ling Chen's left-handed sword, they were swiftly repelled in a single strike. Their swords splintered into fragments, their hands shattered, blood gushing from their grips. Observing the dire situation, Shun Fei activated Phantom Ghost Steps, leaping 10 meters in an instant, drawing the Teia sword embedded in the ground, and turning to unleash the Starfall sword technique. He moved like a wild tiger, his sword akin to a frenzied dragon, each stroke creating a trail of scars that resembled the stars of the 9 heavens plummeting through the night sky, astonishing in its magnificence. Thus concluded this episode. In the early dawn, a faint light emerged. She thrust her sword forward, and in the air, it seemed as if a fleeting moment of desolation flickered by. Ding! The Tai's sword was struck at its spine. Crack! In the next instant, the renowned sword shattered, with cracks radiating from the point of impact, and then it broke apart with a resounding crash. A fragment of the blade flew forth, spinning rapidly, grazing Shun Fei's cheek. Sizzle! A streak of blood erupted upon his face, leaving him momentarily frozen, his eyes widening in horror, his pupils constricting. In that fleeting moment, death felt alarmingly close. Defeated. This time, the loss was more thorough. Even the illustrious Tai's sword was severed by Ling Chun with the simplest of the Yunmeng guard's long swords. In her left-handed stance, Ling Chun radiated an inconceivable strength. Shen Fei could no longer maintain his composure. His mind was blank. He had no doubt that, if this were a true fight to the death, he could retreat unscathed against Ling Chen's right hand, but against her left hand, he might have succumbed to death 7 or 8 times in mere moments. Was the unparalleled beauty of Yunmeng City, second only to Lin Tingchan, truly this formidable? Shen Fei was unwilling to accept it. His own talent was undeniably exceptional, a source of pride for him. This attempt to outsmart Ling Chun was merely a manifestation of his habitual caution, a quest for certainty. He did not believe he was significantly inferior to her. Yet now, he coughed, spitting forth a third mouthful of blood. Ling Chun, having vanquished the greatest talents, sheathed her sword and stood beside Lin Beichen. A breeze stirred, tousling her long hair, strands brushing against her stunning visage, exuding an aura of formidable power and an air of mystique. The other students were paralyzed with fear, hesitant to advance. Shen Fei gazed at the broken sword in his hand, blood trickling from his lips, lost in a daze of silence. He remained silent for a full 5 or 6 minutes before suddenly raising his head, as if vowing to himself and shouting at the others, "No, we cannot lose this battle." Shen Fei turned abruptly, his eyes ablaze, addressing the dozens of top-ranking talented students on the stone tablet leaderboard. Roaring with fervor, "Do you remember what I promised you? I intend to lead the most steadfast and loyal among you to break through and advance to the main competition. My promise remains unaltered, but now, someone stands in our way." A clearer, more compelling force of persuasion began to swirl in the air. He pointed the broken sword at Ling Chun and Lin Beichen, his face contorted in rage. "These two block our path. They are on the verge of advancement. Yet they seek to shatter our hopes. Classmates, the opportunity lies before us but once. Will you expend your youthful vigor and fight fiercely, or will you resign yourselves to fate?" The once demoralized talented students felt their breaths quicken. Glares of enmity turned towards Ling Chun and Lin Beichen. Shen Fei continued, "If we fight once more and defeat them, we can advance together. To abandon now will sow nightmares in your hearts. And when you reflect on the past, you will surely regret your own mediocrity. The path of a warrior demands relentless forward motion to attain true strength. I, Shen Fei, have already fallen to these two once, but I will not yield unless I can no longer lift my sword. Will you surrender?" This was his final struggle. Tao Wanqing roared, brandishing a half-broken sword, charging towards Lin Beichen. Li Tao, with bloodshot eyes like a wounded beast, lunged at Lin Beichen as well. Shen Fei laughed heartily, gripping the Tai, a broken sword, and rushing towards Ling Chun. The other 10 talented students, including Peng Yiming, Li Rui, and Zhuo Kaisen, also drew their swords, closing in. Xin Fei spoke the truth. They had no path of retreat. Their only hope lay in battle. To withdraw from advancement was utterly unacceptable. Thus, Ling Chen calmly stated, "Let us see if you are capable of lifting your swords." With her left-handed sword poised to strike again, Lin Beichen suddenly interjected, "Wait. Violence is uncivilized. Classmates, I have a way for you all to advance." These words held a certain enchantment. In an instant, the fierce determination to fight to the death, stirred by Xin Fei, found a crack of hesitation among the frustrated and discontented talented students. All actions paused momentarily. "What method?" Peng Yiming inquired loudly. "Do not trust him. This scoundrel seeks only to buy time," Li Tao shouted. Yet in the next moment, his voice faltered. Lin Beichen revealed his palm. His hand was beautiful. But that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the stack of 10-star badges that appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, each badge shimmered with a mesmerizing hue. The gaze of all present was irresistibly drawn to the 10-star badges. A sense of absurdity surged within their hearts. 10 badges in total. After 9 relentless days of searching, they had found scarcely a few. Yet Lin Beichen had produced a full 10 in a single stroke. Sounds of swallowing echoed. Xin Fei stood stunned, instinctively rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. In that moment, even the celestial beauty Ling Chen appeared taken aback. Lin Beichen chuckled. "So what do you think?" He declared loudly. "The badges in my possession are undoubtedly genuine. Given the current scoring situation on the stone tablet leaderboard, any one of you, possessing even a single badge, can guarantee advancement in the preliminaries. I am willing to sell these badges. I wonder if you are interested?" His words were like salt thrown into a hot pan, instantly igniting a frenzy among the students. Selling star badges? If they could truly acquire badges, why engage in battle? Tao Wancheng, sensing the shift in momentum, barked, "Do not fall for this scoundrel's trick. If we defeat him, the badges will be ours without the need for monetary sacrifice. Why should we allow ourselves to be toyed with?" Some students' eyes lit up. Indeed, seizing was the most cost-effective approach. Why buy what could be taken? However, at that moment, Ling Chen stepped closer to Lin Beichen, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. This seemingly minor action extinguished any thoughts of seizing the badges from the minds of the others. With such an extraordinary prodigy as Ling Chen present, who could snatch the star badges from Lin Beichen? Moreover, Lin Beichen had already proven capable of defeating Xin Fei in direct combat. "How much is one badge?" Peng Yiming boldly inquired. Lin Beichen smiled slightly. "The starting price is 10 gold coins, sold one by one to the highest bidder." "Ha! After enduring nearly 10 days, the time to reap the rewards has finally arrived. A badge for 10 gold coins? How astonishingly inexpensive." Many students' faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. Although no one had ever sold badges during the preliminary rounds, it was indisputable that the price of a star badge at 10 gold coins was exceedingly reasonable. These items had always been scarce and highly sought after. Observing their expressions, Lin Beichen inwardly howled. "You bunch of fools, do you think I am conducting charity? Would I not prefer to set a higher price? Initially, I intended to price each badge at 100 gold coins. But alas, the current situation does not permit such luxury. If I demand too much, you lot will become frantic and attempt to seize them." Meanwhile, Xin Fei, Tao Wancheng, and Li Tao stood dumbfounded. Auctioning off star badges? What a brazen maneuver. This Lin Beichen is aiming for the stars. Moreover, where did this scoundrel acquire so many badges? The three exchanged glances, arriving at a unanimous conjecture. Surely, it must be that the illustrious Lin Chen had procured these badges and discreetly handed them to Lin Beichen. Bah! What a shameless scoundrel. Disdain flickered across their faces, yet they felt a twinge of existential doubt. Could it be that being handsome truly allows one to act with impunity? Even the formidable Lin Chen seemed to have been subdued by Lin Beichen. "Fei Ge, what shall we do?" Tao Wancheng whispered. Xin Fei furrowed his brow and replied, "Let us observe the situation. 10 star badges will not alter our fate. Even if all 10 badges are sold, we can still advance." Li Tao added, "However, this means we cannot achieve our goal of eliminating Lin Chen." Xin Fei responded, "No matter. In times of crisis, we must remain calm and adapt. Though we cannot eliminate Lin Chen this time, due to Lin Beichen's interference, the critical error was our misinformation regarding Lin Chen's left-hand sword's power. Now that we are aware, we shall have ample opportunities in the main competition." His mindset adjusted swiftly, a notable strength of Xin Fei. He would never wallow in momentary failure. Upon hearing his words, Tao Wancheng and Li Tao gradually regained their composure. At that moment, Lin Beichen had already commenced his grand philanthropic auction. The first badge is now up for bidding. Starting at a mere 10 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1 gold coin. Lin Beichen cheerfully held a star badge between his fingers and blew on it. I bid 10 gold coins. Peng Yiming called out loudly. 11, 12, 14. Do not compete with me, Li Rui shouted. Ultimately, amidst a chorus of hesitation, the first star badge was sold for 14 gold coins to Li Rui, ranked 8th on the personal power leaderboard at the provincial 2nd junior college. Lin Beichen grinned, as if he had just outsmarted a cunning fox. With a swift exchange of gold for the badge, Lin Beichen placed the star badge in Li Rui's hands. Li Rui examined the badge closely, and a smile of delight spread across his face. It's genuine. Thank you, Lin. According to the current standings in the preliminary camp, a single star badge was sufficient to secure his advancement to the main competition. The cost was merely 14 gold coins, an exceptional bargain that left Li Rui feeling as though he had struck a great deal with Lin Beichen. Lin Beichen chuckled internally, thinking, so, you believe you've profited, do you? Just wait, you'll soon be lamenting. He produced the second star badge and announced, continuing the auction, 11 gold coins, 12, 15. I bid 15, 17, 20 gold coins. This badge is mine. Wang Xinyu from the provincial 1st junior college interjected. Ranked 4th on the camp's power leaderboard and the highest among non-national royal junior colleges, her authority ensured her bid was successful. Deal. Lin Beichen collected the gold and handed the badge to the talented girl from the provincial 1st junior college. After confirming the badge's authenticity, a smile graced Wang Xinyu's face. Lin Beichen cleared his throat, prepared to continue the auction, when Mu Xinyue suddenly interjected, Lin, thank you for selling the badge to us. But I have a question that I'm unsure whether to voice. Then don't, Lin Beichen retorted directly. Yet, Mu Xinyue seemed undeterred and continued. We can afford the gold, but the issue lies in the 56-mile distance back to the camp. What if we are robbed on the way after spending our money? It leaves us quite anxious. Her voice, deliberately loud, struck a chord with many students. Indeed, possessing wealth to purchase, but lacking the strength to protect it posed a grave dilemma. Until this issue was resolved, auctioning the star badges would be futile. This was also why the top-ranking students had eagerly participated in the auction while others hesitated. After all, only by personally handing the star badges to one of the 3 leaders of the camp could they earn points. The danger of being robbed on the way rendered the auction a risky endeavor. Mu Xinyue's words further dissuaded those who had considered participating in the auction. She was clearly intent on undermining Lin Beichen's plan. However, Lin Beichen chuckled and asserted, typically, auctions rely on mutual agreement, as long as the transaction is fair. Whether you can safeguard the badge is up to your abilities, not mine. But, he paused and sincerely added, what kind of person am I, Lin Beichen? I am one who transcends base interests, wholly dedicated to serving others, a person of altruism and selflessness. This embodies a spirit of internationalism. Though you may not remember my words. In short, I am a good person. As the saying goes, good deeds should be carried through to the end. So, allow me to make a promise. Do you see who is standing beside me? He gestured toward Lin Chun, advertising as if it were a product, the #1 talent of Yunmeng City, the strongest in the 2nd-year preliminary camp, with Lin Chun the little fairy here. Who would dare to cause trouble? Once you win the bid for a badge, simply wait here until the auction concludes, and we shall return to the camp together. Should anyone harbor ill intentions and attempt to snatch the badge, I guarantee that Lin Chun will ensure they are rendered unrecognizable. Upon hearing this, the crowd genuinely began to waver. It was indeed a sound strategy. As long as someone of Lin Chun's caliber was willing to stand as a guarantee and protect them, there would be no concern about safeguarding the badges. Once obtained, it would be a profit. Countless gazes turned toward Lin Chun. She remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Beichen chuckled softly as he produced the 3rd star badge, glinting it in the sunlight. Additionally, I would like to offer a friendly reminder to all my classmates. I understand that many of you have not brought along a substantial amount of gold coins to the camp. Therefore, in an effort to provide you with thoughtful service and anticipate your needs, I am offering a lending service. In addition to on-site gold coins, contract promissory notes are also acceptable. What? At this announcement, a wave of excitement surged among the students. If promissory notes were an option, it would open doors for many. After all, those carrying dozens or even hundreds of gold coins were exceedingly rare. Raising funds on-site was simply inefficient, yet signing a contract was a straightforward task. At this moment, Mu Xinyue felt a pang of anxiety. She had intended to thwart Lin Beichen's plans, but unexpectedly, she found herself inadvertently boosting his auction atmosphere. Instinctively, she glanced at Li Tao to express her apologies. However, Lin Beichen turned his gaze towards her, wearing a smug grin, and said, haha, thank you, Mu. It's all thanks to your help in relaying messages these past few days that I was well prepared and able to coordinate with such finesse, resulting in the current situation. Haha. Truly, my ex-girlfriend still has remarkable synergy. Mushinua? Her quick wit led her to realize that Lin Beichen was deliberately digging a pit for her. Just as she was about to retort, Lin Beichen boomed. All right, everyone, the auction for the 3rd-star badge begins now. The crowd erupted in fervor. 12 gold coins. I bid 18. I am willing to sign a contract. I bid 20 gold coins. 25. The clamor of voices filled the air. Mu Xinyue's voice was drowned out by the cacophony. All their concerns were alleviated. Even those students ranked lower on the stone tablet leaderboard began to bid without hesitation. After all, such an opportunity to determine the ownership of a badge through financial means was unprecedented, likely a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Whether they could enter the main competition of the elite tournament hinged on seizing this opportunity. Ultimately, the 3rd badge was sold for a staggering 30 gold coins to a student ranked 78th on the stone tablet leaderboard. Haha, thank you. The student named Wei Chong, a wealthy merchant's son from the 4th Junior Academy of Yunmeng City, could hardly contain his joy after signing the promissory note for 30 gold coins to acquire the 3rd badge. With his abilities, obtaining such a badge under normal circumstances would have been akin to dreaming. Yet now, thanks to Lin Beichen's generous act, that dream had become a reality. Thank you, Wei Chong exclaimed loudly as he received the badge. Others were equally stimulated by the display of enthusiasm. The subsequent auction rapidly escalated into a fever pitch. Each star badge fetched increasingly higher prices, and by the time the 9th badge was auctioned, the price had reached 50 gold coins. Congratulations to this student. Your decisiveness, courage, and spirit have earned you the 9th star badge. Lin Beichen's smile faltered. In the blink of an eye, 310 gold coins had changed hands, a tremendous sum. Although 70% of it was in the form of promissory notes, he harbored no concerns about the students reneging. For contracts signed in the name of the sword master not only held legal weight, but also possessed a sacred quality. In Yunmeng City, even the lofty city lord could not annul such a contract. With the last of the 10 badges in his palm, Lin Beichen, with a cunning smile, declared, "Students without a star badge, prepare yourselves. The last one is here, and once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. A badge is an investment you cannot regret. It can grant you access to the main competition and unveil vistas you have never witnessed." Countless gazes converged upon the badge in Lin Beichen's hand, filled with fervor. Each gaze bore the intensity of sharp blades clashing in the air. Those yet to bid felt their teeth grind as a singular thought consumed them. It was the final badge. At any cost, they must acquire it. Thus, when Lin Beichen announced the start of the auction, chaos erupted among the crowd. I bid 20 gold coins. 25, 30, 60. The faces of excited gamblers flashed before Lin Beichen, contorted with anticipation. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 74. All stunned. Wow. These people have gone mad. Lin Beichen was taken aback as well. Such frenzied bidding surged until it reached 70 gold coins before the dust settled. The whimsical girl Xiao Xiao from the National Royal Junior Academy secured the final badge at an exorbitant price of 70 gold coins. As she signed the promissory note, her cheeks flushed, whether from excitement or anxiety over the considerable debt, she could not tell. Thus, all 10 star badges were auctioned off. Lin Beichen walked away with a total of 380 gold coins, an undeniably substantial amount in Yunmeng City. In RMB, this equated to approximately 3,800,000 yuan. Let it be emphasized that the author did not merely write 3.8 million for the sake of word count. Think about it. Gazing at those 4 zeros behind the number surely evokes a sense of awe and fulfillment in one's life, does it not? Ah, is it over? No. I have not yet secured my chance at the main competition. Why didn't I bid fiercely earlier? How foolish of me. Students who had failed to acquire a star badge suddenly regained their senses, pounding their chests in regret, overwhelmed with remorse. The previous bidding had been too frenzied, especially for the last badge. Many students, like gamblers blinded by their losses, had gone mad, shouting bids and helplessly watching their final chance slip away. Yu Hongxiang stood quietly behind Lin Beichen, her expression far from calm. Witnessing the fervor of the crowd vying for the badges stirred desires within her heart. A single small badge could alter the destinies of many, especially for a girl of her humble origins. Securing another opportunity to participate in the main competition of the elite tournament could rewrite her life story. With such an accomplishment on her resume, her choices would broaden. Whether she pursued further education at a prestigious institution or entered the workforce. Moreover, for the youth of the Beihai Empire, it represented a supreme honor. Yet, she had no money. She couldn't even afford the base price of 10 gold coins to participate in the auction. Her poverty had even prevented her from purchasing the healing ointment, and she attended the preliminary competition with a sword wound on her wrist, leading to rejection from many teams. She had no choice but to endure alone, gritting her teeth in silence. Yet, despite this, Yu Hongxiang did not take advantage of the slight rapport cultivated in the tent to ask Lin Beichen for a badge. She was the only one aware that these 10 badges had been painstakingly sought after by Lin Beichen himself. She understood the immense effort he had invested in acquiring them, often neglecting meals and sleep, subsisting on the wild fruits and vegetables she had gathered. A close observation over the past 10 days revealed that Lin Beichen had lost considerable weight. What right did she have to demand something that others had worked so hard to obtain? A young lady must cherish herself and uphold her dignity. A faint smile graced her face as she felt a sense of happiness for Lin Beichen. However, a question lingered in her heart. Why had Lin Beichen auctioned all 10 badges at once? Had he not intended to reserve a few for himself? Or did he not wish to advance to the main event of the Tianjiao Championship? The expression of the proud girl, Ling Chun, remained calm and indifferent. Aside from her initial surprise at Lin Beichen's sudden presentation of 10-star badges, she exhibited no further reaction, regardless of the fervor surrounding the auction. Her demeanor resembled that of a frigid mountain peak. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaofeng and Mu Xinyue exchanged glances, their faces darkened with dismay. Both had participated in the bidding, yet their offers lacked competitiveness and were swiftly overshadowed by other students. Wu Xiaofeng resigned himself to despair, fully aware that he had irreparably offended Lin Beichen, leaving him no chance for reconciliation. On the other hand, Mu Xinyue felt as though 1,000 iron ants were gnawing at her heart, remorse wrapping around her like a frenzied vine. Regret consumed her. If only she had not so decisively severed ties with Lin Beichen, casting him aside without a second thought. Surely he would still dote on her, willing to comply with her every whim, and would have readily bestowed upon her the 10 badges she now coveted. What should she do now? Lin Beichen would not sell all the badges at once. After all, obtaining a Tianjiao token was the best way to resolve his current predicament in Yunmeng City. He would surely retain at least 1 or 2 badges. If she approached him now, pleading for a glimmer of hope and a sweet favor, perhaps she could persuade him to part with a couple of the badges he had secretly kept. Despite his earlier coldness, it must have stemmed from unrequited love, giving rise to resentment. Surely, with a little sacrifice on her part, she could salvage the situation. After all, she was Lin Beichen's first love. As for Ling Chun, her observations over the past few days indicated that Lin Beichen was deliberately avoiding the proud little princess, leaving little hope for any rekindled connection. Gradually, a plan began to form in Mu Xinyue's mind. She pondered, analyzed, and weighed her options. Oh heavens! How could I have missed such a splendid opportunity? Please grant me another chance. I shall not let it slip away again. A student, steeped in regret, cried out to the sky. Many others, equally empty-handed, shared his sentiments. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Dear classmates, you need not beseech the heavens, Lin Beichen announced. Rather than asking for divine intervention, it is better to rely on one another. The first auction of the star badges has concluded, and your enthusiastic support has moved me to tears. Thus, in gratitude for the warm reception from both new and returning customers, after much internal deliberation, I have decided to release an additional 10 badges for the second auction. This truly is a rare opportunity. Let me tell you, the final chance to acquire a classic collectible badge is a surefire profit. With that, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Beichen produced another 10-star badges from his pocket. Mu Xinyue was taken aback. Shenfei Li Tao and Tao Wancheng were equally stunned. Even the proud Ling Chun found herself momentarily speechless. The students were collectively dumbfounded. 10 more badges? This meant Lin Beichen possessed at least 20 badges. Good heavens, someone tell me this is not a dream. How could this scoundrel achieve such a feat? To acquire 20 badges alone was an accomplishment that surpassed the combined total of the other 99 students over the past 9 days. Such an individual achievement seemed akin to cheating. Before the astonished crowd could gather their wits, Lin Beichen commenced the auction anew. This time, those who had previously failed to secure a star badge descended into a frenzy of bidding. After approximately half an hour, all 10 badges had been successfully auctioned off, netting Lin Beichen a total of 480 gold coins, an even greater haul than the first batch. Consequently, 20 new students obtained the star badges. Li Tao and Tao Wancheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting uneasily. Over the past 9 days, they had each only managed to find a single badge, indicating that they could no longer guarantee their advancement to the main event. Shen Fei's countenance darkened, his brow furrowed as he contemplated how to navigate this situation. Yet, In the next moment, chaos erupted. Or perhaps it was the world that had gone mad. For Lin Beichen unveiled yet another 10 badges. This notorious miscreant, with his handsome face blooming like a chrysanthemum, expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the students' enthusiasm. I am truly moved, so I have decided to release an additional 10 badges. This time, I am sacrificing greatly. Do not miss this rare opportunity. Purchasing these badges is a guaranteed profit. The audacious proclamation elicited a cacophony of incredulous thoughts from the crowd. Had he not already uttered those very words twice before? Ling Qin's icy demeanor shattered, her proud and aloof expression faltering as disbelief washed over her. She had assumed that the previous 20 badges were the absolute limit, yet here he was, brandishing another 10 as if they were mere weeds. Wait, how can you possibly have so many badges, Lin Beichen? Surely these badges cannot be genuine. Tao Wanqing's incredulous voice rang out, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. The situation was utterly unfathomable. Was it possible that Lin Beichen had mastered the art of forgery, producing such a plethora of fakes? Lin Beichen chuckled lightly, unfazed as he retrieved a badge and handed it to Ling Chun. Senior Sister Ling, would you care to examine whether this badge is authentic? Ling Chun composed herself, her expression regaining its calm as she scrutinized the badge closely and tested it with her energy. Moments later, her exquisitely beautiful face remained impassive as she nodded, confirming its authenticity. This conclusion struck like a meteorite crashing into an already turbulent sea. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The words spoken at dawn carried an undeniable persuasiveness. Indeed, it was true. Lin Beichen, this scoundrel, had actually managed to acquire 30-star badges all by himself. How did he accomplish such a feat? This thought raced through the minds of many, but soon, no one cared about the details anymore. The auction hosted by Lin Beichen had commenced. This time, even Tao Wanqing had joined the bidding fray. 50 gold coins. 65. 100. I bid 100 gold coins. The crowd was utterly wild. Tao Wanqing shouted, I bid 200 gold coins. An abrupt hush fell over the assembly. This was the highest price since the auction began. Lin Beichen smiled politely, albeit awkwardly, and replied, I'm sorry, but it's not for sale. What? Tao Wanqing exclaimed, both astonished and furious. What do you mean? Lin Beichen retorted. Are you really that foolish? Can't you comprehend human language? The literal meaning. I bid 200 gold coins. That's exactly 200. Tao Wanqing seethed. My offer is the highest. Lin Beichen replied. Even if you bid 1,000 or 10,000 coins, I still want to sell it to you. Do you have a problem with that? Tao Wanqing's face darkened. You're disregarding the rules of the auction? Yes, you caught me. I'm ignoring the rules. What are you going to do about it? Tao Wanqing was left speechless. He understood that Lin Beichen was deliberately targeting him. However, at this moment, he was truly at a loss. He couldn't fight back. Raising the price was futile. Lin Beichen had him completely at his mercy, leaving him with no strategy to counter this. Let us continue. Who had the highest bid before? The auction resumed. In an instant, Li Rue bid 200 gold coins, securing a star badge. Watching Li Rue acquire the badge at the same price, Tao Wanqing felt a blend of hatred and urgency. This meant he had been surpassed on the personal leaderboard, placing him in an increasingly precarious situation. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Time flew by. Before long, Lin Beichen received a promissory note valued at 700 gold coins. Many prodigies, including Li Rue, Zhuo Kaisen, and Wang Xinyu, had already secured their second star badge, equaling Xin Fei on the leaderboard and surpassing the esteemed duo from the National Royal Academy, Li Tao and Tao Wanqing. Thank goodness, although some have surpassed me, I am still within the top 20 and can still qualify. Tao Wanqing was filled with resentment, yet he secretly sighed in relief. His ambitions had shifted from aiming for the top ranks to merely wanting to qualify. As long as he preserved his standing, he wouldn't have to worry about future prospects. Just as Xin Fei had said, as long as he made it to the main event, there would still be a chance for a comeback. Xin Fei gently patted Tao Wanqing and Li Tao on the shoulders, giving them a reassuring look, signaling them to remain calm. However, in the next moment, Xin Fei himself panicked. Not only panicked, but he nearly lost his mind. For Lin Beichen emerged once again, displaying 10-star badges from his pocket. Another 10 gold coins. The crowd was in a frenzy. 40-star badges? Was Lin Beichen the illegitimate child of the proctor? Surely, he couldn't have known where the badges were hidden in advance. The students began to question their own existence. Such a phenomenon was utterly absurd. Lin Beichen offered no opportunity for doubt, initiating the bidding once more. 50 gold coins. This time, a bold individual immediately bid 5 times the starting price. Yet the subsequent bids became even more frenzied. 100, 120, 200. Faces flushed with excitement. The students, like desperate gamblers, shouted hoarsely, completely losing their rationality, plunging into a wild revelry. Even those who had already acquired badges could no longer remain composed. They had to continue participating in the bidding. If they didn't reinforce their numerical advantage in badges, they risked being overtaken, rendering all previous investments futile. By the time the fourth batch of badges concluded, Lin Beichen was nearly beside himself with laughter. This batch alone sold for a staggering 1,100 gold coins, coupled with the previous 3 rounds. The total earnings from 40 badges amounted to 2,660 gold coins. Converted to currency, that equated to 26 million renminbi, a dizzying figure for Lin Beichen. Contemplating, Lin Beichen did not halt his frenzied auction. He swiftly brought forth 20 of the remaining 40 badges. The other students, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly shattered. Their minds could no longer comprehend the absurdity of the situation. They instinctively joined the bidding, continually raising the stakes. The atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos. Wait, 2,000. I bid 2,000 gold coins for the 8 badges in your possession. Li Tao, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain his composure. He placed all his hopes on this bid, exclaiming, I have not wronged you, and have even invited you to team up repeatedly. Lin, there's no need to hold a grudge over gold coins. If you feel the price is insufficient, feel free to state any amount. I assure you, I will not haggle. His sincerity was palpable. Lin Beichen chuckled. True, you haven't wronged me, he said. Li Tao felt a glimmer of hope. Yet Lin Beichen's tone shifted, his expression turning grave as he spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. However, you have wronged the little fairy of dawn. And that is far more serious than wronging me. Let us not forget, just because you struck at her with that one sword, we can only be enemies for life. Never friends. So, don't think that gold coins, or even the entirety of Yunmeng City or the Beihai Empire would be enough for me to part with even a single star badge. Li Tao was left dumbfounded. The surrounding clamor fell silent. Xin Fei was shaken, staring intently at Lin Beichen, an unusual light flickering in his eyes, as if he were determined to etch the visage and demeanor of this reckless individual into his memory forever. In that instant, a string in Mu Xinyue's heart, one she believed didn't exist, was violently stirred. In a daze, she turned back, her mind flooded with the faces of those who had sought to please and envy her, countless men who had professed their willingness to sacrifice anything for her. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that among them, only one truly acted without regard for reward, Lin Beichen. And now, this very individual treated another girl with the same unwavering resolve he once reserved for her. In that fleeting moment, something she had once possessed was irrevocably lost. She had thought she would never care. However, at this moment, a heart-wrenching sensation surged within her, as if it were intent on tearing her apart. Numerous female participants gazed at Ling Chun with unabashed envy and jealousy. Ling Chun, the beloved youngest daughter of the Lord of Yunmeng City, a prodigy second only to Lin Tingchan, and the most exquisite maiden in Yunmeng, possessed an abundance of enviable qualities. In this very moment, she had yet another attribute to be envied. Yet, Ling Chun remained silent, not uttering a single word. A fleeting, unnatural emotion flickered deep within her heart. She stood quietly beside Lin Beichen, her exquisitely beautiful face, as white as sheep's fat jade, remained undisturbed, while the astonishingly articulate young man seemed both distant and intimately close at once. Ultimately, Lin Beichen auctioned off 20 of the remaining 40 badges, securing a promissory note worth 800 gold coins. As the subsequent badges were contested by students with hopes of advancement, some participants, even if they managed to acquire 1 or 2 badges, realized they could not progress to the main competition and chose to forfeit. Consequently, the gold acquired was less than anticipated. Nevertheless, Lin Beichen was thoroughly satisfied. The sale of 60 badges had netted him a grand total of 460 gold coins. Undoubtedly, this represented the last wealth Lin Beichen would encounter since arriving in this realm. Even some large mercenary groups and significant trading guilds within Yunmeng City could not boast an annual profit reaching such heights. For Lin Beichen, this fortune meant he could recharge his phone 446 times. Even if the phone consumed 100 units of power daily, this wealth would sustain him for 446 days. The specter of his phone's power consumption, which had loomed over him since his arrival, had finally, albeit temporarily, vanished. Lin, do you have any left? You must have more, right? I want it. I need it. Hurry and give it to me. Several students, their eyes reddened and breathing heavily, stared intently at Lin Beichen, expressing their fervent desire. The auction is now concluded. Lin Beichen's cold and heartless words shattered their dreams. In the next moment, he produced 4 badges and, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Turned to hand them to Yu Hongxiang. The latter was taken aback. Is this for me? The bookish and classically beautiful girl looked utterly bewildered. Lin Beichen smiled and replied, Of course. Take it quickly. If it weren't for you gathering wild fruits and vegetables for me every day, I would have nearly starved. A small act of kindness deserves a great reward. Consider these 4-star badges as a meal payment. Yu Hongxiang was utterly stunned. She had never imagined that her simple daily gathering of wild fruits and vegetables could earn her 4-star badges. It felt akin to exchanging a handful of wild grass for an equivalent weight in gold bars. But this is too much. I can't, the young girl stammered. Yet she managed to convey her meaning. Lin Beichen, however, forcefully placed the 4 badges into her hands, saying, Why be so polite among classmates? Do you know what the 3 great iron laws of life are? It's about sharing a mouthful, a shared experience. Almost slipped out. Fortunately, I caught myself. In my heart, the value of those wild fruits and vegetables far outweighs gold coins. Only a fool would buy badges with gold. The crowd responded, Please, have some decency. We just spent gold coins to acquire our badges. Even if Lin Beichen genuinely believed this, he needn't have expressed it so brazenly. Yu Hongxiang stood helplessly, clutching the 4-star badges. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 77. Entering the demonic realm of extraterrestrial evils based on the recent auction. Even if the badges circulated privately later, these 4 badges were sufficient for her to advance from this preliminary round to the main event. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Other participants were filled with envy and resentment, particularly those who had spent exorbitant amounts to procure their badges. Why was the disparity between individuals so vast? Some could exchange wild fruits and vegetables for 4 badges, while others were burdened with debts to acquire theirs. Lin Beichen, unfazed, produced 6 more star badges and handed them to Ling Chun, saying, These are for the little fairy. Thank you for your cooperation. Although Ling Chun had not uttered a word throughout, her presence beside Lin Beichen had resolved numerous issues and was a significant factor in the smooth operation of the hastily organized auction. Thus, Lin Beichen generously returned the favor. He understood that selling even 1 more badge meant additional wealth, yet he adhered to his principles. He could be frugal, even stingy, but he would never forget to show gratitude. Ling Chun regarded Lin Beichen and, after a moment's contemplation, accepted the 6-star badges without hesitation. Lin Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. There was no hesitation or reluctance. The little phoenix was decisively straightforward. Consequently, he was left with 10-star badges, ample for advancement. A delightful prospect indeed. At this juncture, the afternoon had arrived. The sun by the small lake grew increasingly radiant. By the way, I must express my gratitude to classmate Xin Fei, Lin Beichen said, smiling at Xin Fei. The latter felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Lin Beichen shamelessly continued. If it weren't for classmate Xin Fei's unparalleled strategy, recklessly attempting to contend with the little fairy Ling Chun and gathering so many people by the lake, I must admit, this auction would have been quite challenging. Thank you for your ancestors' 8 generations. Is this even a reasonable statement? Xin Fei's face darkened. The others were left speechless. This scoundrel was truly despicable. It was a heartless blow. Tao Wansheng and Li Tao, at this moment, felt a murderous intent toward Lin Beichen. They each held a badge and had been certain of their advancement. However, after Lin Beichen's reckless auction, the 20th student now possessed 3 badges, signaling that these 2 once certain geniuses were, without a doubt, eliminated. Moreover, since they had previously surrendered their badges to the camp's chief, they could no longer consolidate their badges to ensure that at least one of Xin Fei, Tao Wansheng, or Li Tao would progress. It was indeed a tragic situation. Xin Fei lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Tao Wansheng and Li Tao glared at Lin Beichen with the intensity of those seeking vengeance for a slain family member. Seeing their expressions brought Lin Beichen joy. He wished to continue teasing them. Just then, Ling Chen suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder, giving him a sharp nudge, and warned, Be careful. Before she could finish, a streak of black light hurtled toward them. Ling Chen's left-hand sword, akin to the stars of last night, thrust forth. Bang! The cloud-dreaming sword in hand shattered instantaneously into butterfly-like fragments, scattering in every direction. With a gasp, Ling Chen's figure was sent tumbling backward, staggering several paces before finally collapsing to the ground, his complexion already ashen. Gasps of astonishment rose from the crowd, none anticipating such an event. In that moment, Lin Beichen was equally taken aback. He. Xin Fei lowered his head, emitting a peculiar, chilling laugh. An indescribable aura of terror gradually emanating from him, as though he were the epicenter of a dark storm. Black, ominous light flickered between his hands. An eerie and sinister presence, reminiscent of nightmares, radiated from this dark glow. This is bad. It is the power of a malevolent spirit. The prodigy Wang Xinyu, ranked fourth on the individual combat power list, widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Quick, retreat. Seek the instructors. This person has succumbed to darkness." The word succumb to darkness held a forbidden and dreadful weight, akin to a deathly plague. Instantly, all the surrounding students retreated in a frenzy. Only Li Tao and Tao Wansheng remained, bewildered and uncertain, seemingly in a daze. The one they admired, trusted, and were willing to follow into danger had fallen into darkness? "This is what you forced upon me." Xin Fei suddenly raised his head, his voice cold and cursed. Dark patterns resembling beastly markings spread across his face, intertwining and radiating outward. As his eyes glowed a deep crimson, a faint red mist emanating from them, swirling around his eye sockets, giving him an eerie and grotesque appearance. The chilling and frigid aura he exuded was undeniably that of a malevolent entity. Lin Beichen's mind raced with numerous thoughts. In this world, deities existed. The supreme deity worshipped by the Empire of Beihai was the Lord of Swords. Temples dedicated to the Lord of Swords were constructed across the nation. Meanwhile, throughout the continent of Dongdao Jinzhou, other nations revered different gods, such as the goddess of earth, the goddess of victory, the god of war, and the moon god, among others. Of course, some nations worshipped the same deities. However, there was one undeniable truth. Only the gods of the Light Order were deemed worthy of followers. In contrast, the chaotic and malevolent gods from the void were collectively resisted and abhorred by all living beings. The chaotic and disorderly gods brought only slaughter, death, separation, and suffering to this world. Followers of these malevolent deities were treated like pariahs, reviled by every faction. Lin Beichen had previously feared that if his time-traveling incident were exposed, he would be branded as an invading malevolent deity and subsequently burned alive in the square of the Lord of Swords Temple. In this world, the descent of a malevolent god would be met with ruthless extermination, and their followers would be discovered and executed without mercy. Xin Fei's current behavior was undoubtedly a sign of a follower empowered by or practicing the dark god's might. "This is what you forced upon me." Xin Fei's face was covered in dark patterns, his crimson gaze fixated on Lin Beichen. Even more bizarrely, his voice had changed, transforming from that of a boy in the throes of adolescence to a beguiling, almost feminine tone. "I merely wish to advance to the main event. Such a simple request. Yet you insist on pushing me repeatedly, thwarting my plans at every turn. You, the wretched fool, the filthy insect, have no idea what you've done. Only death can rectify your errors." His voice rang out like a siren's song, unexpectedly enchanting and deeply moving. "What is happening?" Lin Beichen felt bewildered. A person of duality? At that moment, Xin Fei unleashed a palm strike. A stream of dark energy shot forth from his hand, aimed with lethal intent. Startled, Lin Beichen instinctively thrust forth his sword, executing the Seven Shadows technique, the pinnacle of the Northern Dipper's essence. Boom! The dark energy was barely shattered. Yet Lin Beichen was hurled backward like a kite, with its string severed, landing with a thud. His bones felt as if they were fracturing, and his vision darkened. He was no match. The disparity in power was insurmountable. In just a brief exchange, Lin Beichen had made his judgment. Previously, he had been able to dominate Xin Fei, yet now the tables had turned. Was the power of darkness truly this terrifying? In the next instant, Xin Fei appeared before Lin Beichen in a blur. Striking down once more, Lin Beichen executed a desperate roll to evade the blow. Boom! The spot where he had stood was struck, leaving a vague imprint nearly a meter in diameter and half a meter deep. Good heavens! Is he a human battering ram? If that had landed, I would have been reduced to mere pulp. Even the Wuxiang sword bone couldn't withstand such a blow. Lin Beichen's heart raced, a vivid red warning flashing in his mind. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The power of the corrupted Xin Fei had multiplied terrifyingly. This was undoubtedly the strength of a martial master. Lin Beichen completely abandoned the notion of facing him head-on, scrambling to flee. Boom! The dark presence pursued relentlessly. Just as Lin Beichen found himself unable to evade, the graceful figure of Ling Chen arrived. The sword light flickered and faded. The air surged with violent waves. Xin Fei's palm struck Lin Beichen's sword, unleashing a terrifying torrent of energy akin to a volcanic eruption, sending debris flying in all directions. Ling Chen deftly seized Lin Beichen, utilizing the recoil to propel herself backward, swiftly creating a safe distance. "How does it taste to be coddled?" The beautiful girl leaned in, her breath fragrant as she whispered in Lin Beichen's ear, audible only to the two of them. "It's delightful, truly delightful," Lin Beichen replied hurriedly. "This isn't cowardice, nor fear. I'm merely indulging this little fairy-s vanity. A certain spendthrift comforted himself in thought. You too shall perish. Shen Fei's voice, now laced with a beguiling femininity, echoed ominously as he executed the ghostly steps, reappearing before them. The crisis loomed once more. Just then, Lin Beichen sensed an incredible shift in Ling Chun's aura, as if something had transformed within her. Then, the unimaginable occurred. Boom. As Shen Fei's tempestuous energy surged toward them, it abruptly collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding him violently. Before he could stabilize, the sound of cracking bones echoed clearly as his arms twisted grotesquely. White shards of bone piercing through flesh and exposed to the air. What is happening? That previous aura, Lin Beichen was stunned. Fei Ge, are you alright? Tao Wanqing and Li Tao, having known Shen Fei for many years, instinctively rushed forward to catch him as he fell from the air. However, in the next moment, both individuals let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Shen Fei's crimson eyes emitted two eerie beams of light, piercing through the eye sockets of the two men as if they were tangible entities. In Lin Beichen's vision, it resembled a powerful straw inserted into a can of cola, instantly draining the flesh and blood from Tao Wanqing and Li Tao, transforming them into nothing more than desiccated corpses, mere skin stretched over bones. Heavens above! Lin Beichen's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. It was terrifying, it was wicked. The surrounding students erupted into a cacophony of panic-stricken screams. A few of the more timid ones shattered their stone tablets in fear, activating the formations contained within, encasing them in protective barriers. Meanwhile, Shen Fei, having feasted upon the flesh and blood, radiated a fierce and oppressive aura. He turned once more, his scarlet gaze honing in on Lin Beichen. Death! Shen Fei charged at Lin Beichen again. Damn it! I'm not even the one provoking him. Why does this bastard keep targeting me? Lin Beichen felt every hair on his body stand on end. This world is far too perilous. I want to return to Earth. His mental state was on the verge of collapse. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Ling Chen's eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. Just as she prepared to strike again, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. A silver flash appeared. Shen Fei was propelled into the air. A silver-feathered arrow embedded in his left chest, launching him over 20 meters before pinning him against a massive boulder. The elite warriors of the Yunmeng Guard and the camp instructors had finally arrived. From 100 meters away, 6 or 7 figures soared like arrows released from a bow, cutting through the wilderness with the force of blades cleaving through a sea of green, racing towards the lake's vicinity. A look of reluctance flickered across Shen Fei's demonic visage. Yet, he understood that he had to flee. If he were ensnared by the elite warriors of the Yunmeng Guard and the instructors from various academies, his demise would be inevitable. Lin Beichen, I shall remember you. Shen Fei yanked the silver-feathered arrow from his chest, disregarding the gaping wound left behind. He cast a gaze filled with unbridled hatred towards Lin Beichen and, in a voice that was both eerily alluring and youthful, cursed, remember this, we shall meet again. The followers of the God of the Abyss are omnipresent, and they shall exact vengeance upon you heretics on behalf of the great Abyssal Lord. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, then turned and bolted into the depths of the wilderness. Like a beast, he dropped to all fours and sprinted with astonishing speed. In mere moments, he vanished from the sight of all the students. Swish, swish, swish. 6 or 7 figures landed behind. 2 of them, without hesitation, launched themselves into the air again, pursuing the direction Shen Fei had fled. The remaining 5 figures began to reassure the students. Chinner, are you all right? A middle-aged woman, the instructor of the National Royal Junior Academy, rushed over, her face etched with concern as she shielded Ling Chun. Aunt Qin, I'm fine. Ling Chun's aura returned to its previous state as she donned the red cloak offered by the middle-aged woman, wrapping it tightly around her body and exhaling slowly. You say you're fine, yet you're injured. Who could possibly harm you? What on earth happened? The middle-aged woman appeared utterly shocked. And then a thought crossed her mind. She turned, her eyes sharp as blades, fixing her gaze on Lin Beichen with an accusatory demeanor. At this moment, Lin Beichen was beginning to regain his composure. However, before he could utter a word, Ding Sancher stepped in front of him, saying, Instructor Qin, my student is also injured. Please speak more gently, so as not to frighten him. What do you think Shen Fei will look like upon his return? And what secrets does Ling Chen conceal? Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 79. The preliminary competition concludes. The middle-aged woman, Qin Lanyi, snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further. Are you all right, you little rascal? Ding Sancher finally turned to examine Lin Beichen from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. You've broken through to a level 7 warrior? Ding Sancher's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Just this morning, Lin Beichen had barely reached a strength level of 7, his overall combat prowess scarcely comparable to that of a peak level 4 warrior. Yet, in the span of a mere half-day, his aura had escalated to that of a mid-level level 7 warrior. How is this possible? The child has no mother. The tale is long, Lin Beichen mumbled. He sensed Ding Sancher's deep concern for him, the warmth of someone who would protect him without question. At the same time, he privately considered that he had perhaps underestimated the strength of Instructor Sancher. His speed in arriving here was not inferior to that of the captains of the Yunmeng Guard, Chun Jiannan and Li Qingxian, as well as the 3 titans. As they spoke, Li Luoran and the others had managed to piece together the events that had transpired. Selling badges? How could such a thing happen? Suddenly, all the adults turned their attention to Lin Beichen. He stood with his hands in his pockets, adopting a cool demeanor. Saying not a word. There was nothing to discuss. Don't ask. It was merely luck that led him to unearth 80 star emblems. Swish, swish. In the distance, 2 figures returned. It was Li Qingxian and Chun Jiannan, 2 formidable experts. They had pursued Xin Fei, but seemingly failed to catch him. As the evil cultist had managed to escape, Li Qingxian exchanged glances with Li Luoran, Qin Lanyi, Ding Sancher, and the other instructors, shaking his head. It was a follower of the Abyssal Lord. They managed to evade the educational department's scrutiny and infiltrate the preliminary competition, clearly having been lurking for quite some time. Someone must be held accountable for this. Chun Jiannan added, the temple and the Yunmeng Guard will investigate thoroughly. The preliminary competition has concluded, so let us escort the students back to the camp. They were unaware of the situation regarding the star emblems. After the passage of time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick training camp. Everyone, I trust you are all aware of what transpired. Let us discuss how to write the assessment conclusion, Li Qingxian remarked, his lips twitching as he looked at the final score statistics in his hand. Chun Jiannan, Li Luoran, and the instructors from various academies fell into a state of existential doubt. The first place, Ling Chun, submitted a total of 13 star emblems. This name was anticipated by all. However, the second place, Lin Beichen, was undeniably a dark horse. 10 star emblems, an astonishing figure in its own right. Yet, even more astonishing was the revelation that this prodigal had, within the span of 9 days, discovered a staggering total of 80 emblems. Had it not been for his extravagant antics, auctioning off 60 emblems and gifting 10 each to Ling Chun and Yu Hongxiang, he would have set the record for the highest score in the history of all preliminary competitions. This prodigal had single-handedly transformed the course of the preliminary competition, altering the fates of many students. The pre-selection round of the prestigious Cloud Dream City Second Grade Talent Championship, meticulously organized by the Department of Education, devolved into a complete farce. The top 20 students in the rankings emerged as beneficiaries of this auction. Yu Hongxiang, with a score of 4 star badges, claimed the 19th position. Such an occurrence has never transpired in history. Consequently, composing the final examination report became a perplexing dilemma. The crux of the debate centered on how to accurately calculate Lin Beichen's score. Surely, it should be based on the 80 star badges Lin Beichen had discovered, as all students could attest to his singular achievement in unearthing these badges. This preliminary contest was designed to assess the students' capabilities, thereby indicating that Lin Beichen's prowess equated to the standard of 80 badges. Ding Sancher, brimming with anticipation, displayed an expression of pride, exuding an air of arrogance. In truth, Ding Sancher was on the brink of bursting with inflated self-importance. 80 star badges. This little rascal had delivered him an unexpected surprise, albeit with a tinge of shock. Did this scoundrel truly comprehend the significance of 80 star badges? Not only could it shatter the pre-selection records of Cloud Dream City, but it could also break the entire Finjiuxing province's pre-selection records. Such record-breaking feats undoubtedly possess immense value, capable of elevating this little scoundrel to provincial fame overnight. Once renowned, would financial concerns still be an issue? Ding Sancher could not help but critique Lin Beichen, deeming him short-sighted for auctioning off so many star badges merely for monetary gain. As he fervently expressed his excitement, he secretly pondered the necessity of imparting a few lessons on values to this little scoundrel, teaching him the importance of discernment. How could one possibly calculate based on 80 badges? Qin Lanyi, the leading instructor from the National Royal Junior Academy, vehemently opposed this notion, coldly remarking that the rules of the pre-selection state that the quantity of star badges is determined by the final registration. It does not matter how they were acquired, be it through discovery, theft, or purchase. Only the name of the student who submits the badges is recognized. What? Do you Third Academy wish to seek fame at all costs, even disregarding the pre-selection rules? Ding Sancher leapt up, pounding the table, exclaiming, Is the first place reserved for your National Royal Junior Academy? He scoffed. You think you can compete with me? Your Royal Academy has long since drawn the ire of many. Just wait and see how I incite the crowd, and you shall kneel. Ding Sanchi's calculations rang clear. Qin Lanyi smiled disdainfully, stating, So, your implication is that in order for Lin Beichen to secure first place, all other students who acquired star badges must have their achievements annulled? Ding Sancher was momentarily taken aback. This woman was cunning. Her words ensnared all the other leading instructors, who would willingly relinquish the meat they had already bitten into. Indeed, soon after, all present swiftly reached a consensus to confirm the final rankings based on the submitted badge registration. Ding Sancher nearly spewed blood in dismay. Had his previous comments backfired? It would have been better had he remained silent. Regarding Lin Beichen's situation, I shall report truthfully. The Joint Examination Committee and the Department of Education will render the final judgment. Li Qingxian decisively stated that there were indeed heretical followers among the students, who nearly advanced. But thanks to Lin Beichen and his companion, they thwarted the heretical plans. This merit cannot be claimed by others. As for Li Tao, Tao Wancheng, and Chen Jianan, they stood up, assuring, rest assured, Lord Li, the advancement orders have already been issued, and the Cloud Dream Guards will promptly control the Li and Tao families to investigate the matter of the heretics. Li Qingxian nodded. This pre-selection round had come to a definitive conclusion. Everyone present understood that the Li and Tao families were doomed, no matter one's status or power. Even if they were imperial relatives or the emperor himself, any association with the external heretics would result in certain death, not only for themselves, but also for their families. At a loss for words, I shall now perform a split. Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 80. How can other men live? On the central steel of the camp, names shone brightly. Within the steel, a natural array of mysterious patterns operated, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, ensuring that these names would not fade away. It would not be until the next pre-selection round commenced that new contestants' names would replace them. In the interim, the top 20 students would bask in the glory of their names being displayed. Carriages departed from the camp, with various academies, private schools, and factions retrieving their respective students back to the city. Come on, you little rascal, you've lost big this time, Ding Sancher remarked as he glanced back at the names on the steel with lingering dissatisfaction. Lin Beichen remained silent in the carriage. As the carriage rolled smoothly towards Cloud Dream City, the swift and steady gait of the beast of burden rendered the ride as luxurious as a high-speed business vehicle, almost imperceptible to jolts. Inside the carriage, Mu Xinyue, Wu Xiaofeng, Yu Hongxiang, and Lin Beichen sat in quietude. Wu Xiaofeng appeared anxious, huddled in a corner, trembling at the thought of Lin Beichen potentially seeking retribution. He had discerned that if he were truly subdued and beaten, Ding Sancher would not come to his aid, for he sensed that Ding Sancher seemed more inclined to take issue with him than with Lin Beichen. Mu Xinyue's gaze darted between Yu Hongxiang and Lin Beichen, her heart consumed by regret and jealousy like a venomous serpent. Yu Hongxiang had advanced, merely because she had provided Lin Beichen with some wild fruits and vegetables. This girl, who only deserved to be a stepping stone for her on the arena, had progressed, while she herself faced defeat. Following the lake battle, Mu Xinyue had contemplated approaching Lin Beichen to cultivate a rapport, yet regrettably, she had been met with cold indifference. Reflecting on her previous actions, she felt as though she had traded away a watermelon for mere sesame seeds. The regret was unbearable. However, she believed there might still be a chance for redemption. She must not act hastily. She needed to gradually influence him. She resolved silently. Suddenly, an exclamation from Ding Sancher erupted from outside, followed by the carriage coming to an abrupt halt. Lin Beichen, caught off guard, nearly tumbled out. Had there been an accident? The thought flashed through Lin Beichen's mind. Soon, the carriage door swung open, and Ding Sancher peered in with an unusual expression, saying, "Little rascal, come out for a moment." "Who are you calling a little rascal?" Lin Beichen retorted. "You," Ding Sancher replied without hesitation. "Oh," Lin Beichen chuckled as he leaped out of the carriage. Outside, the sun hung low in the west, casting a golden hue over the untamed landscape. 2 meters away stood another opulent carriage. The opulent golden vine carvings, the spacious carriage design, the emblem of the Thorns bird family, and a flag depicting the Thorns bird on a red backdrop, all coupled with a 4-meter-long swift beast pulling the carriage, serve as a resplendent declaration to outsiders. This is the grandest carriage of the Ling family in Yunmeng City. The Thorns bird stands as their family totem, unique to the Ling family within the entire Wind-Whispering province. As anticipated, at dawn, a figure emerged from the luxurious carriage, standing before Lin Beichen. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, the young woman's fair and exquisite visage appeared as though gilded. exuding a divine and enchanting aura akin to a fairy descended from the heavens. Even in her silent repose, a compelling air surrounded her, evoking a desire to submit beneath her skirts. However, Lin Beichen wore an expression of discomfort. "Dear sister, the training camp has concluded, and our grievances have been clarified through those 6 badges. Let us each pursue our own paths, free from entanglements, shall we?" "Thank you," Lin Shen replied coolly. "Oh." The aloof and domineering demeanor persisted. "You're welcome," Lin Beichen replied, his indifference evident. Though he was unclear about the nature of her gratitude, he wished for a swift conclusion to their conversation so they could part ways. "Have you truly lost your memory?" Lin Shen inquired. "Yes," Lin Beichen responded evasively. "Then I envy you," Lin Shen remarked. Lin Beichen was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the girl's meaning. Yet Lin Shen provided no further explanation, stating, "In these past 10 days, has my initiative caused you any distress?" Lin Beichen's heart leaped with joy. This tone, this cadence, hinted at a desire for separation. "Indeed, it has been quite troublesome," he replied eagerly. Lin Shen responded with a detached tone, "I was wrong, but I am not sorry, and I will not change." Lin Beichen's expression mirrored that of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. "Why the roundabout way? Thus, I must ask you to prepare yourself mentally. I will be visiting you often," Lin Shen declared. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, transforming into a sweet and innocent persona. Before Lin Beichen could react, she leapt forward, enveloping him in a deep embrace, and on her tiptoes, planted a kiss on his right cheek. "Brother Chen, I leave you with this mark. Remember to think of me every day," she said, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. Lin Beichen remained silent. The warmth of her lips on his cheek released a sweetness that flooded his mind with conflicting thoughts. Did she just kiss me? What an electrifying sensation. This was the first thought, rooted in primal instinct. The second thought, however, was a more cynical realization. This cunning woman, is she taking advantage of me again? The second thought, born of a hermit's nature, swiftly overpowered the first. Driven by this second thought, he instinctively pushed her away. Lin Shen stumbled back. Her initial expression one of hurt, but it quickly morphed into a stern gaze. Was there a hint of menace? A shiver ran down Lin Beichen's spine as visions of the formidable Shen Fei, once invincible, flashed through his mind. The fleeting, ominous power that had nearly incapacitated Shen Fei now seemed to linger around Lin Shen. "Haha, I was merely jesting," Lin Beichen laughed, seizing the opportunity to regain control. "How could I let a girl take the initiative? It must be I who seeks you out." Lin Shen's demeanor instantly returned to that of her sweet persona. "All right, I'll wait for you," she replied, her smile radiant as she added, "Brother Chen, you must keep your word." With that, she turned and ascended into the luxurious carriage. As the carriage sped away under the setting sun, Lin Beichen stood forlornly in place, lamenting his fate. What a twisted fate, he sighed inwardly. Why must I be so handsome? It's one thing to be handsome, but to be so clever and talented, how can other men survive? Volume 1. The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 81. Chao Patian. As the sun dipped below the horizon, glimmering waves danced upon the golden sea, where an exquisite white ship cut through the waters. "Master, ahead lies Yunmeng City," proclaimed a striking young man clad in white, standing proudly on the deck. His features were strikingly masculine, with flowing golden locks and captivating light golden eyes, setting him apart from the ordinary. Positioned at the ship's bow, he exuded an air of valor, sword at his side, bathed in the golden rays of the sunset, a vision that would surely send young maidens into a frenzy. Such an individual was evidently not a product of a humble coastal town like Yunmeng, but rather a distinguished figure hailing from one of the grand cities. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged figure carrying a purple loot case. The man, in his 40s, was tall with a ruddy complexion, marked by a dark scar from a past sword injury that lent his countenance an intriguing blend of charm and menace. With a slight smile, the middle-aged man addressed the youth, Patian, after 3 years, returning to Yunmeng City to meet him. "What are your thoughts?" The young man smiled gently, replying, "The fledgling eagle leaves its nest only to discover the vastness of the sky. The fish that swims into the ocean learns the immensity of the sea. Having witnessed the grandeur of the world, the cave feels constricting and the brook appears shallow. Were it not for the promise to accompany you, master, I doubt I would ever return here." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his mirth echoing across the waves, startling a flock of seabirds into the water. Moments later, the ship docked at the harbor of Yunmeng City, a port of semi-military nature where the local guards patrolled the docks. A luxurious carriage adorned with the golden emblem of the thorn's bird awaited at the first dock. The loot-carrying middle-aged man and the golden-haired youth disembarked. greeted by an elderly steward accompanied by 10 finely dressed warriors, who ushered them into the opulent carriage. The carriage sped away from the harbor toward the heart of Yunmeng City. At the city lord's residence, the usually composed Lord Ling Junxian, upon hearing his younger brother Li Luoran's report, trembled, causing his teacup to shatter on the floor. Stunned, a wry smile crept onto his handsome face. "This matter must be kept from my wife for now," Ling Junxian declared. No sooner had he spoken than a graceful middle-aged woman approached, her exquisite features and sharp contours lending her an air of commanding strength and intensity. Ling Junxian, in his 40s, exudes a demeanor of grace and sophistication, enjoying considerable esteem in the city. However, upon the sight of his wife, Qin Lanchu, his imposing presence diminishes instantly. He hastily rises and states, "It is nothing of great importance. You are preoccupied with preparations to receive the esteemed sword saint by Qin from Baiyun City, are you not? Such trivial matters should not disturb you." Qin Lanchu remained silent, her gaze flickering to the shards of a broken teacup on the floor before returning to fixate on Ling Junxian. The city lord, known for his submission to his wife, finds himself at a loss under her penetrating stare. He reluctantly admits, "It appears your little phoenix is experiencing a bout of youthful infatuation." Qin Lanchu blinks in surprise and reproaches, "What father speaks of his daughter in such terms?" Turning to Li Luoran, she inquires, "Elder brother Li, what exactly is transpiring?"
Li Luoran casts an apologetic smile at Ling Junxian before recounting the events at the training camp. Lin Beichen, upon hearing this name, Qin Lanchu is nearly overwhelmed with indignation.
Who in the noble circles of Yunmeng City has not heard of this wastrel's notorious reputation? The mere thought of her beloved daughter entertaining any romantic notions with such a scoundrel sends a wave of despair crashing over her, as if a dark shroud has descended upon her world. Yet, the decorum expected of nobility compels her to maintain her composure. "Where is Chinner now?" she queries. Li Luoran replies, "She was already brought back home, but after bathing, she insisted on visiting the academy. She simply refuses to meet the guests from Baiyun City, does she? Her disobedience is becoming increasingly intolerable." Qin Lanchu narrows her eyes and turns to her husband, commanding, "Go, personally fetch our little phoenix from the Royal Junior Academy. It is unacceptable for her to disregard such an esteemed visitor as Bai Xianxing." "Understood." With a cheerful demeanor, Ling Junxian rises without hesitation, hastily departing the residence to retrieve their daughter. Qin Lanchu watches his retreating figure, shaking her head in resignation. At that moment, a servant enters to report, "Madam, the person you instructed Steward Huang to receive has arrived at the main entrance." "Elder brother Li, Mr. Bai has arrived. Let us go greet him together." Li Luoran nods in agreement and accompanies Qin Lanchu to the entrance. At the entrance of the Ling residence, the grand doors adorned with golden rivets stand a formidable 4 meters wide, resembling the gates of a city, flanked by 10 formidable warriors in red armor. The entrance exudes an air of formidable might, an unmistakable testament to their prowess. There are no steps leading up to the door. Once opened, a carriage can glide directly inside. Yet, within Yunmeng City, only a select few carriages hold the privilege to pass through these gates. The carriage, embellished with a golden thornbird motif, crosses the threshold and halts in the courtyard. The strikingly handsome youth, Chao Patian, stands behind his master. Casting a glance back at the imposing gates of the city lord's residence, a hint of pride flickering across his features. 3 years prior, when he stood in this very spot, he had been compelled to bow his head in deference, feeling like an inconsequential passerby. Yet now, gazing upon it, he muses, how trivial it appears. The once majestic gates, now stripped of their imposing grandeur, seem but a mere assemblage of bricks and mortar to him. In the span of 3 years, he has earned the right to look down upon all within this modest city, including every inhabitant of this residence. Master Bai, you must be weary from your travels. Qin Lanchu, the lady of the city lord's house and once the most beautiful woman of Fengyu province, approaches with grace. She leads the household staff forward, her demeanor poised and her smile akin to the gentle warmth of spring. Bai Qin, with an air of aloofness, offers a curt nod. However, as Chao Patian searches for the familiar figure of Qin Lanchu, a frown slowly erases his smile. She did not come to greet us. The prideful little phoenix of Yunmeng City stands before the visitors from Baiyun City, unyielding, which he finds rather amusing. Does she truly believe that her sheltered sense of superiority, born from her rural upbringing, could eclipse the illustrious reputation of Baiyun City's century-old swordsmanship? Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 82, The Sword Trial Agreement. Master Bai, please. Qin Lanchu gestures for the master and his disciple to enter the courtyard. But Bai Haiqin casually inquires, "Where is the lord of the Ling residence?" With a smile, Qin Lanchu replies, "My daughter encountered a minor incident at the academy, and my husband has gone to address it. He will return shortly. We will host a banquet tonight to welcome you and your esteemed disciple. Will Miss Lingchen be present at the banquet?" The golden-haired youth, Chao Patian, cannot restrain his curiosity. Qin Lanchu briefly glances back at the ambitious young man, whose eagerness to display his prowess is evident, yet she refrains from responding. For some inexplicable reason. Under the scrutinizing gaze of this seemingly unremarkable woman, Chao Patian feels an unsettling tremor in his heart, as if he were a child caught in a misdeed. He instinctively explains, "It is senior brother Wei who has asked me to convey his regards to Miss Lingchen, along with a carefully prepared gift that I must personally deliver." Qin Lanchu turns away, choosing to remain silent. Bai Haiqin, seemingly indifferent to the exchange, proceeds into the main hall. Taking a seat at the head of the table, he accepts a teacup from a servant, taking a delicate sip before grimacing slightly in distaste and setting the cup down. "Madam Qin, my purpose in bringing Tunner to Yunmeng City, aside from fulfilling a 3-year agreement with an old acquaintance, is primarily to pay a visit to the esteemed Lord Ling. I wonder if he is available?" Qin Lanchu smiles and responds, "My father-in-law has been away from home recently, but I will send someone to inquire. By the way, is the old acquaintance you mentioned none other than Instructor Ding from the Third Academy?" "Indeed," Bai Haiqin confirms. "This matter is hardly a secret, as many in Yunmeng City are aware of the events that transpired on the night of the sword trial 3 years ago. Perhaps we should hold the sword trial at the city lord's residence this time," Qin Lanchu proposes. Bai Haiqin nods in agreement. "Very well. If so, I would appreciate your assistance in issuing 36 invitations, with the event scheduled for 10 days hence, on the night of the full moon. Must it be public this time?" A subtle frown creases Qin Lanchu's brow. Bai Haiqin states matter-of-factly, "In Baiyun City, no matter is trivial." As the sun sets, casting a crimson hue across the sky, the scene shifts to the entrance of the provincial 3rd Junior Academy. At the school gates, nearly 100 instructors gather, forming a line on either side of the entrance. Clad in matching teaching attire, their faces adorned with smiles as they engage in lively discussions, their gazes fixed on the distance, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. As one of the 7 academies in Yunmeng City, though its former glory has waned in recent years, it still wields significant influence due to the North Sea Empire's long-standing emphasis on education, compounded by its status as a martial academy. The congregation of so many instructors represents a formidable force not to be underestimated. What is happening? This atmosphere seems rather grand. Who are all these instructors waiting for? Is a high-ranking official from the Education Bureau coming for an inspection? Around the school gate, a multitude of citizens and passers-by were captivated by the unfolding scene, their astonishment palpable as they gathered in clusters, whispering among themselves with palpable curiosity. Meanwhile, those adversaries who had been lingering around the school for over 10 days, intent on confronting the wayward Lin Beichen, noticeably tempered their demeanor. They understood the gravity of the situation and instinctively retreated, mindful not to provoke the esteemed figures present. "Have you spotted the man in the azure robe at the forefront? Do not engage. That is Chu Hen, the 2nd-year head of the 3rd Academy. Known as the Poison Yama, a formidable character who fiercely protects his own. We must steer clear of him." The leaders of the factions surrounding Lin Beichen, including head guardians and mercenary captains, hurriedly warned their subordinates against any impulsive actions that might offend the instructors. However, the martial arts instructors remained poised, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. As time passed, the anticipation among the populace intensified. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed in the distance. A young instructor on horseback exuberantly announced, "They are approaching," arriving at the city gate. A broad smile instantly illuminated Chu Hen's face as he turned to the assembled instructors, instructing them to prepare for the imminent arrival. At last, a carriage drawn by swift beasts surged forth from the far end of 3rd Avenue. Countless gazes fixed upon the carriage, speculating its occupants. Who could be the distinguished guest within? It appeared that the Academy's carriage had come to fetch someone of great importance. The driver was an instructor, and the crowd buzzed with astonishment and expectation. After a brief yet suspenseful interval, the carriage came to a halt at the school gate. The lined-up instructors erupted into thunderous applause. Chu Hen, his laughter resonating, stepped forward and proclaimed, "At last, our little hero, adorned with accolades, has returned." The carriage door swung open, and the first to leap out was Wu Xiaofeng. His face bore the marks of a recent altercation, as if he had fled from some ravenous beast within the carriage, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What could have transpired? Following him, Mu Xinyue emerged. her beauty still striking despite a semblance of weariness, as though she had recently wept, capturing the attention of many spectators. Yet, in a surprising turn, Chu Hen casually brushed aside Wu Xiaofeng and Mu Xinyue as if they were mere refuse, his gaze never lingering on them for even a moment. Another figure then stepped out from the carriage, a graceful girl exuding an aura of classical charm, Yu Hongxiang. This time, Chu Hen approached her with genuine regard, gently patting her shoulder. You have worked hard. The Academy will remember the glory you have brought us. Could it be that the long-awaited guest was this young lady? Many in the crowd felt a surge of curiosity. Who was she? But before they could ponder further, yet another figure emerged from the carriage, a young boy. Instantly, the applause from the lined-up instructors soared to new heights, transforming from a gentle stream into a roaring avalanche of cheers. Haha, you rascal, you have not disappointed me. Chu Hen rushed forward and embraced the boy as though he were reuniting with a long-lost son. Disappointed? Not at all, the boy replied with a mischievous smile. Chu Hen laughed heartily, a surprise indeed. From this day forth, in the Third Academy and within Yunmeng City, any who dares to trouble Lin Beichen shall find themselves at odds with me, Chu Hen, and the entire cadre of 130 instructors of the second year. You are our cherished gem. With the resonance of his voice, amplified by the swirling energy, Chu Hen's words reached the ears of everyone present. Indeed, Lin Beichen was under the protection of the Third Academy. Anyone who dares to touch him shall face my wrath. The instructors echoed fervently. The gathered crowd fell into a stunned silence. Wait, Lin Beichen. Upon closer inspection, the boy's impish grin unmistakably resembled that of the infamous street tiger, Lin Beichen. Memories flooded back, igniting a wave of fear among the citizens who once trembled at the mere mention of his name. The expressions of curiosity on their faces gradually solidified into shock. At that moment, Lin Beichen bowed in gratitude to the instructors, beaming as he waved to the crowd. Hello, everyone. Look at this warm and kind gathering. Just like the instructors, you have come to welcome me, haven't you? A sense of accomplishment filled him, causing him to believe that perhaps life in this alternate world was not so dreary after all. Yet, in the next instant, a panicked cry erupted. Ah! The prodigal son is here. Run for your lives. Lock the doors and hide the women. In a flurry, hundreds of citizens fled as if they were frightened rabbits encountering a wolf, their panic transforming the once crowded streets around the school into vast emptiness. Lin Beichen's smile abruptly faltered, replaced by an awkward expression. How embarrassing. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, he sheepishly remarked to Chu Hen and the others. Surrounded by the instructors, Lin Beichen gradually vanished into the depths of the campus. Meanwhile, those adversaries who had lingered around the academy, intent on confronting Lin Beichen for days, exchanged confused glances, uncertain of what had transpired. They had previously felt emboldened to confront Lin Beichen, believing him to be a pariah following the downfall of the Wang family. But now the situation had shifted dramatically. What had caused the instructors of the Third Academy to suddenly hold this once derided figure in such high esteem? At that moment, a brilliant silver light erupted from the direction of the central plaza of Yunmeng City, visible for miles around. Following this luminescence, a grand voice resonated, akin to a divine whisper emanating from the radiant pillar, its reverberations cascading across the entirety of Yunmeng City. The preliminary rounds of the Tianjiao Championship have concluded, and the rankings have been announced. The top three in the third grade are Lin Yi, Zhou Ke'er, and Ling Xian. In the second grade, they are Ling Chun, Lin Beichen, and Wang Xinyu. And in the first grade, they are Su Xiaoyan, Mi Rian, and Sangshan Shui. The adversaries were momentarily astounded. How could Lin Beichen, a worthless scoundrel, actually rank among the top three in the preliminary rounds of the Tianjiao Championship? This is a prestigious achievement to be proclaimed by the Sword Lord's divine temple throughout the city, along with the issuance of the Tianjiao token by the City Lord's mansion, the Education Department, Yunmeng Guard, and the Sword Lord's divine temple. Holding this token grants one the status akin to that of an imperial noble, under the protection of the four great powers. Given such a backdrop, if they dared to harm Lin Beichen, it would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, inviting disaster. They retreated, vacating the Third Academy completely. In the campus, after encouraging Lin Beichen, the other instructors gradually dispersed. Chu Hen led Lin Beichen deeper into the campus, stating, "The principal wishes to see you." The principal? Lin Beichen's mind conjured the image of an elderly man with silver hair and a brocade robe, seated on the VIP platform during the mid-year competition, exuding the scent of alcohol, drowsy and inattentive. This principal, known as Ling Tai Su, was said to be indifferent to school affairs, frequently indulging in the pleasures of the city, leading to his declining health and earning the nickname Tai Su Zi among the townsfolk. This old man actually wants to see me? Could it be that my exceptional performance in the preliminary rounds has finally captured the attention of Tai Su-zi, inspiring hope for the revival of the Third Academy? Ha! Lin Beichen inwardly roared with laughter. Moments later, at the principal's office door, Chu Hen knocked thrice before pushing the door open and shoving Lin Beichen inside. Bang! The door quickly closed, and Chu Hen's figure vanished outside. Lin Beichen felt an odd sensation, as if a fox had just delivered a rabbit to a tiger's den. The principal's office spanned approximately 400 square meters, an immense space filled with two large floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed the setting sun to illuminate the room with a serene brightness. To Lin Beichen's surprise, the anticipated rows of shelves brimming with books were absent. Instead, he found shelves lined with an array of wine jars, bottles, and glasses. Had it not been for Chu Hen's prior warning, Lin Beichen might have thought he had stumbled into a wine cellar. A delicate scent of rose petals mingled with a subtle, yet pleasant aroma of alcohol, enveloping the air and instantly relaxing anyone who entered. A soft snore emanated from the depths of the wine shelves. Lin Beichen navigated around 10 rows of shelves and finally saw the principal, Ling Tai-su, lying on a bed, clad in pink pajamas, embracing a graceful young woman in slumber. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 84, Kindred Spirits? What the hell? An old man wearing pink pajamas? That is utterly bizarre. And in the office, openly indulging in such behavior? Lin Beichen felt his eyes burning and turned to leave. Now he understood why Chu Hen had hastily departed after knocking on the door. It seemed this Tai Su-zi was no stranger to such outrageous antics. Stop! Before Lin Beichen could reach the door, a voice infused with a hint of authority drifted from the bed. The supposedly slumbering principal had awakened. Lin Beichen paused. The principal continued, "Sweetheart, Uncle has matters to attend to. You should head back and tell Mama that I will host esteemed guests at Zue Chunlu tonight. I've reserved the entire place, so prepare the food, drinks, and ladies. No one is to start the banquet until I arrive, understand?" Lin Beichen was utterly astonished. Such blatant behavior? He mentally awarded this Tai Su-zi a grand salute. This was the first time he encountered a principal so unabashedly brazen. After the young woman complied, she dressed quietly and exited through a concealed door on the other side of the principal's office. The air thickened with an awkward atmosphere. "Come here." Principal Ling Tai-su stretched lazily, sitting on the edge of the bed and gesturing for Lin Beichen to join him. Lin Beichen felt a chill run down his spine. Ancient stories spoke of noble Greeks who took pride in keeping beautiful young men, indulging in same-sex relationships. Was this Tai Su-zi principal, perhaps, one who favored both genders? "I think I'll remain standing," Lin Beichen cautiously replied, inching towards the door while preparing to bolt at a moment's notice. "You can speak directly, principal." Ling Tai-su stood up in his pink pajamas, retrieved a crimson wine bottle from the third row of shelves, and poured 2 glasses. As he lifted one to his lips, the other seemingly defied gravity, floating towards Lin Beichen. "Is there something in this wine?" Lin Beichen caught the glass, inhaling the sweet aroma, yet he refrained from drinking. "Do you know who I am?" Ling Tai-su took a small sip, his pajamas revealing a tuft of leg hair as he sauntered closer. "You are the principal," Lin Beichen replied, perplexed. "Nonsense," Ling Tai-su retorted. "I am your grandfather." Why the insult? Lin Beichen's face displayed his displeasure. "I have bled for the Third Academy. Such words are rather excessive, principal. Don't you believe me?" Ling Tai-su leaned against the shelf, a grin on his face. "I am Chun'er's biological grandfather. Shouldn't you address me as grandfather?" "Chun'er? Who is that?" Lin Beichen was about to protest when a sudden realization struck him. Could it be referring to Ling Chen? The flamboyant principal of the Third Academy was the biological grandfather of Yunmeng City's most esteemed young lady, Ling Chen? "It seems you are beginning to understand," Ling Tai-su mused, savoring his wine while scrutinizing Lin Beichen with keen eyes. "Now, tell me, how did you manage to win over my granddaughter?" At the mention of this matter, Lin Beichen felt a surge of indignation. "I was the one who was pursued, you know. If you're displeased, I can assure you that I will never meet Miss Ling again," he asserted. "However, I kindly request that you keep her from seeking me out." "Don't be like that," Ling Tai-su interjected quickly. "I'm not trying to break you two apart. I am your supporter." Lin Beichen was taken aback. Ling Tai-su continued, "My granddaughter has always been as cold as a stone that cannot be warmed. She has consistently scorned any suitors. Even the remarkable heirs from the Sword Dao Holy Land in Yunmeng City could not catch her eye. She seems almost like a stone woman. I have always been curious about what kind of boy could capture her heart, and to my surprise, that person is you." Lin Beichen rubbed his forehead, sensing that events were unfolding in a rather peculiar direction. Shouldn't the old principal have casually produced some sort of treasure, divine sword, or secret manual? If not, At least toss some gold coins my way and declare that as long as this scoundrel leaves my granddaughter, he may choose whatever he desires? Why do you appear so pleased, so excited, and so inquisitive? Am I not scoundrel enough? Or have you, old principal, become so indulgent that not only your body, but also your mind has grown weak? Hey, Lin Beichen, do tell me how you managed to woo my granddaughter. Ling Tai-su leaned in eagerly. There must be some special techniques or tricks involved. Do enlighten me. Lin Beichen was taken aback. The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. Did I perhaps open the principal's office door incorrectly? Please, principal, do not jest. Lin Beichen replied, I am aware that I am a notorious scoundrel, my reputation well-deserved. I am unworthy of your granddaughter. Rest assured, I will resolutely distance myself from her and harbor no improper intentions. Ling Tai-su waved his hands dismissively. No. There's no need to leave. Haha. My little phoenix has begun to awaken to love. This is a good thing. I personally wholeheartedly support you too. TSK. Lin Beichen, do tell me, what is the extent of your progress? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Lin Beichen was left speechless. After a prolonged silence, Ling Tai-su, believing his assumptions were not bold enough, put down his wine cup and gestured with his fingers as if grasping something, exclaiming, Surely it hasn't reached that point already? Lin Beichen, you are quite impressive. How on earth did you accomplish that? Lin Beichen silently cursed in his heart. This was a fake grandfather, a fake principal. As a soul from the modern era of open networks, I can barely keep up with your thought process. This is utterly bewildering. Reflecting on the various descriptions of this principal, Lin Beichen suddenly realized that this fellow's reputation in Yunmeng City was similarly poor. No, to be precise, it was abominable. It was so bad that he could easily be ranked alongside the former Lin Beichen as one of the two notorious rascals in Yunmeng City, epitomizing debauchery across both youth and elder demographics. Kindred spirits? Lin Beichen felt a sudden epiphany. Returning home, he felt utterly drained. The worst part was the lack of prepared drafts, as everyone was trying to stay home and avoid going out, and if one must go out, they should remember to wear a mask. Volume 1, The Origin of the Sword, Chapter 85, 2-star, Sword Technique. Nothing has occurred between Miss Chun and me, Lin Beichen stated. It is not as you imagine. Ling Tai-su interrupted directly, then hastened towards the direction I envision. My granddaughter possesses unparalleled talent and beauty, the finest in Yunmeng City. Moreover, based on my extensive experience in the realms of romance, I can confidently inform you that in a few years, as Chun'er matures, her figure will develop. Her features will become more defined, not only in Yunmeng City, but throughout the entire Finyu province, and even the North Sea Empire. She will be recognized as the most beautiful woman. Lin Beichen, once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. Lin Beichen felt speechless. How deeply do you fear your granddaughter may remain unmarried? I am still young and do not wish to dwell on such matters of romance, he reasoned. What nonsense is this? Ling Tai-su retorted. When flowers bloom, they must be picked. Do not wait until they fade to regret. Young people should be spirited and unrestrained. I admired your former reckless abandon. Why have you changed? Why do you hesitate, becoming cautious? It truly disappoints me. Lin Beichen, he no longer wished to continue this conversation, nor engage further with this eccentric principal. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave. He placed his hand on the doorknob. Ling Tai-su, grinning, snapped his fingers. With a soft sound, faint golden patterns shimmered on the doorknob and frame, depicting a vivid array of thorns, sealing the entire office. Want to leave? Ling Tai-su chuckled, pouring himself another glass of bright red wine, leisurely stating, Do not think that just because you have entered the main tournament of the talented ones and received the token, you can rest easy in Yunmeng City. Let me tell you, your significant troubles are only beginning. Lin Beichen twisted the doorknob, realizing it was futile. He asked dismissively, What troubles? Ling Tai-su continued, Have you heard of Beichen City? Of course, Lin Beichen replied. The North Sea Empire venerates the Lord of Swords, and swordsmen are found throughout. Besides the royal academies across various provinces that continually cultivate swordsmanship talent, there are 3 transcendent Sword Dao Holy Lands, Beichen City, Nongjin Pavilion, and Xiaojia Sword Abyss. Among them, Beichen City holds the closest ties to the imperial family. Its founder, Master Chu Tianhua, was the brother of the founding Holy Emperor Li Jianxin of the North Sea Empire. These 2 swordsmanship prodigies from beyond the eastern continent share an unbreakable bond. Thus, Beichen City is regarded as the national sanctuary of the North Sea Empire. Even a fool would have heard of these events, as they are detailed in the imperial modern history textbooks used in the junior academies. Swordsmen emerging from Beichen City are renowned across the empire, found throughout its military and political structures. For instance, the current Right Prime Minister, Zhuo Lu Yi, is one of the 7 heirs of Baiyun City. Within the North Sea Empire, Baiyun City's influence rivals that of the imperial family. It is rumored that each year, the imperial family selects gifted and intelligent princes and princesses to study and cultivate in Baiyun City. But what does Baiyun City have to do with me? Lin Beichen inquired. Confused, Ling Tai-su, reveling in his mischief, continued. Chun'er is betrothed to the new generation prodigy Wei Mingchen of Baiyun City, and this Wei Mingchen is indeed quite formidable. Lin Beichen was taken aback. Betrothed? A fiancée? Amidst this conversation, such a huge revelation emerged? He stroked his chin, asking, how formidable is formidable? Let me put it this way. Wei Mingchen is not only renowned for his talent, but also wields considerable power and influence. He is seen as a candidate among the future 7 heirs of Baiyun City. His master, Bai Haiqin, is one of the 3 renowned swords of Baiyun City, and his ancestor, Shen Jifei, is one of the current 7 heirs of Baiyun City, comparable to the right Prime Minister Zhuo Lu Yi of the empire. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Wei Mingchen's father, Wei Xuanqian, is the highest administrative officer of the Qincaixing province, even when your father, Zhang Tianhou, was still alive. In terms of influence, he could not compete with Wei Xuan. As Ling Tai-su spoke, he observed Lin Beichen's expression. By the end, it was evident that Lin Beichen's face had changed. That Wei Mingchen, as he is hailed as a prodigy of Baiyun City, must possess a broad mind, right? He inquired. Ling Tai-su, savoring his wine, chuckled and replied, quite the contrary. This young man is notoriously narrow-minded and vengeful. I have heard that he once pursued someone for 10 days and nights simply because they inadvertently blocked the sun for his mystical beast for a mere second, ultimately leaving them broken and battered. Lin Beichen rubbed his forehead, bewildered. What kind of nonsense is this? The more Ling Tai-su observed Lin Beichen's expression, the more amused he became. Moreover, this isn't about having a broad mind. If a man learns that he has been cuckolded and remains calm and silent, he is either a fool or a coward. Lin Beichen winced at the thought. No doubt. One can only imagine that once the news of my interactions with Chun'er at the training camp reaches Wei Mingchen's ears, a conflict would be inevitable. When I try to explain that I Haven T actually slept with your fiancé, it would likely only fan the flames of the situation. Fear not, young man. I support you. We live in an era of free love, and arranged marriages are a thing of the past. I wholeheartedly encourage you to pursue a relationship with Chun'er, Ling Tai-su said as he produced a stack of scrolls, fanning them out in his hands. Lin Beichen caught glimpses of some impressive names, such as Radiant Sun, Moonlit Strike, and World-Breaking Demon Technique, which all sounded quite valuable. Behold, these are the meticulously selected combat techniques I have chosen for you. Swordsmanship, body training, lightness skills, and energy cultivation, all included, Ling Tai-su explained. If you dedicate yourself to mastering them, in a decade or 2, you could stand shoulder to shoulder with Wei Mingchen. 2 decades of practice? Dream on, Lin Beichen thought. His mind was set on returning to Earth, and he had no interest in techniques that required such lengthy dedication. Given your choice of the formless sword bones at the year-end competition, I suspect your judgment in selecting combat techniques is rather poor. Allow me to choose for you. Ling Tai-su retracted his scrolls, leaving only 2, which he handed over, stating, these are the fruits of my lifelong labor, a sword technique and a lightness skill. Take them and train diligently. Lin Beichen examined the 2 techniques, titled Sword Under the Blossoms and Stealing Fragrance and Plundering Jade Steps. Why did these names sound so suggestive? He opened Sword Under the Blossoms and, upon reading the introduction, looked up in astonishment. This sword technique is actually a 2-star skill? The first volume was titled The Origin of the Sword. You thought otherwise? Ling Tai-su scoffed. If it weren't for your weak energy and low strength, the theoretical limit of techniques you could wield would only be 2-star. Why would I present you with such pedestrian skills? He continued, so young man, if you wish to be my grandson-in-law, you must strive to be the most brilliant prodigy. Lin Beichen thought to himself. The principal is not only lecherous, but also quite juvenile. He turned his attention to the Stealing Fragrance and Plundering Jade Steps technique. Also a 2-star skill reminiscent of the lightness techniques in Earth's martial arts novels. He couldn't deny that these 2 techniques were indeed well suited to his current situation. Sword Under the Blossoms would allow him to move beyond relying solely on basic swordsmanship's close-range triple strike, while Stealing Fragrance and Plundering Jade Steps would directly address his deficiencies in agility. Both would significantly enhance his abilities, so he accepted them without hesitation. By the way, Principal, do you have any techniques for mental energy? Lin Beichen boldly inquired. Ling Tai-su scrutinized him, surprised. Have you trained in mental energy? Lin Beichen chuckled, recounting the events that had transpired in the camp. My granddaughter has taken such initiative? Ling Tai-su marveled. In that case, I have even greater hopes for you, young man. Keep up the good work, aim for a home run, and you shall succeed. Remember, the shortest path to a woman's heart is through her desires. Lin Beichen retorted, could you please be quiet? If you continue like this book will surely face consequences. However, regarding mental energy techniques, Ling Taishu shifted the topic, stating, most students in the third academy are rather lackluster. They will not reach the level required to practice mental energy techniques before graduation, so we do not prepare such techniques. Lin Beichen questioned, is it truly appropriate to declare all the academy's students as lackluster in front of them? Do be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, Ling Taishu advised. First, master sword under the blossoms and stealing fragrance and plundering jade steps before considering other techniques. Lin Beichen silently lamented. The principal must be saying this because he lacks mental energy techniques himself. Feeling somewhat guilty under Lin Beichen's gaze, Ling Taishu quickly changed the subject, saying, to ensure you know your enemy and yourself, I shall share a little secret. Come closer. Lin Beichen hesitated but leaned in, asking, shouldn't someone of your expertise be adept at techniques like transmitting energy? Ling Taishu replied, don't you think that whispering a big secret adds to the atmosphere? Lin Beichen retorted, not particularly. Ling Taishu, undeterred, continued mysteriously, my granddaughter has an unusual quirk. She enjoys wearing men's clothing, especially military attire. If you wish to win her heart, focus on that aspect. Upon exiting the principal's office, Lin Beichen was left in a state of confusion and dismay. This eccentric principal was truly a bane of the industry, encouraging his student to pursue his granddaughter simply to see what type of boy could capture the heart of his icy, talented granddaughter, while completely neglecting to mention Lin Beichen's achievement of third place in the preliminary competition, which brought honor to the academy. Returning to the bamboo courtyard, the old butler Wang Zhong was eagerly waiting at the entrance. Ah, young master, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. Wang Zhong rushed forward and knelt, gripping Lin Beichen's leg with overwhelming excitement. Get off, you mutt. Don't touch me. Lin Beichen instinctively kicked him away, but immediately regretted it. He had grown accustomed to kicking and scolding the old butler to maintain his persona, and this reaction was merely reflexive. In truth, the butler had treated him rather well. Should he perhaps be kinder moving forward? Yay, young master, you kicked me again. I'm so happy. The old butler got up, overflowing with enthusiasm. These past few days without your occasional flying kicks have made life feel meaningless. That last kick was simply delightful. Lin Beichen could only respond with silence. Well then, let everything continue as it is. Upon entering the first floor hall, for sweet voices chimed in unison, welcome back, young master. In the living room, for young maidens, each approximately 15 years of age and adorned in elegant white dresses, promptly greeted Lin Beichen with a respectful bow. Startled, Lin Beichen leapt back in astonishment. What is happening here? He turned to Wang Zhong, who approached with a cheerful grin, explaining, these 4 maidens were sent by Master Xiangquan half an hour ago to attend to you, young master. Xiangquan? Lin Beichen pondered for a moment, recalling that this was the very individual who had once blocked his path at the school gate, demanding that he roll away to face his demise. Was this an act of submission? Send them away, he commanded with a wave of his hand. But, young master, Wang, the butler, began to protest. Lin Beichen swiftly kicked him aside. Stop wasting words, send them all away. He retreated to his room, prepared warm water, and settled into the bathtub, retrieving his phone. While navigating his adventures at the camp, his phone had previously emitted a notification. Upon unlocking the screen, a prompt appeared. A new system version has been detected. Would you like to update? Another system update? The frequency of these updates was astonishing, even for a counterfeit device. Nevertheless, it was a positive development, as each update brought forth new functionalities, bringing him one step closer to finding a way back to Earth. Having learned from his previous experiences, Lin Beichen made a decisive choice. Yes. Ding. Special notice. This system version update will take 10 hours and requires a data packet size of 4. Please confirm that you have sufficient data and battery. A data requirement of 4? Lin Beichen assessed the state of his internal energy, finding it abundant and more than adequate. As for the battery, he spent 5 gold coins to fully charge his phone before initiating the upgrade. On the phone's main screen, a bright silver progress bar began to ascend slowly. After putting the phone away, Lin Beichen finished his bath and lay down, succumbing to a deep slumber. The rigors of camp life had left him mentally and physically exhausted, and upon finally relaxing, he enjoyed an uninterrupted sleep for a full 10 hours. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, lunch is ready. The insistent voice of the rather unrefined butler Wang Zhong roused Lin Beichen from his dreams. He sprang up, glancing out the window to find it was midday, with the sun shining brightly. Bring in the lunch, he instructed, summoning his phone. The update had completed. Upon glancing at the screen, his eyes widened in surprise. Congratulations, host. The system version update has been successfully completed. New features include an upgraded intelligent voice system and 2 opportunities for limited-time random draws in the App Store. The announcement appeared on the screen. An upgrade for the intelligent voice assistant? Lin Beichen mused, intrigued. Little machine. He called. Yes, master, a melodious female voice responded. Do you possess any new functionalities after the upgrade? Lin Beichen inquired. I can assist you in a broader range of tasks, Little Machine replied. For example? He probed. From now on, you need not physically hold your phone. Simply summon me to utilize its many features, she explained. Oh, Lin Beichen's curiosity piqued. Demonstrate by opening Baidu Maps. Certainly, Little Machine replied, and the familiar voice of Baidu Maps resonated in his mind. Soon, a virtual projection of the map materialized in the air before him. Wow! Lin Beichen exclaimed, impressed. This is remarkably convenient. No longer needing to retrieve his phone to interact with it simplified the process significantly, eliminating cumbersome steps. Close Baidu Maps. He instructed. The projection vanished. Now, open Baidu Cloud. The virtual projection of the phone screen appeared once more in the air. With mere gestures and voice commands, he could operate various features, including uploading and downloading files. Other functionalities, such as mental energy initialization and formless sword bone, could also be displayed. Lin Beichen was elated. His upgraded phone resembled the intelligent assistant Jarvis from the Marvel films Back on Earth, albeit with less comprehensive capabilities. However, if this trajectory of improvement continued, it might one day reach that level. Yet, he needed to ascertain one more matter. Could others see this virtual projection? He stroking his chin, contemplating the necessity of an experiment. At that moment, another knock echoed. Young master, the meal has arrived. Come in, Lin Beichen replied. The door swung open, and the elderly butler Wang Zhong wheeled in a food cart, a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Master, the news of your second-place victory in the preliminary rounds has spread throughout the city. Now, those ruffians blocking the school gate have all fled in fear. This is splendid news. To celebrate, I have prepared this lavish lunch just for you, Wang Zhong proclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Lin Beichen had to admit that Wang Zhong was skilled at catering to others. The sight of the feast brought a profound sense of happiness. There was certainly merit to the notion that past tyrants favored sycophants. Subtly, Lin Beichen commanded Little Machine to project the Baidu Maps interface directly beside Wang Zhong's face. The butler displayed no sign of surprise, indicating he could not see it. Relieved, Lin Beichen dismissed him. You may leave. Once alone, he dug into his meal with gusto. Little Machine, please utilize my 2 random draw opportunities in the App Store now, he instructed between bites. Of course, master, the pleasant voice responded. And the phone screen projected an interface as it entered the App Store. A lottery will soon emerge. Begin, Lin Beichen said, sipping the peach-colored wine. The wheel spun. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 1 draw opportunity and obtained the app, Screen Mirroring Assistant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed another draw opportunity and obtained the app, NetEase Cloud Music. The notifications appeared in succession, lingering for 5 seconds before disappearing. Checking the App Store again, he indeed found the newly added Screen Mirroring Assistant and NetEase Cloud Music. Downloading the former required 899 data units. Evidently, it is a minor feature. The download of a single item necessitates a considerable consumption of 3 units of data, which exceeds Lin Beichen's expectations. The greater the data consumption during the download, the more potent the functionality. Previously, a system upgrade had already consumed a substantial 4 units of data, and Lin Beichen activated the intermediate mysterious energy refinement technique, dedicating an entire hour to replenishing the mysterious energy within his body. By the time he had savored all the delicacies from the food cart, his internal mysterious energy was completely restored. He commenced the download. The mobile screen projection assistant was downloaded in almost an instant, leaving Lin Beichen no time to emit the pleasurable moan that accompanies the extraction of mysterious energy. So swift? Has the download speed accelerated following the system upgrade? Is it as if he has transitioned directly from the 3rd era to the 5th? He then proceeded to download NetEase Cloud Music. This time, the consumption of 3 units of data finally elicited a prolonged, soul-stirring moan from Lin Beichen, lasting a full minute. Outside, the old butler Wang Zhong listened intently, his face betraying a look of deep concern. This time, the duration of the young master's enjoyment seemed rather brief. He feared that restraint had been lacking in the training camp, and he must find an opportunity to gently remind the young master. The old butler wore an expression of patriotic worry. Inside, After Lin Beichen completed the downloads, he clicked to install them in succession. The mobile screen projection assistant would facilitate the projection of audiovisual segments from his phone, creating an almost tangible representation, indistinguishable from reality aside from the absence of physical touch. As the device explained, Lin Beichen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This feature held considerable promise. Initially, he had anticipated a mere third-dimensional projection akin to that of a flat projector. To his astonishment, it was indeed fourth-dimensional. This was rather extraordinary. If utilized effectively, it could enable numerous extraordinary maneuvers. For instance, during an escape, projecting an image of oneself in another direction could undoubtedly divert enemies, surpassing even the art of transformation. Moreover, projecting certain films from the islands would be astonishingly realistic, far surpassing anything from his previous life. Lin Beichen wiped away his drool, suddenly realizing another matter. Wait a moment. There were no such films on his phone, so it seemed he could not conjure something from nothing. Projection required prior scanning. He pondered this briefly before setting it aside and opening NetEase Cloud Music. The familiar interface greeted him, accompanied by the well-known sound effects. Opening the playlist, he discovered only one familiar tune: How Lonely is Invincibility.